Check it out. You know how we do. Come on. Street Blazy in this biatch. What's my favorite word? Bitch. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yo. So I pick up everyone that was on yesterday's show. Yeah, man. It went over the 18-hour mark, innit, man? So I have to download it and re-upload it and all them things there. Exhibit. Yeah. So what I got know, man? Let me big up the people them in the place. Yeah, outside ultra funky, outside what fuck. Yeah, man, we up there, up there, up there. Yeah, up there, up there, up there, up there, up there, up there, up there. Yeah, man. House of Pain's in the game. But the House of Pain, we in the game. Mm. We're just gonna wait for a few people to roll up. Oh, whoops. Up there, up there, up there, up there, up there, up there, up there. Yeah, man. Got life, I'm tired, cuz. Got mad late yesterday. Mad late. You're laughing before you go sleep. It's a good thing, though, still, man. Mm. Have a little laugh before you go sleep. You know what I mean? Over the fucking two in the bath, ain't ya? Good. Fucking mug. You dickhead. I hate shit driving. Yeah, man. What's poppin', man? Oh, go on. There, man. You say we there up on the college side. Ha ha. Yeah. Yeah, man. You can't just take out of your offer to the next block. Yeah, man. Trying to sit in the wood, I got a shell shock. Still a little out there when the head cracked. Yeah, hey. Trust me. Yeah, well, you know, we don't like it. We don't Facebook picture you not for like we. We don't care if a girl like we. We not care if a boy like we. Trust me, if you smoke high grade that I drink with it. Yo. Has any progress been made so far since this Black Lives Matter people coupled up, jumped on the back of, piggyback on the back of? I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to piggyback on the back of someone else's success. Not necessarily, anyway. It just depends where it is, man. Depends, man. A military man. Is it? Yeah, man. Fam, I am tired, cuz. Can't lie. Yeah, man. Trying to save the P out here, man. Get me. Get me. All right. Yeah, man. So what progress has been made so far, man? Anyone notice any progress, any change? Anything that we need to write home about? We need to be proud of? Or are we still like in the same position? It's being used. Yeah. Just used. Bro. Yeah, man, we just anyway, man. You hear me? Fucking hell, mate. Fucking hell, mate. Yeah? Yeah, I am, mate. He's got my still. Yeah, yeah, mate. Good for him, mate. Yo, alright, so we got the people them in the place, mate. Yeah. Now the two get around here. Yeah, we. Outposts. Yeah, man. Yeah, so big up LB, man. Big up yourself, G. So everyone rolling up in the place. Roll that, roll that. Roll up, roll up. Hold up. Hold up. Yeah. You get me? Yeah, bud. Let me give out or not. Do I feel personally that there has been any progress made? But I feel like it's too short to see. Like, yeah, me. It's a bit of a short time to be testing. Have we made any progress yet? Have we done this and has that one done that yet? It's a bit short, man. You get me? Yeah, I feel like we have to. Oh, you know what? Yeah, NLP, pick up yourself, bro. I'll tell you what. Yeah, pick up NLP. Yeah, he gave an idea still. Yeah, I don't know how many people want to try and join in for this. Yeah, but how about all the G Block listeners or everyone that listens? If we chip in to get Ultra Funky, Mrs. Funky, and the baby Funky, little baby present, man. Obviously for the birth of their baby, innit, man? That's how we do. You know how we do? Yeah, man. Uh, we're gonna see how much we can gather up by the end of the week, yeah, and then I'll try and get a present with it for for the Ultra family. Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, big up yourself, Jay, bro. Big up yourself, man. Come on, that's what we like to see right there. Yeah, man. Man's like tries to be a connection to the plug, innit? Yeah. You need to get that what flowing. Trust me. We're trying to get that money. Yeah. So personally, I feel like it's a bit short to measure the progress, but you can look at the potential of the progress that could be made. Uh, yeah, 'cause there's potential for uh, to guerrilla hustle your own movement into the headlines of the Black Lives Matter thing. You get me? The same way they used them that was carrying the not you, but the big man them that was carrying the knockout dot, the brother who got knockout. Yeah, half of them man ended up on the news and ended up shouting out their own organization. They do their own martial arts training. There's a group of security guys. Yeah, yeah, man. What progress do I expect to see? Hmm, that's a good one still. True stories with the Black Lives Matter thing. But I don't know what people can really expect, yeah, because it's not. That's why I keep talking about trying to get some of the Mandem's movement in the forefront on the back of BLM's hype. At least you know what the Mandem's groups are, what they're gonna do, you know, what the Mandem's groups are, what sort of thing they're gonna do after what they're about, some of the people in them. Yeah, you know how the group started, the people in the group and what they're, you know what I'm saying, what path they're taking. Right. If we can get one of our groups or a group of a group fucking worth its salt, you know what I mean? That fucking know, that's worth something. Yeah, trust me, the group that will do something. Yeah. But yo, Sky, my G, walk one.
You hear me, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Well,
Straight away, boy. Straight away, bro.
yeah, this time it works, yeah?
Yeah, man. What you telling me, man? You good, yeah?
Yeah, I'm all good, man. I'm all good. Just working from home and everything. And you know, working from
Hey, we saying the work from home thing. How's that big guy there? Is that
home, man. People try
and
to
that
pull you
sort of
onto
starts
into
putting
your
you up
man.
of?
Video calls for time, but
Is it putting you up of wanting to go into the office and that now, though?
you know, I ain't never going back. I ain't never going back to the office.
You never got back.
You gotta drag me back out here, man. You should have never locked down like this. Think I'm gonna come back to the
Take
office.
me to jail.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. So, bro, do
Me,
you feel like there's any progress being made by coupling with this BLM
I think
movement, or is there potential to be progress made?
I tell you what, let me not be too negative. I'll say there definitely has been progress made in terms of there's probably a lot of people out there who are not awake before, have woken up as a result of this and will continue under activism out of it. But people when it comes to BLM
You cut out for a sec, bro.
this whole vibe of, sorry, let me try. Like
Yeah,
just say
you
for
cut out
example,
for
you
a
had
little bit.
100 people. Calm. Let me try. Just you had about 100 people who were not interested in Black Lives Matter or any of those types of things, like the conscious community work, like that people who just living their life, not even thinking about racism or any issues that affect them or the system. And now, because of this whole movement, out of that 100 people, I would say you have at least 5 to 10 of them who are going to have long-term change in their life, who are going to be like, you know what, I'm going to change my whole life. Like I'm going to be on this activism thing for long. So, whilst I've reckon the mass majority of everybody who's been involved, who's been beaten, who's been doing stuff, by next month and the month after, they have forgotten about it and gone back to their work. They'll be like, yo, but I was there though. The ones there. Like the march was the main thing. You should all take credit for that. I think, but like Stokely Palmer or Dava Kwame Ture says, the revolution isn't an event. It's not a single debate protest side. It's a process, and so everybody involved has to be willing to be involved for a long term process to make any change come through. So yeah, no. So when it comes to change, I think in terms of those couple of people who will have made that change permanent in their life, 100% it's made a change. But in the long run, has it made any like the impact it could have? No, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna have that. And the impact people might be thinking it's having, it's not really having that, in my opinion.
Do you feel like for it to have that direct impact, we sort of need to see what's basically going to happen after the Boris Johnson assessment tea, or is that
No, that's the worst
like
thing.
Condemnation? Yeah,
That's the worst thing.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah, so is it like, because obviously that Dominic Cummings is his advisor, in it, yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, he's like he's like a White Ralph. You get me?
Yeah, 100%. He's rough. Yeah, he's rough. Cummins is
Yeah.
rough.
So
And the woman who he's hired to do the thing, the woman who he's hired to do this thing is like a, is basically an Asian group. Do you know what I mean? Like it's
like a
the
what?
man,
An
like
Asian what?
a group, like dead serious, bro. Asian group is gonna look into racism for us, innit? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
it's gonna be peak. But I think like for me, like the other day, like I'm upset actually. See, Respect went live, and I should have probably jumped on the panel because the Respect company has a prominent voice right now in the community. And I suppose my thing is to say to everybody, like right now is the last thing you can do is stopping, isn't it? Right now you need to put the pressure up and ranking it, and like making it to a point of actually hitting the economy where it's gonna hurt. Roadblock every other week. I mean, you know how the man in Jamaica do it, and it's a block of traffic. You got to be doing that there. Roadblocks every other week. Like there has to be a sustained pressure in this type of situation for us to make any change. Because right now, Boris Johnson thinking, yeah, he's done his job now. Cool. You got a report. I don't want to hear no more about it. End of story. I mean, at the same time, what I think about it is the lack of like what is the protest about, innit? What are the direct outcomes and changes that you don't want to see? And I think that's going to be the main drawing point or the dividing point between. That's always been the main dividing point between the black community, innit? Because there's some black people who are
Yeah. What
happy just
change
to
that you
get
actually
changes.
want?
100%, they're happy just to get like a couple little changes from the government, and they're like, okay, now my life can be better. Whereas there's others who feel like what you need is complete overall change. And yeah, I think
So what sort of change would you say would be progress? Would count as progress?
for me,
From the smallest change to the biggest change or whatever.
100%. Like for me personally, I think as a Pan African Govyak kind of position, my thing is the biggest change has to come from within the community, and really and truly, I don't feel like that's ever going to come from fighting white racists in the streets or even finding a white government structure in number 10 Downing Street. Innit? Like the biggest thing that we should be doing as black people is saying, actually, let's focus on ourselves and working together. How can we set up systems within our community where we're trading with each other, our money circulating around the community each other? Like that's the only way it's going to survive. Be solved. Isn't it? It's very easy to look outwards and look at, and that's why, like, even on the Sky Mind show, I've noticed, isn't it, like, engagement is relatively low from the community. Like, if I was there railing off and like talking about other people, racist people outside the community and what they're doing, you get more views. But when you're talking about the community and talking about the people, look at yourself. What are you doing? What are we doing as people? Let's stop blaming everybody else. Let's talk about white people. Let's talk about Asians. Let's talk about nobody. Innit? Let's talk about black people. It's a lot harder for black people to do that because it's a lot easier just to blame the white man and just say he's the problem. And the problem, reality is, like for me, if I'm organising the protest, I'm gonna aim for things that we could use in our community. Innit? I probably wouldn't even go down to central London and say, "Yo, let's go to Brixton, let's go to Holden, let's take over some of these gentrified areas, let's take back some properties and buildings and say, yo, we need black schooling, let's focus on black kids, we need youth clubs for black youth." All of them types of things are what and centralized funding for those types of things. But at the same time, you have to understand when you're doing that, what you're doing is begging the government funding you. In the government, we depend on you, government. You're our government. We will abide by your laws, but you have to give us money. That's what we're saying to them, isn't it? My thing is, I'm saying, yo, I don't wanna depend on that government. I'd rather us depend on our own community. I'd rather us fund our own youth clubs, us fund our own organizations, and all those types of things. So I think that's the divide in terms of these protests, isn't it? Whilst we all feel the same in terms of Black Lives Matter, and we all want to go on there and back it. The question is, what are we backing in it? For me, I don't need to ask the government to respect that Black Lives Matter, innit? We need to ask the community first. You know what I mean? And we need to put in that place, like you're saying about that brother Patrick Hutchison and his whole security company. That's what we need, isn't it? We need man them in the community saying, yo, we are taking over now. We got the security badges. We know what we're doing. We can provide security in our community. We can stop knife crime in our community. We can stop all these issues in our community without having to go to outside sources. But the more we keep looking outside and asking outsiders for help, they're always going to look down at us and give us the scraps.
So,
Sorry, right.
yeah. So you know 9-5 Crip?
9-5 Crip.
I don't know if you know him, still, man. Yeah.
No. UK or US?
Yeah. So anyway, yeah,
Yeah.
he's doing a thing, yeah. United People's Party, yeah, and the ends partner, yeah, where they're trying to get the mandem on the ends to put money in a partner to try to purchase facilities for the youth, like youth club, so man can do boxing and all them sort of things there.
100%.
You know, like
100%.
like every end used to have a boxing gym, a youth club,
This is the thing, though,
so
bigger.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
In my like that thing there is big enough. I'm gonna try and find him. I'm gonna try to interview him myself and try and get that done. But for me personally, it's something that like really start, in my opinion, sticking on some of the elders in the community. A 9-5 crip running around with a lot of the man them and the hood man. No disrespect to man them and the hood man. I'm not saying they don't have the capability of doing it, but we already know in the hood, man them get stabbed and killed over little small amounts of money that they didn't have to get killed over. So when you're doing a partner with the same sorts of people, even though you're trying to get them out of that sort of situation, there's a lot of pressure on them, innit? Because certain men feel like, right, I ain't got my hand in it. How have I paid every month, and this month when I'm supposed to get my payout, man, I ain't paying. Now, do you know what I mean? That has a potential of promoting a beef rather than or creating more beef rather than thing in it. So I think if it's going to be, it has to be done in a way where you have others in the community involved, and they have a level of it functioning already. You can actually just bring youngers in it. You know what I mean? And
yeah. So
and show them
the
the
man
way
them's
forward.
got a thing, yeah, that's going from
Yeah, go ahead.
sort of from like Thamesmead all the way to like Brixton, South Unity thing. You get me?
That's
So
live.
yeah.
That's live. That's
So
live.
there's something like that that some man are trying. Obviously, there's people that are warring in between as well. Innit? Yeah. We're not going to go away from that. Yeah. But we're saying that there is other people that want to try to go another route as well. Innit? Like, right,
Mhm.
link up and try and build something for the future. So
Yeah,
like,
man.
yeah, I was saying like the ends partner thing. Yeah. So basically, if the local resident was like, say you find out how much it was for a local youth club or something to be built, and then you like try to petition all the residents who would want to um, come in to try to put money together to pay for this building that we're going to have on the ends or whatever, and then sort of try and go from there, innit? Like build up a business plan for it and what the facilities are going to be used for.
100%.
Yeah,
Like I say, like for me, like I'm doing, like you know, from time I've been putting together a situation like that, and but what I realize
yeah,
is complicated in terms of paperwork and legalities, and that's something that I personally, I thought I need to get down pat before I went forward with anything, because I feel like in our
yeah,
community, we can't really turn around and ask people for things. Because a lot of people, especially without those sorts of insurances and legal frameworks, and that's why I say if them men are doing that partner, I would like to see that others being able to advise them on legalities. But really and truly, if something does go wrong with money and so on, we need to be able to show people, we have a legal form that we can go down where we don't have to go back to end type of situation. And if we do have to get to the end situation where it's going to be a beef thing, like let's be fair, yeah, like in the Italian American community in New York, for example, like they didn't need to go to police to settle things, innit? Like they had guns and certain people in the community to settle things, and it didn't always get settled with violence. But people respected those kinds of structures there, innit? So when the Don spoke, said, "Yo, put this kind of money, pay him his money," people done it, innit? And if we had those type of people in the community that could make sure those things happen without going to violence, I'm all behind that. Otherwise, we're gonna have to depend on a legal structure, which we can enforce by law in the country, because people will get. I mean, when it comes to money, and also not just money, but change. A lot of people feel like change can happen overnight. Like, yo, I've been putting my money in for a month now, and nothing ain't changing. You know what I mean? And so,
you know
yeah,
what it is, like you're saying,
it's a thing.
if the business plan can be written out properly, like constructed, where you're saying like we're saying, it's going to take 6 years to pay for the building, so it's not going to be a 2 month thing. You actually
Yeah,
know how much per month every person's going to have to put in, and
yeah,
everyone's legally committed to making this progress or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then
100%.
it's a
100%.
sort of something like that. Yeah, yeah, man. You get, like Collins said, something like the manhood academy, where they do their thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, completely.
most of their thing is self-made, self-funded, and community funded, and you know what I'm saying, like.
Completely, yo. I just sent that email to come and go to the meeting instead. I'm not going.
You know what? Yeah, your mic's a little bit cracky, man. So I'm
Is it
sort
fuzzy?
of having to listen a bit hard to hear what you're saying, man.
Alright, cool. I switched to my phone, yeah?
Yeah, nah. So, yeah, that sounds better though. Still.
That sounds better there, yeah?
Yeah. That's better. Still.
Alright, cool. I'll hold that there. Yeah, man. What's the chat saying? I mean, like me, I feel like I need to. I like to. You know what's still going on, or has it ended now? Has Black Lives Matter now finished, or there's gonna be another protest this weekend?
I'm not sure. You know, I think there might be another protest, but like, I'm not sure, man. Again, that's the issue with the Black Lives Matter.
Hear me, Biggs.
Like, we don't run it, so like we're just reactionaries to raw. Maybe protesting for a bit, and so and so, and now we're just gonna tag on to their protest. It's not like none of the things that the man had set up initially.
Yo, maybe it's my laptop now, but it sounds like Big is cracking up mad. But I think you might be at the motorway, possibly.
Oh yeah, what? Can you hear me now?
But yeah, you're right. Yeah, because you're cracking up a little. Just a little bit. But yeah. I think maybe it was obviously you're driving in it, but yeah, I think you're right in terms of like we don't know who's running it in it, so we don't even know what's happening more time. Like we just find out that a protest is happening more time whilst it's happening. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit, yeah, man. The reception got off, guys, man. You're gone. Yeah, be back soon though, man. Yeah, it's mad out here still. We say, James, yeah? Oh, man. Yesterday was mad. Old that King Gold. You get me? This side done. Yo, brother. Back in? I can't hear you, fam.
You know?
Yeah, Sky, if you're there, yeah, I can't hear you, cuz.
Yo, let me just sign in with my phone.
Yeah. There you are. I heard you then.
You let me know.
Yeah, I can hear you still.
Yeah. Yeah, the internet connection is just unstable for me right now, but hopefully people can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat still. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat. I'm thinking it's either me or Bigger, or it might be both of us who both have dead internet connection right now.
Loud and clear now, still.
I'm not gonna lie, because I'm using my work laptop and I'm actually working from home at this point. I do have a couple of things open, so it might be slowing my internet down, and I might have to go and use my phone or use a separate laptop to be on this. Let me know. I guess the fact that none of you are letting me know means you probably can't hear me at all. So maybe I'll just stop talking for a little bit. I can't hear nothing Bigger saying. If Bigger is speaking, maybe it's Bigger that you man are listening. Yo, Bigger, what?
Yeah, but I can hear you still, man. We're just chopping in and out a little bit though, still. Like,
okay.
Chopping in and out, mate.
Yeah, the chat said that we're both loud and clear. All right, cool. Respect.
Alright, yeah, man. Big up.
Yeah, but like I was saying, I agree with you. We have no idea who these Black Lives Matter people are. But like when I was online yesterday and I saw Respect talking to Mega Man on the Instagram live, I'm like, yo, within the community, we probably have enough social media influencers themselves that we can run our own protest movements.
Yeah.
The question is, what is bigger? Leadership and accountability. Because the reality is, any one of those people, even if it's Mega or it's Ras, if it's Anthony Joshua or any of these men there, if their man called the protest, they instantly know they become the leader and the target, and they have to be accountable. And a lot of people in our community, let's be fair, not just them man there, but a lot of people, even the little man who go on the protest every day talking about, yeah, we need leadership, we need all this. Them men are shook to put themselves forward and be accountable for the thing within the community across the board, isn't it? And I can understand why, innit? Because everybody has some idea, but to take on the responsibility for the whole community, it's a big responsibility. Black families first. Black families first. Big up to Mr. Riggs.
Yeah, that's David's hashtag still.
Mm-hmm.
That's David's hashtag still. Yeah. I thought it was best friends forever.
That's what I was thinking too.
Best friends forever. Yeah, man.
Definitely what I was thinking. Yeah, man. But you know,
I thought Terry was saying it's Becky's feet first.
Would say Becky's.
Right. Yeah. Becky's foot first, isn't it?
You out here trying to trouble. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah. But like I say, man, I do feel like that there needs to be like something that's written out. Like clear goals, agendas or whatever. Set
what you want. What is that we want?
Yeah, this is what we're trying to find, and this is what we want, and this is how we're going to get it.
100%. And like I think that is the best way for us to go about it, and I think we do need to start having, like, for me personally, all throughout the week, we should be treating some of these live feeds or those people who are active, involved, and have following from that. Do you know what I mean? And like I say, I need to get out there myself and start getting on my own my activist stuff that I was building up before that I stopped, but I need to get back out there and start doing it myself. So rather than encouraging other people to do it, I'll be the one just doing it. Because I feel like right now in the midweek, we need to be having them midweek meetings, isn't it? And in the community, talking about what we're gonna do, what our plans are, getting stuff together. Right now, the world's attention has been on this thing for the first time in a long time, and I'm like, we're not ready to capitalize off of it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well on, Jim.
The unholy son.
Man, like James.
No, we got
James Frank. Get me.
No, I was gonna say though, you see that because you know when I come from the live chat to here, like it's like there's a delay in it. So what did Vel just asked you a question and I didn't hear the answer about what do you think is like the concise message that.
Oh yeah, no, it's about like just the need for us to get messaging for a protest like this sort of thing, in order to get anything out of it. Like, what is we exactly want from the government or want people to do, etc. I said that would be key, and I think that the key towards doing that is back in the day, for example, when like during the 80s, when you had a lot of the riots and the protests, they had community meetings, didn't it? And parents went to them, people went to them. Like, so in between the protests and the riots, people would get together and have a community meeting and they talk about what it is they want to achieve from what it is that they're doing. Like, what are they trying to get out of it? What are their main targets of attack against? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, for example, yes, pulling down statues was great symbology, but that wasn't the main target. It was symbology. Like, next we could talk about occupying buildings, because obviously we know within the community there's a lack of space, community youth clubs, all this sort of stuff for communities. So there's a lot of things we could have targeted or we should be targeting, but that will never happen unless we're having those types of meetings and as a community we're connecting and talk about what we want to do collectively. The difficulty is there's so many of us, even though we're only 3% of this country, there's so many of us with diverse, disparate views as to what the best things would be.
Can I ask you? This is just a question. I don't have it.
And then I have a question to ask James.
You're
just talking, mate.
You're the troll. You're the troll. I'm not a troll. You're a troll.
Yeah. Wherever you are, I'm following you, mate. Wherever you are, Black family first, mate.
No, the question is though, yeah. Just like, can you conceive of, or do you believe it's likely that if in the event of what did you call it? What did you call it? Like when you commandeer a bit, what did you call it? You said the phrase. So I just woke up. You know when you commandeer Occupy. That's the fucking one. When you like occupy like some kind of public building or whatever, do you think they'll make an example out of people like that? Because if it's successful, then that will, and if it's successful and it prompts some negotiation, don't you think that any minority group is gonna try to do the same thing? Like, don't you think they'll have to make an example of that, of people that do that?
Yo, do that, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, can you show the question quickly because I just zoned out for half a second and I missed.
No, it's my fault. Yeah, if you occupy stuff, do you reckon they'll make an example of you, or do you reckon they'll actually initiate negotiation?
What, right now?
Yeah, yeah. I
think right now is the best time that you will have to ever be able to get away with occupying stuff. In terms of, like I say, it's about how you do it, right? There's occupying something of, we're just gonna go and take this building. And there's another thing of, we have been scoping out the building for 3 months. We know supply lines. We know how we're gonna get food in and out. We know how we're gonna get water in and out. We know how we're gonna be able to challenge their blockades, etc. We know standard police response.
Like if
that kind of thing is a bit different.
If you're asking for something, then you got 2 options. They're gonna do it or they're not. Yeah. So like if I'm doing this, I'm only here until whatever, the council takes back control of this building and or whatever the fucking argument, whatever your requests are, if you're just occupying it for the sake of occupying it, then like it's like what's going on in Seattle. I haven't checked up on it, right? But
Chaz.
Say again?
Chaz.
What's Chaz?
Chaz in Seattle. No, Chaz is in New York. So what's happening in Seattle?
Oh, they took over fucking, I don't know, they took over like 6 or 7 blocks.
Please free zone.
Yeah, some shit.
Huh?
Yeah, I heard about it on the podcast. I haven't actually checked up on the news. I haven't read anything about it. I was just listening to someone talk about how they've locked down like 6 blocks.
I do think they capitalize a lot of certain places like youth clubs and community centers. Some of them were squatter rights, which they turned into a kind of like a treasury kind of threshold.
Yeah. I mean, so what you're talking about in Seattle, and what Mr. Briggs, I think you're talking about as well, is what they're calling Chaz in Seattle. It's called the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, and protesters have pretty much taken over. They've taken over the police station. They've taken over a lot of the about 4 or 5 blocks basically, and pretty much have been basically autonomous without police for a little while. Now the reality is, like you're saying, how long will this last? Will it create long-term change or so on and so forth? What it does in terms of a protest movement is it moves the movement from being an event to being an ongoing event, right? So instead of it just being one protest every Saturday, it's every day media are going to be outside there. Every day you're getting report. Every day you're getting coverage. Every day your message is getting out of there. So just say, for example, your stated aim. I go out there saying my stated aim is I want to take blah, blah, this building, this building, this building. The reality is I might know already that my stated aim isn't going to come to pass. But my real aim might be to get to a negotiating table where I can put forward other, perhaps more reasonable aims that might be listened to, right? So you're starting from one position, but you're aiming to negotiate down to somewhere where it's going to be more acceptable. But at the same time, you're using that long-term media light on you to be able to spread your message, not just to the people of the nation, but to your own people, to other Black people within the community, to let them see what protesting is really about. It's not a simple day's event. Go ahead.
So no, I was gonna say so just in this instance, let's say there is that community leadership sort of apparatus, and then there is within that they organize and they mobilize and they manage to occupy some kind of important building, was like some kind of government building. What in your opinion, what would be a beneficial request to make of the government?
James Jones,
James Jones, the president. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it would be to look at all. Like I say, before you would do something like this, if you have that leadership structure and so on and so forth, my hope would be you do thorough research on what you're trying to do. So, for example, you would look at the statistics of spending that gets spent per capita per head on Black children as other children. You look at expulsion rates and exclusion rates of Black children in school. You look at the rate of employment of black teachers and black etc. in schools. You'll look at youth clubs where they're being funded. How they're being funded? Are they getting funded from central government? And they get more funding from central government. Huh?
Yeah, what if they acquiesced on all of those points and said, yeah, we'll look into it. There'll be a report. There'll be a report before the end of the year. What would you go home at that stage?
No. You say no report until we see, until you legislate on some of these things, right? We want legislate to that, and that's my point about doing thorough research. So before you do the occupation, you have in mind some idea of the legislation you want to pass. So asking me now, I cannot give you off the top of my head an idea of the legislation specifically we'd want to see legislated. Or even if it is about to do a report, even if it is a matter of doing a report, we might say we want these specific people given the power and given this type of remit specifically for the report. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't understand. Like I understand what you're saying. Obviously, I don't necessarily disagree.
What I say, we just put James Jones as president, key speaker. He will find the loopholes and the logic, so that when they try to come and rebuttal us, James Jones will rebuttal them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Your brand of trolling is quite good, Tel. I'm not gonna lie. I'll give you your thing subtle still. It's subtle, but it's effective. I'll give you that. But no, but the reason I say I agree, like I understand what you're saying, but so like, how can I put it? Like, that's the trap, innit? That we face, which is there are no outwardly racist laws. There's no outwardly racist legislation. So it's like if it's a teacher, it is within a teacher's remit to say, you know, or to grade a child, or to say they feel threatened by a child in the classroom, and it's a headmaster or whatever kind of, I don't know how schools are structured these days, but whoever is allowed to suspend or expel a child is at their discretion, isn't it? So how to fundamentally alter that? Are we, you know, is there going to be some affirmative, like how would the
I know.
You know what I mean? Like it's easy to say that this is wrong, and they'll pay you lip service and say, yeah, we agree. Yes, we agree. We agree. Very bad, very bad, very bad. It's a shame. It's what a shame. But then if we're not coming with tangible requests, like for example, imagine if this much of a fuss was being kicked up about reparations. I think that everyone would say this is a step in the right direction or a step closer toward reparations in some form, right? Even whether it's investing in predominantly like black communities, it's not necessarily each individual descendant of slavery or whatever. I would say that yes, this kind of creating this kind of media storm is beneficial to that movement because there's a direct objective. You know exactly what people want. With this is why I'm hesitant to even give my opinion on what's going on here, because I don't. If I'm being honest, I don't truly understand what. Like I saw a little bit of the protests. Like people sent me videos, and when people were in front of the camera, and I think a question was asked a few different separate times, like, so what do you want from this? I don't think there was a coherent answer one time. I don't think one person.
I think one of the things that Chekara posted prior to these things even happening was almost telling, and it was key to what we're going to need. He posted a video of Stokely Carmichael, or otherwise known as Kwame Ture, who basically was Black Panther, went to work in Africa eventually. But he basically says there's a difference between, mobilization and organization, right? A difference between mobilizing and organization. Also, the masses of people, human beings, instinctively want freedom. So there's the masses that you're seeing out there protesting and doing all those things. They're doing it off of instinct. It's not a conscious thought or process or anything strategic in their mind. Instinctively, they want to be free. Instinctively, people want to be free. The job of the conscious is to make the unconscious conscious of their unconscious. Make them realize that they need to consciously.
Huh? Do that one more time slowly. That was too many. You hit me up with too many.
Yeah, it's a lot. But like the job of the conscious people is to make the unconscious conscious of their unconsciousness, that they're unconsciously searching for freedom, basically, because the way they're doing it is unstrategic. It's not well thought through. It's what Immortal Technique called the poverty of philosophy, and I think Marx might have called it that before him. But I learned from Immortal Technique, so we'll give Immortal Technique the credit, right? But the poverty of philosophy is that if you're so poor and so poorly educated, the idea of thinking about different political systems or structures that can actually change your life, or the structures that are in your life that are making it hard for you right now, you don't have the time to think about it. or you just don't think about it in general. There's a poverty in that area. You're not philosophizing on anything. So when it comes to, and someone puts a camera in their face and says, "Why are you out here?" You have no idea why you're out here. You're just doing it off of instinct, just off of this.
Yeah, you say that, but you could also be being manipulated. Like, there is that alternative reasoning behind activism. It's like some people may say, like, I don't know, but I know this is wrong, or somebody lied to you and told you that something was wrong, or something.
Yeah, sure. But I think we can both. But James, I think in this case, right, a 9-minute video of a police officer kneeling on a man's neck is probably going to be wrong for anybody, right? Now, we could argue about whether it was manipulated so everybody saw that video or what the reason are for that. But that video itself instinctively will create a feeling in majority of people who see it. Watching a grown man call for his dead mother, yeah, and beg for his life. Like, I don't think there's anyone that could watch that video and say they don't feel something instinctively.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, to be honest, so I couldn't speak on that. I've seen
Change for president. Applaud.
I've seen Dave Chappelle's 8:45. He pretty much graphically described what happened. I don't think I need to put myself through that ordeal, if I'm honest. But
100.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't necessarily agree with that evaluation of. To be honest, I could give a shit about what happened on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, any of these days. What I'm really interested in is, okay, well, now people are seeing the error in their ways. So what is the message going to be then? If you are to capitalize on this momentum,
the reality is there isn't going to be a message, James. Like, that's the reality, right? So the people who run Black Lives Matter, they control the narrative. They have the contacts to the media, the PR, and so on and so forth. And for the large amount, they are faceless. We don't even know who they are. Smaller community-based organizations were there present on the weekend, trying to get a voice for themselves, trying to get some cut through. But there's a lack of skill sets in terms of modern communications within that group, right? How do they actually communicate their message effectively? They're not very good at it. And we could all agree on that. I myself am somebody like that, right? So I got ideas, not necessarily that great at communicating them. I'm not great at mobilizing people. Half of them are organization ideas, but I'm not really implementing that right now. So if we're talking about what's going to happen or what's going to change, like, we know already there's not going to be any significant change from this situation. Do you know what I mean? No. What
about African school? What about, like, I was arguing that more on Elron the other day, and he was talking about Jewish schools and how that's racist or some shit. Like, we're not allowed white Aryan German schools. I was like, yeah, because being Jewish is an ideology, and it's also a cultural school. Like, you could say you have a Hebrew school, and how could someone argue? Or you could have an Islamic school. How could someone argue? But, like, why are, like, Pan-Africanists and that always relegated to, like, Saturday schools and shit, innit? So, and everybody that always talks about deracination and, we've been ripped from our roots and all of that. Why am I campaigning for investment in, a fucking, in every sort of sector of England, break it up into 5 or 6 sectors, Midlands.
We'd have to have the strategic thinkers who think like this. We'd have to have the think tanks that think like that. We'd have to have the policy people in place to write the policies down and then disseminating it, right? So when you see, for example, the LGBT community have been very successful in getting their message across. But right at the very top of that, you have an organization called Stonewall, where I've met a couple of their policy officers, but very serious policy officers who are constantly negotiating with government, also passing that policy down throughout their community. So therefore, it's almost like it's talking points, right? If I keep repeating these points and I'm at the top of my community, eventually very people at the bottom who have no idea, the unconscious mass, they're going to start saying the same things, arguing for the same things.
But then it's our fault, yeah, for lying a garage artist, and or let's just for the sake of argument, say a garage artist. Like, if we lionize this idiot and sorry, not idiot, let me rephrase that. But if we lionize somebody who doesn't necessarily have the credentials, right, and doesn't necessarily have the sort of manifesto, right, and then you got someone like, and I'm only saying his name because I know he's there, and I have a lot of time for him, yeah, in his opinion. And you have someone like Shakira, who had a camera there but wasn't on camera once. Then it's not really, like, how can I put it? The way it's structured then is that we're always going to fail, because who we will contact before will never be the person that has the credentials anyway. So it's like, it will never be a situation where, like, the LGBTs, maybe I don't know the inner workings of their organization, But I assume if what you're saying is true and their message is consistent and it's strong,
It's
then
not consistent, but yeah.
okay,
It's true.
okay. Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can everybody hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, we hear you, Brad. Let James finish.
I was going to say, Chakra
I
was
just
on.
wanted to big up Ultra real quick. You know, Ultra Funky, congratulations on the baby.
Oh yeah, big up.
And,
Yeah.
Salam alaikum to everybody. Salam alaikum.
My favorite Islamophobe. Thanks, James.
Wait, Islamophobe.
James,
Who?
hear me?
Whoa,
Yeah, I
Aki,
can hear you.
Aki,
Yeah, but you know Chakra was on camera.
No, I'm just saying. No, sorry. Let me. I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, James.
Yeah, that man is an important voice in these things because, like what I just said, yeah, like this is somebody who definitely has ideas, and I guarantee you couldn't give him an opportunity to make a request and him pass it up, right? But you've got people that are definitely speaking to, I imagine, international media broadcasters. I imagine I heard one of the names, but I couldn't remember. that don't necessarily have a strong message, don't have a focused message, let's say, where someone like Shaka would. And what we do is we say, okay, so we're lionizing this one because this one gets our respect because he's a celebrity. Then this one endorses another person for whatever personal relationship they have. Well,
who are you talking
that
about?
may skip someone who necessarily should have been the voice because of his credentials.
I agree,
and that seems to be a symptom of kind of
a black community, right? It's like, and the thing is, that's also a culture given to us, right? I love that Dave Chappelle, right? Who gives an F what Ja Rule thinks. Yo, what happened there? I think there's a little thing, but yeah, I'm saying like that's exactly what I like about Jay Show. He's like, who cares what Dave Chappelle or Ja Rule thinks at a time like this? Why is it that within the black community, whenever there's something significant, we go to entertainers to get their feedback and their take? I agree, innit? There's an issue with that, and that is our problem, innit? And that's a massive problem of our own. I think the only way we could change that, I think, was the important fact that you did have people like Shakarad there on the weekend, and they did talk. Okay, they didn't talk directly to mainstream media cameras, and I think that's one of the things that I think we need to do. Like I might just start just sending up a barrage of emails out, and that's something that I said I want to start doing with the Scatter Mind show in regards to using the show and the following it to create lobbying and actually demand sort of screen time for certain types of black people, because you see the same black people getting put on the media to talk for us over and over again and to talk about us. And I think you're right to say, likes of Shakarad, the likes of Kwaku, the likes of some of these brothers who have been doing work within the community for years and who are there on the weekend. People who have no idea about them would have seen them there, not heard them talk, and had no idea what they were doing or who they were. Do you know what I mean? And they would have seen a Mega Man or one of these rappers or Stormzy or whatever and felt like, yeah, that's where the revolution is going to be led. And it's like,
or that Star Wars chap guy. What's the Star Wars guy? Henry.
Oh, the great performer.
Oh yeah, John Boyega.
Yeah.
Big up.
So he showed up with the black glove on, looking like
looking
like a Nigerian Michael Jackson.
He did his script. Star Wars.
Say again?
I said he did his script from Star Wars.
But you know what? I didn't know who he was like that because I don't really.
That's what I'm trying to say to you. That same scene he did was from Star Wars.
But yeah, no, but you know when I googled his name, do you know he was friends with Damilola Taylor?
Yeah, I heard this.
He's come from the bottom, like. You know
100%. Big up Boyega, man. Like he has come far, and I do have a look. Like I remember when he was doing it, a lot of people were saying, because my niece actually went to that protest, that he was there, and a lot of people were saying like he was gonna basically lose the Star Wars jobs. That like pretty much he's doing too much talking. But the long run is like Star Wars have come out and said they back him, they support him, so gotta respect that. But yeah, the issue is when we expect entertainers to do our thing, that's the biggest issue. The problem is we are too social media focused, and we do need to do more to create people who are.
Yeah.
Activism is their day job. But the problem is, once you have celebrity activists like what's his name, Al Sharpton, is that really a good thing?
Al Sharpton is not an activist.
A celebrity activist.
He's not even a celebrity activist. Al Sharpton literally gets paid to do what he does. Okay, if a white person is rich, does something that's like racist, all they
Just
have to do is publicly go to Al Sharpton and say, "I feel wrong for what I did." That's how Donald Trump got away with. Donald Trump has an NAACP award.
Are you serious?
Look it up. Donald Trump has an NAACP award.
That's
And he won
insane.
one the same
Probably
time.
for
That's why
hosting
I
a
say
fucking
the
Mike
saving
Tyson
grace
fight.
to the black race has to be in the Sharia. Okay, we come as one ummah. We will unite.
Seriously, yeah, quickly scattered, yeah. But I'm not like, I'm not trying to. How can I put it, man? Like, I'm not trying to insult people, and at the same time, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to pander to my own ego, right? But I would say, like, it doesn't really seem complicated. It's like, what do you want? Well, it seems like there are quite not simple solutions, but at least, like, even if it's an audacious request, even if you're asking for something, insane that that's unlikely to ever be achievable, it's good to say, like, what do you want? Well, I want this, like as we've been talking about schools, literally as we've been talking, because I haven't really thought about it properly. But I thought, okay, what about in schools where there is a majority of black children, not majority total, so majority relative to other areas. So let's say the lowest percentage of black students is like 0% in some, schools around the country, and then let's say the highest is 40%. So in schools where there is 40% black children, how about we institute some kind of Rooney Rule where there needs to be black headmasters, or let's say the top 5 positions in that school, or 3, let's say, headmaster, headmistress, the vice, I don't know what the second in command is, but you know what I'm saying, you get the point I'm making, yeah? And then, or head of years and all of that. Now, let's say in schools where there is an equal.
But then having a black face, does it make a change within the school system?
Yeah.
No, but
the mindset's not black.
I would argue, right? Because I went to a school, which was similar, right? So our head teacher came in, was a black man, Jamaican man, coming to this head school, was one of the worst failing schools in the world. He had quite a lot of black teachers at the time. I think there's still a lot of issues because, like you're saying, there is a system there. So there's a lot of issues. But in terms of how we dealt with black children, in terms of the number of black children that used to get expelled from that school to the number that he lowered it, basically. People were no longer just getting kicked out of school. He was keeping them in school. He was building relationships with parents and things like that. Now, at the same time, he done a lot of bad things at the same time. He was definitely aggressive. Like, that man grabbed up kids and dashed them around because he could. But that did make a difference to black children at that school, and we did see a lot more black kids leaving that school with better grades after he had come in. But like you're saying, the system itself is what needs to change. But that in its place is that in itself. You can't ignore the fact that when you do have a head teacher who is seen as the ultimate power of that school, and it's a black man, it will change how black kids are going to get treated across the board, depending on how the mindset of the
teacher. It's like, and to be honest with you, this isn't fully fleshed out. It's not like this is my, my like it's a complete comprehensive idea, yeah. But I'm just saying that those tangible kind of ideas, so authoritative positions within the schooling system, authoritative positions within the policing system, authoritative positions within whatever, at the very least, yeah, it will. So, like, maybe this generation, the first generation of teachers, headmasters, whatever, maybe they will ultimately succumb to, the will of the system, as it were. But then maybe successive generations can somehow manage to master the sort of the issue, whatever issues arise, yeah. And then 3 or 4 generations down the line, it's almost commonplace to see a black headmaster in specific districts and specific areas, and then gradually it gets better. I mean, I'm not saying it's a foolproof idea. I'm saying if someone put you in the spot and said, "What are you posting?"
You're right. Those are the type of things we should be demanding.
Yeah, but John, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, what I'm saying is working on behalf of that in its format, and this is where these rites of passage comes into that equation. Regardless of the school, if the principal is white, if we have our children going to these academies, then the academies are able to imply the things that are missing within the school system. So then
that was the first thing I said. I said, how about government funding for African cultural primary schools?
But this is what I'm trying to say to you. So you have academies which are called like Westside, Manhood Academy, Origin. These are of academies that are prevalently out there right now. So
no. This is the difference. So
are they receiving government funding?
This is different. This is the difference, though. I mean, real funding. Like you can, like I bet every single, like Scattered just talked about a headmaster that he believed to some degree reformed his school. Like, there are high achieving black, like I guess teachers, right, or academics that if they were paid that what they're worth. I believe their desire would be to teach in one of these sort of Afro-Caribbean
100% academies and Saturday schools.
Yeah. Like the government, I'm not only that, but it's come on, bro. It's the equipment, it's the fucking facilities. Like, That's what I
would say. That's what I'd say. I'd say more so than anything is that we do have all these academies already that exist, but right now in this time where people are doing this Black Lives Matter, we're demanding for things. Why shouldn't we demand that build an IT lab for Westside Academy. Build let's create an exchange program for the Origins Academy.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. These things are coming about. They are funding. There is funds for it.
By government.
Yes, by government if they want to take it. It's there.
No, but wait, no. We're talking about government initiative and kind of en masse. Like we're talking about saving.
I'm not talking about government. Like what you just said there. If it's there, if they want to take it, blah, blah, like I'm saying, it's the duty. We should be saying that the duty of the government, like right now, if they are so concerned about issues with Black people, is that they need to actively be going out to these academies that are already there and offering them the funding. Not these people going there to apply for and ask for it. The government needs to actively be giving it to these people. That's what we're saying.
None of this Saturday school bullshit. Like where you're taking over, like you're taking over a school. No, like you're paying for facility.
The reason is that most Afrocentric schools do not want to take funding. They do offer, but then there is a soul tie to the government or to the council. This is where the issue is.
Yeah, no, for sure, I agree with that. Shouldn't our demand then be, while we're processing, saying that we want that funding without ties? We want that funding our terms on our basis. Shouldn't that be our demand?
So what I'm trying to say to you is that it needs an organization that works correspondent to that, to able to distribute that to these foundations, so that the tie is to that organization, not to the academy.
Then you're the fucking leader then. What the fuck is wrong? Then you put this, if you know, because you've got intimate experience with it, then you should be the one at the very least feeding the information to the people that are going to be on camera, because you know what people really need. And I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not fucking around. Be people like you that are saying it.
You're my key speaker.
Say again?
You're my key speaker.
Give me all the information. Me and you will get down to right. We'll write what we need to write together. I'm happy to do that shit.
Most of these things are happening because if you look in the forms of, as you know, Scattered Minds, you know Dean Oki, and what he's got as the ADPAC is working as a committee. Now, this committee is going to put the government into demands. These kind of organizations now is where all these schools and things need to link up with this committee so that the committee can put this forefront to the government in forms of the African diaspora. It's happening. But it's not fully out there yet, but it's happening.
But I would
say I would put my trust into brothers like Gino Cabin.
Quite not Scattered.
Into a couple of them, and what they're doing at ADPAC does look like a starting point. But I guess the question is, has ADPAC been involved in the protests thus far? And what's happening?
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, and that's where, as I said to you before in the beginning, as I said, is that people are still feeling where their maneuvers are. People are beginning to grow. It's not just they're just going to jump into you're not going to get a political person that's going to jump straight into a march as yet, but there will be forefront people that are going to able to do that, because there's going to be there's many fast departments. There is people right now that are creating an organization for homeschooling, because one person that does homeschooling will not get no funding. But if you have a clique of homeschoolers and you have an organization on top of the clique of homeschoolers, you're now able to demand money for that organization. These people,
No, you finish what you're saying.
No, I'm just saying is that there is pots, but it's just that sometimes we have this Afrocentric thing of that we don't want nothing from them. So, okay, they say, okay, this funding for Black History Month, if they don't want it, we have to spend it elsewhere.
Then I would say two things, right? I would say one, then the fundamental principle, the one unifying request would be, I imagine, for people in the diaspora would be reparations. Then man might as well pack all this nonsense in and make this all a reparations march. Yeah, no disrespect, but forget George Floyd for now and make this all about reparations. We say this is the founding principle that unifies us all, that we have been wronged and there has been no remuneration given to us. Therefore, we request it and we will not negotiate before that is made. Yeah. That would be the simplest analysis then of all these moving parts of this discussion would be that should be the request.
What happens when you make it a reparation march?
What, no one shows up?
70 to 80% of the people in that Black Lives Matter march will drop out.
Right, facts, right. So and this is the second point. So then in reality, then what we've all just described from all this, like what we've just been discussing, 2 cents here, homeschooling, an African school, these one don't want to take money, this one's got a council, no one knows about the council, the committee don't show up to this one, that one. So basically what we're saying is then niggas out there having fun. Like no one's really there for anything in particular. You're all out there having fun. Everybody's got an idea, you know, they're all outraged, but what their solution, they're not married to any solution. There's no idea that anybody's there for specifically. That's pretty much cool. Then I don't need to be there personally. I definitely don't need to be there. Sorry, I was just trying to ascertain whether or not, you know what I mean, it's a misstep now.
If you ask like even if you ask a percentage of people that went to that march, what did you go there for? And what was your stances in this?
Yeah, no, I agree. That's what I know. That I'm saying going forward, like if we all agree that there is no way to get any unanimity amongst all of those people there, and even the ones that are already activists, there's no way of getting them to all agree to a specific, you know, make a kind of unilateral request of the government, then it's pointless occupying anything.
But that's where, but this is where, as I look at this Black Lives Matter, I kind of look at it in its perspective. For me, it's just a hashtag, right? So there's no one really that we can find that is behind the actual thing. So in forms of these marches, there is a massive loophole where someone can actually push themselves into the situation and able to utilize it to their advantage.
Yeah, what did that man say? What's that kid's name? Oh, the kid, you know, Soros. That's what they say, right?
You know, because if, let's say, for instance, we decide to say, yeah, every time we do a guerrilla attack, every time Black Lives Matter comes out, and then every time we see the media, we push our face into their media. We push them in terms of every time there's a talk, every time a celebrity comes along, we push our narrative right beside that celebrity that is making his noise. We come and put our noise. They're gonna question, who are these people? And what will happen is that the faces, when they see it quite frequently, it will now evolve into your paradigm. Because really, Black Lives Matter in the UK does not really have no stake. All they do is create marches.
Yeah, I still don't know. But apparently, one of the activists died or their body was found recently or something.
Yeah. But the UK one, as I said, you go to the UK, you go to Black Lives Matter UK, go to their contact. Their contact is a Gmail. You've got a website and you've got a Gmail. That's someone that's just quickly roughed up something off the cuff.
Yeah, I don't know anything about them. So, like, to be honest, I didn't know anything about them before. I didn't know anything about them after. After, I don't know anything about them now.
It's the publicity. We people need to stand up to utilize that publicity before it becomes another dead publicity.
Hey Terry, wouldn't you agree? Oh, go ahead.
Go on. Sorry, 1 sec, yeah. So you're saying that the Black Lives Matter UK hasn't got a email at blacklivesmatter.com?
No, go to
gmail.com.
Yeah, it's a Gmail. Go to Black Lives Matter UK and then go to their contact.
Yeah, man.
The only contact they have is a Gmail.
Yeah. You say they have a black or Chinese then, yeah?
Huh?
It could be black or Chinese.
Yep, it could be anybody. Because they're funding this GoFundMe and they don't even know who they're funding it to. That's what I said. I keep emphasizing they raised 400,000 in 3 days.
About the yeah. Yeah, they're getting good publicity in the newspaper and all them things there. And people donate to their shit, isn't it, man? Yeah. I got to Jacob. You wanted to say something, brother? And big up yourself, cuz.
Yeah. I was just asking Terry or James, wouldn't you think it would be more effective if they streamline the message more on that side, i.e., you don't give Black Lives Matter, the mainstream version, a loophole or way to cleave on? For an example, if you and it's just an example, I don't know enough about the Windrush thing, but if you make it about Windrush and streamline it to where you have to box out certain individuals, if you be specific and what you're targeting for, because Black Lives Matter is just too broad. Anybody can cleave onto that. But when you start detailing down and getting specific and draw that message, then everybody can't, you know what I'm saying, kind of cleave on to it. If you're specific in your target and your messaging, I think that will shield a lot of people as well. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree to that. Because as I said to you, because it's so broad, that's why I conclude it to being just a hashtag. They even say it themselves. Anybody can pick up the hashtag and use it for wherever country they're in. So why isn't any of us standing up as black people to pushing that narrative, to make it our personal real agenda, regardless whether you want to be a Hebrew Israelite, you want to be a Moor, whether you want to be a church, all the black establishments, then there's no one really standing up.
Yeah. So I was just trying to think of ways in which it can be, you can draw some borders around that so it wouldn't be hijacked. Even though, a lot of people hate ADOS, but when they made it specific, it was able to put borders around the shit, even though, it has some vitriol coming out of it, but it was still, they put a box around their message and their target audience, and therefore it couldn't be hijacked really by Black Lives Matter or this, that, and the third. So I'm thinking if people be more poignant meaning streamlining the message and isolate it. It's a group, this group, that group. No other group can come in because of the messenger. It is what it is. It's identify a target group specifically.
Yeah, but to do what with them though? No, but to do what with them? Like when you're marching for civil rights, you know what the end goal. The end goal is that we want to be treated equally, and one of the democratically and constitutionally, that means giving us the right to vote. And you know that you're going to keep marching until that end, and then there's a lot of more like sort of domestic or localized.
Let's look at the narrative of Black Lives Matter. What is their narrative? What does that name? What is the goal in that name?
This is my last point. Like what they're for anybody to even contemplate whether or not it makes it, like when they were asking for this man to be charged with 1st-degree homicide or whatever, or 3rd-degree homicide, I'm not gonna lie, I'm marching for that. I wouldn't, like, if I was in America, I wouldn't come out my house to march, like, especially if I didn't live in that state, to march for somebody to augment or modify legal proceedings because there's been an outroar, to change the rule of law to sort of fit my outrage or to suit my outrage. I wouldn't have done that. If there was some legal precedent, maybe, but outside of that, I wouldn't be doing that because I was outraged, right? If there was some specific reason, because I don't think protesters achieve much, but it does when it comes to like shit, like petitioning something. The sheer numbers in a democracy should work in your favor when there's a specific end, i.e., I want this guy elected. I want, or I want, petitioning as I want this guy out of office, impeaching someone, so on and so forth. Like numbers do count in those terms. It doesn't count just occupying random buildings with absolutely no end. Like what to do? What would you want?
This marching was different, bro, because if you look at it, what happened to George Floyd, I would have to disagree a little bit because the marching and the protest did get those officers arrested quicker than normal. Got them put through the process quicker. You saw subtle changes from 3rd degree to 2nd degree. You have Keith Ellison, who's the district attorney or the state attorney in that. So I'm looking for him to even push it through further. So, it had its effect on it because you saw the process go through it rather quickly. And like I said, in America, historically, if you want to get the legislation or the process moving, you start burning down his buildings because they could care about the lives in the street. But when you start messing with their money, which is buildings, which is the way then you'll see more and more things happen. The difference about this, you saw white people out there burning shit too. So now they really had to.
But the issue with that is, when you're talking about what you were saying, which is how to streamline the movement over on this side of the pond, like they're not trying to get a murder 3 to a murder 2. That's not what. Like I don't know what our ultimate aim is, but if you're saying it's very effective, right? When you have a specific,
I said goal, somewhat effective. It was somewhat effective.
Somewhat. Let's say somewhat. I'll agree with that. Somewhat. Somewhat effective to burn down buildings. Yeah. I'm saying that if you have absolutely no goal here, then it makes more sense to establish the goal before you practice the methodology that you've seen be effective in the States. It's like we're working back to front here. So we're just doing the whole protest outrage thing before we've got an idea. They're outraged and protesting because they want this murder 3 to murder 1. Because
I have to isolate. Yeah, I get you, but I have to isolate some of that stuff because the emotional part within the first time seeing the video, that was emotion. That's something that just jumped off, and there was no planning in it. That just took off on its own. So to kind of critique it after the emotional side of it. Now you can draw. All right, where do we go from here? But those first 48 hours, 72 hours, that was emotion. So
and from that
you have to isolate that. Yeah.
And from that emotion is where Black Lives Matter jumped onto, because as soon as that emotion came out, Black Lives Matter was the protocol to be called on. But you see, what we need to be able to understand it is that every time things like this happen is to have an end goal. And if we have an end goal in forms of any form of organization out there, while they are weak, because remember, we just finished doing the quarantine thing. So the financial business is weak. Then to have a riot on top of that, you're killing them. So they're gonna make things done quick.
Yeah, I agree. Black Lives Matter did seize upon an emotional group of people, and they were able to deliver their message. Where I get what James saying. So after the emotion, what do we do from here? But and that's a good point. All right, we should have recognized. All right, blah blah blah. What's Plan B after this? And we didn't have a Plan B, so now we just shooting from the hip.
That's where all these organizations that do have Plan Bs, they didn't come out.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't. You know, I hate these debates, man. And like I said, I just don't. I'm not taking part in any of this shit. Last night, I think someone asked, and I was like, the idea, yeah. I mean, principally, of course, I agree that Black lives should matter, innit? But any kind of official organization, political movement, I don't subscribe to any of this nonsense, because a few years ago, what was the storm? It was Me Too. Everything Me Too. All these men supposedly had these. Now we've got men standing in solidarity, women again, LGBT, whatever. Huh?
Most of these new groups are birthed out of Black Lives Matter.
No, it's all this a mass conflation. They're all amalgamated. Climate fucking change. Occupy Wall Street, yellow vests in front, like all of this, these demonstrations. And I'm not going to do the Soros conspiracy bullshit. I'm just saying all of these demonstrations seem to be inorganic or have some kind of artificial inception. So for somebody like me, the telltale signs are there's a bag of people in the streets, and when a camera gets stuck in someone's face and a microphone, they don't know what they're there for. Well, then I definitely have no parts in that, because those people that are the tinfoil hat crew that are talking about it's Soros, it's the Jews, it's the fucking, it's the Zionists, it's whatever. Those you're giving them a lot of fodder when literally people are like, okay, then why are you here? And you're like, we're here because it's not right. It's not right what they're doing. So what do you want? It's not right what they're doing. That spells to me like you were. There's potential for you to have been manipulated into believing that this was the time to strike.
Correct.
So I don't, for me personally, I have my reservations about the timing of all of this as well. Seems a bit coincidental, if I'm being honest. It seems like it would provide a perfect distraction from other momentous sort of seminal changes that have been going on. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's it's a lot to say now. There's 365 days in a year. It's a lot to say now that the killing of this man, you've just now realized that now is the time to strike. I don't know about that stuff.
Well said.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Say, man. Yeah, pick up everyone on the panel, man. Pick up the man.
Greetings.
Yeah. In the building, mate. Yeah, greetings, young man. How art thou?
I like that. How art thou? Yeah. You come in some lyrics. How art thou?
Yeah.
You got it, man.
Speaking your language, man. Speaking your language, innit?
Yeah, you're very good. Very good.
I'm trying to get a sneak peek at the blueprint, Yeah. I thought the best way to get a sneak peek at the blueprint, is to speak your language, then I might be able to get a little look over the shoulder.
That's right. You're on it, man. You're on it. You've got good senses or good intuition.
Yeah, man. So what do you think about this? Has there been any progress made or any change come out of this Black Lives Matter
Yes.
protest?
Yeah, a lot of progress for myself. So it's an event that's happened. Things have happened, and it can either take you down, or take you back, or take you forward. So it's a further revealing of a master plan, and so as people reveal themselves, you can then also watch and learn, and then get new ideas for the development of your plan. So it's been progressed from my perspective.
So like you made some sort of progress in the midst of the chaos, yeah?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, order out of chaos.
Oh. Alright.
New
Right.
plans, or refining the plans. Yes.
Okay.
How about yourself? What do you think? Has the progress been made for you, or?
You know what? Yeah, I'm not sure at the moment. I feel like me personally, like I did say before anyone jumps in, I feel like it's like too short a time to measure any sort of progress gained. It's more like you would sort of have to look back on it in hindsight to see if there was any progress made.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I would disagree with you, because it's like I see it like a chess move. You're playing a game, and then when somebody makes a move, right? That's the game has progressed, because in that moment before the move, your head is spinning and your opponent's head is spinning. But as soon as it's their move, as soon as they make a move, right, it's like, right, what are you going to do now? So it's progress. The game has progressed because a piece has been moved. Does that make sense? So that's the way I see progress in this context.
Do you feel like a pawn was moved to start the protests in the UK on the Black Lives Matter side, yeah, and then the opposing side moved their pawn forward by doing the protest, say they're coming out to protect statues, and we're gonna like just have a look and see how much people are gonna come out to oppose us protecting statues and all that sort of stuff.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yes.
Yeah?
You've got it. Yes, that's the flavor, because it's like a black, a so-called black move, Black Lives Matter. All of a sudden, then this kind of energy then gets its counter energy. Well, wait a minute. Are these black people associated with people that are trying to destroy whiteness and white values and white infrastructure? Yeah. So yes, so I like the way you put that. Yes, yeah, it's two moves. So there's another move to come.
What do you think would be the best pawn move on the chessboard for the black community that tried to make the progression? Because obviously not all the pawns are going to make it to the end of the chessboard, is it? So for the important pawns on the chessboard, what would be the next step forward next move?
Yeah, I like the way you're showing it as it's a black and white situation, but people don't want to see it that way. They want to say, well, we're all human, and all these kind of lyrics is right all over the place. And Black Lives Matter doesn't actually mean black, like it means that all lives matter. So there's confusion, but under the depth of it, it is like a chess game. It is that cut, it is that sharp. So the next move, wow, it's more like 3D chess because. Yeah, you're playing. let's try and keep it to the chess analogy. It's like you could make a move, or they could make a move in order as a sacrifice. They're lining up another move, which is the real move, but they might sacrifice a piece. Yeah, so it's not, if you just look at that piece, which happens sometimes when you're playing chess, the people they make a move and you're watching that piece and you forget about the other side, and then when you make a move, you just get hammered. Yeah, so it's like I think pieces are being sacrificed. Pieces are being sacrificed in these first two moves, lining up for a bigger one.
Right.
So in answer to your question,
yeah, what would be the chess move that we could make, which would make their which would ultimately force their big chess move, or even break their big chess move and make them have to and come with a new chess move? What would be the best?
That's the question. Yes, that's the question. I would say my gut feeling is to focus on blackness. See, because it's the race angle's been spun in there a bit, but with a twist, with a spin. So it's Black Lives Matter, but it's not quite black. It's not really. It's not black in terms of Black Panther black. It's a kind of everything goes multicultural, liberal black. So I see that the angle, the gap is actually in blackness. The gap is in blackness. So it's a move in the definition of what it means to be black. That's what I see.
So how does a grassroots movement, which doesn't have the same clout as Black Lives Matter, make a chess move the size of Black Lives Matter's chess move?
I think as God of Jacob's here, a military man, he understands that when it comes to the battle, you could be hugely outnumbered, but being hugely outnumbered does not necessarily mean that the one with the biggest shout and the biggest numbers is going to win. So therefore, it's skill and tactics of the weaker force. Yeah. So don't be intimidated by the size of the enemy, and once you have that mindset, then you can start to think of ideas. Your mind is open for ideas, and the ideas will come to you.
What happened to DC Brad and James Jones? Sorry, I just got back. And big up IC3.
Yeah.
Big up.
Huh?
They flew out, man. They can't handle the truth.
They can't handle it.
They can't handle the truth. Yeah.
I need to. I've been meaning to catch DC Brad. I've been meaning to catch him. Just on a Pan African. Like last time I spoke to him was on the Pan African and him on the ADOS thing, and I feel like I don't know. It went a bit like I feel like maybe he's a bit angry, but yeah, I like to talk to Brad at some point. But yeah, big up ICP. What's the topic of conversation right now? Are you back to banking?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
We're talking about the chess move the next chess move. Oh, so obviously like scattered. We got grassroots movement, and we want a grassroots movement to make the same sort of chess move and have the same sort of impact as a Black Lives Matter movement. Like, so what would be the best thing for to happen, or for them to do, for us to do, to make that happen, like for a chess move that big? It might not be the exact same thing as what they did, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's difficult. It's tough, isn't it? But I think personally, it is just about having that sort of commitment. Do you know what I mean? And almost it's pretty much having like committed activists towards working on one particular method, and then you can run with that. Innit? I'm thinking to myself, with 50 good activists, you could spark massive change at a time like this.
Excellent. Hear that? Do you hear that? See, 50 good. So he's focusing there on quality and not to be afraid of quantity. I like the way I like the way you're thinking.
100%. But at the same time, there is still a level of quantity there, because I did say 50, right? But it's not mass. It's not mass quantity. Right. But I'd say 5 good would be good, but it's not enough. You need at least 50 good. 50 good committed activists towards doing certain some things, because I think and especially when it comes to the research, having the statistics there beforehand, the knowledge there beforehand, and then like so with Black Lives Matter, quite a lot of people are saying they don't know who the actual people are. We don't, and none of us are, right? We have no idea. However, there are people who are running social media pages. There are people who are running the PR, talking directly to journalists and to MPs, sending emails around, raising attention, raising awareness, all of these types of things, right? Bank is doing the most. There's all these people involved in it, and so like from our 50, we need to have 50 who could do those, who have those type of skills, social media skills, liaising with politicians, and those types of skills, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, it's about capitalizing on a moment, you know. So on a moment like this, where you do have so many people paying attention to it, you need to be able to jump into action at that point, innit? And so with 50 good activists, at that point, you can really shift or change or even control. But like, let's say, for example, on the day of this protest, you had 50 people come through into that protest, all wearing the same uniform, and they take control of the mics and they lead from that position. People will follow, and people will say, "Oh snap! Look at these people," and then people will start getting on board with that movement's thing. And what they do a lot of times in the media is you'll realize that people go onto the news, and no matter what the person asks them, they've answered the same sort of 3 points. Because you go with 3 points,
very good.
And no matter what happens, you have to get them 3 points off, because what you're trying to do is program the viewer's mind. When they're watching, you want them to repeat these 3 points. These 3 points are key takeaways. So you get onto the camera on the news, and you make sure you keep saying it, repeating it. And before the end of the day, you're gonna have everybody in that crowd saying those 3 points that you guys have decided from beforehand. But it is about having that committed group of committed, strategic thinking activists to get that kind of achievement.
Impact. That's right. Beautiful. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, that's right. So because what we were saying, has any progress? The question was, has any progress been made with this association with Black Lives Matter? And I came and I said yes, as in the game has progressed. So I was using the chess analogy and saying that, you know, before a move is made, the two sides, your head is spinning. I wonder what he's going to do, or I wonder what she's going to do. What piece are they going to move next? But as soon as your opponent makes that move, then your whole mind starts to say, right, okay, they've made the move now. And so it's progress. The game has progressed, and for those of us who can foresee or have vision, then it is progress. It is positive, because then you can start to see your opportunities of what to do. Whilst others who are just there whinging and moaning and saying, "Oh, it's another black person," they're not watching the game. Yes. So I like that suggestion you made that if there was a coordinated group that's it's like a division. Yes, it's like a division that is specialized in handling such events like this, and they could go in, as you're saying, and they would have the text worked out what they're going to say, and they're all saying the same thing. Yes, that's beautiful. That is a beautiful illustration. That's coordination. That is unity, and it's functional, and it's consistent. Yes,
100%. And even so, you could do other things like, so for example, you get into that protest for one, and you could take control of that and change the dynamic of that. But on the other hand, you could say, all right, you know what, we're going to avoid that protest, and we're going to use the cover of that protest in that area to stage our own protest somewhere else and catch the public by surprise.
Yes, you got it, man. I like the way you're thinking.
100%.
Yes, that's right.
I remember it was, and this doesn't happen just anywhere. But I remember one day I was on my way to work, and a building that I work past. I work in central London, and the building that I walk past every day. I remember I walked past it one day, and there was a huge banner just hanging out of it, and I saw police cordon outside of it. But I saw pizza delivery trucks still able to get up to it. And what I came to realize later on was a squatters group called I can't remember what they're called, Anarchist Liberation Group or whatever they're called, right? They had taken over the building. Not only had they taken over the building, they had set up supply lines to that building, so they got food coming to and from that building, and they were in there for at least about 2 months. The police couldn't get them out there. Nothing could be done about it, you know. So yes. Like when you have organized, well planned out things, you will get people, you know. So I definitely do believe we do need to think about organization, and also really those activists who want to do that are the activists who have to accept that, you know, this isn't an event. This is an ongoing process. I remember when you had those things, you call it those Extinction Rebellion protests, and whatever you take of them, whatever you think of those kinds of protests and those people who got involved in them and all the things that they were doing. Regardless of what you think of them, about what was a level of commitment to a long-term struggle. Now, whether it's been as long-term as they needed to, I don't know. But for weeks on end, they decided, you know, for this entire week, we are going to damage the UK economy. We are going to cause roadblocks. We're going to do all of this. We're going to make sure our message is heard every single day this week. And they did. They got it. So,
I'm hearing grassroots, and I'm hearing what are you actually growing? What are you putting in the ground? Because I hear the staffing side. I hear you, getting, talking about the staff and how we do this. But what are you growing? What are you putting in the dirt? What message are you getting out there? I think that's number one. What are we doing this for?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I mean, the question of the day is regarding grassroots communities and how can grassroots communities piggyback off the back of it. So that's why we're going on about the grassroots. But in terms of what are you growing, I guess that's kind of what we were discussing earlier, right? What do people actually want from these protests? Now, these protests were sparked from a wave coming from the United States that people here in the UK have instinctively jumped on. I don't think many people have consciously thought about what they want to get out of it at all, to be fair.
The only reason I made that comment because IC3 said blackness. To me, you're still falling into that whole Black Lives Matter where you can be co-opted in a sense. So if you're going to be a grassroots, saying blackness is not grassroots to me. You got to attach something a little bit more.
African? Would that work?
I'm just throwing out something. It could, but you got some white South Africans. You get what I'm saying? So that's right. I think you have to hit a talking point. You have to rally around something that's distinctive. And not too broad, because if it's broad, you're going to be compromised some way. Because they, just like you're planning, they have planners too. They have, and they have money back out there to get their message out. So as soon as you come out with a blackness or an African, they're going to come in there right behind you and say, African gays matters or something like that. And you're still going to be pigeon-toed to a broad, whatever, a so-called strategy. Yeah. So how do you get it all the way down to the lowest level where you can't be compromised, and then plant that seed and grow that? That's all I'm saying. But I like the staffing. The staffing you're talking about is good. You have to have dedicated speakers because everybody can't get in front of the camera. You have to have some head busters. That's your job. You know, you have to have a promotion team. That's your job. And love your job. You have to have some grubbers. Who's going to provide this food, the logistics, and all that stuff. But I want the message first to see if I even want to be a part of what you're planting in your grassroots organization.
Okay. Well, my view, that's a brilliant question. You know, what are we actually planting in the grassroots? I think it's very good, because even a tree starts a smaller size than grass. You know, a tree can be planted amongst the grass and it grows to become an oak tree. Yeah, so the grassroots. So the grassroots, as I understand it, would be an ideology that has a future that can grow as strong as a tree. So when I mention blackness, I'm thinking about it like a tree rather than political blackness, or the political use of the word black. So when I talk about blackness, a black organization, that's why I use the word the code IC3, is that it's blackness has to be defined and tight in itself, and that means that it wouldn't be black people with other people working as part of the same organization or funded by another organization that then leads the so-called black agenda. I'm talking about a kind of blackness that, no, this is purely for people classified as IC3, and if you want to work with us, or you cannot actually be part of that group because you don't fit that code. That code does not apply to you. So you have to work outside, maybe alongside, but outside of that clear division. That's what I mean by blackness.
And for me, just to keep it a buck, that this briefing that you just gave, I wouldn't be sold on it because it didn't tell me nothing, in my honest opinion. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to reach a so-called global blackness. What you just put out there to me, I would politely say, oh, that sounds good, but I would never return your phone call. We never reply to your email because it didn't say nothing.
Okay. Well, it's just like you have a code for a product, or like yourself, you've been in the military. A code is very specific. It's very sharp. And it's very clear, just like, you know, the ABC was accuracy, brevity, and clarity. I mean, this is the roots of all military operations: accuracy, brevity, and clarity. So the accuracy is what exactly is the target. Brevity, you got to make the message clear, short, and sharp. And clarity, ABC, the clarity, it's got to be clear, because any confusion would leave you open on the ideological battlefield.
Is police brutality a concern for you amongst black people? Is that an issue for you? Is that prevalent in the black communities? That's a question.
Yes, it's a question.
Then sell me that right quick. Sell me that, and then I'll listen.
Okay, so I'll make an attempt to address that. So the terminology police brutality, I don't know if you have heard of Neely Fuller. You see, the police and brutality doesn't go together. It's a term, it's a spell to confuse people. Just because somebody's wearing a police officer's uniform, Neely Fuller says if they're behaving in a white supremacist way, they are actually race soldiers. Race soldiers, and race soldiers do what race soldiers do whilst wearing a police uniform. But if they're killing black people, whilst wearing a police uniform, they are not actually police. They are something else. It's a different entity. So once you start getting into police brutality, it's confusion. You get into confusion. Any person wearing a police uniform and is exercising brutality is not a police officer. They're something else. They're a white supremacist race soldier. So I agree with Neely Fuller on that. You've got to watch the language. The language has got to be sharp. Does that make sense?
I probably still wouldn't call you back, but you pointed out, you know, you talked about it. You gave some valid points. What do you want to see happen?
Well, the first thing is a clarification and the way language is used, because with all the fuss and all the confusion in language, when people marching and shouting and getting all emotional, sooner or later it's going to end up in a court. That's where the final decisions will be made, in a court. And the atmosphere
So
of
our target message is to the court. So now we have an audience in which we're protesting against, right? It's the court systems, right?
Okay.
I'm trying to direct my energy, because I remember I'm about to join your movement, and I want to be equipped with everything, right? I want to know who I'm speaking to, who can make this change that our gripe is against.
Right.
Cut through the fluff. So now you just finally identified a court who can make change, right? So who do we have to direct our message to? This court system?
Right. Okay. Good.
Cool.
So the court system itself is the real battlefield. So things that take place outside, and all this talk about police brutality and black people suffering this and so on, you know, and all these all this noise and confusion results in battling on the streets. But at the end of the day, the question will be, will that police officer, or was that person behaving as a police officer? Was he a representative of the police when that black man was killed? Or was he, whilst on duty, behaving in a manner that is not under the police jurisdiction? Because that's what's going to happen. That's where it's heading. It's going to end up in court, and then that's going to be the question. So just like here on this stream, I can't remember his name. This guy from America, he said he was an ex-police officer, and he says that, that having the knee at the person's neck, right, is not official police procedure. Police are not trained to put their knee at the back of somebody's neck. Therefore, if that police officer was putting his knee on somebody's neck, at that point, he was not following police procedure. See, this is how it's going to go down in court. See, this is how it's going to go down in court. And so the court is another battleground, and you have to prepare. You have to prepare to fight in that place, because that's the place where actually things actually happen. So that's step number 2. So the first thing you asked, what do I think about police brutality? Then I spent some time talking about.
Well, I asked you that because I wanted to give you something to go off of, because you were still, linking around blackness. So I dumbed it down just to detailed it down just some, and made it about police brutality in the black community.
Exactly.
Right. And then you gave some testimonials about this, that, and the third. So then I said, who can affect that change? You said the courts, right? So
Yeah.
remember, you trying to sell us
Yeah.
on this grassroots movement. You trying to rally the troops.
Okay.
Who do we got to go
hold
challenge
it.
the courts? Go.
Hold it. Who can affect this? The courts. You see, there's that's still a tricky area, because the courts is just another arena, just like the streets. See, so I don't see going to court as if the court is a place of it should be a place of justice. But I just see it as another battle arena. Yes, so it's not as if I'm just trying to make this clear. I'm not appealing. I'm not saying that we should appeal and expect justice in the court, because I suspect there could be biases there. So it's just another battle arena, which requires people to be aware that you're moving onto another territory, another terrain.
What leverage do we have? And I remember, I'm just somebody listening to the message. I'm trying to get myself behind you. Like, yeah, bro, let's get it. Hey,
yeah, fire the questions.
What leverage do we have when we attack these courts? Is these court systems, are they elected officials? Are they appointed? You know, because now I'm hyped up. Keep talking to me, bro. You know, what leverage do we got against these? You know, come on, talk to me. What we got?
Okay, right. So now we've moved from the streets, and now we're talking about courts, because I think you've agreed with me that the courts is another battle arena, and it's a higher battle arena than
hold on.
streets.
I didn't agree with you. You just said that. You said the courts. I said, how do we affect changes of producing matter? And you threw out courts. So now I'm working with courts. Okay.
So would you? So let's go step by step. So would you? Because you started off with police brutality. And now we're moving into courts. So, did you first?
Moved into courts.
Yeah. So I want to see if you're with me.
Okay.
So yeah. So, did you accept what I said about the use of the term police brutality? Because that was your first question.
Yeah. Just for the sake of me getting riled up. Yeah, I'm with you, bro. Come on, man. Let's get it. Let's go. What's next?
Right, so you agree?
Yeah, right now I'm agreeing. Like, let's get
it,
bro.
Okay,
Talk that shit. I'm with you right now.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Right, so you agree. So therefore, the first thing we've established that anybody using that term, police brutality, anyone using that term, knowingly or unknowingly, consciously or unconsciously, directly or indirectly, is using an enemy tactics that are designed to work against the Black community. Because police brutality, it sows confusion and disorder amongst the Black people and makes them unprepared.
Well, I'm just using this. I use this exercise to demonstrate that.
Yes, I understand that. So I'm using this exercise as well to clarify certain things. You may agree, you may not disagree. You may disagree, but I'm following your flow, and I'm just making sure that everybody's clear on the points,
that's
step by step.
Like, people, like, you got it. You trying to move a base people that's getting a fucking face kicked in, and you're not selling this. You know, because a lot of the initial stage of protest is you got to relate to that shit, and you're not relating it back to us effectively, in my opinion. You get what I'm saying?
Relating effectively. I understand.
Along, you know, just like your Black bank, it probably is a good thing, but I don't think you're galvanizing the message real good.
Okay.
And that's my opinion. I'll listen, but I'm still with you right now. Go ahead, bro. Get it.
Okay.
Give me some more of that. Give me some more of that fluff.
Okay, right. So the message, and the language that is used among the generals might not be the same as the same kind of language as is used among the troops. Yeah. So you know, they do the pep talk. I think you can clarify that. Is that there's a pep talk, you know, before they go into battle. Somebody senior will come down and give a pep talk to encourage the troops and to raise morale for the fight ahead. Yes, but the pep talk is not strategy, correct?
I see 3.
Yes.
I'll be right back. I'm going down the street to listen to somebody else. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. All right then. Okay. Did anybody else make any sense of what I said, or was that completely confusion? Talk on the panel. Yeah, I'm still here. Okay, I'll just do a recap based on what God, as I remember what God of Jacob was saying. So the question was about police brutality. Do I believe it exists? I think that was more or less the theme that was being spoken about, police brutality. And then I said, I was asking, has God of Jacob read Neely Fuller? Neely Fuller Jr. on the same topic of police, quote, the term police brutality. And I was mentioned Neely Fuller to say that the term police brutality is a confusing term. And sooner or later, the issue is going to end up in court. All the fuss is going to calm down. It's going to end up in court. So you have to prepare for the real battle, which is going to be a court battle. So the normal pattern that I've seen over the years is that people get all fussed and excited and start rioting, and then the issue ends up in court, and then the decision in court is made that is unpleasant, and then they try to riot all over again about the decision that was made in court. But somehow the rioting seems to fade away, or I should not rioting, but it starts with rioting, but the organized activity or protest seems to become weaker because they cannot generate another case to take the issue back to the court. So the court is always the end game. So some people may say, well, we might be able to change things by protesting on the street. And if those protests turn violent and becomes a riot, then we might be able to change things in that way. I'm suggesting that is not the way to win the war. The war is what takes place in the courtroom, and all the rhetoric and talk that you'll see on the streets will not work in a courtroom. So you've got to prepare for the battle of the courtroom by uniting people around a clear narrative and a clear use of the words. So when God of Jacob asks a question about police brutality, do I recognize it or do I see it? It would seem like a very simple and obvious answer. Just say, oh, yes, or oh, no. But I have to question the term police brutality, because that's a trap. That's a trick in the use of the words. So if you say yes, you're damned. If you say no, you're damned. Trying to answer that question, you just mess yourself up. Do you agree there's police brutality? It seems like a simple question. But no, it's not. If you don't handle it right, you're setting yourself up to be messed up in court. Setting yourself up to be messed up in court. So you've got to clarify the terms. So police brutality, I agree with Neely Fuller Jr. It says, if a person wearing a police uniform is, or people, if there are people wearing police uniform and they're killing black people, or they're being brutal to black people, then they are not police. They are white supremacist race soldiers. Race soldiers wearing police uniform. So you have police and you have race soldiers or racist soldiers or white supremacist race soldiers wearing police uniform. Now, if you ask me the question, do I believe there are race soldiers wearing police uniform that are killing black people? I would say, I suspect, yes, there are. So then the problem then moves from, how do you identify the difference between a police officer and a race soldier? How do you tell the difference? Then the game has moved on to a different level. So as illustrated on this very stream, we had somebody who's an ex-police officer, and he was talking about how police officers are trained, and once a police officer does something that is not according to the training manual, he's then not following police procedure, and then for the police cannot be blamed. It's an individual who may have had individual reasons to act in a certain way. So this ex-police officer said that the police officers are trained to put their knee in the back of people as and when necessary, but they're not trained to put their knee on the back of people's neck. So therefore, if a police officer chooses, whilst on duty, to put his knee on the back of somebody's neck and cause that person to die of suffocation, that will be the question that will be discussed in court. Was that individual following police procedure, or was he doing his own thing? If he was doing his own thing, then I suspect the court will say he should be reprimanded or moved to a different department, or be sacked because he was not doing his duty. And then he will be handled and treated as an individual who's not following police procedure. So then the police are detached from that incident. I mean, the courts will detach that person, will detach the police from that incident, because the question will be, the judge will ask, do you train your police officers to put their knee on the back of black people's neck? And the police will say, no, we don't. He was not taught that in police training or police college. And that will get the police out of the situation. And the court will say, okay, to the person that was wearing the police uniform, is it true that what you did on that day, at that time, was your own, by your own design? And he's going to have to say, yes, it was. because he'll be up against the court and the entire police system. And at that point, they'll have to deal with that individual as an individual rather than the entire police force. Because the police force have already said we do not train our officers to put their knee on the back of people's neck. That's not one of our procedures. Therefore, this person who was wearing our uniform and as a representative of our organization was not behaving in a way that's representative of our organization. He was behaving in his own way. Therefore, we, the police institution, organization, are not directly responsible for the behavior of this individual who was not following police procedure when he evidently killed that black person. That's how it's going to end up in court. So if anybody wants to challenge that view, I'm willing to listen. So all this emotional talk about police brutality is not going to get you anywhere, because how is that kind of language going to stand up in court? All that emotional stuff, how's it going to stand up in court where that's where the real power is going to be experienced, where decisions will be made? Is the court going to take down the whole police institution because of the behavior of one individual? That's the question. So I would advise against the emotional use of the term police brutality, as I do not believe it'll get people anywhere. Watch and be careful what terms you use, because when it hits the wall, it's going to be in court. That's all I have to say on the matter.
Yo, you got yourself?
Hey, dude.
Yeah,
somehow I must be bad. I must be bad news. People just disappear. When I come on, everybody goes disappears, man.
They go running, yeah. I tell you what, yeah. I'm trying to get some challengers to jump on and oppose what you're saying, so you can make it more of a conversation.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Check. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're here. So you're back. You're back. That's good. That's good.
Yeah. What I was trying to do, brother, is to get you that was just an example as far as police brutality, because you could start off with blackness, and I kept putting buzzwords out there like streamline, down, and I was trying to give examples. For example, we're talking about the grassroots movements. How can we box it in and make it about us? I would wanted you to say, when you said blackness, I was hoping you would go further down. I would have used as an example police brutality among the Windrush, community and descendants. So now we're bringing some personality to it, making it personal. Okay. And how can we go down? I wanted you to sell me on this grass, because I'm fired up. I'm a guy that's ready. Yeah, our Windrush community is getting our ass beat.
Right.
Sell me that, man. Sell me that. And you spoke military tactics. If you know military tactics, we get straight to the goddamn point, and we go for it.
That's right.
So
Of course.
so I want to personalize blackness. I want to dumb it down. So when you hear that Windrush and its descendants, everybody gonna be like, yeah, I get my ass beat. Damn right. And now you're making it personal. And now I'm saying tactfully, how do we address that? How do we go about that? And you said courts was one of your ways. Well, I said we jumped too far for courts. You know what I'm saying? So we jumped ahead of the schedule. And that's all I was asking you to sell me on this thing, minus the fluff. Because remember, I've been listening to it for a while with the bank. And to me, and no disrespect, but there's a lot of fluff coming out of that shit. So I've been like, can I get this dude on a message that I can rock with?
Okay.
And I don't think you've been able to do that.
Okay, so it's a challenge. It's a challenge, and
it's just an
I
exercise
like
to
the way
prove
you're
that you don't know
testing.
what the hell you're doing.
I like the way you're testing and questioning, and causing me to try and clarify my position, which is good, because I think that's the only way that all ideologies have to be tested. Usually people just shout all kinds of things and then they run off. They won't hang about for the questioning. They won't hang about to be drilled down.
There's no disrespect to you at all when I talk.
I know. I understand. I respect that. You're just drilling down. You're drilling me down, testing, and I have to, hold my ground and answer as best I can all those questions, rather than just getting emotional and then just running off, and then hoping to come back another day when you're not around and say some more stuff. I've got to hold the position. So
I'll tell you what, I wanted to ask you a question as well, when I heard you explaining about the race options. So I wanted to ask, so is a police officer a race soldier if they're white and they kill like a white person?
Yes, because I'm referring back to Neely Fuller again. I agree with what he says, that just like any business, there's
overhead,
exactly. So if there's a white person who's not behaving in the most profitable way for white supremacy, then they'll take him out. And I think a lot of you know of the history. I think there's some, that's that. I think, is some people will agree with that statement or not? Yes, it's cost effective. So therefore, just like any gangster business, if one of their family or one of their group or one of their members of their club or corporation is not up to standard, they'll take him out. But don't be fooled. And what they'll do, that they'll take him out or her out in front of the black people. And the black people may think, oh, wow, these people are really not racist. Look at that. They even treat white people. But no, don't be fooled. Does that answer that question?
Race soldiers, is that they're just, it's collateral damage for the bigger game.
That's right. You've got it. It's the sacrificing a piece on the board for the game to make sure they win. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All I'm asking you to do is create the message where can't nobody come in and it speaks only to us, a specific group. Where, like I said, I gave the Windrush thing. That means can't no white person come speak about it. Can't no Asian person kind of speak about it. It's personal to a group of people. We putting up borders around this shit, right? So
you know what? The Asians weren't on the same boat as the Windrush, but they came to England around the same time as well.
Well, let them do their shit. I'm just trying. I don't know enough about it, but you see what I'm trying to go for.
I get what you're saying. But I'm saying that like you was trying to do. You got to try and make it so no one else can jump on it. So maybe calling it Windrush might not be the best thing, because there was a Asian Windrush as well. There was other people
That could be
involved
true.
in
Like
that
I
as
said, I
well.
don't
You know
know
what I
enough
mean?
about it, but I'm just throwing out examples, brother. I'm just trying to find a grouping that can't nobody attach itself to, and it speaks to the sufferings. And maybe that was a bad, example.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
but
I understand what you're trying to do, but I was just doing the same thing like what you was trying to say, innit? Galvanize it. So
that's right. Yes. Yeah, so
still,
that was a
man, not
good
a straw
point.
man. Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
a good point. So, let's follow that through. You brought up the Windrush. We'll follow that illustration for a bit. Does the Windrush experience galvanize the people that are really being targeted? I suspect, I am saying it's just an incident. The Windrush experience is really a symptom or a
Of one of the major
subcategory.
causes.
Oh yes, that's right. Yes.
Okay.
See, so I like the way God of Jacob is drilling down, and once we get to the core, we'll see that these are just symptoms. These are just symptoms, and therefore we mustn't use the language of a symptom to try and solve the major problem.
So obviously the Windrush couldn't have happened without slavery and without colonization. Then.
Exactly. So if you just focus on Windrush, you'll be wasting. You're not wasting energy. It's a part.
Is that not like one of the chess moves to take out one of the pawns, though?
Yes, that's right. But you got to watch the bigger game. Yes, when a piece gets taken out, it's painful, right? But if you cry over that piece, whilst you're crying about that piece, then you're going to lose another bigger piece somewhere else.
Okay. All right.
Yes. So what God is Jacob saying is where the direction he's going is correct. So it's just a matter of being careful about language, because the whole thing is built on language. Right the way from the first trading ship, the first enslavement ship, the ship has to be registered, maybe with Lloyd's, before it sets sail.
All right. Before the ship was registered, and all the ships was registered, yeah, there was no code for IC3.
That's right. But when that ship was registered, and it's registered as a slave ship, right? All those questions would have been asked before the ship leaves port. What is the cargo that you're carrying? What is the cargo that you intend to return with? What's the quantity? Everything is codified. Way before the enslavement ship hits the coast of Africa. It's all codified. We might be carrying cargoes of chains. The ship's going to leave port with a certain number of
ADOS
chains.
got the correct code then. ADOS gave themselves the correct code then, because they call themselves American descendants of slaves.
Right. Okay. So I suspect no, but I'd like somebody who knows about ADOS to come on and then speak. But see, the American descendants of slaves, American descendants of slaves. So is that codification of ADOS, is it accurate enough? Is it and is it accurate enough to get reparations for black people's enslavement, or is it the enslavement of all Americans?
ADOS are only concentrating on the American descendants of slavery. Though.
Exactly.
So specific to the American descendants of slavery.
Right. So the
I
American
think, brothers, I was gonna say though, I think that, trust me.
Oh, I got who that man? That Farouk, you know.
Big up yourself. Big up yourself, fam. Hey, Phil, I just want you to know, man's got maximum love and respect for you, you know, because you can take a joke, innit?
Come on, brother.
You
Tell
get
me,
what
man.
I'm saying? Like, man's, you know my thing already. We got to make it light for each other.
Stop jumping on there and trying to diss my white friends, man. You get me? You get me?
No, sometimes your white friends, mate. I'm wondering where you picked up some of them white pals you got, mate.
I mean, mate. Yeah, mate. I'm worried about some of my white mates, right?
What? Listen, you want to drink in a different,
right, mate?
You want to drink in a different boozer, geezer. But yeah, no, man.
Cruiser, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
Anyway.
But yeah, going back to the question and all of this, fam, I'm thinking, right, bro. Bruv, it's pessimistic. I'm so sorry for even coming on this pessimistic vibes, bruv, but I just can't see us. We're not playing the same game as them. Do you know what I mean, big man? Because they're in a game of denial. They're denying that they even want to play the game. And we're acting like we're fully involved in the game. And they're saying, I can't see you as a player. I can't see you. Do you know what I'm trying to tell you?
Can't see you. I like that.
That's an interesting point. We're all on the board playing, and we think we're playing. We think we're rolling the dice. And yeah, I got a house, and yeah, I'm gonna pay off the finance soon. And, and you get me? We ain't really playing the game, to be quite honest with you. But I hear you still.
Interesting angle you got there. Interesting angle.
You know the reason why I say that, IC3? Because sometimes when you point out the rules of the game, they go on like they can't see you. You say to them, yo, one of the rules of the game is this, you know. You missed the turn, innit? Because you obviously threw the dice off the table, or you've messed it up somehow.
Right. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And when you try and point it out to the said player, whether he's Chinese, Asian, whatever he is, maybe, you know, they deny it.
Yes.
They say, no, your problem doesn't exist. That's not in the rules. Can you be quiet, please?
Yeah, it's a good point. So, to address that point, it's a brilliant point, actually, because let's see if I can put your point in other words to see if I can get my head around it to address the point properly.
The point is, what leverage do you have for people that break the rules or that commit offences against you when they have the rules on their side? And like, what leverage do you have to hold them man to account?
Okay, right. This is how I see it, because it's a brilliant point that was raised. Now, people could be in a game, which Afrophobic was saying, and you're just being ignored because you're not actually in the game. You think you're in the game, but you're not actually in the game. So I would illustrate it in this way. The real game is the game of banking. Because there are no black banks, they, you know, all it is like dogs barking. You know, you can't take a seat at a table, at the gaming table, because you don't understand. You're not representing a bank. You're not dressed. You don't have. You're not coming across. You're not in that game. You're not in the banking game. Because if you're in the banking game, so go on.
No, because I was saying basically, you're trying to say if you're in a banking game, they got no choice apart from to acknowledge that you're a player. Because
that's right. You got it. You got it. You have got it.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
I agree. Yeah, I read an article. Yeah, I read an article by a black businessman. Yeah, who's doing quite well. Who wanted to try and set up a black bank. Yeah.
Okay.
In the UK. Yeah, this is in the UK. And there's a lot of red tape. Yeah, so
yes.
Is the black bank going to be a UK bank, or is the black bank going to be from a different country? And what's the financial? You know what I mean? What financial rules are they going to be following?
Okay, beautiful question. So the black bank, I used the word before, is a feral bank. Banks are feral entities. The big players, they're feral. They're not national. So in other words, they play two. But they play two sides. The big banks, the big players on the board, they play two sides. You know, they pretend to be national and local when it suits them, but fundamentally they're international. You understand? So they're playing both sides, left hand and right hand.
But wait. Before they got to that level, though, they weren't always national and international. Now the starting point where they started from. So what's the starting point for the black bank? Where did that start from?
Okay, the starting point. You have to play the game with both hands. You start with both hands. Yes. The left and the right. That's your starting point, because that's how they started. You know, they started as traders. They're trading. They arrive on their boats, and they say, "Do you want to buy this stuff?" We went there and there, and then got this stuff.
But bro, one thing I can't understand.
Let me finish this point. Let me finish, and then the next question. So they arrive on the boats, and then when the trading is good enough, they start to try and do a deal with the local leaders and say, "Will you give us a port?" So as soon as they have a port, yes, they're dual, because they can say we're national because we have a place in your country, but we're international because we still have our ships. So they're playing left hand and right hand at the same time from the very beginning. Next question.
If I actually agree, where does the black bank start? Like, what country does it need to go to have the black bank headquarters? Like, where, how does it start? Because remember, like I was saying about, Lloyd's of London, yeah, started off with its insurance firm of London and then grew into a bank. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's its starting point, isn't it? It started off doing its insurance, and then it grew into being able to finance things.
Okay.
So, like, where's the starting point? Like, what country, what building? How does it? You get me? What rules do you need to follow for it to first be set up before it becomes feral? Because even though you yourself may be feral, yeah, you're trying to play with both hands, yeah. Before your bank gets to that level and has that sort of power, it's not going to be always going to have to be like that. It's going to have a starting point.
Okay.
It's going to have to build trust, you know what I'm saying? It's going to have to build links. Imagine these men, yeah, that have got links between government officials worldwide, yeah, got Swiss bank account links. They can slap £2 million in my Swiss bank account tomorrow, yeah, and say, yo, every show in G Block, all you do is just confuse black people.
Yes.
And talk shit. Yeah, just talk shit and just confuse black people. Yeah. What sort of leverage does the black bank have to avoid anything like that? Like, where's it starting? You get me?
Yes, I understand. Good. I understand. That's a very deep question. Very deep question. You see, which it's like saying which come first, the chicken or the egg, left hand or right hand. So I'm saying that the
You know what?
start.
Yeah. All right. Before you carry on, yeah, I think I've got the answer to that chicken and egg thing. Yeah. So we believe in evolution. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was an animal before the chicken became the chicken, innit? Yeah. So the
Okay,
two animals,
maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I shouldn't have said chicken and egg, because then I don't want to take people down to evolution now. That's a mistake.
Carry on.
Delete. Not chicken and egg. Yeah, right. Okay. What's the word? Nature. What would be a good term? It's like the nature nurture debate. Have you heard of the nature nurture debate?
Yeah.
Yeah, same kind of thing, or it's the same thing as it's like the spirit or the flesh. And I'm saying the starting place is actually in the mind, in the world, in the realm. Hold it. I'm gonna come to the land.
I'm trying to come in still. I'm hearing what you're saying.
yeah, but I've got to address.
I'm trying to equate it into my little business brain, because my business brain ain't too great.
It's gonna come. Don't worry. Give me a chance.
Cool.
But I've got to address Belly's point, and then we're gonna hit yours. I think I was gonna try do that before, but Belly came in. So it starts in the realm of ideas. And then it ends up in real terms in a land or a place or a building. So you don't get the building first. You have to get the ideas clear and crisp first. Then you get the building afterwards. And that building, I'm suggesting, it's open for debate, I'm suggesting it's going to be in London somewhere. Somewhere in London. So that's the answer to your question, Belly. It's going to be somewhere in London. Yeah. Right. You're going to give this guy another chance to answer his questions. right. That's the answer to your question, Belly.
I'm going to hold my question. Yeah,
right. Hold your question. Yeah? Right. What's the next question?
Sir Fred. Sir fucking IC3. This is a bank, yes?
Yes.
Right. The bank has to have investment, correct?
Yes.
So I'm thinking I can't understand how our oppressor is gonna fund our liberation kind of thing, because most of the investment from the bank is coming from the fund what you're supposed to be getting for slaves, apparently.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Reparation.
Okay. So I'll address that.
Mm-hmm.
Remember I said, because I made a mistake of saying chicken and egg, but remember I said that it starts with the right hand or in the realm of ideas. So so if it starts in the realm of ideas and not in a building, in a place, that comes second. If it starts in the realms of ideas, then the first investment is in that realm. And then it will result in real investments in the real world. So the mere fact, hold it. The mere fact that we're talking about it now on this stream, and you're coming in, and we had God of Jacob earlier on, right? Mm-hmm. You are investors because you're even bothering to take the time to ask questions about this.
Most definitely, I love this subject, man, and I think it is detrimental to obviously getting where we need to be at, because we're not being recognised as just hard-working citizens of society. Do you know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to. I was just about to say, Vil. I'm just gonna try.
There's the issue with the bank being in the UK, so being a London bank. Yeah. So like I was saying, yeah, I read an article from a guy, yeah, who was wanting to start up a bank, yeah, a UK bank, and he had to go to meetings in certain places, and there was a lot of red tape they had to follow, yeah, and there was a certain amount of money that had to be in the bank before. Get me before the bank.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I know.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And it has
So
to be
I was saying,
underwritten.
does IC3 know anything about internet banking? Because if he did, we could try and set up a transparent internet thing where we could all log on and see where the money's going and how it's growing.
Yeah. That will come down the line, right? But the
Most
transparency.
But I think that should be phase one at the moment, though.
Oh no, it's not phase one. Oh, that's dangerous. That's where people crash. That's where all the previous ideas crash on that. Because there's people are so keen. They say, "Where's the money? Give them money. Give us the money. Let's get the money." No. Slow down and think. Think what's going on. This is a very serious situation.
Of course.
Yeah, but they're so hungry for the money, they're not thinking.
No, most definitely.
Yeah, but then that's what we're trying to say though, yeah, is obviously if you're saying the funding comes from the reparations, yeah, but you have to have the bank get the reparations. The UK rules is you have to have the money to open the bank first of all.
That's what I thought.
Yes, I understand all of that, but the level I'm talking is beyond that. That is just down the that's that whole you'll see the whole situation.
Well, explain that part to us then. Okay. But wait, because what it is, yeah, we don't get that part. I don't understand that part.
No, I don't either. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Rewind and understand. Get us to understand that first part. There,
okay, good. Right, good.
How the bank
hold it. I'm going to answer that now on that level.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I've got you. Listen carefully. I know. I'm going to go to that level. I'm going to address your point directly. The way in which banks are opened, the usual way to start a bank is that you have a very successful business. You have lots of money in the business, or you have lots of friends, and then what happens? Soon as you think you've got enough money and enough friends, you then try and join the club. So and you have to approach all the other banks before they accept you as a bank. They're going to have to vet you because banks operate just like dominoes. So if one goes down, it goes all of them are going to sink. And
yeah, but I see
problems. Hold it. I'm getting there. Yeah, because we're talking about we're talking about the usual way in which a bank is set up. So usually you have to have the money, and then you have to get an underwriter. But so basically, the other banks have to insure you. They have to trust you to be a member of the club, and then they underwrite you. So they're insuring you, insurance. They insure your bank because they have the confidence that you're going to run the bank in harmony with their rules and their cultural values, and that you're not going to do anything outside of their remit and do something stupid. Because if you do something stupid, it's going to impact all the other banks, and they're going to lose customers, and there could be a bank run. So traditionally, to answer your question, you have to have a certain amount of money, and secondly, you have to have a certain amount of confidence from the rest of the gang in your bank, which means you have to share their values.
And their visions as well. And their visions as well.
Yeah, you got it.
And sometimes
share their visions. That's right.
Wait, hold on.
And mine and ours might clash in terms of reparations. Do you know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Yes.
You're on it, mate. You're on it.
But
wait.
I agree with
Before we
the
get to that
idea in
point, though,
principle. I just can't see how it's gonna work. IC3.
Don't worry.
yeah, that's
I
what I was trying to
agree.
say. Before we get to that part,
We'll get there.
Before we get to that part, like I was saying then. So how do we create multi-million, billion-pound businesses that are functioning in the UK then? Because like I said, if we have to start up this bank in the UK, we have to have at least that capital, underwriter capital, the trust of the peers or whatever to know that right, we do this business, innit? Like
Hold it.
we're handling
Hold it
this
right
sort
there.
of money and all that.
Hold that right
So,
there. That's
how
where a
does-
lot of people get caught up. That's where a lot of people get messed up. You see what you just said there? Very, very important. That's the big crash point. You see, if you're going to try and start a bank, listen, there's no way, according to the standard model, are you going to start, are they going to allow you, or are they going to accept you as part of their club to start a reparations bank? That's suicide, isn't it? So therefore, it must come from another end that we haven't started talking about yet. So obviously, it's not going to work like that. I understand that model. We can agree how it works, the underwriters and being accepted among the society, and as Afrophobic was mentioning, sharing the vision. So this is a bank that does not share their vision. So it cannot work like that. It's no point trying to save up billions and millions and millions of pounds and then approaching them and saying that you want them to underwrite you as a black person. No,
but I wasn't saying I wasn't
no.
saying for them to underwrite. I was saying for the black businesses to be able to be processing that sort of money to be able to underwrite. So how do you get to that stage? So the black businesses,
it won't happen. It won't happen. It cannot happen because it's a clash.
Right,
it's
so
a clash of vision. It's a clash.
How do that?
It can't happen.
How do you get underwriters for the reparations bank? How do you get underwriters for the reparations?
Good. Now we're good making questions. Now we're moving forward.
What? So basically, IC3 was saying black businesses in the UK can't get to a level where we can underwrite banks.
No, won't be allowed.
Man. You think
no
so?
way they're allowed that. No way.
Okay. All right, brother.
Yeah, no way.
But
So that's been an alternative.
Let's give us an understanding of the underwriters. How do we get underwriters, or how are you going to get underwriters for the IC3 reparations bank?
Right, that's the question. Beautiful. So, an underwriter is an insurer. So they're sharing in your vision, they're sharing in your belief, they're sharing in your intentions with the bank. So, in other words, an underwriter can be seen as a type of investor because they're investing their faith in you or in your organization. Would you agree with that?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I agree so far. Yeah.
Okay. So, the mere fact that you are allowing me to discuss this on this stream is a kind of investment. You're making an investment on a certain level.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's time and it's space. Yes?
Yeah.
Time and space. So it seems so minimal, so small, so almost insignificant, but it's hugely significant because that is the actual model. That is the grassroots. That is the seed that grows into a tree, an alternative tree. It's a pure tree. It's not a branch like the guy that you was mentioning, who's lots of money saved up, and he wants to start a bank, and then he's trying to get accepted amongst the already established banks, so that he can start his bank, which is just another branch of that tree, which I suspect is a white supremacist tree. This is a seed of a different tree completely.
Nah, all I can say is good luck, man, and I'm fully behind any black banking. I'm fully behind any black banking discussions, to be quite honest with you. And if you're saying it's a new form, I'm so limited in the knowledge of the subject, I just take your word for it. You know what I mean? Until I can
because it's a seed. Yeah, because a seed doesn't look like a tree, does it? You see? But this here, this very discussion, it's just a seed. But some people, they can look at a seed and they can tell what tree it will grow to. They can tell what type of tree it's going to be.
You know what type of banking I'm dying for, though? I'm dying for that transparency. You know, like, I wish one day I could turn on my TV and there'd be some black entertainers and sportsmen, and it's going to a black charity, and obviously it's going to help black inner city kids as well as everybody else, because, do you know what I'm saying? But it's going to additionally, and the money's going up, and we can all see it, and it's all transparent, and everybody knows the figure that we're going to raise, and
That's right, beautiful. Yeah, so it's transparency.
Hold
it there. He mentioned the word. Belly, hold it. Belly, he mentioned the word. I want to dig into that word. It's a very important word. Transparency.
It's the only word.
Transparency. That's the word. Yes, right. Transparency. Right.
If I can't see what's going on the inner workings, it's like I lose interest.
Exactly.
In it,
yes, of course, and you should do transparency, because in that word contains the faith and the belief. So if you can't see what's going on in the bank, how can you insure it? How can you invest in it? How can you underwrite it? Because you don't know what you're doing. So you need that transparency to develop confidence. So that word transparency. So to show you the seed, the mere fact that we're having these discussions here, and it seems like people just disappear when I come on. I just have to hold the ground. You see,
I love these
creating.
discussions.
It's creating transparency. You're asking me questions about the idea, and they're also answering and if those questions are answered, then you don't have to ask them again, because it's transparency. It's like saying you're trying to see into my head. It's if I start running off now and say, I don't like this, and I start getting all emotional and running off, then I'm just going to leave the conversation dead. And you can't get the transparency. The transparency is in that you can ask questions.
Yeah, that's what's happened with a lot of organizations in the past. Do you know what I'm saying? Big
exactly.
Been probably donated or whatever, and instead of them running off, they've run off with the money as well.
Right, that's right. So if you see me running off from the questions, you know that I'm going to run off with any money.
You might do.
Exactly. You see? That's right. Or anybody else. Or anybody else. See? If they're running away from the questions, if they're running away from the points, if they're running away from the discussion, then you don't know what else they're going to run away from. So I've got to stand here until I have to go to the toilet or eat something, and take those questions.
Well, you know what? I just think the only flaw with this bank, though, bruv, it's just relying on reparations. That's the fucking. Do you know what I mean? And it's relying on, obviously, you know what I mean, not the black community. It's mostly relying on another community to
But
be the main investor.
the issue,
Do you know what I'm
the issue
saying, bro?
that
Yeah. Okay.
I've still not,
Next question.
the issue that I've not been able to get my head around, for the explanation, is the underwriting stage, and do you get me? That like, how does the underwriting go, and how do you openly create a black bank that
Okay.
is someday going to ask for or demand reparations out of the other banks, which is going to have to give it the license to set it up. How does that work?
Oh, okay, good, beautiful. Oh, we thrown in another word there, license. Let's leave that there. Let's go back to a bit
because
earlier.
That's what it is, though, isn't it? Because
don't worry, relax. We'll get through all of that. All of that is done. It's sorted. It's sorted. It's just that it's got to be explained. Because every question that is answered flies up about another 3 questions. That's the problem with transparency. You see, and then you got to go through all those 3 questions. Then those 3 questions, they get another 3 questions each.
Yeah,
so
that's why the thing.
But you have to keep going.
It's such a big subject, isn't it? It's such a massive subject.
Yes, but that's the trees. That's the roots, actually. That's the roots. Because every question, generating more questions, is generating roots for the tree. So you mustn't get tired of the questions, because each new question is more transparency and more roots, and it becomes stronger and more solid.
I've got to jump off,
Okay.
Well, my battery's overheating, man. It's about to lock off.
Okay.
I'll be listening from YouTube, though, man. But shout me if anyone's in the back.
I'm just gonna make active go over that question there, innit? Because how would you get people to have the same, be aligned with the same vision of us, even though they know that it's going to be at their detriment?
Okay.
It's just like how will capitalism and the society working right now be able? They will never, ever give black people any positions of power in this society and this capitalism economy we've got now, because we're the main customers. So it's hard to turn your main source of income into your partner.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes. I don't know about partner. Okay. But that's the game board. That means we've started to arrive at the table. We're starting to arrive at the gaming table and take our seats. See, so the conversation is moved. The conversation is moved. It's like, well, how are we going to do this? But the conversation has taken us to the gaming table, and we're just about to settle down into the seats now to get into the game. Because remember, that's how it started. That's how that started. How you mentioned it when you came on. You mentioned when you first came on. We're not even in the game. so yeah. But now, now we can see that. Wait a minute. We can now start to see at the table, and now we're going to start discussing the table and the seating around the table and the nature of the game itself.
More Steph. I'm following you, brother. I'm definitely following you. I've been following you from the beginning still. And I'm always interested in the banking. And you're the only one beating the banking drum. So I have to listen to what you're saying. So at the end of the day, do you know what I mean? I have to as a black man, innit? Because obviously I'm interested in banking myself. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, all of us. Yes.
Different ideas, as you said, everyone's got different ideas, and none of them are not valid or they're not appropriate. They all can be included and analyzed.
Yes. So earlier on, Scattered Minds came on, and the discussion was about how grassroots organizations can use situations like the Black Lives Matter protests to their benefit.
Yeah, hey, brother. Yesterday, sorry to cut you, sir. I heard a bit of information about this Black Lives Matter, bro. Apparently, they've. I'm gonna research it myself though, but I'm just sharing what I heard, innit? I'm just relaying what I heard. But apparently, they've organised a website on June the 2nd. I mean July the 2nd or June the 2nd, one of them dates, and basically they've really nearly raised 900,000 already.
Oh man, look at that! See that?
You get what I'm trying to show you. So that's like in the space of a 2 week.
There you go. See that?
You know what I'm saying? So we got things out there. If that money is redirected in inner city areas, like, you know what I'm saying? Our lives can be better overall. And if our lives are better overall, we'll have more income. That's for we'll have more reason to. Because I want someone to come on and back up what you're saying, but from the internet era, because that internet era may have missed you. Do you know what I'm saying, Elder? And there's people in the banking sector now that have got the same knowledge as you, but also they got the internet access and the internet capabilities to put it up on the screen. Do you know what I'm saying? And show. That's
right.
You know what I'm saying?
They got the skill as well.
Yeah.
That's
So
right.
I want someone to pair up with you that's got the internet skill, so you can actually display everything what you're saying as well. And at the same time, whilst you're doing that, we can have some sort of melting pot that we can all see. So every time you come on, you're like the black telephone, if that makes sense. The IC3 telephone. You're like the black. Remember telephone? I know it's old, but some of the viewers might not remember it. But it's a little thing that used to come on before Comic Relief and all that.
Oh, right. Okay.
You get I'm trying to show you on ITV telephone.
Right.
Yeah?
Okay. Right.
And they used to phone in and give money.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that. Yes, I think
You
I remember
that?
Yeah.
It's old still. It's old still. It's not a new thing I'm talking about. You get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, and then on the screen, after every discussion on the screen, you can see and show your people, even if it's 20 pence, you can show them that this is here. It's not going nowhere. From once IC3's here, this is going to be here for us to move forward. So it's an idea in theory as well as in practice.
Okay, good. So let's address the question that Vele raised. I've forgotten it now. What was the question?
It was how the underwriters.
Yes, I got it. Yeah. So Scattered Minds was saying, he came on and he said that, for example, the situation in Trafalgar Square, if there was a small number of black people that were unified in strategy, he mentioned uniform as well, but uniform or not, but unified in strategy, when they go in there and they all get in front of the camera and speak, they would have presets. They would say things that had already been agreed beforehand, rather than go down there and all start babbling in front of the cameras and on the microphones. When you go down there, when these people go down there, everyone is saying the same thing. And then that would be a force in itself. Because it's a coordinated message. Just like when you watch every news program, they all seem to be saying the same thing. They all seem to be unified, more or less, in their overall vision and approach. So a group of black people that are IC3 black people that are unified in their overall vision and approach, they could be alone. They don't need to be in a big group together, a big bunch. They could just spread out, but they all have the same vision. And so when the camera zooms in on this one person and they're speaking in front of the camera and the microphone, they're saying something, and it's the same thing that the other person's been saying, but he's on the other side. See, you don't need 10 people behind you and you're speaking for I'm speaking for the black community and they're all behind me. No. You can just be an individual, because you're part of the organization, you don't all have to go and all look the same and all stay in the same area. You all have a coordinated mindset and vision. So you don't need to be physically next to each other to try and make out that there's a big number of you.
No, most definitely.
Yeah,
Most definitely. You mobilize when required, you know what I mean? And then
exactly. That's right. So it's a whole new approach. You know, we're unified in head.
100%. 100%.
Rather than saying, "Oh, we're unified because we're all together and we're all holding hands," like idiots.
No, because 100%. Because if we unify properly and we get in sync, because that's basically what I think you're saying. We need to fully sync up.
That's right.
On the same accord. You know what I mean?
That's
so
right.
every more or less every black person in Britain is putting some sort of money towards this IC3 banking.
Oh, hold on! Don't go there. Don't. You don't. Though this bank is not a black savings bank.
I know IC3. I fully know. Don't get me wrong, you know. I fully know, but my banking experience is quite primitive, innit? I need to educate myself more with it. So the only concept I'm grasping that's working right now, is a group type of co-op or a group type of save or a group type of. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes. I understand.
It's transparent, 100%. Like that thing. What you're talking about is maybe I don't know 100 years from now when I'm dead, innit? Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Like I'm thinking about things that tangible we can do tonight.
No, this is even faster than that. This is faster.
I believe
you're talking about tonight, man. This is happening now. It's faster than the money. It's faster than the physical. It's faster. It's in the invisible world. There's no resistance. It's flying. It's happening now. Before you want to, before you can put your hands in your pockets.
Nah, man.
It's already happening.
But once you can think it can be put into practice, isn't it? So
exactly. That's the
point. I'll never rubbish anything what you're saying and say no. Because one day, if God is, I believe God is fair and God is real, innit? That's why I pray to him, innit? And I'm saying he knows what we've been through. So obviously there's gonna be some sort of respiration going on, innit? Or some sort of restorative justice. You know what I'm saying? Even if it don't come from them, it's gonna come from him.
One way or the other.
Yeah, one way or the other.
Both ways.
I would never ever fight. Yeah, I would never ever fight what you're saying. Someday we will get reparations somehow. You get what I'm saying? But obviously, I just can't see it coming from them for some reason. You know what I mean? I can't see them trying to help us to elevate to do nothing. Because as I said,
hold that point there. You see, it will come from the white supremacists, but it's not going to come in a way of, in the tone of giving. It's a game. You've got to win it strategically. They're not going to give you no pieces.
I believe you.
They're not going to give you no pieces.
Yeah, you have to be strategically smart.
It's the rules of the game. Rules of the game. Nobody's giving nobody in any pieces. It's the rules, the maneuvers of the game. That's the way the game is played. And if you mess about with the rules of the game, right, you'll destroy your own self because you're on the table. So once you come forward, step forward as a bank, then you start playing by banking rules. And if they try to cheat, right, then the cheat will destroy themselves because they sit around the same table. As long as you're not around their gaming table, they just don't have to ignore you. You're nothing. You're just like dogs barking or cattle making noise. Just making noise. You're not around the table. But once you hit that table, They say, all right, okay, so you made it to the table. It's like the poker table. It's like the poker table. Once you're in the poker table, are you in the game or not? You in? You got any chips? Or you're out? In fact, you won't even make it to the table. You won't even get into the building. But once you come correct, you get into that building, and then you make your way to the poker table. Once you sat around that table, right, they're all playing poker anyway against each other. So once you take your place and you lay down your chips, you say, okay, so you've joined the game. You've joined the game. So if there's any messing around there, it messes up the whole game. It messes up the whole table. It just tarnishes the whole thing. So you got to come correct and take your seat and then put your chips on the table. I don't know if that's a good illustration of the poker table. You got chips, you got chips. Place your bets, please. So to enter the banking casino, you know, at the high level games, some people, they may come with money or chips. So actually, sometimes they have chips. Sometimes they come at the high level. They come with documents, because those documents around the gaming table, they could be deeds to property, and they run out of chips, and then they just pull out a document, and they put the document on the table. I'm still in the game. These are documents. What documents? What paperwork you putting on the table? This paperwork are title deeds. Title deeds. I've run out of chips, but I've got title deeds. So if you win, you can take this country, or you take this island, or you take this property, or this street. So the big players, they come with documents, chips or documents, or even a whole pile of diamonds. It doesn't matter. What have you got to put on the table? In fact, everybody else might have chips, and then you might just come with some title deeds or some information, and then they all recognize the value of what you've got, and they might exchange it for chips, or they might allow you just to put that in there. So everybody's got chips, and you haven't got chips, but all you have is this entity, or this title, or whatever, or a number of rocks, or whatever. But people, as soon as they see it, everybody on the table, as soon as they see what you put down on the table, they recognize the value. And they say, yes, okay, so you're in this game. You lose, we're taking that. We are taking that. If you win, that is enough to justify you taking all of our chips. So that's the banking game table, banking poker. Do you know how to play? So I don't know if people catch that illustration. At the highest tables, it might not just be chips. It could be documents, deeds, evidence. Yeah, even evidence. Evidence. Imagine that. You come to the table, poker table, and you got some evidence, and people think, whoa, that evidence has a value to it. They do that sometimes, don't they? They what I don't know. Maybe some legal people can come on and clarify. But sometimes they pay people to make certain evidence disappear. So you see, evidence is also a form of currency. Is also a form of money. Evidence. Sometimes they pay people to keep quiet. So at that table, at that poker table, anything goes as long as it's generally accepted by those who are sat round the table, who are sat round the banking poker table. And
I see free. Big up yourself, man. Big up everyone in the chat and all that, man. You have a lovely, lovely day, bro. And it's good speaking to you, bro, man. You know
okay. Good.
Just hold up the fort, man. You're doing the right job, bruv, man. Honestly, man. One day we're gonna have a discussion just like what you're saying, and you might crack it. You never know.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Transparency.
So just keep
you mentioned the word transparency. That's right.
Definitely, bro. Definitely. We're gonna get there, man, because the internet, trust me, I'm sure there's gonna be an app one day where we can all log in, all have the same login details, and we can all see where the money's going and no one can touch it. And it's as simple as that. Do you get what I'm saying?
There'll be a way.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be a way.
Don't worry.
So what you're saying ain't far-fetched at all. It ain't ridiculous. It's none of that. It's feasible when the time's right, maybe 60, 70. I don't know when it's going to happen. You know what I mean?
It's going to happen a lot quicker than you think.
I believe you. I love it. I love it too. But brothers, sisters, bless up, man. Everybody have a lovely day, man.
You too. Have a good day. Yeah, so let's look at the chat here. I like what Count sort of nice is. Funny how Monopoly, quote, he says, or she says, funny how Monopoly man resembled JP Morgan. That's right. JP Morgan Bank. Oh, yes. Another good quote. Council of Nicaea says, an expertise in lying or masking intent is necessary in poker. Suppose it's same in modern banking. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. Masking intent. Council of Nicaea says, BLM, quote, BLM is a Trojan horse using black vexation to enact a fake revolution which can only benefit the establishment. They wish to remove middle class to increase class gap. Skin color is moot point. Yes, this Council of Nicaea has got some interesting, thought-provoking comments and points of view. Yes. Yes, so let's see if I can just talk about the so-called banking model or the setup. So as I try to illustrate, it's like coming to a table and knowing the rules of the game, so that you're applying the right rules to the right game, and you're set at the right table. Now, traditionally, setting up a bank requires a large amount of money, or a certain amount of money, and money plus reputation. So it's a combination of the two things, money and reputation. And I'm open for challenges on this, but I'm going to make the statement that the reputation is actually more important than the money. Because the reputation means that they perceive you as sharing the same vision, as having the same values, as having the same cultural values, as having the same intentions or intent. So they're letting you in. They're prepared to underwrite you and insure you because they know you and they know your values and so on. So I suppose, to illustrate it in terms of the poker table, if you are the stranger arriving at the poker table, and the rules are clear, it's possible that maybe the people you're playing against all share the same vision and have the same intent overall, even though they're playing against each other. And so they could, to a degree, ensure a weak member. Because if they're all part of the same club and they sat round the poker table to which you've arrived and you're the stranger, if one of them is in trouble, like a bank is in trouble, the others might choose to fund or give them a chip to keep them in the game. I don't know the true rules of poker, but that's I'm trying to say that's the equivalent of an insurance. So you're the odd one out. You arrive at their poker table, and there's 6 of them there, and they can see one of the 6 is losing badly. The other 5 might throw that person. I don't know if that's the rules of poker or not. You poker specialists will be able to tell me if that's real or not. But they may be able to kind of chip in to support that 5th individual who is weak in order to keep that person in the game. So they prefer to keep that person in the game if they felt it would improve their chances of knocking you out and bankrupting you and removing you from the table with nothing. So that I'm trying to say that as an illustration of insurance. underwriting, banking, underwriting, banking, insurance. It works. I suspect works a bit like that. That they'll be willing to support each other to keep all their friends in the game. But if you play well, they might just have to let that fifth person go, because it's jeopardizing their own position. They can offer some help to their people that they like or their friends, but once a friend is gone beyond a certain level, I can't see them supporting that. It's just was it? I think Vele mentioned it's collateral damage. I think you mentioned it earlier on. So I was trying to illustrate the whole banking concept as a game of poker. So I don't know how accurate. I don't know how perfect that illustration is. I know that we watch. We always see in James Bond. James Bond is always in every film. He always ends up at a poker table at some point. I suspect that is symbolism by those who know that a lot of things happen around the poker table, and the poker table is not just about winning and losing material things. It also exposes character. I suspect the character of the players. They want to watch and see how much you can afford to lose, and if you can lose and still maintain your dignity. Welcome, Tarek and Wabfunk. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. It's like, what about if you don't fall under the codes and you have an indigenous tribal group?
Okay. So, what about if you don't fall under the codes and you have an indigenous tribal group? Right. That the people that develop the codes, they developed the codes in a way so that no indigenous tribal group can escape classification. The code for an indigenous tribal group, or a group that, even I've met some people as well at Speaker's Corner who asked that same kind of question, would be this.
So
let me give you the code. Let me give you the code. Hold it. I'm going to give you the code. I'm going to give you the code now. So there's one called OOEG. OOEG. That's a code, and that's the code for other ethnic group. OOEG. Other ethnic group. And there's another code.
Well, not
OOTH.
really, because
any other ethnic group. Any other ethnic group. And there's another code, NOBT, information not yet obtained. So I think that might answer your question.
No, because the people's ethnic group is actually who they are. So, i.e., take for instance, travelers. What would a traveler fall under?
Oh, right. Okay. So, a traveler. It's a code here. That word traveler only comes up once, actually. It comes under WIRT, WIRT, which is White Traveler of Irish Heritage. So that word comes up, but but it appears from the codes that there's only one type of traveler, and that's Irish travelers.
Oh, so the codes are never really correct then, as we can see, because people belongs to clans and tribes.
Oh yes. Well, you see, the issue of correctness is another serious debate or discussion. You see, who decides what is correct? I suspect that it's a matter of power. So if you have power, you decide what is correct or not according to your view. So all these codes are questionable.
Well, take for instance, if you're the king of the Yoruba kingdom, are you gonna fall under Nigerian black?
King of the Yoruba kingdom, yes. BAGN.
No,
you'll fall under
no,
black
because that person
Nigerian.
is sovereign.
Ooh.
No, because kings and queens of councils are sovereign people. They don't fall under black.
Okay, sovereign. So, what? That's an interesting word. A very interesting word. Sovereign. Now, if a king is defeated in battle, or a queen is defeated in battle, and then them and their kingdom become subject to the victors, can they still be considered to be sovereign?
Of course.
And who decides what is sovereign?
That's your ethnicity.
No. Who decides? Does the victor?
Well, the individual and
what? The individual.
The individual and the collectives of who that clan or tribe or family or company belongs to.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but the question I'm asking, if that group or that ethnic group or that indigenous group is defeated in battle, in war, and they're now, as a total indigenous group or ethnic group, are now subject to the power of the victors, can they decide whether they're sovereign or not?
Of course. You choose to either be a citizen or a sovereign entity.
Okay. So, say that what if the powers that be decide to take the king and the queen of that indigenous group of people, of that ethnic group, and deport them to another place, and then scatter all the people in different places within the kingdom of the victors? Can they even be described as an ethnic group? any longer, let alone sovereign.
Of course,
Sovereign of what?
it depends what times you're talking about. So in this modern day, you will go to a war court tribunal.
War court tribunal. Okay. War court. Court. All right. So is the court, does the court belong to a sovereign?
Yeah, probably, yeah, to another sovereign state.
Right.
So take for instance, you got the UNESCO courts. So like world leaders who do wrong crimes and certain things, they go to them type of courts.
Okay.
So if you're a soldier and all these types of things, and you do bad crimes within your army, these are the type of court systems you have to go through.
Okay. So in that court, the judges,
i.e. the Mau Mau tribe in Kenya.
Okay. Okay. Right. So the court is owned by an entity, by a sovereign entity, and an entity that may have values that may or may not have a conflict of interest with court attendees. So yes, I understand what you're saying.
You cannot get justice by the people that's actually committed the criminal act. That would be an adversary or a bias sort of way to go about justice. You have to go to another higher court that is separate from both entities that can conduct some sort of justice.
Good. I agree with you. Good.
That's why they have
higher court. Right. So what the question is, I wonder what are the cultural values held by the people that control the highest court in the known world. What that court is going to be manned by people, and those people are going to share some common values which they have taught the judges of that court. So the question is, the highest court in the known world, I wonder what values they hold. In order to address your question, as in an indigenous people who may feel that they have been damaged and distorted by another entity. So it's going to be those indigenous people and this other entity both going to the highest court in the world. The point I'm trying to make is what if the people who control the highest court in the known world share values with the entity that committed the crime against the indigenous people? I'm thinking about that. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a good point. But when you go to these higher courts, they're all different nations or bodies of people.
Of course.
The United Nations.
Right. But Yes. So the United Nations. I wonder what we know, or what can be found out about. If we agree that the United Nations is the highest court in the known world, if the United Nations has the highest court, in the known world, I wonder what the underlying cultural values that are held by the United Nations. I suppose that we'd have to look into who founded the United Nations, and what were their founding principles, and who were the people that made the decision to establish the United Nations. And so I suppose that would be a number of questions there. It'd be interesting if somebody is an expert on the United Nations would be able to address those points. But I suspect that the United Nations is a white supremacist organization.
So are these, but so are these banks, what you're talking about with these codes.
Correct. So, if moving on from the point that you made there, which is very good, that the United Nations could share values as the same values as the banking world, then that's actually a very good point, because there's going to be a relationship between justice and finance. And what are the relationships between justice and finance? And what structure is there? Yes, I think that the way what you mentioned there is very good. How you're linking justice to finance. As in you're mentioning that the United Nations as a court, and the banking world and their finance. So these are interesting things to look at, to think about. Yes.
So who is the Secretary of Defense?
Of who?
Who is the Secretary of Defense in England or Britain?
Let's have a look. I don't know off by hand, so let's look up on the internet. Secretary of Defense, UK. Right Honourable Ben Wallace MP. Ben Wallace was appointed Secretary of State of Defense on the 24th of July 2019. So, Secretary of State for Defense of the United Kingdom, Her Majesty's Principal Secretary of State for Defense is the leader and Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Defense. The Executive Department of the British Armed Forces, the Executive Department of the British Armed Forces. The office is a British cabinet level position. So that's the Secretary of State for Defense of the United Kingdom. So why did you mention that? Any points?
So what are their functions? Because they said they're also the cabinet. So what is the cabinet?
Okay. Now we're starting to ask some interesting questions. Right. British cabinet. So let's look at British cabinet. Right. Cabinet of the United Kingdom. The Cabinet of the United Kingdom is the body of senior ministers of the Crown in the government of the United Kingdom. A committee of the Privy Council. The members include the 4 great offices of state, which include the Prime Minister, who chairs the cabinet. So that's what I've got there. The current cabinet executives are Boris Johnson, Prime Minister, Dominic Raab, First Secretary of State. And, oh, interesting, the subsidiaries of the cabinet executives are the Joint Intelligence Committee. And the parent organization of the cabinet, is the Privy Council of the United Kingdom. So, what was you thinking?
So these are the people. So these are the people that operate the banks and that press the buttons of the mechanisms that function the whole organized body of the United Kingdom.
I'm not sure because there's no mention of banks. So I suppose there must be some relationship to the Bank of England or some relationship between the cabinet or the Privy Council of the United Kingdom must have some dealings with the Bank of England. So I wonder what the Bank of
is the Treasury happen to be in the cabinet as well?
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. This is interesting. Treasury. UK. Her Majesty's Treasury. Her Majesty's Treasury, sometimes referred to as the Exchequer, or more informally, the Treasury, is the department of the government of the United Kingdom responsible for developing and executing the government's public finance policy and economic policy. So it's responsible for developing and executing. Executing.
So I think that is I think that would be the first person somebody would have to try and bring some sort of awareness to, or at least a direction, a letter of correspondence should be heading to.
Interesting. So the office holder is Rishi Sunak, and he's the Chancellor, and Robert Jennick, Parliamentary Secretary. But there's another one, the Department Executive, Sir Tom Scholar, Permanent Secretary of the Treasury. So what is the difference between a permanent Secretary of the Treasury and it seems like there's people that are not permanent, and there's people that are permanent.
Yeah.
So, what is the relationship between a permanent secretary of the Treasury and the Bank of England?
So, to me, and I might be wrong, to me that would be like how a mafia would have somebody as what they would call a consigliere or a consigliere, something like that.
What's that? What's the
It's somebody
consigliere?
who I can't remember the word. It's like a consigliere or something like that. But that person deals with the sole purposes of the family's interests. So they won't really have somebody from outside representing that sort of department.
Oh, right. Interesting.
Yeah.
How do you spell that? Do you know how to spell it?
God knows, man. I might be pronouncing it wrong and also.
Maybe somebody knows. Yeah. So there seems to be a split there. There's a split between the permanent secretary of the Treasury and obviously if there's a permanent secretary, there must be a non-permanent secretary of the Treasury. And I would guess, I don't know, but I'd guess that the non-permanent one would be subject to democracy, and the permanent secretary to the Treasury would be above democracy. In other words, that person's not voted and voted out, can't be voted in and can't be voted out. That's what I would suspect, but hopefully somebody would come and clarify a situation.
It's just a figure, like obviously that person's a human being. He's not going to be immortal. So
yes,
so they're obviously going to have people take over his role.
Yes,
like that. So it's just basically a one called status of quo. So like, i.e., the taxman,
right?
The bank manager.
Yes, yeah.
That's what it is basically.
Right.
So other people. So I think that Sajid guy, he probably was a Conservative Party.
Yeah.
And that's how we got in, and vice versa. When different parties come in, there could be a Labour chancellor.
Exactly.
Who would write to them to say, "Oh, this blah 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 blah." But he goes to the permanent person. So who does the permanent person go to?
Right. That's the question. So let's have a look.
Just like anybody in their kitchen, you would have to go into your cupboard, i.e. forgot what they call them things. Cabinet. You have to go into your cabinet to take out something.
Oh yes, that's right.
That banker man has to take that. You know what I mean?
He's got access to the cabinet.
So
that's right.
You know what I mean? So he has to go to the cabinet now to access a plate of food.
Right. I mean? Yes. Yeah, I like that. So let's look here. It's got permanent secretary to the Treasury.
He's a civil servant. He's a full-time civil servant. His job is to enact the will of the elected government. He's not elected by the people. He's just or she is a civil servant who works full-time.
Right, and is not elected by the people. Interesting. No. Thank you very much.
If you go to 10, and you were talking about the Treasury. If you go to 10 Downing Street, the sign on the door is not. This is the Prime Minister's house. It's First Lord of the Treasury. The Prime Minister is the First Lord of the Treasury. Although you've got a Secretary of State for the Treasury, Rishi Sunak, he is not actually the number one. He's number two. In fact, he lives number two. He lives next door. The person with ultimate responsibility for the purse strings, for the money, is the Prime Minister. He has the final say in all money. And in any kind of political thing, if you look at any kind of political thing, always find out who's in charge of the money.
Fab.
Who's in charge of the money?
Can I put the panel back on task, please? Is that possible? Can I put everyone back on task?
Yeah, what you got to say? Go on.
Can we look at the title of the stream?
Yeah, that's where we started. Before you came on.
Yeah.
So it's developed. The
So
conversation is.
Can we focus on that?
No, but we've already been there, and we've the conversation has led to this level. So we don't need to go back there.
No. What level? Let's focus on that.
The conversation started there.
If you can connect it with what we're talking about.
Big up.
The conversation started there, and as we went into the conversation, and we started analyzing the conversation.
Listen, IC3. You're the progenitor of the bank status, right? Are we not talking about BLM?
Yes, we are in the same conversation. We're in the same conversation. It has gone. You've come late.
Let's stay there.
Come late.
No, I haven't come late.
Was you at the beginning
I've been
of the conversation?
here since the beginning of the stream. Yes, I was.
Okay.
All right. Let's talk about BLM.
I don't think so. IC3 and Torok, big up yourself. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to quickly ask before they move this conversation like they always do. Before that happens, I heard you. I've been listening all morning, as you know, I'm homeschooling, and I kept hearing you. Even when you're talking to Torok, you was telling him basically about these group. Torok asked you a question about what if you belong to tribes and stuff.
Yeah.
And you don't come under any of the bracket groups that you've already got, I guess, proposed. So my thing is, I understand Torok's question. I understand the answer you gave him with, you got subgroups and whatever. But I have a problem with this, and I'm going to explain to you why, and then I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
So my problem with this is these subgroups or these indigenous tribes or whatever it is that they will be coming under these subgroups under.
Yeah.
How then detect How do we detect that they are actually entitled to money, number one, or reparations or whatever it is that you're trying to get? And two, if they are...
Who's trying to get reparations?
I'm not talking to you. You told your call. I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing IC3. Wait your turn. So what it is, my thing is if that's the case, then my thing is, if it is a case of money that we're going after, whatever the case may be, then how does that affect the people that we are claiming that, the black people? Because remember, we're doing this under the guise of being black, but not every black person's entitled to reparations. So how do we then filter that, number one? And number two, what happens to the people that really the lump sum is supposed to be going to? Do they have to now share their amount with these other subgroups?
Beautiful questions. So ask the first question again, and I'll address that. And I'll try to rephrase the question, and then see if you accept what my understanding of the question, and then I'll come with the answer. So the first one,
ensuring that they're even entitled to any form of reparations.
Right. Hold that point there. Good. Right. So the entitlement is all going to be about words and names, titles, and identification. Yes. So the responsibility will be for the people who are setting up the reparations bank to form a kind of tree, if not a family tree, of blackness, as it were. So the current tree is IC3, that's the one trunk, yes, and then that trunk goes into three branches, and the three branches are the UK self-defined unit ethnicity codes, which are B1 Caribbean, B2 African, and B9 other black. So we're looking at this tree now. So the tree is going up. It's the IC3 tree, the black tree, the tree of blackness. And then it has three branches: Caribbean, African, and other black. Then it goes out into those 3 branches then go into 14 other smaller branches. So from those 3 branches, 14 other branches spring from those 3 branches. And the 14 branches are, do you want me to read out what those branches are?
Oh, please.
IC3, do you believe this? Do you really believe this?
Well, we'll do with you shortly. I just want to try and address
it's Lady
the first
D.
question.
Lady D,
Lady D's issue. Yes. So
big up, Lady D.
Yeah. So here are the 14 branches that come from the 3 branches, which are Caribbean, African, and other
IC3.
black.
Who knows what those branches are?
Excuse me, please. I'm trying to. I'm trying to
You
keep my
can't
head
keep
together.
doing this.
Who are you to say what I can and can't do?
Come on, man. Where does IC3 come from?
Who are you to say what I can and can't do? Right.
come
So
on,
let
man.
me
Stop
address
doing
Lady
this.
D. Right.
Common law.
So here's a
It's
14.
common law, mate.
Yeah.
Turok, come on.
Here's the 14 branches. So we have to understand.
This is actually what the Jubilee government made.
Right. But if, I'm going to talk about the tree, then we can go further. I'm just going to show the tree, the black tree.
What tree? What tree? What black tree?
Okay, if you be
Where's the
quiet,
black
you'll
tree?
listen. If you be quiet, you'll hear. So, and then we can
Okay.
discuss whether the tree
you
should
know what?
exist, or whether the tree is wrong, or whether the tree is right, or whatever. But I'm telling you, this tree exists.
I think we should tie it back to him.
Listen, I'm going to listen.
Right.
I want to hear where
Back to
this
him
tree
and see,
comes
Right.
from.
So
what
let me
do you think his
answer.
code will be then?
Let me answer Lady D's question. So the 14 branches are BAFR. That's number 1. BAFR, Black African. 2. BANN, Black
Tell us
Angolan.
where this tree comes
Keep quiet,
from.
please. Keep quiet, please. We'll discuss it after. We're describing the tree at the moment. So let me start again so I can cut before I lose concentration. So the 14 branch that come from the 3 branch of the black tree, from the 3 branches of the black tree, are this as follows. Branch number 1, BAFR, Black African. 2, BANN, Black Angolan.
IC3, you're long-winded. Tell us where this tree
You're wasting
comes
time. I'm
from.
going to keep talking. Yeah, well, every time you interrupt me, I'm going to start again because I got to address this tree.
Yeah,
Right,
it's made up shit.
I think you should give him his code.
It's a
Show
construct.
me his code.
It's a
It's
construct.
not a construct. You've made it up.
Show me his code and show the tree. No,
Right.
Okay,
These are
tell
not
him
my
his code
codes.
and you will
These are
understand.
not my codes. These are the
No,
codes.
tell him his code. His codes as an
No,
Australian.
come
No,
on, man.
Australian, white Australian code.
He's a white Australian.
Yes, let's do it.
Well, I'll give him that code
Yeah,
shortly.
what's his code?
Yeah, I'll give him that code.
Give him his
We
code.
must wait until I finish with the black codes, and then we'll talk about the white
Fuck's sake.
codes. Because there's white codes here. I've got the white codes right here. So I'll finish off with the black codes, then I'll deal with the white codes.
I
So-
will take you back to the topic of the stream again.
Okay. Right. So branch number 1, Black African, BAFR.
No,
Black
you're not going to do this. Why do
Me-
you call yourself IC3?
Are you going to tell me what I'm not going to do? Well, should we ask Veli to come in?
Just give him. Just give
Why
him
do you
his
call
code
yourself
and you will understand.
IC3?
He must wait. He must wait. Let me
No, because I'll be
answer
honest.
Lady D's question.
Even I don't like to hear these codes over and over. It's a bit going
Yes.
back into the past, you know. To be
Listen,
Well,
Turok,
Right.
I know where you come from.
honest.
You don't want to hear these codes over again. Tell him.
I know. I'll be honest myself as well.
Ask him where these codes come
That's
from.
why I said, tell him his codes.
Yeah, we will address those questions, but can I answer Lady D's question first, and then we'll get to your question.
Bro,
Do you have a
come on,
problem
man.
with this information? Do you have a
Yes, I
problem?
do.
Okay, well, we'll discuss that
But
shortly.
Lady D can rewind it though, really and truly.
Yeah, we're wasting
Lady D,
time. I would
ask your
have
question
finished by
again.
now. I would have been finished by now. Right. So just let me
No,
finish.
you wouldn't.
Every time you're interrupting me, I'm not getting. Other people might be interested. People
You're
might
going to
be
go for
interested.
another 30 minutes.
If I will do if you keep disturbing me. Let me finish addressing Lady D's question. She might be
Make it
satisfied with the
concise.
answer. She might
For
not.
Lady D. Make
Yeah,
it concise. For Lady D.
I'm making it as concise
Let's
as I
do that.
can. I'm making it as concise. I'm only just reading a list. I'm not talking about anything. I'm just trying to answer
Go on,
the
Uncle.
question.
Do your best. Give it your
Right.
best shot.
Right. So
Go on.
now I'm
Shoot.
I'm discussing this construct of a black tree. Yes, I know it's a construct, but it exists and it's fully functional. It is alive. So let me describe this tree. It's functional. It's happening and we're feeling the impact of it. So I've
No,
got to
it's not.
clarify it. Maybe you're not. If you're a white person, you might not be feeling it. But anybody classified as black, they will be feeling this. So I've got to describe this construct, and then we can discuss whether it's right or whether it's wrong or whether we agree with it or whether
Go
it should
for it.
exist
Just
or
do
whatever.
it. Just do
I've
it.
just got
Do
to
it.
describe this black tree.
Describe it.
Right. So the trunk of the tree is IC3 black. There is only one trunk. That one trunk, as you move up, it then splits into 3 branches. And the 3 black branches are B1, Caribbean, B2, African, B9, other black. Then those 3 branches of blackness then split into 14 branches. So the branches are getting thinner
I've
and
got to
higher.
stop you there. Where
Right.
does
Here
IC3
we
come
go.
from? Where does it come from?
Yeah, we will do that. Let me describe the tree. Do we have a problem with it? Just hearing?
Oh my God.
Are you so offended by the tree itself? Just be quiet. Let
Can
me
you
describe the
tell
tree,
the
then I'll be
people
quiet. I've got
where
nothing to say.
IC3
Well,
comes
if you're listening,
from?
I think Lady Divine wishes to come onto the show. Lady Divine is asking to come onto the show, I think.
I'm not really here. I'm just listening
Oh,
to
I'm
the
sorry.
mystery.
I apologize.
Thanks. But Torok, the fact that you're even co-signing this bullshit is madness, and the fact that you're allowing them to interrupt and not say nothing is mad.
I'm just trying to give people an alternative. Trust me, just go make a cup of tea for 5 minutes. No, please.
Can I just get my question?
Listen. IC3 is a police code that describes Negroid humans. No more, no less. This whole thing with IC3, the person on the panel trying to throw this whole thing back to the Bible and ancient times is bullshit.
Okay, that's your opinion. Can we discuss your opinion after I've described this construct, which is
But
a
where
black
do these
tree?
where does this tree come from though? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, okay, we'll try and get there, but I've got to
There's
describe
no
the tree.
tree.
Do you have a problem with this black tree?
Listen.
Do you have a problem with
okay.
blackness? Do you have a
No,
problem
listen,
with
listen.
blackness?
Listen,
Do you have a problem?
Listen. Let's talk IC3 Bank. Let's do that.
Well, there's some certain fundamentals that need to be clarified, and one of
Let's
them
go.
is a definition of what it means to be black. The official.
No, a bank
The official.
is a bank. What
We'll
is
get
the
there.
IC3
We'll get there.
bank?
Right. Of course, but let me describe the tree. We'll get there. We'll get there. But first of all, we got to understand the construct.
No, we don't.
Of black.
We don't.
Well,
we actually don't.
Well, I say we, as in referring to Lady D and myself, as in that she asked the question.
No, leave Lady D alone. What is the
Oh my
IC3
God.
spec?
Lady asked a question. Why is it taking so long to answer this question? Is there a problem with blackness?
No, because
Is
you're
there a
going to try and
problem?
define IC3 as
But what are you
some sort of
fighting?
subclass.
What are you fighting? All I'm talking about is black people. I'm talking
Okay,
about black people.
explain IC3 1 and 2.
I can't believe this.
Explain IC3 1 and 2.
Are you a black person? Yes or no?
Of course I am. I'm an African.
All right, hold on. Okay, right. Okay, so let me describe this official, because there's power behind this.
Just do it. Describe
relax.
IC3 1,
Relax,
2, and
and you
3.
hear.
End
Relax. What do you mean end of? Relax. I'm going to describe
IC3 1,
this.
2, and 3.
There
Give the
is
audience a basis for your
Why
what
do you
this
keep
code
interrupting?
actually
What are you
is.
fighting? What are you fighting?
Okay.
Just relax. I
Go
would
on,
have
go
finished
on.
by now. Ages ago, we've been talking about something else.
Listen to some juvenile or something for 5 minutes.
We've been
Go.
discussing something else.
Go.
If you have a
Just
problem
do it.
with blackness, then
Do it.
that's another issue. Right, good. So,
Questions, and it's a struggle to even get the.
sorry, you cut off Lady D. You cut off.
You're breaking up, Lady D.
Okay, sorry about that. It's the rain. It's pouring down with rain over here. Can you hear me
Okay.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that I just asked 2 questions. I just wanted two quick answers, and it's just taking forever for me to get the 2 quick answers.
Exactly.
Quick.
Mad.
Just
I know.
answer.
That's right. I will answer
Quick.
the 2 questions. I will answer the 2 questions if I am given a chance and not interrupted. It would have been over
Don't be
long ago.
long-winded. Answer.
I'm not being long-winded. I'm being very specific. All right? Right. I'm not adding any of my opinion. I'm just giving you the raw data.
Answer.
Right. Start again.
Oh.
I'm now describing the black tree. Yes, it's a construct, but it exists and it's fully functional, and there's power behind it. So, the trunk of the tree is called IC3 black.
Oh.
As we move
Really?
up the tree, it splits into 3 branches. This construct splits into 3 branches, and the 3 branches are B1 Caribbean, B2 African, B9 other black.
Lady D.
Then
Ask
I can't
this
believe
man
this.
what
I can't believe
IC3
this.
1 and 2 are. Please.
I'm just laughing. I can't believe this. Let me
I
finish
can't
the
believe
tree.
it either. I can't believe.
Let me
this
finish.
either.
Yeah, see how highly charged the issue of black is. It's so
Yeah.
highly charged.
That it
Right,
has to
just
be
let me-
diverted.
Unbelievably. I would
By
have finished.
whom?
It's very
Who's
short.
diverting? Who's diverting?
Right. Can I please don't say anything. I'll finish the list and then I'm going to keep quiet. Right. So the 14 branches, which split off from the 3 branches of Caribbean, B1 Caribbean, B2 African, B9 other black, is 14 branches. These are the 14 branches. Branch 1, BAFR, Black African. 2, BANN, Black Angolan. 3, BAOF, Other Black African. BCON, Black Congolese. BCRB, Black Caribbean. BEUR, Black European. BGHA, Black Ghanaian. BNAM, Black North American. BNGN, Black Nigerian. BOTB, Black
You're going to go on, mate.
Other.
Listen.
B.
Where is your
B-O-
reference? Where's the reference for this?
B-O-T-H.
I'm gonna
Where are
bounce.
you
I'm gonna
getting
start
this
again.
shit?
I'm gonna
Thanks,
start
everybody.
again.
Thank,
I'm gonna start
good
again
luck,
if you
everybody.
stop me.
Thanks a
I
lot.
nearly
Thanks,
finished.
Relly. Thanks for letting me on your
IC3,
show.
where are
Right,
you
okay.
getting this from?
Right.
Simple.
Can I finish answering the first questions first? There's 2 questions asked. I'm addressing the questions. Let me finish
Oh,
the
come on.
14.
Long,
Is there so much pain?
brother, long-winded.
Or some of us have to just endure pain and discipline to hear information, and then we can discuss whether we agree with it or not. But I'm stating
Is this going to
I can't believe
the
this.
IC3 bank?
I can't believe this.
Is this going to
I
the
nearly
IC3
finished it.
bank?
I nearly finished it, you know. I nearly
The
finished.
lack
what's
of
your
discipline.
agenda?
The
Can't
lack
believe this.
of discipline right
How
now is
long do you want to
disgusting,
listen
number
to this
one.
bullshit?
Yo.
I don't, but it's not for
Yo.
you. He's not talking to you.
Listen.
Sorry,
Yo,
Veli.
Veli. Yo.
Yo, what? Let my man get to the end of his answer, man. I've been listening to it. We got him to get to the end of what he's saying. And then I'll ask
Yo,
the question
blood.
after.
How long you want to listen to this shit? Come on, blood.
Yeah, but you have to wait, though. Everyone else is trying to
All right,
listen.
all right.
So
I'm away.
every time
I'm
you
away.
keep cutting him, he's going to start again, innit?
All right.
Yeah, mute up, let him get to the end, and then he can
All
fire
right.
up some questions on him. But he wants
All right.
questions, you know. He wants man to ask me questions, yeah, but you have to let him answer the question first of all, innit?
I'm going to bring him back to the title of the stream,
Okay.
though.
Right.
Just say.
Anyway, let you go,
All
right. So we're describing a tree, the tree of blackness, the tree of black identity. Black identity. This is the construct, the tree of black identity. Now, the tree obviously has one trunk. The trunk is IC3 black. That trunk then divides into 3 branches. B1 Caribbean, B2 African, B9 other black. Then those 3 branches of the black tree divides into 14 smaller branches. And the smaller branches are BAFR, Black African, BANN, Black Angolan, BAOF, Other Black African, BCON, Black Congolese, BCRB, Black Caribbean, BEUR, Black European, BGHA, Black Ghanaian, BNAM, Black North American, BNGN, Black Nigerian, BOTB, Other Black, BOTH, Any Other Black Background, BSLN, Black Sierra Leonean, BSOM, Black Somali, BSUD, Black Sudanese. And those are the 14 branches of the Black identity tree.
Beautiful. So now I've got that IC3. That was the first question. The second
Yeah.
part of the question was, how do I then know, or how would you then provide me evidence, you know, for somebody that was, if they're going to apply via you, that the BCRB, which is the Black Caribbean, how do we ensure that we get our money and it's not given to the, what's the other one? I forgot what it was. The other black, any other black. But we don't know
Okay.
what they suffer under. So why are they included?
Right. Okay. So that branch exists, and hopefully, as things progress, people from the office, black people from the Office of National Statistics, if there's any black people working there, they may come out and add more light to this information. So, the Black Caribbean, for example, BCRB, Black Caribbean, the mere fact that the government, the British government, has chosen that word, Caribbean, means that the Caribbean exists in their view, and that area is probably defined. And people that are classified as black living within that area, or it could be seen in this way, that the whole of the Caribbean is black, and that anybody who's living there who is not black in the Caribbean, they're guests, as it were. They're guests. It's almost like because now we're going beyond the facts that I've mentioned.
I can't do this, fam.
The question you ask me now, I'm going to try and give you my view, but I can't give you the facts. Only somebody from the Office of National Statistics would actually be able to say. But I'm just looking at the words that are in front of me, and the government uses the word Caribbean, and that word Caribbean only comes up once. Oh no, it doesn't. It comes up again with mixed race. So there's mixed white and black Caribbean, and there's mixed white and black African. So the word Caribbean does come up again, but only in the mixed race section. So it's only that word only comes up twice. So if I'm to give you my opinion,
IC3.
No, I'm trying to answer the question.
Can I cut you, please?
No, you cannot. No, you have to wait. You have to wait. So I'm trying to answer Lady D's question. I'm trying to ask the.
She agrees with you already. She agrees with you.
She will tell me if she agrees with me or not.
Yeah,
she will tell me if she agrees with me or not.
Yeah, I don't.
But how long is this going to go on?
No, I have my own mouth and my own mind and my own thoughts. Don't
exactly. That's right. Yes. So
but it's not just the two of you on here. You understand?
Yeah, but I have to answer her questions, and we can go into your questions and other people's questions, so we can at least have
what
some
other
respect.
People's questions?
We'll find out. Yeah. So it appears to me, Lady D, that the whole of the Caribbean is classified as black, and any non-black people living in the Caribbean are they're just living there. So it seems to me that the whole area of the Caribbean is classified as black, just like the whole of Africa is classified as black. That's all I can say to that.
But you see, that still makes no sense, because we know that there's mass migration into the Caribbean, right? So if everybody come under that banner of being Black Caribbean, then how do you separate the ones who are descendants of slaves from ones who are not?
Okay.
Can I just focus you back to the topic of the stream?
No, you cannot. I'm focused
Why
on
not?
Lady D's question, because I'm interested in what Lady D has to say. So thank you for your suggestion.
Listen.
Thank you for
What's
your
the IC3
suggestion.
bank?
I'm interested.
What's the IC3 bank?
I'm interested in trying to address Lady D's question.
What's the IC3 bank?
To illustrate, Lady D, this statement, I'll make this statement. You see,
IC3.
all British people.
Is there a black bank in the UK?
Hello, Lady D. I hope you can hear me. Anyway, to illustrate what you're saying.
Ignoring the interruptions. That's all.
Yeah. To illustrate your point, all British people are classified as white. That's official. Yes. So there may be non-white people living
That's absolute
here.
Bullshit. Are you actually going to push that?
I'm not pushing anything.
Are you really going to push
facts.
that?
I'm not pushing anything.
Come
I'm
on,
giving
man.
you facts. I'm giving you facts, and I can give you the codes as well. I'm not pushing anything. I'm not giving my opinion. I'm not giving my opinion. When I'm giving my opinion, I'll let you know. But at the moment, I'm just giving out raw facts, and they might be painful to listen to. And I doubt you'll hear these in the media. So I'm just giving you the raw, painful facts because this is the house of pain.
Let's go.
Right.
Let's go.
So, House of Pain could be a better place to give the painful facts.
Speak.
So, the painful facts are that all British people are white. That is official. There may be people living in Britain who are not white, but all it is that they're living in Britain.
Who are they?
So non-white people living in Britain are just non-white people living in Britain.
Who are they?
Britishness is whiteness. Britishness
Who
is
are the
whiteness.
non-white Brits?
And I'll give you the
living
codes
in the UK that
I'll give you the codes to verify that statement.
As British whites.
I'll give you the codes to
no, forget the codes. Speak in plain English language.
I'm trying to concentrate here. I'm going to try and give you
forget
the codes.
You've done the codes.
To justify white. No, we're talking about whiteness now.
Who are they?
Whiteness and Britishness. I am saying that according to the codes, Britishness is white.
Are you black?
Yes, I am black. I'm IC3 black. So
I'm
not
British?
British. Yes. So let me show you. WBRI, white British.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
WCOR, white British Cornish. WENG, white British English. WSCO, white British Scottish. WWEL, white British Welsh.
Can you give us the codes?
WOWB,
black Jamaicans,
white British,
black Caribbeans, black Africans. No, come on.
We'll get there.
These are British people too. Those are British people too. Give us those codes.
You need to explain to him that the black Jamaicans and black Caribbeans are the same people. Like, I don't think he gets it.
I know, I understand.
Really?
That's right. That's right. So all Jamaicans are
you
black.
all white?
All Jamaicans are black.
Right.
There could be other people living in Jamaica who are non-black.
IC3,
but just because they are living in
British,
Jamaica, they do not classify as black. So there's white people living in Jamaica and may have been there for generations because their forefathers were slave owners or enslaved. You know, they may have been slavers. There could be white people in Jamaica who've been living there for generations. It does not make them Jamaican. It does not make them Jamaican. They're just white people living in Jamaica. Just like there could be white people living in Africa, it does not make them Africa. All it is white people living in Africa. They still come under the same code as white people.
You see, this is why Turok left, because Turok used to argue.
Is that okay, Lady D? I can't really anything more I say from that is really my views.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear how it went, because what it was, the reason why I asked you those two questions, because if we're talking about, you're talking about the reparations and the banking system and stuff like that.
Correct.
My thing is, if the black other, just under the guise of being black, are getting as well, is that coming out of the pockets of the slave descendants? or is their money
No.
thing?
Lady D, does that make any sense?
Those people will be another department, and they have their own issues, and then their issues will be dealt with, and their form of reparations may be different from the form of reparations for those who experienced enslavement.
Are you British?
So the American enslavement experience may be different from the Caribbean enslavement, may be different from any enslavement, if there was any, on the African mainland. And each group has their own story and experiences to share, and their own demands based on the documentation that I believe will be exposed as the archives and the information starts to come out step by step, bit by bit. So that's your answer, Lady
here's
D.
the thing.
Is that it? You're satisfied now?
Yeah, I am. I'm just listening to you. I've tuned out the other voice at this point. I can't be asked. I can't.
Lady D, you are exposing yourself.
The Lady D is quite satisfied with the answering to her question. Now, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So can we start your questions now?
Okay, thank you very much, Uncle. IC3 Bank. Can you give us a basis for this?
Right. The basis for the IC3 Bank is to clarify the identification of Black people so that the bank...
a bank is a bank.
Oh, right. Let me start again. Because if you interrupt me, I just lose concentration.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
Right. Okay.
I apologize.
Right. Okay. So the basis for the IC3 Bank is to clarify the identity of Black people in the context of reparations. And then the reason it's called a bank, because there are different types of banks with different specialities, is that this Black bank will specialize in the process of obtaining and settling the issue of reparations as it applies to people classified as Black.
Okay. How do you establish the IC3 Bank? What do you need to establish it?
Beautiful.
Outside of theology, ideology, and all this.
Good.
How do you establish it?
All right. The bank is being established.
What do you need to establish a bank? An IC3 bank.
Can I just make a note quickly that I just want everyone to recognise why Waybank, what's the name? Wab Funk is asking these questions. Lady D is quiet and allowing his questions to be answered. Just make a mental note of that, chat.
Thank you, Lady D.
Right. I lost concentration. So what was the question?
I was just asking, outside of ideology and all this other stuff that you bring into play, what's needed for the IC3 Bank to establish? There might be something that's actually needed for this thing to rocket off the ground.
Okay.
What is it?
Okay. What is needed, the word need, is
money.
No. Don't try and preempt. What is needed?
Sorry.
As a fundamental is what is taking place right now. Questions and answers.
What's that?
Questions and answers. Questions.
What are the questions? What are the answers?
And answers. Well, you asked a question. I gave you an answer as best I could. Maybe some others may come with better answers, but that is what is needed. That is what is needed. That's the answer.
Uncle IC3, let me put it this way. For you to establish your bank, what do you need from the people?
Hold it.
To set it off.
Right. It's not my bank.
No, you said it was IC3 Bank. So what do you need?
So it belongs
your philosophy.
What do the IC3 or the people classified as IC3 what do they need?
Black
That's
people,
right. What do they good. So it's not personalized. Or what is needed is what's happening now. Questions and answers, discussions and interrogations of ideas and concepts. And the concept,
is that going to start
which is
your
happening
bank?
here. That's the start.
Is that going to start your bank?
That is the question. The question is what is needed, not wanted. What is needed to start? What is needed to start is proper, controlled discussion and clarification, and then everything will grow from that seed.
So if I had none of that, right? But I had £100 in my hand. None of that, right? £100 in my hand. And I came to you, IC3, and I said, listen, I want to put my money in your hand and I want you to do something with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would my needed ideology, philosophy, politicism, protestation, would that work?
No.
All you would need to start your bank is the £100 in my hand, right?
No.
Is that not true? Oh,
no.
That's a no. Why?
Yes.
So you would take my ideals before my money?
Yes.
Why? Would you be able to start your bank with my ideals before my money?
Yes, before. So you hit it. You hit it perfectly. It's the process. So it starts with the ideals before you move into touching money or touching property or touching places or real things. You must clarify the ideals first. Otherwise, you're going to get big problems down when you think, oh, I've bought a building and so on. And then all the problems start to arrive at the worst time. It's better to have all the problems now and we clean them out now. We sort them out now while there's no building and there's no structure and there's no money to be fighting over. We sort that all out now.
So how do you start your bank?
Okay, you asked the question again. We've started the bank already. It started. It's already started.
How?
By this very discussion, by this very stream. Everything moves from the realms of ideas, which are invisible and unheard. Could be even dreams. Then it moves into the realm of speech. So we're starting to speak. Yes. Then from the speaking, it moves from the speaking to written documents. Yes. And then you have written documents and plans. Yes. And then from the plans, you then move on to the construction. You can from the plans you can decide which is the best way to go, which is the best step. So it all moves from the realm of the invisible down to the visible.
Okay.
And those people that are impatient, those people that are impatient for grabbing some money and getting a building, that happens all the time. They end up with a building, they end up with an organization, and then about a year or 6 months down the road, they're all at each other's throats because they never clarified what the mission was and answered the questions. And by the time when money starts coming in, that's the worst time. It just turns savage. That's the
So
worst
I
time.
bring you back. So I will bring you back to
Yes.
the topic of the live stream. Right?
Okay.
As far as progression with BLM, is there a result here?
Yes, that's my opinion. Yes, because as I think you may have heard if you was there from the beginning, it's like there's a game or a battle, and a piece has been moved. So even if it's a move that's against you, it's a move, and so now we can analyze the move, and then we can make a counter. We can think, plan, and make a counter.
Sorry to interrupt. When you say a move, would I say just awareness is a move, like them bringing awareness to, because obviously we're not benefiting financially, but them making up a load of noise on behalf of Black lives. Would you consider that a move?
Yes, it's a move. I'm not saying it's a move in our favor. I believe it's a move to take our pieces.
How is it in our favor?
Black people's
It's not
pieces.
in our favor.
Of course.
It's not.
Yeah, but it's a move. It's still a move. Whether it's a good move or a bad move, whether it's a move forward or whatever, it's still a move. So therefore, you have to analyze the move like we're doing now. We're discussing, the progress, or has there been any progress? So
listen, it means absolutely. Listen. No. Hang on. It means absolutely nothing. Because at the end of the day, look at it this way.
Disagree.
The progression, yes, there has been a progression, but it's only but skin deep, literally. To the point where people understand that, okay, maybe this whole thing about racism actually still exists. Right? You take it from this point to 2 weeks later on. What's going to happen?
Right.
It'll probably be forgotten.
No, not at all. And I'll tell you why I don't believe that's the case. Like I've heard announced this morning, things like the Urban Music Awards is now reconsidered and changed their entire name. So that's one progressive move. It's no longer called the Urban Music Awards no more, because they seem to throw Black people's music, American culture under the bandwagon of being urban. Well, we're not urban people, we're Black people. So now they've gone forward and apparently announced they're changing that name title because people find it derogatory. Black people find it derogatory. Things like that are moves. So when he says moves, I understand
Lady D, is there a Black bank in the UK?
Yes.
What is it?
Victoria Mutual, man. Jamaican Bank. Hey, I got a count.
So isn't the better process or the better result of protest to move money to their Black bank if you say it exists?
I don't say it exists. I know it exists. I hold an account. Go to Elephant and Castle and you will find it located right there. It's not what I say, it's what I know. It's what is fact.
So wouldn't a more poignant protest be the Black athletes, footballers, saying, listen, we're going to move all our money into that Black bank?
No, because not all of them big stars are Jamaicans. Why would they move all of their money into a Jamaican account? Be sensible now.
So where's this Black bank based?
Elephant and Castle, London. Now you're asking if there is a global, for all the Africans across the diaspora, if that bank exists.
No. Listen, I'm not even going to go that far. Do you bank with this bank?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Also have a Jamaican passport, a British passport, and a St. Lucian passport. What next?
do you tell your people to bank with this bank?
I tell my people, if you're Jamaican,
I'm just going to get a drink. I'll be back. I'm listening.
so I tell my people who are of Jamaican descent, who are Jamaicans and have ties to the Jamaican land. If you are Jamaican, you should have Jamaican land, a Jamaican account, and your Jamaican passport. That's what I tell them. Yes.
So you do realize that the black people that are in the UK today are not all Jamaican.
I've literally just said that. That's exactly why I would not tell all athletes and superstars that happen to be black to have a Jamaican part, because they're not all Jamaican. Literally, that makes no sense.
But wouldn't you be almost dedicated to the fact that you need to support your bank by spruiking the fact that these people need to bank with your bank? Because I don't see any other bank that's black owned.
So I missed the first part. Would I be what? I missed that part.
Shouldn't it be pertinent upon you to get as the best process of protest to get people to bank with your Jamaican bank?
No. What I should be doing and what I am currently doing is ensuring and actually advising and even helping my people that are of Jamaican descent to have a Jamaican account. The same way if you're St. Lucian, you should have a St. Lucian account. If you are from Barbados, from Trinidad and Tobago, always have a bank with your own homeland. Period.
But isn't that a juxtaposition?
No, it's called ensuring we have what is ours. Because when we have people telling us, go back home, we want you out of the country, guess what? I need my people to know they got their belongings, their land and their money back home. Bank with your own banks. Have something for the future generation. Make sure your children have multiple accounts. Make sure your children have multiple passports. Yes, right?
True. I can't argue with that. But it's the mindset of separatism, isn't it? Especially in a time like this. Surely you should be saying, hey, listen, the best way to protest is to put your money in my bank, even though it's Jamaican.
I disagree.
Put it in my bank.
Why I disagree with you? Because you got to, and we've touched on this earlier last week, and we said not every black person in the UK wants to go back home. So I'm only speaking for the ones that don't want to be here all their lives, that are doing their best that they can to make as much money as they can to build a foundation back home. See, I don't class England as my home, but that's me. Other people that happen to be black class England as their home. So I'm not speaking for every black person. I'm speaking for myself. And what I do is try to encourage many other of my African diasporan brothers and sisters to always have your backup plan back home, wherever your home may be. It could be the Caribbean, it could be in Africa, it could be anywhere across, Europe. I don't care. Make sure you have a backup plan, because our future is not guaranteed here, not at all. And what I also advise them to do is get their money up, and also shop with other black people, support black businesses, circulate our money amongst ourselves. Because I don't understand how every other community has money circling 5 to 10 times in their community, but we're the only ones that take our money and put it outside of our community. It doesn't even go around once. So yeah, that's what I do.
But you do understand that if you're circulating that money, and the business owners are not banking with a black bank, it's futile.
Oh, sorry, I got thrown off by the chat. I see my brother God of Jacob in the chat, and he wrote, separatism isn't there. Exactly, and that's the bit I wanted to touch on, because you did mention about...
Because it's easy to buy black, but if you're buying black, and those black business owners are banking with Barclays, it's useless.
That is a false narrative. It's easy to buy black. Number one, it's harder for a black person to hold and maintain their businesses compared to their other peers in the UK. it is much more harder for them to even establish a business in the first place than there appears in the UK. So therefore, when there is a business and a black person of the diaspora opens a business here, I expect us as people to buy and shop with them in order to help them keep their business going. Because as quick as a black business opens, it closes down. Let's be honest here. That's a false narrative you're pushing out. I'm not
Okay,
having that.
so when it comes to discipline, is that a true narrative?
Discipline.
Is it a culture? That's the biggest thing. Is it a culture?
Discipline is something that's instilled in you or something you're taught.
No, but given today's times and what's going on, people are protesting. What's the best way to protest?
Right. So the best way to protest right now, I'm saying, is make your voice be heard. Do not come off whatever the protest is about. Remember, it's not just black people that are crying out for justice, but I'm speaking for behalf of black people. So for my group in particular, if we're crying out for, we want less discrimination, we want to stop brutality, we want our rights as a human. Forget being black, as a human, because we're still not considered even human. We're still 3/5 in the eyes of the law. So therefore, if that's what we're fighting for, stay focused on that. Don't get swayed off. Don't get pushed. Don't allow our fight and our struggle to be infiltrated. All those things is what I'm saying. That, yeah, right there, I would say, okay, that's where discipline has to come in.
Exactly. And it's all about discipline. So you look at what's going on with other ethnicities that you're surrounded with. So you've got the Asians, people like the Indians, the Pakistanis, all those sort of people, right? Yeah. They've put in place certain markers as far as the basics when it comes to retail, all that sort of stuff. Then you've got the silent markers when it comes to these ethnicities, right? As far as the banking and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Right? Us as diasporans, no matter where us people of our identity come from, right? We are in so many places as far as industry is concerned, from top to bottom. But we are just not represented significantly. That's a problem.
So difficult. Okay, so if I was to ask you right now, if you had to hold a protest or make noise for injustice you believe that you've been handed, what would that noise be and what for? What would be the injustice you would want to campaign and I guess protest on behalf of?
I wouldn't protest, first of all.
Okay.
Openly.
Right.
Openly. Where's the Black Bank? That's all I'm asking.
And that's
where's the UK Black Bank?
Right. This is the problem we're having, because I've just
not Jamaican. No.
Right, and that's the problem. Because what I'm saying to you right now is this: there is no UK Black Bank right now. It's coming, but it ain't here right now. What we have got though is individual pockets of different countries setting up their bank accounts here in the UK. So therefore, I can point to a Jamaican bank. That doesn't mean that a Nigerian might necessarily want to go and bank with that Jamaican account. Why? They have no interest in Jamaica. Or somebody from Somalia is not going to want to go and bank with that Jamaican. Do you see what I'm saying? Somebody from Sudan is not necessarily going to want to. That's the problem.
That's the problem, right there.
IC3 talk about this Black Bank. Although it's a myth to everybody at the moment, and he's talking rubbish, and
you see, Lady D, and this is what I was saying. I asked IC3, so how are you going to establish this IC3 Black Bank? Right? He's not going to be able to do it because he doesn't understand how to do it.
He does what he literally said to you. I think
you get me
earlier. Yeah, I hear what
yeah,
you're saying.
but listen, there is all matter of diasporans that are involved with the finance of the UK. How come there isn't an established Black Bank in the UK? That's a worry.
And that's the problem. And this is what that's his goal. You see, this is what I love about man with passion and men with who see an idea and
It can be his goal from today until kingdom come. He doesn't know how to do it.
Hold on, can I just quickly finish so you can understand what I'm going to? So my thing is this is what I like with men. You see, like he literally just said, a man with an idea. It may be just an idea at first. It may be sound something crazy. The same way black people drinking out of a fountain, a white people's fountain at one point in time was a crazy notion. But guess what's happened? It's come to pass. Not only are we drinking from the same mouth, now we're demanding shit. Do you see what I mean? It was always starts off from a notion. And this is why I don't like when I'm hearing him being knocked. Although it sounds crazy right now, although you can't see it happening right now, although it's hard to comprehend right now, that's not to say it's not possible. And that's what we need to get in the mindset of. If anything is possible, if you have the determination and the will to make it possible. And it's not going to happen overnight. Let's be very clear.
And all I'm saying is, unless that happens, unless you've got a place that's a bank that you can go to and take loans out and stuff like that, forget it. Because this grassroots thing is going to be looked over by the status quo in 2 weeks' time, and it's gone.
I have to organize 100 and some.
Did she get out?
Yeah, big up everyone.
Yeah, big up.
Yeah.
More.
So,
More.
Yes,
Orthodox more. So here's the thing. In America, there's look, as far as I know, there's about 2 black banks in America. So you've gone that far as establishing a black bank.
Kinda.
Do you know what those black banks are? Do you know what those black banks are?
No, I don't.
You see, you don't even know. Right?
Sorry.
And that's not even a thing.
Big up,
Like
big
you've
up.
got the
Welcome,
Jay-Z's,
brothers,
you've got the Oprahs. Why have they not established? These are billionaires. How come they haven't established a African American black bank? You've got Jay-Z. He's got that dumbass sports agency. This is a billionaire, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've got Oprah, right? She's got this whole media empire. What's that dude? The dude from Atlanta, Tyler Perry.
Yeah, Tyler Perry. Yeah.
Why hasn't he established a bank?
Well, see, that's the question, right?
The mess of millionaire African American athletes going through this shit today, and they haven't established
why should they build a bank if they ain't got their own currency?
No, Turok, shut up. I'm talking to more.
Yeah, why should they have a bank if they're not making their own currency, people?
What the fuck?
Hey, this goes out to you and the IC Freeze. Why are you going to make a bank and you're not having your own currency? I wonder why.
Orthodox more. It's on you, bruv.
Yeah, so that's a national question, right? Like, so for instance, in America, you cannot make your own extra currency, whatnot, right? You can't just do that. So for instance, like every other country, people that come here, they open their own banks. Like, so for instance, I used to live in between.
But you establish a block, right?
Facts,
You
yeah.
establish a block.
And then from there, you can literally transfer the money into another currency as a bank. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right. I'm gonna go and get something to eat. I'll be back a bit later. But you guys are on it. You're on it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah. So actually, there's a lot more black banks.
Yeah,
But here's the issue, right? Like, actually, I'll drop a link in the back right quick first, so everyone can see this. Put it in the regular chat and the back chat as well. But so here's the issue: is like, so in America we don't have anything big like that because like, so black isn't a nationality. And like, let me slow this down. Like, so like the Nigerians like will come through and establish something, right? Because they look at each other like, hey, we got a common background on, like we might not even be the same tribe. You see what I'm saying?
Orthodox more. I'll put it to you like this. Don't bank on the Nigerians. They're newcomers, right? They understand that they need to come there to do something, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly that's what I'm saying.
And Nigeria's got their own currency.
I'm not.
Yeah, they come from a place that they own.
Okay.
So you can't bank on them.
I'm not saying bank on them. I'm saying, why is it that they have that mentality but black Americans don't? What's the difference? What's the difference?
It's a big difference. It's a massive difference.
What's the difference in them coming through saying, we know off the top we need to establish our own bank here, but black people in America don't understand that.
They've infiltrated, right? They knew they've infiltrated. You get what I'm saying? So
that's what I'm saying. But we haven't done that.
If you look at the new money out of Africa, right? They're coming in just to establish themselves. You get me? And this is where that break or that difference between the African American and the new Africans comes in.
The difference is one group is unified in some basic aspect, and the other group is not. Like African Americans are not unified in any way, shape, or form. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like I'm saying, we can have all kind of millionaires and whatnot, but not be unified in any way, shape, or form.
You guys actually see yourselves as part of the fabric of that place.
Some of us do. Home. Yeah, some of us don't.
Yeah, but you got these people, the new Africans that are coming in, seeing themselves as that whole place being an opportunity, just like any other European, any other ethnicity, Hispanic.
I don't disagree, and African Americans should be looking at it the same damn way.
But they don't. They see themselves as part of
right. They're on the sidelines instead of in the game playing. On the sidelines instead of in the game playing.
And that's the problem. And this is where ADOS came from. Because the whole premise of ADOS was like, oh, you've got these fucking Africans coming in, right? They're coming in.
I'm not even getting into ADOS because that's off like a gay half-breed shit. I'm straight. But she's more European than she is black, and she's more gay than she is straight. I'm straight off that is, bro.
No. But look at it this way. It's like they're coming in at a certain level. So they're coming in to study, for one. They're coming into as economic migrants for the second part of it. So they are not seeing themselves the way African Americans are, even though you've got the same fucking identity, right?
I hear what you're saying. Yeah,
and this is where the partition happens. And African Americans who have rolled with the punches for centuries are saying, "Hey, listen, man, this ain't fair," because now you got folks that listen. This is what happened with the whole Obama thing, right? And even the white people were like, "Nah, man, this guy is not African American. He's half black, he's half white, because his father was Kenyan." You get me?
Yeah, there was a big debate on him not coming.
And this is how the WASPs or the white people in America
I speak on it.
accepted it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that his mom was Irish. Yeah,
there's no way that African Americans or white people actually would have accepted a generational African American into that same place, same time, and accepted it. They understood that this guy is half white, half black, and he's not of slave stock.
Trolling.
And that's why the liberal side of America took him in. They were like, he's not slave stock.
Yeah, I'm getting bored with the
It's
Obama
as
thing. Let's
simple
get to
as
a point
that.
with it. We were talking about money.
Exactly.
We were talking about money. That was an interesting conversation.
Can I just quickly check that my mic is working? Can you
Yes,
hear me?
ma'am. We can hear you now.
Yeah, brilliant. What? Bless up, brothers.
What's up, Queen? How you living?
Yeah, Lady D. Your
Well,
mic
yeah,
is working. Speak.
No, I was just checking. Go ahead, carry on.
yeah, I'll just
All right.
finish this point off real quick because I want to hear what the sister was saying. But yeah, like so.
Is
Yeah,
is Barack Obama a Moor?
no, he's not. So now
Turo, come on.
now we can get into a real
Yes,
conversation
he
right
is.
quick.
Yes, he is. He is a Moor.
Okay,
His mum
because
is Irish
How?
and his father is
you
of
say
African
so.
descent.
Okay, because you say so.
He's
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
Moor.
no, look. Turo. Obama is a Moor in the sense that
And he's Muslim as well.
he's
So
a
he's a
half
Moor.
breed. Exactly. So that's what Moors actually are.
Moors.
So we
Yes.
was just talking about money.
Yes, money.
Can we talk about money? Because like talking about
More
any
money.
like either you're talking about money,
The
politics, or
more
war,
money we
anything
come
else is a
across, the more
motherfucking luxury at
problems
this
we
juncture,
see.
right?
The more money we come across, the more money we come across, the more problems we see.
This guy. Wow. We was okay.
And we're talking about money.
Turo. There's no two ways about it, right? People that are considered Moors, they have two qualities about them, right?
Hey sis, you want to have a
One
productive
is that
conversation
they
about money right quick?
I really do. What trolling is, but I'm not falling for the bullshit today. And Toro, you know, damn better.
So about this Jamaican bank in the UK, break that down for the people right quick. Because I don't think a lot of people heard that. You know what? For the people in America, right? For the people in America who don't understand the concept right quick, who've never seen a bank for people who look like them right quick. You know what I'm saying? From our people, right? You know what I'm saying? Break down what it's like to go to a Jamaican bank right quick.
Are you talking about Jamaica National or Western Union?
I definitely
Nova
wasn't
Scotia?
talking to you, Tarak. I know that.
Lady D, this is a trap.
No,
And if you can
no
see
more.
it,
No more.
you know where it's going.
Bro, do you have
Lady
a
D, this is a trap.
passport
Lady
for
D,
Jamaica?
Jamaica has had reparations dealt out to them.
When?
Be careful about how you answer this.
When did Jamaica get their money?
Jamaica has received reparations.
How?
That's all I'll say.
Can I have the evidence to support this, please? You can't throw
You
those
can
wild
Google
claims
it.
out.
Google it. Google it.
Well, that's rubbish.
Google it. And this is the reason why African Americans.
Back that up with some facts. Can you present the facts for that, please? Until then, we're gonna go.
Yeah, I think it's the maroon. I think he's talking about the maroon.
Okay,
not
we need him to present his fact. I've never. This is the first time hearing that Jamaicans, and I'm a Jamaican. I ain't got shit. So therefore, where's this money? I want to know where's this money.
You can't say you ain't got shit when you're in the UK.
I never got no damn reparations. Can you have the evidence to support your claims, please? Please let me know.
Jamaica actually just got their reparations 2 years ago. It's official.
Are you talking about the Taino chief that was crowned in Jamaica?
No, Turok.
Okay.
You know what? I'll get back out when y'all start talking about money again. I'll holler at it.
Hey, Dr. Google it.
More I have to see here in the United Kingdom is all banks from, because obviously when we talk about black is just one umbrella of darker skin, complected, melanated people. Yeah, cool. And that's the guys that we go under. We fine, we're good with that. But what I'm saying is this: there's many different nationalities and nations of black people. Cool. What if, and it all happened to, remember, this is like a mini America, a little melting pot here in the UK. Well, especially in London anyway. I would love to see every single one of these people that are here have their own banks here so they can send it and make money easy, transfer, bank with, and build their financial generational wealth from right here. That will piss people off.
But I'll be honest, like I think that can only happen in not to say too far into the future. I think that could actually happen now, because really and truly, the banking system, what we know of the past, is not really going to be the same in a couple of years to approach. So this is why I go back to say, where is your Moorish money?
So when you say that can happen in the future, don't you? I mean, or happen even now. What do you think we can do to start getting that working? Because obviously the whole black bank thing is going to be a longer process because it's everybody under that umbrella. But if separate countries have separate accounting,
Tarak, just so you understand, my money can't be in a bank.
Listen.
On a Moorish level, my money can't be in a bank. It has to be in something else. It has to be in something religious, bro.
Orthodox more.
So are you talking about Sharia banking?
Huh?
Are you talking about Sharia banking now?
No. Orthodox more.
But I am talking about something that's religiously protected.
Orthodox more.
So what kind of banking systems are the Moors
Hold on.
use?
What was that?
What kind of banking system?
True.
Yeah.
Hello? Orthodox more. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
What's your definition of more?
It's not necessary for the conversation. We're talking about money right now. I'm not entertaining bullshit right now. This is a real conversation, right?
No, it is.
This is a real conversation. I didn't come here to waste my time. Yeah? I came on here because I know a little bit about finance. Yeah.
No, but listen. You've got Turok on the line, right? And he believes in this whole Moroccan thing.
Okay. God bless him.
No,
God bless him. That's what I'm saying.
You shouldn't even be talking right now. What we should be doing is going to get this evidence of Jamaicans receiving reparations before you speak any further.
I know that's right.
That's what you need.
No, Google it.
No.
It happened.
How come you can't Google it?
2 years ago.
How come you can't Google it for the people right quick?
No, I can tell you exactly how it happened.
See, that's what happened when you tell a lie, you're forced
and
out.
I know the reason why Lady D is asking me about it is because she's Jamaican in the UK.
I think you're getting it mixed up with Windrush compensation.
How long ago? It's got nothing to do with Windrush, Turok.
Oh, is it specifically Jamaican?
Oh, yeah.
So
you're
it was the Prime Minister. It was the Prime Minister receiving this.
The woman
was it Andrew Silverstone?
I'll need to check that. I need to check it, but all you got to do is Google it.
Google's not my friend today. My internet's not working. Your information.
Yeah, but I think that
Yeah, I can't afford to pay my internet bills. I've got no internet. Therefore, I need you to present it for me until I get my reparations that you claim I've already got.
I know that's right.
Well, you're not in Jamaica, are you? Lady D, you're not in Jamaica, are you? They got reparations. Jamaicans got reparations.
Are they Maroons or Jamaicans? Because Maroons and Jamaicans are two different things.
Hey, just Jamaicans. All you got to do is Google it.
I think you're talking about the Windrush scandal.
Just Google it.
No, that's what's come up. Windrush scandal, recompensation for the illegal.
So, sis, how many different African nationalities and diaspora nationalities have a bank in the UK?
More.
A bank in the UK.
Orthodox more. Let Turok finish what he was saying.
I don't give two shits about what Turok is talking about right now. So, sis, how many different nationalities of our people have a bank in the UK?
I'm not sure, but I can look.
I was talking.
Let me try and look it up now. I'm not sure actually how many diasporan banks are here, but I will try and find out that.
No. I'm just talking about like different groups of people. Like, so the Nigerians got a bank there, Jamaicans got a bank there. Do any other nationality have a bank there?
There's the Iberian Peninsula Bank. There's the Gauls Bank and the Turkish Bank, Istanbul.
Are you taking the piss? African diaspora.
He's taking
no, I just looked at
Orients, Torok, Morocco. Where you gone, clean?
So in my state, like I don't even live there's one black bank in my state, right? You know what I'm saying? And it's like literally, it's like in the center of my state. I can't even get to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could put my money there. I just couldn't check on it. You know what I'm saying? It's not even like in the areas where we most densely populate, you know what I'm saying, which is a trip to me. So it's the same way across the country, right? Like the African American banks like aren't interconnected and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, so is your Jamaican bank interconnected with any other bank? Like, can I go to? Is there only one bank in the country, or can I go to? Is there other?
There's other banks there. Victoria Mutual. Yeah, that's the one I'm with. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You need to go there, but. There's other banks there definitely, and you can now we have this thing where we can set up your account, so you can see other, but it's only certain banks. It's quite limited that you can set up. You can join accounts. Therefore, if I'm with a British account, any bank account, I can, depending on which one it is, I can now view and access my overseas account via it. So that's a good thing that I've seen they've done recently in the last 2-3 years. They're starting to do that across. I don't know if all the accounts have got it now, but I know.
Hold on, are there multiple? You're saying like overseas and local accounts? Is that within the same bank?
No, it's that you can see. I don't know what it is that they're doing, but you can actually like view your account. It's easy to transfer money, to view your account balances, outgoings and incoming. So it's a lot easier. Before we used to have to go via the Western Union.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's much easier. So you can.
Oh, okay. So can you send money internationally through that bank?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
There is no UK black-owned bank. End of.
Anyway, like I'm saying, because I'm not even bullshit. Belly, come into your panel. What is going on here? Why me? Oh God. But what I'm saying is this, yeah.
And there's the expertise, there's the money. If black people in the UK, regardless.
So this is what they call agent behavior, fam. Like this just says something fantastic, right? Like I just got the clear for the family in America who've never heard this concept before, right? Who are listening to this channel, right? That, you know what I'm saying? You can actually have a bank of people who look like you, right? And be able to send money internationally through it. Wire through them. Like,
that's right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's a whole nother concept. You know what I'm saying? Like I've come on here a bunch of times talking about like I used to live in a spot next to Little Korea in my area, right? And they had like Korean mayors, they had Korean police officers, and they had a Korean grocery store. They had a Korean bank with Korean letters on that joint in America. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't get an account there.
Exactly.
I couldn't get an account there. You know what I'm saying?
Fuck the UK. What about the States? What's happening in America?
Hey, God of Jacob, what up, my G?
God of Jacob, bless up, shalom.
There's actually a Rasta bank as well.
You know what, Torok, go to your bed.
Blessings.
Go to bed.
So what's up with an ADOS bank, God of Jacob?
Oh man, that would be beautiful, wouldn't it? I think it's something to think about. Right now, they're surveying whether they want to go nonprofit so they can fund their chapters better to get out.
See, like, but here's what I want to know, bro. Like, from your perspective, how is it that we have all kind of black banks in America, but they're not interconnected?
That's the problem, you know. Just establishing a credit union alone, which usually is going to service that community, it's hard. You get what I'm saying? So to get on this global scale is something. It's going to be tough because we're not kind of connected like we should be. But most of these credit unions are community banks, and they're thriving for that region that they're in. So if you start looking at that way first, then a lot of these HBCUs got banks that are ran by black people, black this, black that. But it's not mainstream banks because it's serving a certain population. You get what I'm saying?
But if we're 45 million plus strong, how is it not like? That's what I'm saying. How like we have like
the how to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, brother. You got it.
No, go ahead.
Go to Jacob.
Because if you don't start talking, they're gonna start taking a piss.
This is the problem. You see, this is the problem. Go to Jacob. Here's the thing. There's a couple of banks that I know of that are black owned, but the focus is never on those banks. Never ever. This is the problem. And look,
I agree.
The problem is that if you want to protest, you garner your best athletes or your best entertainers or even drug dealers, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
And you
check
say,
this out,
listen,
though. Right now, we're talking about credit unions.
Stop.
We're not even making
This is the way
commercial
we're going
banks.
to protest.
We don't even
This
have
is the way we're
commercial
going to
banks yet.
protest.
We don't even have commercial banks yet. You know what I'm saying? We're
This
at
is the problem. This is what Goddard Jacob is saying. There's black banks in America, but the credit unions and all that sort of stuff. Nobody really recognizes those banks. The best way to protest is to get the black people's money. You don't even understand the conversation. You can't intranationally bank through a credit union. You understand that?
Hold on, this is the worst part. I don't know why
Hey, Weberfunk.
One second.
Here's my problem with that, Weberfunk. When you go ahead.
Can you hear me? Just to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to quickly say I don't know why you two brothers are even bothering to entertain this foolishness. You already know that black people in America, the African Americans already had started and did their thing, and that shit was bombed down, mashed up.
It's not foolishness.
No, sis, you got to know the narrative on that because it's the most like so. Again, Black Wall Street got blown up, but rebuilt itself. They rebuilt themselves, right, through their own insurance concepts, right, and they show like eventually. What happened was that we got defeated through integration. We literally chose to stop fighting.
Here's the thing. Hey, what you had to understand that Tulsa, the system that wasn't the only one that was thriving. It was a lot of black banks thriving. It got notoriety because it was blown the fuck up.
Exactly.
But what is happening with those banks in today's world? Like in the 2020s?
They're not there, is what I'm saying. Like so we
were legislated out. They were legislated out. You get what I'm saying? It's a lot of politics. Go ahead.
Yes, no. Like so this is where my man talking shit is actually right. Like so if our millionaires and billionaires got together and put their money and made their own commercial bank, like a commercial bank, not a credit union, a commercial bank, right? They like it can be over with tomorrow.
Listen. God of Jacob. Would I be wrong in saying that the demand needs to be from the grassroots, right? In the African American community, the demand needs to be that the athletes, the moguls, business moguls.
You ain't gonna get them though, fam, because they're only getting money they're allowed to make.
Why not? You're
not gonna get them, fam.
It needs to be demanded.
They're already bought off.
No,
demanded. Once you get a demand from people who are bought off.
No,
what you gonna demand from people who are bought off?
If you're gonna protest, this is the way you do it.
Fuck protesting. You protest by taking your money out of their bank and putting it in your bank.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
It's bullshit. You should bank with other. You should bank with other people. Then you shouldn't bank with yourself.
You create a bank.
That's what I just said. You said that was bullshit.
Bank. Sorry, brother.
How much have you had to drink in the past hour, bro?
Brothers, Veli, can you let Dan's in the back? Can you let Dan on, please, Veli? Carry on.
Here's the problem I have that I get where Weberfunk is coming at to a certain degree, but imagine some black man or woman who spent all their life creating this nest egg for themselves, right? And you want this person to put or invest money into his bank. You got to give a plan that makes sense, because you're not going to have, like me. I did all right for myself. I like Dan. What's his name? Dan. He was talking about. Oh, I thought you said you was a millionaire. Orthodox more. You know a lot of people that have money in the hood, right? And $1 million is not a lot of money. It's not. I don't care how you look at it. 2 million, 3 million is not a lot of money, because you got to support a lot of shit with it and a lot of people. So for you to come tell me and demand that I've taken all my 22, 23 years and built what I built to put it in this black bank, you got to make that shit. Because I'm not an athlete. I don't get 30 million, 100 million. What I got is what I got after 20 fucking years or whatever I've been in there. That's what I got. You get what I'm saying? So for me, you're going to have to sell it, and for them too, because they're living well. They're far removed from the hood. You get what I'm saying? They're really far removed from that shit. So how do you can demand all you want to, but you gotta make that shit make sense to them, and that's just the bottom line.
So what's the sense that they're not getting though, bro? That's the question, right? Like, so
Yeah.
it don't take a whole hell of a lot to do this whole thing. That's what I'm saying. We can watch any
I'm
other
saying,
group of people.
I'm saying this, brother. You can't look at the millionaires first.
No, exactly. I agree with you.
I'm talking about the wealthiest of the millionaires.
I'm with you. That's what I'm saying. We take our money out of their. It takes us, you and me, the average individual, taking our money out of their bank and putting it in our bank. You know what I'm saying?
Is there a problem with that?
Yeah, you could demand it, but they're not going to come. So you're going to have to put in that groundwork. I don't know how. I don't have the answers. I'm not going to sit up here and act like I do.
So the simple reason why it don't happen is because this is why you're on the whole ADOS thing, right? Is because and this is why I even have some respect for. I don't have the biggest respect for it, but I have some respect for it because it's talking about some kind of unity through identity, right? I'm with that. In America, we don't have that at this juncture. We can live in the same hood, right, and spend our money with other people and not each other. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy.
So who's on the ADOS bandwagon?
I am on the ADOS platform, the movement. I support
Gotta
the movement.
Jacob.
Gotta Jacob does.
Gotta Jacob.
Correct.
Yeah. So look, I'm 100% for that. You get me?
I get you.
But
tracking too far.
Demands need to be made, right?
I ribbity bongs, gang.
I hear you.
The demands.
The Hebrews have got their own money, actually. Did you know that?
No, come on. Gotta Jacob. Gotta Jacob.
Actually, Terrell's right.
The best form of protest is to implore, right, all the African American athletes and all the millions that they earn to open a black bank.
Did it take black athletes to open a black bank the first time we did it?
Yo, chill, bro.
Did it take black athletes to do it the first time we did it?
Yo, come on, man. Chill.
No, I'm not chill right now. I'm hella not chill. Did it take simple question? Did it take black athletes the first time?
You can protest as much as you want, right? But you need to implore these people to establish a bank and focus all the money that they earn.
What does LeBron James owe you? What does LeBron James owe you?
What does LeBron James owe you?
What does he owe you? And how can you hurt him? Because you can't do shit to LeBron James. What are you protesting?
Hey, listen, you can't say shit because, first of all, you're a Muslim and you're a Moor, right? So
I can't say shit because I'm making sense, bro. Like, what are you going to get from LeBron James?
Don't even bring that up.
Go to Jacob. I'm talking.
What are you going to get from LeBron James, and how do you force it out of his hand, bro? How do you force it out of his hands? How do you force it out of his hands? Why does LeBron James care about your drunk ass tripping?
He's got money, right?
How did he get that money caring about you or caring about him?
Don't worry about me. Family. I'm not American.
So why are you talking about American topics for? Let me in the American talk.
Yo,
hold on. I think I would. Hold on. Let me. You're trying to say African Americans or ADOS need to demand that their athletes fund a black bank, right? Is that the premise?
Yo, listen, go to Jacob. It's about think tanks. It's about lobbyists. You know what I mean? ADOS, and I'm an African, right? ADOS is all about representation. You know what I mean? The biggest problem with ADOS, the biggest problem with ADOS is the people
that you see. Hold on, we got to clear that.
That I see. The biggest problem with ADOS is the people that have chosen to represent them. Right? So you've got stuff like Cobra that's been happening for a long time. Like, listen, people that are not ADOS don't have a dog in the race. They don't. Right? But listen, as an African, I support it. Right?
There's got to be a point in here somewhere, brother.
Yeah, no, I support it. African Americans deserve reparations. There's no two ways about it. You know what I mean? But if you got folks like Tariq and what's his name? The front runners in ADOS, it doesn't work. You need the people.
It doesn't work. Why? They have the people. You might not know it or not, or you might even disagree with it, but ADOS has affected the elections. It affected campaigns. It's still grassroots, and it hasn't failed yet. So, I mean, you on the outside looking in, saying what it should be, with all due respect, it shouldn't be none of your concern, right? I think what you hate is the rhetoric that's coming out of it, and that's okay. That's okay.
I hate nothing about it. I hate nothing about it.
However, you just said Tariq and the two front runners, so you heard some of the stuff. So that rhetoric is vitriol sometimes, but that to me, in my opinion,
all I was saying was that Tariq is not the best face.
That's why he's not ADOS. I think you're getting ADOS and what Tariq do different.
Tariq's not the best face for ADOS.
I'm saying you gotta listen.
He's not.
Tariq Nasheed is not associated with the ADOS movement right now. I think you're mixing the two.
Right now,
never been. He's never started off as ADOS. He supported it. He just said, I like what they're doing. That was about it. What you had was the two entities going at it for about a good 2 or 3 months, and now that's died down. Everybody's back to doing what they were doing initially, promoting their own agendas.
Just so people know,
you had Tariq. A spinoff of ADOS was Foundational Black Americans. He moves under this thing called FBA, but ADOS is what it was, and that's what you have. It Tariq is on another thing, and ADOS is more politically.
Who are the front runners?
ADOS is the front runners. It has no leaders. You have
no. The faces.
I'm the face. Blackmore is the face.
Black African Americans are the face of their plight and their campaign.
No. You're trying to pinpoint as Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks as ADOS. They are not ADOS. They will tell you that. What they do is come up and rally the face. That's all they do.
Under the faces. Under the faces
Say
of
again?
ADOS. Under the faces.
They are not the faces of ADOS. I think I just cleared that. I'm the face of ADOS.
Well, Jacob, you're gonna have to explain to him as well the difference between the Black African American and what's it called? The foundational, like basically the original slave descendants of Americas, not the migrants, i.e. the Jamaicans that have gone to America and also are black. So you got to explain that to him, because I think he might be modeling all of everybody up.
You have, I don't know. You have Foundational Black Americans, which is Tariq Nasheed's thing. His whole stage act is really grilling a lot of black immigrants, right? That's what he does a lot. And that's his stick right now. ADOS came out there with a message when it rolled out to show how black immigrants and whatnot was affecting the true numbers of ADOS achievement. And some of the rhetoric was harsh, but it had to be said to galvanize the people. Now, if you want to talk about, you know, the backlash as far as the immigrants side, you would have to see Tariq Nasheed on that. Because really, if you look at some of the videos that or the promotions from ADOS LA and all over, they're not really centered around that black immigrant rhetoric no more. They did it for a reason. It sparked interest. It got us pumped up, and it got us gathered around this movement. But now the black immigrant, this, that, and the third is coming from foundational black Americans, i.e. Tariq Nasheed. So we have moved on to everything. If you really pay attention to this, how they rolled that shit out was tactfully, and it was good, and it's affecting local level politics right now.
Got it, Jacob. What was your biggest criticism when it came to the ADOS movement?
I'll tell you when
you've got. Listen. One,
you're gonna ask me and then tell me what I said.
One, you've got no lobbyists. Two, there's no think tanks.
That's according to you, because you're on the outside and you ain't know how we operating. One, we are a lobbyist. We're lobbying without money right now. We're lobbying with the vote. We don't have capital, so we got to have leverage. What did we have? We had our vote. Ask Kamala Harris, did ADOS not knock her out the game? So until we able to build ourselves up so we can have lobbyists, until we can have all those things you said we don't have, we're going to have to use our leverage, which is the black vote right now. And getting the message out and getting all these chapters just going up around the United States right now. On its own, people are lifting up their own selves, their own chapters. So yes, you on the outside looking can say it's not this and that.
And that's how you protest. You use your vote, fam. You use your vote, your money, or a gun. You got three options, fam. I say use the vote and the money.
Yeah.
100%. I co-sign that.
But this is the thing what people are forgetting. Where is your currency? We can't rely on fiat currency.
I have to agree with Turok on this. 100%.
So
I got a question, Wabba. What is your pushback against ADOS? Because you seem kind of skeptical about the way it's going about things. If I can just ask, and you might not even have one, but I want to
no pushback. Listen, no pushback whatsoever. None.
Cool.
Absolutely none.
Hey, got to Jacob, real talk. If they had a bank in my area, I would put my money in there.
Listen. But the thing is, you can't denigrate the rest of the diaspora for that's just separation politics.
But this is why I say if you really go back to the root of banks, these banks were holy places. This is why you still see up to now trusting God. In God we trust, because churches used to be the banks and temples and all these types of things. And they're the only people where you can build trust with to say, all right, I save my money with these types of people and certain things like that. So realistically, I think just like how the Sharia law is implemented and it has its benefits due to your spirituality, people need to look at who they're
Turok,
money to.
Turok, and this is the thing. It's a many-factored thing. You can't just dash the diaspora. So I'm not saying that Turok is somebody that identifies as African, but he identifies as a Caribbean. You can't just dash him, because there's a lot of people that identify as the same person that Turok does in America.
But who's
just dash them?
Who's dashing him?
No, we're just saying.
Hey,
in
yo,
general,
the ADOS thing. It's the ADOS thing.
God of Jacob just literally explained it. Did you hear what he just said?
They're not dashing. We had Caribbeans at our first ADOS conference. They were
does not
speakers.
recognize somebody like Turok or somebody like Lady D.
Brother.
You know,
Two of our keynote speakers were Caribbeans at the first ADOS conference. What are you talking about?
Say what?
What you're trying to say? There's many factors to the diaspora. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but Torok, he's trying to spin a narrative like, say, we're dashing you, like he don't know that me and you are the
No,
same.
it's not about that. It's like people forget that people
I know
are
Lady D
Caribbean
and
America. So where is the infrastructure there for, and also internationally? So if Caribbean are internationally, have they got their banks there? Like the Turkish people got their banks nearly in every European country, and even probably America. You know what I mean?
All right. So what are you saying, that we should have a solution bank in America? Is that what we're saying then?
Well, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, it could work now because everything's gone digital. Basically, it can work now because really and truly, it costs money to print money, and it's like it's coming to a point now where it's going to be too cost effective to print money every day like this for you to do transactions and certain things. So, where it's coming to a digital age now, I think people need to reassess how they're valuing assets and certain things like that.
Okay, that's your view. Okay.
Yeah, you definitely should be banking wherever you're at, though. You should definitely have banks wherever you are.
That's my point, and that's the thing that we should be doing as people across the diaspora. We should be having banks everywhere we are. We're supposed to have our own everywhere we are because we are worldwide. We're not just in one place.
Right. And the more we do that, the easier it is for us to actually like do diaspora business together, right? For like, you know what I'm saying? Like you could actually
ship stuff, important things, do it via ourselves. Yeah, I'm with it 100%.
You can isolate. That's my point.
You can self-sustain is what that is.
Money. That's right.
If ADOS was to come up with a bank, I would bank in it. Not everything, but I would.
Yeah, I would definitely throw something in there.
Yeah.
I don't like certain things about ADOS, but what I appreciate about them is that they're at least willing to draw a line somewhere and say, this is what we want to protect. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, I can that I respect, fam. And that's what happened. That's why we fell with the whole black banking beforehand. We didn't do that. Like you were saying, like things got legislated out of position. We chose to do certain things. We didn't stick together, right? Like, so we should have been using our vote as a protest, right? We should have been making sure we weren't getting people like the Maxine Waters and the et cetera. Exactly. Then, you know what I'm saying, in office and staying in office for forever and whatnot.
So here's the thing. So you've got
I must have been making sense because my kid interrupted me. I must have been making sense.
Yeah. So you've got Gotta Jacket and you've got yourself more. And Cobra. This is the problem. You get me?
According to who?
And Cobra has been going on for a long time.
And Cobra has done nothing. They've been dead weight. They have done nothing. You know who gave Cobra a name again? ADOS. ADOS gave them life.
Oh, come on.
It's the truth. Sometimes truth can be disrespectful to the people receiving it. But the thing is, they have done nothing. Nothing. You know who gave this reparation shit energy? It was ADOS. And I don't care how you spin it. If you can show me some policy change or legislation that came out of Cobra, then you got me. But they have done nothing but nothing. 30 years they have done nothing. And we appreciate them when they start, but sometimes it's new people on the battlefield, brother. And you gotta put these legacy concepts to the side and be like, you tried, we thank you. Give us a go.
But I would say that Cobra is bona fide because they've got.
Then show me something bona fide that they've done.
Educated.
Let's don't make the statement.
They've got educated people.
You're gonna have to Google it, bro.
And a bona fide process.
You know why you like Cobra? Because Cobra includes you. That's why you like Cobra. Because it includes Wabafunk.
Whoa. Don't do that.
That's the truth. And Cobra is all inclusive and it deals with all the African nations. That's why
it's ADOS.
That's why you value Cobra. N'COBRA is not ADOS.
Whoa,
You
nah.
saying it's ADOS doesn't make it ADOS. You're talking to ADOS, and I'm saying N'COBRA is not ADOS.
You explain to me how N'COBRA is not ADOS.
Because they call themselves N'COBRA, and we call ourselves ADOS. Now, by nationality, or as are they descendants of slaves? Yes, but we talking entities or what we're doing platform-wise. They are not. They are N'COBRA, as you just stated.
The people that are listening don't understand why you are saying what you are saying.
That they
Why
should Google. Like
does
most of the people do.
N'COBRA include me and not what you consider ADOS?
Because N'COBRA operates off this Pan-Africanism concept in a sense. If you look at the core of this shit, it's almost Pan-African. What ADOS did was like, okay, that Pan-African shit ain't working, not for us anyway, because we were the ones ballyhooing Pan-Africanism over here, and it was getting us nowhere. And that's just the bottom line. You might not like it, but that was the truth. So what we did was shake off Pan-Africanism, and that's why you saw the rollout of ADOS. It was so anti everybody else because it had to shake some people up to say focus on you, because we were kumbaya. That's why we were failing and at the bottom of a lot of shit.
So what are you saying, God of Jacob, that all the other Africans from the African diaspora were benefiting and Black Americans weren't?
Yeah, that's absolutely the truth. If you look at some of the policies that are in place, you got Black immigration policies that aids somebody right off the boat, and we can't even get that shit. And we the ones fought, died, got hung. You know, like I said, before 1965, you know, this was the Black in this country was ADOS. After we fought, did all this shit. Now here you, not saying it like I'm saying it, but you understand what I'm saying. Come over here and get all these benefits or whatever that we fought for, and that's just it. It's nothing personal.
Let's be very clear here, because I understand exactly what you're saying and I get your point, and that's basically the same kind of thought process we have here in the UK as the Windrush. Like, we're saying we fought for everything here. We paved the way for other immigrants to, you know, have it much easier than we did when our grandparents and first landed and stuff like that, and our great grands, whoever's came first. You get me? So it's like we have that same rhetoric, but we're still not trying to separate ourselves from others across the diaspora.
And that's good on y'all. I mean, how y'all do business is how y'all do business. But we feel that we need to clean up house first, and we need you guys to stand on your own merits. I.e., what ADOS is trying to do is legally, you know, we're trying to get census as ADOS, and we want the language in the civil rights bills to be dedicated just ADOS, meaning that the immigrants who come over here will have to justify their own funding for many of these programs. I.e., you have a lot of HBCUs, presidents and everything that are of Caribbean descent and African descent. And none of those positions are held by ADOS. And if you look at the landscape of the HBCUs, a lot of these institutions are selecting more Black immigrants. And we don't see that that's a good look for us going forward. So we have to stop the bleeding somewhere.
So
like I said,
can I just say this? Okay,
hold on.
So look,
I've been patient. Hold on.
Turok, wait.
2 seconds, man. No, 2 seconds. I have waited, man. I have waited.
Go on, Turok.
Turok, wait. Orthodox More and God of Jacob. It's been calculated.
Hold on, Turok was
let him go.
Lady D, chill. It's been calculated that as far as reparations are concerned, right? They've calculated it to be somehow $372,000 per African American that is identifiably related to ADOS, right? So that's $372,000 for ADOS. Each identified person. That's ADOS. Is that enough?
Again, you bought into the narrative of ADOS being a money thing.
That's
hold on.
Listen. $17 trillion.
Listen. And that's what you guys wrap your head around. That's what you wrap your head around. You wrap your head around this money thing.
No, listen.
Brother, we got to share this. Brother, we got to share this conversation. We have to care. We have, for somebody who's broke is adequate, but we do have to share a conversation, brother. That's what we have to do. Now, you just put out a number. I'm saying that you wrap your head around this cut us our check bullshit that's been going around. When I say reparations, I just spoke to you about the language in the Civil Rights Bill. Repairing that and making that say ADOS, that's one form of reparations. There's a lot of forms of reparations that's attached to our movement, and it's just not about a check. Now, when you bring up the $325,000, whatever that number is,
at the end of the day, bro, they're going to give you a money number. They're going to pay it out. A best case scenario.
But you're fixated on the dollar amount. Reparations comes in many forms. The only form that you can talk about is this dollar sign. We're saying there's more to that. If you go to ADOS 101, the dollar figure or the dollar amount or the monetary gains that should come, that's at the bottom of it. We don't even talk about that. But somehow the check narrative has risen to the top. Has cut the check. You should know what you're talking about first, brother. Go ahead.
The reality is that they've calculated it. They've calculated this number to money representation. Would you be happy with that?
Would I be happy?
They've given
Somebody
you.
would happy.
Listen. I don't know how they came across it.
Brother, listen, brother, you have to listen sometimes too. My concern is not the cut the check part. That's what you're fixated on. I'm not worried about the check. I'm all right now. I ain't got to get up and go hit no 9 to 5. I'm at a place where I don't have to do that. Right. So the check thing is not really concerning me right now. There's more elements to this thing, but you're fixated on a check, and I don't understand why. I don't know how that narrative got out there.
No. Listen. We're going through what we're going through today with the protests and all that sort of stuff. They've calculated that what they owe African Americans or ADOS is this $300,000 plus number.
First of all, that number is nonsense because it can't be calculated. You can't stop and say that, okay, it only stops.
This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying.
You can't stop the number because
first of all,
hold on, let him let him make his number point so we can move on.
A number to it. Can you actually put a number to it?
No. Now what's next?
Hold
on. No. So what's hold on. No. So what's next? What is your next point?
My next point is
go ahead, brother.
What's going on today? What's going on today?
You got it, brother. No, you can't put a number on it. With 300 be substantial.
Protest.
Yeah, we can protest, but again, you're going outside where you need to be at. That the reparations, the monetary gains is just one aspect, and that's what you're focused on. I don't understand why you're focused on the money part when there's other arms to this shit.
I'm not focused on it. My thing is discipline and infiltration.
Right.
We need the black police. Listen,
hold on. We're guarding infiltration. That's why I'm telling you to mind your business.
We need the black police officers. We need the black politicians.
Can I talk now?
We need to have our banks, our monetary presence. Hey, fine. Look,
when you say we, who are you talking about? When you say we, who is the we?
Look at America.
Who's the we?
Right.
Hold on. Before we look at America, who is the we?
Your woman can't be buying weaves from a fucking Korean. That's what I'm saying. Right?
Who is the we? You keep saying we. Identify who you're talking about. Target the audience so I can know who we're talking about.
Are you talking about me personally?
Yes, you keep saying we need black this. Who are the we? Who needs this?
We all do. Hey, listen, I'm African.
No, you playing stupid now.
I'm African.
Can I ask you a question?
That's
And
my
we're
African.
saying we're not African for this process, for this claim we're making against the government and this protest and how we doing business right now. We're not using the term African right now. We're going to set that aside and go with American descendants of slavery, because if we say
That's been
African,
my
guess what?
point
You don't
all
come along,
So hold on.
and we don't need you.
So can I ask you a
So
question?
hey, listen, bruv. Hey,
hold on, 2 seconds.
listen.
2 seconds, because you've been talking for a good half an hour now. I need to say something to you, Brother Jacob. So Brother Jacob, so what years are the ADOS trying to sue for?
I don't even have that information, so I'm not going to even try to give it.
All right.
Turok.
So hold
Turok with
on,
a hammer.
man. All right, we don't want nobody calling me right now. All right.
Turok with the hammer.
So tell me this then. So if the ADOS does want some sort of reparation, why don't they do it in gold? Because gold was the standard from the time of the independence. That was like 17 something, and it's only in 1993 the gold standard finished.
Damn, I can't.
That's a
even
great
argue
idea.
with
That's a great
I
idea.
can't
When I
even
go to the
argue
next,
with that
when I go to the next conference, I'll take that to them.
Turok with the hammer.
Gangsta for
You gonna have
life, anyway.
I'm gonna take a bong about that. I just agree with Turok, man.
Cassava peas, Cubans.
I like that idea. I'll take it to the next conference. You should tag along too, Turok. You should come too.
You did.
But see, Turok, that's also why I talk about the religious concept of currency and whatnot, because for instance, in Islamic and in Israelite concepts, for instance, like money has to be gold and silver and whatnot, right? And there's actually a law in America that stipulates that money can't be confiscated by, or anything that's a religious artifact cannot be confiscated by the government and whatnot. A lot of people don't know that the Jews worldwide actually have a silver currency that most people don't know about. They have a silver coin that they use, etc.
Shekels.
Yeah, they have a Zionist shekel, etc. whatnot.
Yeah.
Can I say something to Orthodox more?
And to be clear, real quick, Turok, that would be the only legal competing currency you could actually have in this country is a religious base.
True.
Orthodox more. Listen. I
have a choice?
I don't know what your steez is, bro. But I've been part of Team Osiris.
No, I'm not. I've never been part of Team Osiris. I know my man Kansu though. I know Kansu quite well.
Yeah.
Big my man.
I
Kansu,
was part of Team Osiris.
Hmm?
I was part of Team Osiris.
Kansu, yeah. Kansu is definitely part of Team Osiris.
I was part of Team Osiris.
What?
I was part of Team Osiris.
Who? Say that name slow real quick.
I was part of Team Osiris.
Why are you no longer part of Team Osiris?
Because they just don't. I'm educated.
Damn.
I'm qualified.
You're no longer part of them because you're educated?
And I'm qualified. And a lot of those dudes just ain't.
Wow.
It is what it is.
So you got it, coach. Man like Shakara, what's good with you, brother, man? Big up, fam.
Peace, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Big up, Shakara. Big up.
What's up, Lady D? Yeah, man. Yeah, so, I got a question. About N'Cobra, yeah. What do heads actually know about N'Cobra?
Shucks, don't do this. Please.
Don't do what?
Don't do this.
Don't do what?
And Cobra is old. And Cobra is not what ADOS is.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware they're not what
do it, bro.
I'm asking a question. What I'm just asking a serious question. What do you guys know about Cobra?
I don't know much at all, and I'd like to get it. Break it down.
Okay. I'm asking because
we know that it formed in 1987. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was asking because the statement was made that they ain't doing that and they ain't got no track record.
Listen, shucks. And Cobra is something different because if you equate it to ADOS, you've got a problem. Because when it comes to you as a Brit and what's going on over there, you're gonna get some hang time, bro.
Yeah, I'm not agreeing.
Leave it.
I'm asking
Shucks.
About Cobra.
Shucks.
Yeah.
Shucks.
So
Shucks.
No,
Shucks. Here's the thing. And Cobra had scholars behind it. ADOS got nothing behind it.
I'm not asking about ADOS at the moment. I'm asking about Cobra. So I wanted to know. The statement was made that they have done nothing. Yeah. So I'm asking, what do you guys actually know about Cobra?
Yeah, I've just asked Shaka to break it down right quick. So can you let him break it down?
He will.
Yeah. So obviously, well, first let me get answers to the question. I think you answered the question an awful lot more.
And Cobra had a process.
But yeah, I want to know what he's actually know about Cobra.
God, I think you're up to bat, bro.
That's me. Oh, it was founded in '87 and it ain't did shit since 1987.
Yes,
that's what I know about
older.
So from
older.
What? All right. So from what?
Older.
So from what?
I mean, rather than question me, how about you just highlight what they have done? That's all I'm here for.
Listen. And Cobra had scholars behind it. It came from
somebody do it. No, because you're not going to sell Cobra on me. So you just tell the people what Cobra has done.
Cobra went back to the fucking 60s, bro.
I'm not trying to sell Cobra to anybody. A statement was made, and I'm asking for a substantiation of the statement. That's what it is.
ADOS is recent.
In my opinion, Cobra, this is me, God Jacob speaking, have done nothing.
Yeah, so
they haven't put any. They haven't put any. If you give me a minute, policy change wise, they have done nothing after all these years. I don't see no boots on the ground. I don't see no campaign to get the message out. To me, they are a legacy concept. It was good while it lasted, and now that's over with. Now, if you disagree with that, you can point out the many things that Cobra has done to push reparations from its foundation in 1987, and I'll just mute and listen.
Easy.
Okay.
You've got no understanding of history, and you're following Tariq, right? And Cobra goes back a long
way. You have to sit this one out, brother, because this ain't got nothing to do with no Tariq. You keep sit this one out, mute your mic, and then you may get a better understanding of some things that's going on.
Listen. I'll tell you this. I will make my mic, and you're gonna.
There are a legacy system, and I just don't think they did enough. If you don't like it,
my mic is muted.
So what?
My mic.
I don't care. I feel like
I know my history.
If Shaka Rod wants to enlighten you on all the many things that Cobra has done, I too will listen. He has the floor.
No. Sorry. First of all, I'm not trying to win anybody over to Cobra, and one is entitled to opinion. One is not entitled to their own facts, though. So I'm asking for because you may have a very good reason for saying what you said. I'm asking what the reasoning is to say. So what, for example, to say they haven't done shit since 1987. I'm assuming, there's a reasoning for that is based upon some understanding of the history and the track record of Cobra. So
I'll just give you one record and then I'm on mute. I said for them to be around that long, I have seen no policy changes that has aided the black struggle, the African American struggle. I've seen no policy changes. Okay. Hold on. If you can point out some great policy changes, then I'm all ears.
Is it your understanding that policy change is a primary NCOBRA agenda?
Now, you asked me what I thought and why do I think they are.
Yeah, but I'm saying if they
I'm putting out my premise for why I think they failed. No policy change. Now, whether is that their mission, I don't know. Don't care.
Right. So that's the point. So it appears to me that if to judge them as failing on that point would require them to have been pursuing that point, if that makes sense. Like you can't say that they haven't put forward no policy changes if they're not trying
to. If you ain't pursuing change, then what the hell are you pursuing?
You said policy.
You said policy changes. If you're not pursuing policy changes, what are you pursuing? That's the only way you're going to change something here.
Man,
what are y'all talking about?
These guys don't know their own history. They don't know it.
Listen, African man, you ain't even a part of this conversation, man. Go fix your continent first.
I will say this. Yeah, I will say this. That that when it comes to
and came from.
When it comes to,
if it wasn't for us, what about you being the goddamn Africa waiting on rice to drop from the goddamn sky, man? What are you talking about, man? Fuck out of here.
Hey, bro, don't even test me.
Yeah.
I know your history better than you.
You should. You put us over here, motherfucker.
And therein lies the crux of the issue. The reality is. No, but it's not. The reality is, yeah.
And I speak 3 languages.
When it comes to
care about what the fuck you speak. You don't speak my language. You ain't us. We ain't you. So go speak your language in your motherfucking country. You won't do that shit. Speak your language. Speak your 3 languages in Africa, and then come talk to me.
Go ahead, son.
Yeah. So, one thing that can be said is that the current bill that is in the House, yeah, that is being suggested and debated and put forward in terms of addressing
HR 40 was not done by NCOBRA. Stop that.
For Africans in America. Okay, well, so tell me who did it then. What's the history of HR 40?
Shucks.
Hello?
Shucks. This guy don't know.
Don't tell me the history. Because you about to try to pin HR 40 to NCOBRA. Stop playing with me, man.
No, I'm saying that they were
listen. I taught Ngozi.
I'm saying that they were central.
I was part of Amun-Ra Squad.
The amendments and the development.
I taught it.
What the fuck? What time does your flight leave? Back to the motherland? Since you speak 3 languages, what time does your damn flight leave?
Listen, bro.
Exactly. Go ahead, Chakra.
I'm saying that NCOBRA was.
I can't rap. Shaq.
I'm saying that NCOBRA was central to the drafting of the bill and the amendments, all the stages of the amendments to the bill.
Cool. How about that? Cool.
Okay, so then if that is the bill that is currently being debated, whereby people are forwarding the reparations agenda, how does one divorce that from an achievement of NCOBRA?
Tumbleweeds.
Yeah, say well. You know what I mean? I just thought I'd ask that question. Yeah, but I do encourage though people to check out NCOBRA. Not only because they're NCOBRA, but because because they have quite a long history in terms of reparations activism. There's you get a good understanding of the history of the thing. I as somebody who's organized. 1 second, please. 1 second, please. 1 second, please.
It's a long thing. It's a long.
1 second, please. 1 second, please. Thank you. Yeah. The reality is, that I don't know why the issue of reparations is something that people feel that we're going to solve in a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. You know, it's a serious issue, and the forces that are up against it are serious and organized and have the benefit of centuries of development and building on our backs. And so this is a generational fight. So the fact that an organization has been around for decades and not secured reparations is not unusual. It's a reflection of where we are as a people, and the fact that oftentimes when it comes to agendas like those, it's the few carrying the load for the many, and reparations is not just going to be achieved by one organization with a few members operating within a mass of millions of people who the issue relates to, whereas the general masses are not necessarily involved. But I would say that the greatest achievement of not just in Cobra, but reparations activists from the 1980s in general around the world is actually raising awareness and consciousness about the issue of reparations and what it actually means. A lot of the understanding that we have of reparations today is based upon the foundations that were laid by people like Cobra. So just for example, the idea that reparations is not just about money, organizations such as Cobra would have been central to developing that understanding of reparations, that it's not just about money. Yeah. And so we cannot, there are quantifiable, gains, and then, there are quantifiable successes, and there are those that are not necessarily as quantifiable, but we can generally understand that those people who are hitting the ground and doing the work when the issue ain't sexy, when it's not trending, you know what I'm saying, when it's not in the news and them kind of things, but they're doing the work anyway, there's an impact that they have that we're not always going to be able to quantify. You know what I'm saying, at different stages of our development and these kinds of things. I think that's important to point out.
Shucks. The thing is, these folks need to understand that Cobra goes back a long way. It goes back a long way. You know what I mean? This ADOS thing that everyone is hip to now is just a recent thing. And Cobra goes back a long way. You understand?
Yeah, and I'm not making a case for the perfectionism of Cobra. I just felt like a statement was made that was false, and so I was trying to interrogate the perspective.
And Cobra goes way back.
Brother Jacob is backstage ready, so if you want to,
hey Shaka, real quick, correct me if I'm wrong or something. I'm looking into it right now. I posted a link in both the private and the regular chat for the Legislative Strategies Commission for Cobra, and it seems what I'm reading is basically that HR 40 is like the only thing that they've been backing. Is that the case or no?
As far as I'm aware,
no, shucks.
1 second.
What do you understand by HR 40? HR 40 is important. What does this have to do?
Can I have a conversation? Do you mind if I have a conversation?
What is HR 40?
To me,
what is HR 40?
To me, it's a nonsense legislation because it's a commission for a study. So I'm asking my brother if they're doing anything besides HR 40.
Hear me out.
What kind of study, though?
So 1 second.
A study that doesn't concern you. Shit.
First of all, there's more information on the website encobraonline.org, about the platform. Now, so I can answer your question.
Shucks, you've established your position. Now you want to explain it. Don't do it.
Wafan, you've been very critical of me in the past year. And one second, lady. One second, lady. Please, 1 second. Give me a sentence here. you've been very critical of me in the past, Wag Funk. One time in the chat, he said
Yes,
to what's it? To contribute more
for
by
good
listening.
reason as well.
Okay, yeah, that's good. But I'm asking you to follow your own advice at the moment.
So, Lady D, you know the new Africa movement?
The new African movement? No.
Oh.
No. I'm not. What is it? Fill me in.
They got
Yeah,
this thing
because
called-
you need to have a history, background, understanding of African history, and all that sort of shit. That's why.
So
Lady G, come speak on.
to answer more questions.
Speaking, you cannot just interrupt midway through their sentence and just cut in. That is
Well,
very
I did.
rude and
I did.
disrespectful. You need to detain some discipline. Like, learn some, man. This is ridiculous now. You're a grown man, and I shouldn't have to tell you when you can interrupt and when you couldn't. Like, come on.
Right.
I'm knowledgeable though.
Can
No
I?
one can tell me shit.
Yeah, man. I feel like Ray and Nephew is contributing to this conversation still. But when it comes to your question more, I'm not even arguing that HR40 is the most revolutionary thing on the planet, or even sufficient. And I doubt that activists that I know from Nkoba or know of from Nkoba would argue that it is. It's one strategy. At the same time, the logic behind the study is about the collation of information. And so a part of the, so for example, over here, what some of the reparations movement is about trying to establish a bipartisan parliamentary commission of inquiry. And so therefore it puts the issue before the nation and spells out the issue. And also it means that government resources are put to bear in terms of collating the information, quantifying the injury, the harm, and defining the measures, if that makes sense. Yeah. So it's a stage in the process. Yeah. So and as well, it should be noted that and I can't remember where this document is, but there is a document that it takes you through the different evolutions of HR40. So whereas there have been amendments made principally for the reasons that you're discussing.
Shucks.
Let me finish.
Don't
please.
do this.
This is important because I can go look at the amendments, my man.
Yeah. So basically, the amendments have been made based upon, you know, and the revisions have been made based upon the development of the movement and the understanding of the activists involved over time, if that makes sense. So, so I'm not even saying that I don't necessarily agree with some of the spirit of what you're saying. I'm just saying it's necessary to know the history and the backstory and the development.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
100%.
But as well, another fallacy that we need to address is the idea that that Nkoba was not fighting for reparations for Africans in America. It's not true. The fact of having a Pan-African trajectory doesn't mean that you're not focusing on the specific issues where you are. HR40 relates to Africans in America, doesn't relate to Africans anywhere else in the world. And that's that. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's no Africans on the continent or in the Caribbean that are going to benefit from if HR40 goes through or anything that comes from HR40. That doesn't happen.
Shucks. Okay, fine. You got that down pat. What do you think of ADOS as
hold on,
a
2 seconds.
movement?
They was trying to make a Republic of Africa.
That's the new Republic of Africa is something different. That's something different. Although there were there were members of the Republic of New Africa that were involved in the establishment of Nkoba.
But do you think that's just a bit more colonism in a sense like that?
Hey, shucks. Turok doesn't even know what Nkoba is. What do you feel about
What are you
the
talking
whole
about?
situation?
I don't know what Nkoba is. Do you know what the new Africa movement
Come on.
is?
Hey, come on. You don't know what Nkoba is.
Do you know
You've got
what it
no
is?
idea what
Do
Nkoba
you
is.
know what
What's
it is?
Nkoba?
Of course I know what Nkoba
Turok,
is. It
what's
was made
Nkoba?
in 1987.
Mm-hmm.
It's a formable, loads of different people from different universities. Some are freedom fighters, all different people. They
What's the
made
basis of
different
Nkoba?
they've made all different types of legislation, not only HR 40.
How does Cobra relate to ADOS? True.
It's just like how the other brother was trying to say earlier. They more deal with a Pan-African approach. With ADOS, they're dealing with an American approach.
What?
So with Cobra, they also give assistance to places in Europe, Africa, and the Caribbean.
Do you know what ADOS is?
ADOS deals with American descent of slavery, so they're dealing with their particular area and region.
No, but the distinction is more than that, though, because in the sense of the fact that when you're dealing with the reparations movement, it is global, and so at different points in the development of the reparations movement, those activists who are specific to different regions have formed coalitions of various different kinds in order to work together or develop reparations understanding and philosophy in joint ways, and these kinds of things. None of this has ever taken away from the fact that when people go back to wherever they live, they're dealing with reparations specific to where they live. There's never been a dichotomy there.
Shucks. Question. Were reparations ever addressed with Jamaicans?
I don't understand the question.
Were reparations ever addressed with Jamaicans?
I don't understand the question.
You don't think reparations were ever addressed with the Jamaican government?
What do you mean by addressing the Jamaican government?
There was a deal for reparations between the British government and the Jamaican government.
When was this?
Regarding 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Are you referring to the CARICOM reparations case?
Yes.
That's not the Jamaican government. It's a conglomeration of 12 states from the Caribbean.
So what was the deal?
For themselves, right?
Pardon me?
Look out for themselves.
No. Yeah. What do you mean by looked out for themselves?
Lay it out.
That's not hard. Was the Black Americans involved in that CARICOM's list? It's simple. We went through this before. Let me see the change.
Yeah, so
no.
Robert Fuck. This ain't got nothing to do with you, bro. You're not from either place.
But that's
was the American descendants of slavery on the CARICOM's list?
First of all, if you look at CARICOM's no, it's not less than.
Can we answer one question? Now chill out. Hold on, just answer me this, and then I'll be quiet for the rest. Was the American descendants of slavery, African Americans, aka African Americans, was they on the CARICOM reparations list?
Does CARICOM have a reparations?
They weren't.
That's a yes or no. That's a yes
no.
Or
You have to establish that CARICOM has a reparations list. So what list are you referring to?
I'm referring, and I think you know what I'm referring to. Those 15, maybe more, maybe less nations under CARICOM. Was the ADOS a part of that collective group of nations?
No.
People groups.
No, they weren't.
Did you find that divisive?
I'm
talking to Wabafon. Would you call that, or would you see that as divisive?
Yes, of course.
But then shut the hell up talking about us.
No. The Caribbeans had a different deal with their progenitors.
There is no deal. We need to stop putting out fallacies. The Caribbean does not have a deal with anybody. There were a number of governments who came together to put a case to the British. Yeah. Not
A
even
process was put in place.
not
Shucks.
even,
Shucks.
please, not even all of the governments in the Caribbean were involved in that necessarily. And it is worth noting that whereas
now you spinning to try to make it not seem like y'all did for your own self-sustainment.
no, but you can't. Can you tell me?
The fact of the matter is, we wasn't on
Okay,
that list. So
one second.
It's official. Shucks, it's official. There was a reparations deal between the UK and Jamaica.
People. And that's the bottom line. Now you about to give reasons of what happened.
Can you find for me?
Ain't nobody trying to hear all
find for me, Brother Jacob? Let me ask you this: can you find for me where anywhere in Cobra's platform?
I'm not banning you shit. I'm just highlighting that the fact that we were
No,
on that
but
list, and that's all I need to
highlight. Then you have to have information. Yeah. So I'm saying to you,
And all I'm saying is there was a deal between the United Kingdom and Jamaica.
I haven't answered your question yet. So
shut the fuck up, man. You go do Africa.
Hey, bro, Google it.
So let me ask you this: when it comes to N'Cobra, yeah, where in
I'm gonna take the rest off the air, man. I listen to the rest of the show offline, man.
No, let's talk about N'Cobra.
Man ducked out, fam. Like really. All right, we'll leave that there, innit? The point I was saying this, I'm gonna duck as well because I've got things to do. The point, yeah, is not again. Each reparations movement is tasked with the responsibility of forwarding the agenda where they are, according to the people in their vicinity. Yeah, that is not a point of conflict. Okay, anywhere in the world, it's not
100%.
It's never been a point of conflict when reparations, what's it called, activists get together and collaborate. Nobody's asking for each other necessarily to be factored into. Like if Africans in the UK are putting a bill towards the British government, that they must include Black Americans in the bill in terms of you know what comes to the people from the British government. It's nonsense. Yeah, the idea is
100%.
The enslavement of African people was a global wrong that affected Africans globally, and then and the system that comes out of it is a global system. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Enslavement was a global enterprise, and so we should collaborate.
Recognize.
On our global. That is the function of the thing. Now, it's worth noting, however, that many of the activists in the UK who are reparation activists who are from the Caribbean, living in the UK, first, second, and third generation, actually challenged the entire CARICOM agenda based upon the fact that one, it was being put forward by governments that were neo-colonial and yet to reconcile themselves to their people in terms of being satellites for Britain and America in particular. And so we're not really in a position to
this is not even an issue. It's not an issue.
One second, please. The second thing is that some had issues with the what's it called? The lack of, even though CARICOM does not speak disparagingly and even speaks supportingly and in concert with Africans around the world, it seemed to be that the what they were putting forward was more like for debt repudiation, and you know what I'm saying, like an aid package rather than true actual reparations. Yeah. So but there's nowhere in the CARICOM platform
extra, bro.
Where you're
going extra.
Disparaging.
Shucks.
1 second.
You're going too far.
When you're going to hear anything disparaging about Africans from the continent or Africans from the UK or Africans from the United States of America.
You're going too far, bro.
Yeah.
Too far.
Yeah. There's nowhere. In fact, I'll read a bit. Ever since slavery, this is from the CARICOM website. Ever since slavery was abolished in the Caribbean in the 1830s and in the broader Americas in the 1860s and the 1880s, the victims of slavery and their progeny have been struggling for justice.
Shucks. You're doing the IC3 thing.
Brought by this most horrific of crimes against humanity. This struggle was has ebbed and flowed over the decades in the 19th and 20th centuries, but has always been consistent in the demands for restitutions and recompense for the crimes of chattel slavery in the Western Hemisphere. Reparations has been part and parcel of our liberation movements over the years, i.e. the anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, Pan-Africanist civil rights and human rights movement in the Caribbean, North America, Latin America, and
chill.
And especially during the decades of the 1930s through the 1990s.
Stop.
The National Coalition for Blacks for Reparations in America, in Cobra, a mass-based coalition organized for the sole purpose of obtaining reparations. Listen. The National Coalition of Blacks for Reparations in America, a mass-based coalition organized for the sole purpose of obtaining reparations for descendants in the United States, was launched in September 1987. And COBRA defines its reparations as a process of repairing and restoring people injured by identity and in violation of their fundamental human rights by governments or corporations. Those groups that have been injured have the right to obtain from the government or corporation responsible for injuries that which they need to repair themselves. In addition to being a demand for justice, they argue that reparations is a principle.
One sec. Yo, Wab, differently. When man's reading, stop doing that, man, because it's getting on my nerves, fam, and I'm not even reading. Like, I'm listening from the YouTube.
All right, Vinny. Okay, cool, Vinny.
When you finish reading, make your point. Make your point on the actual points, man. Stop cutting in the middle.
Okay. All good. All good, Vinny.
Right.
All good, Vinny.
So the whole point here is that at least, and I'm critical of CARICOM, but at the very least, they speak to the brothers and sisters in North America positively and in contact, with whatever is taking place in the Caribbean. There's nowhere in here that says anything about, for example, Africans from America coming to the Caribbean and leeching off of the Africans in the Caribbean. Nothing in this says that. Anything like that. No Africans from America are characterized in that way, even though there are Africans from America in the Caribbean studying. They go on holiday, some move to live, and others go as parts of army, and them kind of things there, right? Africans from the USA as a part of the US Army have led expeditions into Caribbean countries and destabilize governments and them kind of things there. But nowhere in this does it characterize Africans in America according to those incidents and them kind of things. It doesn't do that in any way, shape, or form. And that's the issue.
Shucks.
Yes, Weber. I'll answer your question and I'm going to duck.
Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Go on. And then I'll answer your question and I'm going to duck. I've got a presentation this evening and I've got to prepare for it.
Shucks. I'm speaking to your soul right now. Yeah?
No comment. Yeah.
Listen. I understand you, brother. Everything that you said, I get. Yeah. You get me? I can touch base with you, back to you and Rasvik, on the Tendai Moiri days. You understand? You understand?
Yes, he said he said yes, he understands, yeah.
So listen, it's simple. Bruv, I get where you come from. I understand your basis in life. I understand where you're going, what you're trying to do, and how you want to do it. Right? End of the day, I've seen you come through certain things. I've seen Sharks go through phases where you got African brothers trying to tell him what his spirituality is. Right? I've seen brothers saying, hey man, who's this guy? He's just a Jamaican from across the road. And I have slew those cats and said, who are you to tell this cat what his Africanism is? Right? Shucks speaks my language as a Southern African. I respect Shucks for who he is. So, hey, no one's going to tell me who Shucks is. I love Shucks. Just as I love.
Can you tell that to
Veli.
LB? Can you tell that to LB in the chat when he comes through? LB has an issue with Shakara and saying he's not African.
Hey, listen. LB knows.
Isn't LB white African?
Huh?
Listen,
Isn't
LB is probably. Listen,
He says he's
LB
colored or whatever, but I think he's white South African, but because I've seen.
No. Listen. LB is a colored. He's a half white, half black.
Yeah, mixed race.
If he's not half, if he's not half white, half black,
last time,
colored.
What does colored mean?
Last time I was told that he was a white guy. So
yeah, I told you that. So
I responded to him in kind. So yeah, I was corrected.
Yeah, no, but that's what I don't know, innit? Like obviously people online they say they're this, but you don't know them from Adam, innit? So you can't really say for definite. But I mean,
I can say
Wabfront, yeah. Obviously you know LB, innit? And LB has an issue with Shakara saying he's not African. I think you should go and tell him how African Shakara is.
Anyway,
Listen. I don't care about
at the end of this.
I don't give a shit about that.
All right.
I don't care about that.
Please.
So you
I need to refresh because I can't.
Hey yo, listen. Shax and I go back a long way.
You said you was part of Team Osiris and Team Amon-Ra squad.
Yeah.
You.
That's true. So
even you. Which one was you part of?
Both.
Okay. Well, next time I talk to, is there a specific name they know you? Do they know you as Wab Funk, or do they have another name for you?
What you say?
I'm talking about Unk and the others. You know.
Yeah, if I go hit up Consul right quick and ask him if he knows you, what name should I say he knows you by?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Are you two serious?
That's what he's asking you, bro.
Yeah.
That's what he's asking you.
Do what you need to do. I've been where you guys have been before you guys have been there.
Okay.
So big up to Ray and nephew. Ray and nephew, very present.
Listen. Ngozi.
Yeah,
I was Ngozi.
Veli, lady.
Yeah, don't worry. I got him. I got her still.
Okay.
I wasn't Gozi Source.
I got it still.
And if you want to talk to him about it.
Right, you're on my channel, you got promotion, yeah?
No, man. It's simple. It's simple.
No promotion.
It's
No
simple.
promotion.
Eh?
No, I got his number. You know, I got his number.
Okay.
Shucks, bro. You know, one of the biggest things was, I remember the first time I checked out Shucks was when Maku and Jedi were trying to tell Shucks how African he was. You know what I mean? And I was like, Shucks, don't let these guys tell you what your African identity is. Because it was like the Shucks, Maku and Jedi were like, nah, man, you are Jamaican. You can't tell us who we are. Yet Shucks had more knowledge of African culture.
So sorry, Robson. I'm sorry to cut you. I beg you. Sorry, you can continue after. I just want to ask Shakara this question because I was asked it by Ultra Funky Arts. Shaka, is the things that you did on Saturday, will it bring any change in policy? And big him up for going down on Saturday. I want to also big you up personally as well. Going on Saturday, I'm for you infiltrating Black Lives Matter. Yeah.
That was a question. Veli, not Veli, sorry. Who asked the question?
Ultra, yeah.
I'm seeing the thing at the bottom. When was the baby born?
Huh?
I'm seeing the ticker at the bottom. When was the baby born?
I think she was a few days ago. I think it was a few days. 2 years ago.
I'm asking, cause it was my son's birthday yesterday, so I was just checking. I was just checking if we're sharing a birthday in it.
No, I don't know if it's sharing. I don't think it's sharing. I think it was a few days ago still. But happy birthday to little Shakara.
Yeah, that's what's up. Real quick, before I say anything else, you know what I'm saying? The most important thing I can say today is, you know what I'm saying, on this panel is big up Baby Ultra and the Ultra family. That's what's up, man.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Love to the Queen, the Empress. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to baby and Mama is well. You know what I mean? You know, and we give it.
Ultra said the 15th.
Hold on, babe.
The day before. Mine is the 16th. Still.
Oh, this baby's name is Shakara. Did I hear
No. Shakara.
Yesterday I was hearing talking about the baby's name is Jadisha. I was like, what the hell is it, Jadisha? That baby could never be Jadisha.
Yeah. But I should say, anybody that wants to name their children after me, feel free. Do you know what I'm saying? You know,
I'm gonna name after the original Shaka, the atheist one.
That's good too. Cause I'm named after the original Shaka still. So
the atheist one, the atheist part, not the African spiritual part.
Just a quick question. The brother, what's her name, bro?
Who?
The fan of Ankh.
Oh, I'm not a fan of Ankh. My name's Raf.
What's your name though? What's your name?
Raf.
Oh yeah, Raf. Yeah, Raf. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. But hey, yo, Hassan, been there, done that.
Yeah.
So, sorry, Lady D, did you say you had a question?
Raf.
Yeah. Just wait. Hold on. Yeah. Sorry. No, I was asking Lady Vine. You asked your question there.
No, I just wanted to carry on from where Raf did start off from, and that was you see, because we're confused here, Shakara, because I was the main advocate, one of the main ones on this panel, encouraging people not to go. And the reason being is because I didn't understand what the hell we're doing there. Like, what was our struggle being at this protesting on Saturday went past. So can you help us understand and clarify for the wider community what was the purpose of going there on Saturday?
So I have to say I didn't go as a part of a group or anything like that. I went as an individual. My reasons were two. Firstly, so when it comes to my first instinct here was purely principle, which is if we are demonstrating under whatever banner for anything, we should not be deterred from demonstrating because of threats of violence from white race. Yeah, that was my initial instinct. I was like, when I heard that the thing was cancelled because of what Tommy Robinson said and EDL said and threats of violence online, I was like, later for that. Yeah, like why were you not going to do whatever? And that's not even to say I'm not even a big Black Lives Matter guy or a big march guy or anything like that. But if we're going to do an action, then we should do it, innit? That was my initial instinct.
Shucks.
Afterwards, Lord,
Shucks.
man.
Yeah.
Shucks. Are you not surprised that there is no single black bank in the UK?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So my second reasoning was more in terms of media. Yeah. I am a co-director of a media company.
Shucks.
So essentially, my final decision, I spoke to the brothers that are a part of the directorship, and it was decided that we should cover it. Yeah. So in the end, the reason why I went down there was to cover what was taking place from our own, because obviously all the rest of them.
Shucks.
Yeah.
Shucks.
So
is there a single black-owned bank in the UK?
Wait, hold on, Wabfunk, hold on. Yeah.
Having said that, I'm not against the idea that in principle we shouldn't go down there. I'm also understanding of the idea that we shouldn't allow for people to dictate to us when we show up and what, you know what I'm saying? Like mine didn't go down there to confront no white boys, and like I have nothing really to say to them guys until they come to man, innit? Yeah, and to be quite fair, most for the reality is that they were at Parliament Square, we were at Trafalgar Square, yeah, and until they came.
Listen, this is bullshit.
Nobody,
Ref, is
you know,
there
they were,
no
black
black
like
bank
why belly them don't regulate the panel,
Ref.
but I feel like so
Let me do something about this, brother.
No. Wabfunk, I beg you, please. Just
No,
move
it's
for a bit and
bullshit.
then, no, but
Come on.
hear what
We're
he
all
said.
Africans, yeah. This
Yeah,
is bullshit.
we know, but just wait, because he's making a point, and then when he's finished making his point, we all go around and then we can talk. You get me? Like just wait. Yeah. Okay. Shaka, please go through.
So yeah, I was just gonna say that
Just making sure, Shucks.
in a capacity as a media organization, I am thankful for the fact that man was down there with a camera and they was able to record what took place and put it out the way that we did. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Well, pick up on that. You know what? I have to rate you and brother Kwame too,
Ref,
because
Just wait. Continue.
That structure.
Yo, Wabfunk. Sorry, sis.
Go on, sis.
Yo, Wabfunk, I've been listening today, yeah, and I don't know what's wrong with you, man, but you need to control yourself, man. Like, you're talking to IC3 about controlling himself. Come on, man, do better than this, man. All right, bless up family. Sorry about that, but Wabfunk, stop it.
Bless him,
Sis, for all intents and purposes, I cannot believe that there is no black bank in the UK.
Wait, hold on.
Sorry,
wait,
sis.
Listen. Don't become the next copper gold, I beg you, yeah? Let the man finish what he's talking about, man, yeah? You can talk about what you talk about in a little bit, man. Like, exciting self-control.
I'm shocked.
Don't be shocked, bub. But I really want to hear what Shakira's saying in it, like, big and serious, all right? We can talk about the banking after.
Okay.
Yeah, we can have the banking thing after. Just wait. All right. Sorry. Continue.
No, I was just saying, I'm really done. I was just
talk to you.
Oh my days. Yeah, Shaka, continue.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that in short, as a media organization, I think it was good that we were able to capture what went on and put it out in the way that we did as a resource. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Okay, can I talk?
Is it about the bank?
Yeah, Shakara, before you go, I wanted to ask you, did you record any racism that was there?
Oh, for fuck's sake. Come on, Raf.
Have you seen the video?
Sorry?
Have you seen the video?
I haven't seen the video. Is it on Got Kush?
Yeah. Check it out.
And there's bare evidence, yeah?
Bare evidence.
Okay, all right, cool. Obviously, you know Jupiter and that, you get me? Like,
Yeah, hold on, I want to touch on that. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. Big up, Shaka.
Listen.
Hold on, please.
Can I say something?
Stop a minute, man. You're pissing
Wait,
me off.
Wabafon, just let the fun get what she's saying out, yeah?
What I'm saying is, just consider this. Sorry, go on, lady. Go on.
Raf, bring me in when you're ready.
On other panels, talking about how, you know, the blacks were down there instigating, the blacks were down there fighting, and basically you guys were antagonizing the white people then, and you lot were being very violent. So can you clarify that for us?
Who said this?
This is from
Who's saying this?
Jupiter and Wendy. This is the narrative I'm hearing them spinning.
Oh, no, but yeah, I hear you. Like, to be fair, man don't really care what certain guys are saying. It like it's not even like, I feel like them guys, they get way too much airtime in it.
Yeah.
But just to say that the video that we put out makes it clear. Like, we were at Trafalgar Square. There was no white people who were on the right
bring
there.
me in, please.
Like they weren't there. The situation changed when they came from where they were, which I believe was Parliament Square. They came from where they were, and they started to throw bottles and fireworks into the crowd. Yeah, we were outnumbered at a point for the majority of the time, and they came from at least 3 different angles. Yeah, well, more than that, in fact. Yeah. They came from every angle basically to try and attack the people that was down there, and so yeah, when you watch the video, you definitely see. And what's it called? Look, like if
leave it
the whole time in it, but the video is there, and if you don't want to play it for people to see it, then you can. Like,
can I say something?
Right. You know what I'm saying?
I also wanted to ask Ultra's question again, because you did the policy change. What are the policy changes?
Oh no, yeah, but the man didn't went down there. The man then went down there for the sake of policy changes, and I didn't get that impression. That said, I was
down there to change.
Say again?
Who went there for policy change? Who? When you say,
can I say something?
Yo, Wabfunk.
Can I say something?
No, you can't.
Yo,
you really can't. Like, seriously, just stop it. Who went there for policy change?
No, I said the man them weren't down there for policy changes. They weren't down there for that. At the same time, no, they weren't. No, nobody was out down there.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So, but yeah. Sorry. All right. Good. Go on, Divine. Sorry, sis.
No, you see, this is where the confusion comes in, sis, because, you know, there's a lot of all that talk going online about, you know, the blacks went down there and they didn't have to be down there, and why were they down there? So I want to know, just to clear it up, what was the purpose of us black people going down there? What was we supposed to be there for?
The main thing was, there's 2 things, yeah? The first thing was, if we are demonstrating peacefully about something, no, we shouldn't stop what we're doing just because somebody else threatens violence. Yeah.
But who's we in this instance? Wait, who's we in this instance?
Just black people in general. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's yeah, but that's the thing, though, isn't it?
Can I say something before I?
No.
Look, I'll go. I'm not gonna be long. I'm not gonna be long at all.
You can wait. If it's not gonna be long, you can wait. Go on, 9.
Yo, shit.
What I was saying, Chakawal, yeah, is that in my estimation, as it were, yeah, initially it was a BLM thing, correct?
Yeah.
So for my hear BLM, I'm out in it because I don't represent BLM. You understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Now, and the original call was from BLM. True? Okay.
Yeah.
So now so I wasn't bothered this already. You understand me? All right, cool. Then we hear that Tommy or whomever is going to protect their whatever they're protecting. Yes. Yeah. Cool. Then I start hearing now people are going down there now. You with me? Well, now I'm hearing, let's just call it black people, not BLM, but the non. You get me? The other black people. You see what I told you? And I think that's what we're trying to ascertain, isn't it? Because we was never a part of BLM in the first place. What was our need to be there?
So
now, if you're saying if it wasn't going to be about trying to change policy or anything like that, then what was the point of us being there? Because right now, enough of us are getting called pussy, cowards, and all them thing there, innit? So I want to hear from you.
Nine.
Man
Please
ain't really
bring me in.
Man ain't really supporting them argument there. I think though the other thing was that because of the fact that there were some people that were still going to be down there, it was felt that a show of force needed to be
Shucks. Bring me in when you finish.
Yeah. After we'll bring you in after. Yeah. What are you saying?
A show of force needed to be demonstrated in order to protect those who were there, who were going down there. You know what I'm saying? Now, obviously, I'm agreeing, like, in the sense of man ain't Black Lives Matter like that. But to be fair, the fact that it wasn't Black Lives Matter, like in the end, you know, would have encouraged me to go down there more, simply for that reason. At the same time, no one that I can't say I know who even Black Lives Matter is. So, if there's a demonstration that is cancelled by Black Lives Matter, I don't know who that is to cancel, who they are to cancel anything. If that makes sense.
So you was there, yeah. So in your estimation, then, what was we there for? So I'm saying, oh shit, what were we there for?
Again,
you were there to, obviously. Sorry to cut you. So I understand you're saying that you were there to one, as a media representative, which I think is an excellent idea because we know the media is very skewed, this, that, and the other. You get me? It's good to have like an independent vibration. I understand that. Yeah, and the other reason which you gave.
Well, to be fair, my reason actually evolved. Yeah, so whilst I was there, camera in hand, when they began to attack, I realized what was actually taking place. In the sense of one, them coming down and what they came down for, and two, some of us came down to square up with them, like in that sense, because of the issue of protection. So when they came down, a lot of us ran towards them. Okay, and so it became a situation whereby protection became a priority. And my thing now began to change because I'm seeing the fact, and a few other brothers and sisters are seeing the fact that they seem to be coordinating and organized in ways that we are not. And so it became now about how are we going to best protect ourselves in this situation.
Wasn't that obvious though? Before you go in there, wasn't that obvious to yourself?
Yes. I wouldn't argue that it wasn't obvious, but what I would say is that if I'm there, now it becomes a situation of how
I understand.
I'm saying so. It's like now, so I'm now trying to figure out, well, how do we get Mandem and Omandem to organize for self-defense right about now, which I didn't think we were necessarily doing, and so. Like to me,
can I get a say?
To our rockers with them, man, wasn't the point. It was like, if we got a rock, we've got a rock, And the way they were going on, it was very likely that we were going to have to rock, But we're not going to rock like headless chicken out here. Just what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got a rock like with some sense and sensibility. You know what I'm saying? So I was trying to get everyone to kind of form and come together, like form a fist. You know what I'm saying, and them kind of things there, and not just be chasing them.
You need to chill, bro. Okay, can I get a piece?
You know what, Shakara, I beg you for a little bit. Just let him say his piece, and so we can.
Go on.
Yeah, go on.
I find this guy highly disrespectful.
Because I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go still. Shucks. Shucks.
Yes.
100%. I respect you so much. You know.
So much.
Everything that you stand for, I respect 100%. Nine ether. Same thing, 100%. I love you guys, but the thing is, Sharks, you need to understand that when it comes to these cats, you have to be careful of how you approach them. Non-ether, same thing. You know what I mean? You got to be careful how you approach.
Yeah, thank you for the words of wisdom.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Bab, and this is the whole reason why most of us, in terms of, we didn't go in it because we know what it is, isn't it? Yeah, and the majority of the community said, the community, this is, yeah, we're not going. Yeah,
I don't know that the majority of the community said that. I know that Black Lives Matter cancelled their thing, and there were many who said, "Well, why are we cancelling it for?" Like, you know what I'm saying? So I know some decided they weren't going to go, and I know like a man like Akala said he don't think we should get drawn out, and I agree with him.
It's a big draw out.
And that's you know, at the end of the day, that's it. That's it. Because
yes, there was, but I was
listen. Sharks. I seen bare man try and take away your Africanness, right, from yourself because they are from the continent. Yo, bro, I was like, what the hell is going on here? You've done the work. These mans are like over there in the UK doing the thing, but you've traveled and they're trying to take your Africanness away from you.
Anyway, like I was saying before, the thing is what I need for ourselves are trying to ascertain is because obviously, you know, normally when we have a function or anything event going on, it's normally notice is given, people know what the cause is for, whether it's for charity, whether it's to save a school.
No, but the thing, I think that a lot of people are demonstrating solidarity, with brothers and sisters in America, with the family of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and Ahmaud Arbery, and those who have been killed since, and I think that
you always try to black.
That is a good enough. That to me,
you always try to
just let him finish, brother, please.
To me, for those who, because I haven't been on any of the marches up until and demonstrations up until Saturday, but for me, I don't think that's a negative thing. I think that if as a people we just want to come out and visibly demonstrate solidarity with brothers and sisters anywhere in the world, it's a good enough reason to be out and to do whatever we're doing.
Shucks. You've done your hard yards.
Oh my God!
Never ever let any African, no matter where they come from on the continent, try and tell you what your existence is.
Frick's sake, listen, it's not going to part of what we're talking about right now, and I can't take it no more. I'm literally going to switch. We don't want to hear you singing Chaka Sprout's praises right now. We're trying to have a conversation. We're trying to have a conversation. We don't want to hear you singing his praises, okay? Take that somewhere else another time. Right now, we're having a discussion about shit that's going on in the real time right here in the UK. Allow it, man. Freaking hell, man. So, Shakara, what I was going to say now at this point is this. Okay, I get everything you're saying, whatever, but Brother Kwame made a very good point, Shakara, in his live. I'm not sure if you caught it or not, but when I watched it back, he said that the numbers that turned out that day there was not the same numbers that we see when it comes to reparations march. Why can't we get that same amount of numbers from our people when we're doing that march every year?
Fuck that.
Who said that?
You've done your hard yards when it comes to Africa.
The Rasta brother.
In the white?
Yeah.
You mean Kwaku?
Kwaku,
never let anyone tell you.
He said that.
That you are not
I don't know why he would say that. The reparations march gets significantly more numbers every year than was there on Saturday.
No, what he actually, let me clear it up. So what he was actually saying was this. He's saying that, you know, like if we can come together, and that was an example that we can come together if and when we need to. Why don't we get those same numbers when it comes to like basically I can't remember the words verbatim that he used. I'm just gonna give you my translation of it. So we see when it comes
to
like
Shakara.
To you,
don't let Marco or anyone else
Well,
tell
well, you said you were gonna
that you are
go.
not
Bye.
African.
You said you were gonna say your piece and go.
Yeah, on a level. Obviously,
Shakara,
yeah.
you are more African than most Africans from the continent.
Obviously,
Understand that.
Obviously, Bear is talking in it. So I'm just suggesting that because of the fact that it's Bear that's talking at the moment, like, can we just like
and it's rude and it's disrespectful.
Shakara, we love you. You are a son of the soil. Shakara, you are a son of the soil.
No one's praised.
Fuck all that shit.
Lady Divine, please, just let him speak. Yeah, you said you were gonna.
Interrupted me, so he can.
I know you interrupted. I know you.
He doesn't get no preference around this bitch. Let me let
I
him
know you interrupted.
Shakara, you are more African than the Marcos or the fucking.
Okay, Shakara is more Africa than Africa itself.
Else.
Let them go through, fam.
Just let
you fucking more. You are more African than a lot of people.
Anyway, but my thing is this: can we?
Hey, Vel, just so you know, DC Brad is in the back chat. You know what I'm saying? If you need to sub somebody out.
Shakara, don't let them ever tell you.
He gets it. He gets
that
it.
You are more Jamaican than you are African. You are more African than they are.
We
Shakara.
know. We
what
know.
has that got to do with anything? What has that got to do with the price of Christian?
Shakara, you speak my language.
You can tell he's drunk, though. You can tell he's drunk.
Hold his identity from you. Shut
Yo,
up, man.
Wabfunk,
He
listen,
doesn't.
Wabfunk, yeah. Right now, you yourself as an African, you're not really showing a good representation. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So give thanks for bigging up Shakara and that. We appreciate that. But what I'm saying to you now is that you yourself, with an African accent, you're not a good rep right now. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So I think you need to go and just chill out, have something to eat. You know what I'm saying to you? And come back a little bit later.
Come back later.
You're a little bit fresher and wiser.
Yeah. Come back
because
later.
right now, you should even be speaking to Shakara in the state that you're in. That's what I'm telling you, big man. You know what I mean?
I'll take it. Thank you, Nanisa.
Go and chill out, man. Come back. You get me? And come talk to, you know? Come on, man. Do better than this, Wabfunk, man. Do better than this.
You are more African than most Africans.
Yeah, we get it.
No, just say that.
Wabfunk, listen to me. I am Mama Africa itself. You don't have to tell me nothing.
Exactly.
You get me? I am Mummy. Go and say, Mummy.
Mummy.
Come on. Now go and have a sleep now, bub. All right? And we'll speak to you in a bit, man. Don't watch nothing.
I'm out.
Don't watch nothing, man. Right. Give thanks.
I'm out.
All right, come back later, yeah. When you're, yeah. All right. Cool.
Jeez. Yeah, Shaq. So why is it that we can't get the gangs and all of that to unite and come together when it comes to like doing something positive, whether it's raising money for Saturday schools or why is it only when they hear a Tommy Robinson come and speak up and perk up his big chest to come and try and talk crud on the internet? Now we as black people want to jump up, like we have to hear somebody like him to make us rise up and do something constructive. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, the simple answer to your question is that it's easier. When this whole thing started kicking off, I put up a video where Kwame Ture was speaking on the difference between mobilization and organization. And he was saying that basically, generally speaking, because most of our community is unconscious, we are going to mobilize around issues, yeah, where those who are organizing in against the system, yeah. And so the reality is that it's easier to turn up to a march for one day to kick some white boy in the head than it is to sustainably build and help to build a Saturday school day in, day out, year after year after year after year, help it grow, help it develop into a full-time school, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So what we're seeing at the moment is the lowest or the most common denominator, which is we don't like being killed by the police. Yeah. And so and obviously people are responding to seeing a man being nailed on for 8 minutes and 46 seconds, yeah, on video, yeah, and it's shocking, yeah, and that level of shock makes people want to do something, and they're gonna do what it is that is available to them, and the most obvious and easiest thing to do is march and demonstrate and show frustration, and them kind of things there. It is much more difficult to get people to organize than it is to get them to mobilize. And that's just the reality of the situation.
That's true. And you know, it's a hard pill to swallow because it's coming like take somebody like a Tommy, a relevant person like him, for us to jump up and puff up our chest when we've got bigger issues, bigger problems, and we're not showing that unity there. Our brothers are killing each other on these streets. Sisters are bracking up each other in dance halls, but we will jump up as the idiot cokehead Tommy Robinson opens up his mouth. That's when we got chess. Like, it just looks mad on us. I'm not even gonna lie. That's my
I also think that there's a bit of a we are overly concerned in some instances with the far right, as though they are the number one danger, when really it's the government itself, and the institutions that are run via the government. These far right idiots have never been in power. They're not responsible for the employment rate. The policies that are employed through which Black people are killed in custody, and no justice is ever successful in relation to those things. They're not responsible for the school to prison pipeline. You know what I'm saying? But it's easier to confront drunk white boys on the road than it is to confront governments and institutions and them kind of things there. And that's what white boys on the road. If we need to confront the drunk white boys on the road, we should confront them, and confront them emphatically. But I feel like sometimes we've got our priorities wrong in the sense of the fact that these men become the primary issue when really they're not. They're a minor aspect.
I mean, they're so insignificant. Like, they are just completely insignificant.
Yeah.
You know, like you said, it's the system, isn't it? Like, they're just maybe one rung above us, if that, in a real life. You know what I'm saying to you? And you know, in a real life, they're more angry with their own people than they are with us. But obviously, like, we know, low hanging fruit. You know what I mean? On top of racism, this, that, and the other.
I agree, and it was demonstrated on the day. Do you know what I'm saying? In the video for Got Kush, so certain things were not in there because of the role that video is supposed to play. You know what I'm saying? But there are many self critiques here that we need to engage in based upon our formation, on that day. Do you know what I'm saying? Or I should say our formation or lack thereof. There's a lot to be said for, the fact that if we had our children there on that day, it would have been a problem, because somebody would have got hurt. Right? Those children would have got hurt because wherever they showed up, we ran after them without strategy, without organization, without in some cases thinking, anybody who's watched a military film, will know that's not how you respond to a situation like that. You know what I'm saying? There's a saying that you don't fight a war on two fronts, for example. You know what I'm saying? You don't split up the army in certain, or should I say a platoon or a battalion in certain ways, because you weaken the force. So in just as an example, if they come and they attack from one angle and we all run over there, and then they come from another angle and then everybody else runs over there, then everybody's split up and we're outnumbered. It's a cause. You know what I'm saying? It's a recipe for disaster in that kind of sense. And I feel like if we're going to be demonstrating and doing things like that, then we need to raise our community's awareness of how to respond to situations like those. I'm saying, right now it's not about who's the baddest man and who could throw the wickedest tongue. That's not what it's about.
Well, another thing, Shakara, just before you leave, I wanted to mention is, obviously, I felt like, and even when some of the questions of the last few days we've been asking is, how can we infiltrate these things? Obviously, just to give a background, like on Instagram, there was a guy, I think his name's Fred or something like that, did a expose of Black Lives Matter and the companies relating to UK and whatnot, and the people benefit and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And it's now going around. So I've got a lot of people who are even my friends who were repping Black Lives Matter. They've looked into it and said, "Wow, like we need to stop repping Black Lives Matter now." Obviously,
a little video on 90 for 99 as well, family, pointing that direction in terms of the finances. And where they're going.
Go to Nanipers as well. She has information on that as well. One thing as well I was also talking about is, you see these people like the Mega Man. Is it Mega? Is it Mega Man, is it? Or So Solid, whatever his name, I forgot his name. Whatever his name is, yeah. And the Stormzy's and the other people that come down. How can we get these people to like? God, you could do live and Instagram lives with them and chat to them and you know promote your thing through their thing. Like,
it's been done, you know. Like for example, like obviously a can't have been bare places, isn't it? Like, but
Yeah.
Bashi's been in a reparations rally or two. Do you know what I'm saying? That back
Yeah,
in
but Bashi's not really that big anymore. You know what I mean? It's like
he was. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying I think I don't know if you can say that. Like man's got a significant acting career going on still.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, man.
But my only point is that it's not like it hasn't been done. It's just different. But like I said, for the most part, it's like Black Lives Matter is kind of like, because you have to remember there's two different things down here. There's the organization Black Lives Matter, and there's the social media hashtag. Yeah, most people are not involved in the organization Black Lives Matter.
Of course, that's what
They're galvanized by the social media hashtag and the issue of police brutality.
Can you say that one more time? Because a lot of people have been using the George Soros and the Antifa thing to say defame Black Lives Matter people who are out there, saying that they are all Black Lives Matter. All the people going down there are organized by George Soros. So can you say that just one more time?
I'm saying that the organization is. Because I haven't looked completely into the George Soros things, but I haven't seen too much stuff to negate it either. Do you know what I'm saying? So
no, obviously, but I'm just saying, like, because that's what I was arguing to people, that people going
on the roads are not card carrying members of any organization.
Yeah, no.
Otherwise, yeah,
they just went for the name.
They just went for man dead in it. It's justice, no peace. That's what they're there for. Yeah. I don't know if we can divorce that from, because put it this way, the people them that are calling the march have resources to engage that number of people to bring them down, if that makes sense. Whereas one of the reasons why that in answer to Lady Divine's question, a lot of the organizations that are doing work around the clock don't have the same level of resources. And there's a reason for that. People have been campaigning in this country on police brutality issues for generations. Like and I've been on demonstrations against police brutality where there's all 10 man there. Right, just I'm saying that, and I'm not joking. Like literally, there's 10 man just dead from police custody. But you know, but the people that are organizing that don't have the same level of resources as the Black Lives Matter, or the media is not giving them the same amount of airtime. Do you know what I'm saying? I can bring you activists that have been on this police brutality thing since the 80s, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Non-stop, that have supported countless families who have had their family members killed by the police up and down the country, and it was apparent to me that when I was down there and eventually took the mic and was saying the names of a number of brothers and sisters who have been killed in police custody, and I didn't even scratch the surface, that a lot of our people didn't seem to know these names. I
only recently learned of Michael X from, I think it was from you. I never knew about Michael X.
Saying, you know, but I'm saying that from David Oluwale, from the 1960s, Kelso Cochran, that was racist violence. Notting Hill race riots, you know what I'm saying? There's Roger Sylvester, there's Sean Rigg, there's Smiley Culture, there is Anthony Walker, there is Dimitri Fraser, there is Kingsley Burrell. Do you know what I'm saying? There's Cynthia Jarrett, there's Dre Gardner, there's Terry Gross. There's so many people in this country who have died from in police custody and from racist violence, whose names we just don't know. Clinton McCurbin, you know what I'm saying? Like there's many names, you know what I'm saying? And so, but people have been on this for time, and it's like a lot of, and so that even on that issue, a lot of the time we're not as in tune with it as a community as we should be. You know what I'm saying? So
Just to touch up on that point you just made, because a lot of another narrative that they've been spinning for the last couple of days is they don't understand why black people in the UK are even going, like, we don't have it so bad, hard here.
That's Jupiter. Don't let's not entertain that.
Hold on. Please don't cut me. I don't interrupt you when you're speaking.
Oh, sorry.
This the fact that you just said that, Shakara, you just hit that nail right on the head. Because when they're saying that shit and that stupidness that they're trying to pump out to the public, You just cleared that up right there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, sis. Appreciate it.
Yeah, but we already know this. Like the Jupiters and they're a bit, they're not normal. Not me. They definitely have a denial going on there. But yeah, yeah, pretty much. I think you said that. I feel like the opportunities like you know what the Stormzy's and the Mega Man and a lot of people now are getting involved in it. You see a lot of my friends who aren't really about this stuff, they're posting stuff about black things and whatnot and everything. So I think it's just now taken to maybe Instagram to make yourself known in it. If that way you blow up, then people know more about these organizations. And another thing I wanted to ask as well was African Liberation Day. Terry mentioned it yesterday to me about how it's been watered down now to African Day, and it's being turned mainstream. I also learned that it's a way of people, all the Pan-African groups come together to you know, at least every group that's on the Pan-African team coming together to celebrate this day. Is there like activities that go on this day when African Liberation, like some type of thing where we can have like a events going on or whatnot, so that people know and we can spread that around and get people knowing about this stuff?
So every year there's at least 2 major African Liberation Day events that takes place in the UK. One is in London and one is in Birmingham, mostly anyway. And yeah, your Terry's correct. So the history of African Liberation Day is 1963. The Organization of Afro-American Unity, which is made up of the heads of states on the continent, designated this day as a day of basically kind of coming together in terms of charting the liberation efforts of African people around the world. What happened basically is that because of a lot of the upheavals on the continent, a lot of the governments were not revolutionary, and so in the wake of the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, the overthrow and then the death of Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah and other things, African Liberation Day became more grassroots, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Largely under the inspiration of Baba Kwame Ture, because he was a part of the revolutionary government of Kwame Nkrumah and Secretary in Guinea. So he now and his wife at the time, Mama Miriam Makeba, the artist, became like ambassadors of Pan-Africanism. And so because he was now the head of the All African People's Revolutionary Party, African Liberation Day became a grassroots kind of Pan-African event that was celebrated around the world or observed around the world. And even in revolutionary Grenada, there's a video online of Maurice Bishop speaking at an African Liberation Day event in Grenada. And it's basically, so African Liberation Day starts in the UK in the 70s. In fact, this year is said to be 45 years, of African Liberation Day. First done in 1975. Used to draw thousands, but it's really about developing political education and charting Pan-African development, around the world. So growing up, going to African Liberation Day, they would bring in speakers from like Sudan or Kenya or Zimbabwe or the United States of America to give an idea of what is happening in the various different places, and also to give lectures on developments in understandings of African history, or African centered psychology, or whatever it is, and that's what's going on. What happened is, since the OAU became the AU, the AU have co-opted it as Africa Day, since the late 90s or early 2000s, and then it's just become a celebration of Africanness. It's just like, we eat jollof, and injera, and we wear kente, and that kind of stuff. Like, we play some music and
and have almost like a diversity thing. You said that
basically,
like including
and you can the intention is obvious when you see that they're taking the actual liberation thing out of it. Like, so from African Liberation Day to Africa Day, yeah. You know, it's just like Valentine's Day. You know, I'm saying this is they celebrate Africa, whereas African Liberation Day is focused on liberating African people. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's definitely that going on. Like to the point where MTV had an Africa Day Live this year. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so mad.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
But man actually supports a lot of what was said in terms of, you know, Saturday and whether we should go down there or not, and the focus on the far right and them kind of things. Yeah, man can get with that still. But I do encourage the ones to watch that video to get a proper assessment of what actually went on.
It's the most recent one, yeah.
I think
it's an hour long, isn't it? I think I saw it this morning.
It's about 40-something minutes long. It's not bad. Yeah,
bare evidence, yeah. Bare evidence on camera.
Yeah, you can see that, and it's obvious what took place, but it's called what really happened in it.
Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Yeah, that's like anybody wants.
Gratitude for going down there, bro. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, anybody wants to watch it, like, and if G-Bot wants to play it, y'all can play it. Like, we won't strike you or nothing. So yeah. You know, and if anybody that passionate about what G-Bot is saying, send her the video in it. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
And if man's out here,
Shaps.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone tell you you're not African.
I know I won't, bro. I promise you.
You're African, yeah.
You guys wrong. Let's up.
Yes, people.
Yeah, I'm gonna duck out too and finish watching this video and whatnot. Yeah. Big up my dude for going down. I see what he's covering. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's powerful still.
Yeah. Him being on the mic is on point too. Have you ever heard that part? Yeah. Shaka got he put it down for a quick second. That's what's up. But yeah, I'm about to dip off myself and go do some other things and whatnot. Y'all have a good one, family. Big up the panel and big up the chat every time. Peace.
Pick up yourself, brother.
Yeah, man. What are you saying, Lady Divine?
Not a much, man. Not a much. Mad, isn't it? Wow. I wanted IC3 and Torok and in foolishness to come back.
Right, what did IC3 say?
Now he's just talking about the same banking thing again, isn't it? Everyone's getting mad. So I don't know.
The thing is, a lot of people dismiss his idea, but it's involved in a lot of Pan-African thought.
Thank you, because without a thought, there can never be nothing to manifest from, right?
Exactly. So when everyone's dismissing the banking thing, yeah. Oh no.
Miss Shacks.
Yeah, and it's Rex said. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, big up. Anyway, I think from that summary.
Oh, she dropped off.
Yeah, she dropped off. Terry, test your mic so I can make sure I can hear you.
Wagwan, what's happening?
Big up.
That's why I said, you know, we're through the age of the Aquarius. It's true though. You know, when total miscommunication. Everything that's been going on right now is miscommunication.
No,
when you think about it.
In what sense, Terry?
Because you know the factor of even why didn't you ask yourself this question? Why didn't these people that were having a complaint and coming down, these far right left, come down when they were actually doing the 4 actual major Black Lives Matter events? Why didn't they come to one of them?
That is my point. Like, what are we saying? It just took Tommy.
The last one was just at a last minute job.
I agree, Terry. I'm not even going to argue with you because that's the point. I'm trying to make people understand where I'm coming from. I'm not even going to say it. I'm just going around in circles so it sinks in and penetrates people's minds. There's marches where these people have come down and no one's attended. But it took one little pissing toe cokehead to open up his mouth, and all of a sudden black people want to jump up like to say, yo. Like, what going for?
But then that's an internet beef that's spiraled out.
Yeah, it's a matters, Terry, because it shows who we give power. It, that just goes to show we give people too much power and too much credit that they don't deserve. And I'm not a part of that. I'm not for that. Don't get me wrong. I respect Shakara's views and why he went down there. But Shakara's reasons for why he went down there is not everybody else's. I want to know what is the others' explanations for being there. Because I know they're not going to give me that.
Because I know that never would have happened on the first two or the last four before that. If they had come down, it would have been pandemonium.
I thought it was reckless to go down, to be honest. Like, you're just putting yourself in, like, just to confront people that are far right. Come on, man. Like, I didn't think it was reckless.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. With the far right, they knew to themselves that they couldn't turn up to the first four. Because they know that they would have got that. See, from when they did that thing in Bristol, why didn't they come to the one after the event after? The one that was at the American Embassy. Why didn't they go to the one why didn't they go to the one that was in Hyde Park? Why didn't they go to the one there? Because the mass amount of people that were there, they ain't risking it.
Yeah.
Madness.
So the last one, this one was a last minute campaign, and then it just evolved into someone else's beef.
Yep. And I can't be led, so I can't do that. But another thing as well, Terry, what pisses me off as well, because there was other events and other things happening all over the place. Like, there was one happening in Hyde Park, no one thought to go down there. There was one happening in big Alsden, Brent. Nobody thought to go down there. So where were all these big talkers? Like, what was your reason for going to the one in Trafalgar? Like, I just want to know, innit? What was it? Let me know.
But they already had one in Trafalgar Square.
This is my point. So what was special on that particular day?
Whereas that's the point. It was trying to draw people out. People were like, "Oh, is it? You think that we can't take you down your statue? We'll come down there, take down the statue, and fuck you up." That's what the sentiment was, innit? That's what I got from a lot of people. That when you hear them speak, innit, like it was like, "What? You think you're bad? I'm. Trust me, I can prove you I'm bad." So yeah.
But the thing was, what statue was going to be taken down? Do you think you could take that Napoleon statue down? Do you know how high that?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it was proper high. But I wanted to ask you, Terry, because I don't know. I maybe I'm wrong in it. I felt like I got the feeling that you were against the pulling down the statues because you said it not because you thought that the history wasn't, but in the sense that it's British history and this could be taught to people so they can understand what was going on. Am I right or am I wrong?
Okay. I'm looking at it in the perspective. I'm just playing, and I'll play a slight devil's advocate. But if we say, okay, we're going to demolish all the things, the atrocities that these people have done, what proof do we have after all this? What proof do we have to even having any form of claim?
I mean, it's not like we're going into me.
Just give them a pass to run it over.
Sorry?
We've kind of given them a pass
to run it over, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because give it what you take all of it. Let's say we burn all their stuff, all the stuff that these people have done. We take all the statues down. Give it another 50 years time. People will forget, and then they won't even remember that even happened. And then when we're still going through this same trauma, we keep on focusing on the negatives too much. When are we going to actually focus on ourselves?
Facts, Terry, facts. And I'm not going to lie, I did send Nanifa earlier on, I sent her a video of the brothers them talking and talking about the uniting, and obviously they're proud of the brothers that did go down there Saturday to go and defend the thing and whatever, but at the same time they made some wicked points about gang shouldn't just unite for that one day there. They need to unite all the time. Like some man can't even go security. That's my point. So when I'm asking these questions, it's not because I'm just trying to be bad man. It's like, hold on, if you can show unity for that one day, what make we can't show unity every damn day of the week, 24/7, 365?
And that's where we need security. And this is what and this is what I keep on emphasizing. You know, all the other days, where was our people when it was supposed to be done properly? When there were thousands of people marching, where was all our people? I didn't see no one in there. It was only a few.
That's my point. That's
No,
all
everyone's wearing black, but no one's doing no identification.
Yeah.
It's mad. I can't comprehend. I don't know. Maybe
That's why for me, I'm not gonna even have no forms of emotions. I'm not connected to nothing. I'm just gonna do what I need to do, innit? And I know that I just keep it moving, because the more you concentrate on the negatives, the more you forget what your true plans are.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with you. Even when I had the reflection on the statue thing, I did say to myself, you know what? Taking down the statue is not going to do me anything. I think what would be telling of a person who, what we're telling is when they say that a white person turns around to me and says the statue shouldn't be taken down because it is part of British history, and their explanation is the fact that, what's it called, they did good things for British people. Meanwhile, they don't acknowledge the fact that they did it off raping, pillaging, and enslaving certain groups of people.
And you see, how do you educate people? So, like, if I'm taking one of my grandchildren or my children and I'm taking them out on a tour, how do I explain something that's not there?
I mean, you don't. It's like talking about Albert Wilberforce. Like, a lot of people don't. Is there a statue of him? I don't know if there's a statue of him or not. But like, for me,
there's many statues and artifacts all around. But what I'm saying is for me to able to build a story, for me to able to even show them about the times of what's happening in the times of slavery. Did you notice how quick after that they pulled down that statue that they said they're going to start taking all the statues down? They moved to that too quick.
You know what? I'm starting to begin to think at this point in time now, Terry, like the whole thing of removing the statues was always in the pipeline anyway. They're just using this as the advantage to remove them. They just wanted an excuse to have them removed. And have it justified at the same time. So they thought, oh, okay, well, now the UK is now rising up. The black population of the UK is rising up. Now they're wilding up. They're making their voices heard. All these companies are now backtracking and talking about equality and diversity and all this shit. You got flipping urban music people. Them are talking about they're going to rename the whole of the urban music awards and whatever. All this is going on. The UK just thought, well, fuck it. Let's just remove the statues because obviously we don't want no smoke. And now, obviously, the whole Black Lives Matter narrative now has been spun. But all of that's been going on. So, to me, I think it was already in the pipeline. To be fair.
Yeah, but you see, with all this, right, is when you kind of look at things, right, it's like throwing a dog a bone. You see, every time black people rise up or do something, what do? They throw a bone.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's like, have this, don't attack me.
Yeah,
like,
down. Just give us alone. Don't ask for reparations, but we'll take the statues down. Do you see my point? Like, it's always trying to give us something like we're fool and stupid around here. Like, we can't see one, and I see all the way through it. Hence why you're not getting me to go down there. I already know what it's about. I already know what's going on. I can see all the way through it. I'm just not falling for it, innit?
Yeah, I mean that makes sense now when you think about it. Like, yeah, it's a distraction. Yeah, I can understand that. I would still definitely question the mindset of a person who says that to me that taking down the statues is wrong because these people are, British heroes. I would definitely look at them and think,
what? No, it's not about them being a hero, but it's
no. I'm just saying the justification. Yeah. Obviously I can understand if you're saying this is British history, and British history is showing the good, the bad, the ugly. You understand?
Yeah, they're not shameful to show you everything is there.
Yeah,
but my issue is that we talk about a lot of things, but we never do no form of research. We don't check things out because it's right in front of your face. They're laughing when they're putting this in your face.
Yeah,
they'll come to the state they'll come to an estate. Like there's an estate next to me that deals with the old Parliament. It's got all the guys, all the men's names. Each block has got a certain man in Parliament's name on it.
Yeah.
It's in your face.
Even certain roads.
Even if you take down the statue of Winston Churchill, there's alcohol, there's jewelry, there's cigars. You ain't getting rid of that name.
So question, Terry, quick question. So you see, like, okay, so they said, remember, it's not even us that took the statues down, you know, it's them people there.
Yeah.
But let's say they take the statues down. Let's just say that's what they're going to do to try and silence us and make us do kumbaya and blah, 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 and not raise up and, you know, that way we can. They know once we come together, it's peak, in it. So that's the fear. And that's what they don't want us to do. So just say they take the statues all down just to pacify us and make it look like it's a goodwill gesture. Here, black people, have this. We took the statues down. Now be quiet and be humble and chill. Okay, cool. Are they going to take down all the blue plaques? Are they going to take down all the... Come on, look up. The list goes on and on and on with the UK and the amount of flipping things that they've got out here. Terry, we've been on many a blue plaque walks with you. You yourself have taken us around. Are they going to remove all them blue plaques?
No.
Exactly. So what? This is my point. What was the point
that comes under heritage.
It's mad. It's just mad. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just not getting it. I don't
I
know.
mean, you know what it is? Yeah, sorry, Terry. Go on.
I was gonna say, Raf, but even in the worst of it all, the slave houses are still buildings that are still there, and they're you cannot demolish them.
Yeah, that's mad.
The whole country is built up on the atrocities. So what? You're gonna crush the whole of London right down to smithereens and rebuild again? You ain't getting rid of it. One little thing don't mean nothing.
Yeah,
we're too bothered. We're too worried about all these unnecessary things until we sort out.
Yeah.
It don't make no sense, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Shakara was saying that still. Shakara was saying that these stuff are meaningless. Little battles. These little battles are, you know, these are not even big battles. You know what I mean? These are not going to shape anything. Like a big battle would be, you know, getting ourselves organized first, and then, yeah.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying to you. Even with the march, the Black Lives Matters march, what are we doing to gaining results for ourselves?
Yeah, that's what, and that's what.
Go on.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that's what people. That's what even me. I was asking this. I was like, what? So you go on this march now. Is there going to be policy change at the end of it? Is there going to be some type of? Do you understand what I mean?
Demands. Where's the demands?
This is what we're saying. Yeah. This is what I'm saying. If it's just to not kill black people, yeah, okay, we hear you. You think that's going to stop? There needs to be a whole reformation of the whole police force. That's what they should be doing. You know, Scouter Minds came on yesterday talking about how there is a woman. I can't even remember exactly what she said, but there's a woman who's involved in reviewing certain things, and she's very influential in this thing, and this could affect black people, and we should be down there and down the streets, camping outside there, making sure that we get the change that we want. But people never go. I don't know why people never think to go to Downing Street and just camp outside of it. No one needs to throw anything in there. Just harass them, innit? That's what you do. You everyone in their millions, harass them, stand outside there and harass them until we get the change. But I don't know why people never think of that. They just say that we're gonna walk through these public places and somehow maybe they will acknowledge our walking. I don't know. Am I wrong about that? Am I?
It's just there is so much. There's so much things that just needs to be sorted. There's too many loopholes. As I said, we don't even have an organized security firm to protecting ourselves.
We are say stop lie on the Nation of Islam. Stop your die.
Where were they?
security. I don't know where they are, but that's my security shit. Whenever
Yeah,
they
no. Listen carefully. For all these things that are happening, as I said, they do a great job on what they do and everything. But when it was needed, where were they? Because I guarantee you, all the Nation of Islam man were there. Do you think that man they would have come?
No, but the wickedest part is they would have come if it was an organized thing. We can't say that. If it was an organized, exactly. But remember, this is what I said, was not organized. Saturday was not organized. It just came out of the blue. Once one poor kid pipe up and start run up his mouth, then that's when it became something. Before that, nobody was talking about going down to no Black Lives Matter march on. Look how long that shit was being advertised on their website. Nobody thought to go. It took one cokehead to open up his pissing tail mouth, you know, little pisshead, why? And then now all of a sudden we want to jump up and run that. I ain't going nowhere because he don't have no power over me. He don't have nutter power over me, and I ain't giving him no power that he don't fucking deserve.
That's why. But you see, that's why saying no names whatsoever. This is something, and it's funny, you know, it's something that has spiraled out of Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, Lady Divine, like we shouldn't.
It's a beef.
How I see it, you get me? I'm not holding back no talk.
Like I hear you. I respect it still, but
and no fucking cokehead getting no power over me or none of my children. Not while I got breath in my body, and I refuse to give this man any form of fame or anything on the internet, because this is all he did. Came and rambled for all of fucking 3-4 minutes, and all of a sudden we want to jump up when we should be jumping up regardless of whether that piercing tail cokehead speaks or not. Like, I'm not here for it. And now you've got all these fucking little followers running around out here, making videos, spinning all kind of piss and tell narratives. Like, what the fuck is going on here, black people? What are we really doing? All of a sudden now we've lost sight of what the fuck our real struggle is. Now we're talking about blood clot, fucking stupid statues. I ain't got time for the bullshit.
But
I ain't got time for...
Sorry, Lady Divine. Sorry to cut you. This is what, you know, in the past, you know, people like Huey P. Newton mentioned this. This is all reactionary, just reactionary actions, in it. That's the only way I can put it. Reactionary behavior. So, that's why I was asking, like, Shakara, how could he put himself out there so he can get known by these people? You know what I mean? Like. Yeah, just put your question in the private chat.
What's it called? Veli, for listening. Can you get a King of Gold?
No. I could have. Listen, I could have texted.
Yeah, I'm forgetting you're on the panel, Raf. I'm sorry.
Put the question in the private chat. We'll answer it. This guy, man, what's the comment? Just troll.
Yeah, I know I'm sounding vexed right now, but when it comes to my people and our struggle, I'm passionate as hell. And what I refuse to do is allow my people to be fucking misled and infiltrated by some bullshit statues and some cokehead. We're not gonna do that. We're more powerful and we're better than that. And we come from a long line of powerful, better people than that. So we're not gonna fall for that bullshit. We're not gonna do it, black people. We're not.
Really, I'm such a prick, fam. I beg you, add I can go gold in. I don't know why I'm asking. I'm gonna regret this so much. Oh shit! Sorry, you guys were supposed to hear that. Yeah. Basically, yeah. Okay. Hopefully you behave in it. But yeah, like I said in it, right. I was trying to get how can we get these groups, you know, like the Shakaras, the people from the African Liberation Day to be noticed. But I'm having some hope because, you know, like I said in it earlier, that the video of Black Lives Matter and their so-called organization, you know, is going through Twitter. So, I mean, going through Instagram. So hopefully a lot of people get this information. Then they know that they shouldn't be supporting the organization Black Lives Matter if they're asking for any type of funding.
Raf, tell me, did you get to see the video that Nanifa uploaded?
Yeah. It was the one in America. Yeah. But I didn't get to read the I couldn't see properly the people who were being funded. So all those people who were donation candidates or whatever or whatnot and lobbying and whatnot and everything. I didn't get to look into that. But obviously, like we already know this because like people here at least do some research into this thing. Obviously, people are a lot of people are reactionary. So yeah.
Oh, Kingo!
Oh, I'm here. All right. Yo, big up, everybody.
Big up, big up.
Yo. I'm in a quite a calm mood today, so I'm probably, you're not going to get drawn out by anything.
Wilding out thing, Kingo. So
I won't get drawn out.
No, I'm on the wilding out today, so pay me no mind. Yeah?
I won't get drawn out by the, sometimes we call it stupidity. That CNG block, but it seemed like a calm panel. I think Shaka Ra set the scene when he came on earlier. I think come and say someone was talking rubbish. Wab, whatever his name is, Wab. I don't know the names anyway. Someone causing more problems. I don't know if some people think this is like Crackheads Anonymous or something. Some people just turn up out of nowhere, brother, and they're like all over the place.
He was annoying. He was really annoying my last. Oh man.
Yo, what's going on? Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, fam. We can hear you, fam.
Yeah. First of all, what did I miss earlier on with Shaka?
Shakara came in to ask a few questions about it. Then we went on to the topic of what was going down with the whole Saturday event, and we were just basically the intentions of going down in it. And Shakara expressed like he was personally to be a media outlet and also to make a stand himself to say that listen, I won't be run out of my own out of anywhere by a racist. But he wasn't really for anyone going down there anyway. He did say that the best if we ever have a situation like this again is to ignore the racists. But obviously it was pretty much that type of conversation.
Have you lot now seen the newest video that's been put up about Black Lives Matter?
What? I think I've seen it. Are you talking about the donations and where they're going?
Yeah, have you lot seen it?
Yeah, it's going around on Insta. That's what I said.
Yeah,
I see something.
Now, I'd like to hear the rest of your opinions on what do you lot make of that.
It's fucking stupid. I keep telling people. I've been telling people for weeks, not even weeks, because this thing's been going on since 2016, right?
Yeah.
They first started to do their thing. Fam, you know what this is? You know what this is really highlighted for me? Is that if this was 50 years ago in the 1970s, yeah? Don't get me wrong, obviously we understand that it was a whole different scenario. There was no internet, blah, 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 blah. It was word of mouth or handing out leaflets and all that kind of thing there, yeah? And obviously mainstream media. We seem to be, even some of the most radical, not even some of the most radical, even radical Black people in our community, yeah, seem to have been hoodwinked into this fucking stupid shit, fam, right? To the point where, like, I was just chatting to my dad, yeah? My dad is of that ilk. That's his era. He's that caliber, right? And it's like this liberal approach to like the algorithms of liberal society, whereby information can be coming at you from about 7 or 8 different directions, yeah, and not even 7 or 8, about 50 directions, and because of that, about 2 or 3 of those things will get through, and it seems like Black Lives Matter is the one that got through. Where 50 years ago that stuff wouldn't have got through. People then would have known what time it is. They would have seen what was going on. They'd be like, "Fuck that." Maybe because the Rastaman then was leading the charge in some respects in the UK, in London.
There was the bun money people, the bun, all of that.
Yeah, but exactly, bun the system. We're not dealing with, what I mean. And there's so many signs that this thing was bug, right, and bogus. So many signs. And people, it's like you get sucked in because you're constantly on social media. You're constantly, you got brethren who are slightly less radical than you. This is another thing, yeah? And you got people around you that are less radical. You're likely to be drawn into that more liberal way of thinking. Or, okay, where I was against such and such, now, let me go and see what that is. Or let me engage with that thing that in the 70s we wouldn't have engaged in. Yeah, I'm like I had a back and forth with one brother that goes to the park, but he was like he was all over the pictures in with the march on. I don't even call it a march. I don't know what the hell it was, but on Saturday, he was in all of the pictures, and he was quite influential in that uniting gangs scenario, and like it's just I don't know what to say. I'm not surprised by any of this, and it's like now what's going to be interesting is to see how people react to it, because I guarantee you, even though we now know that all this whole thing is engineered, like that's it, it's engineered, right? Now we know that the whole thing's engineered. I want to now see, because I know Black Lives Matter will come back out. It's not that they're going to hide, they're going to come back out. Watch, yeah, because the campaign ain't finished. You get me? They're not done their work. The work's not finished. So they're going to come back out, or if they don't come back out themselves, whoever they are, we don't even know who they are, then the black people who are still in support of it will still come out, because it's stupid. And that's what I'm going to be interested to see how people react to this information, whether they're going to take a firm stance and say, do you know what? Like, them man there that was saying, "Bun Black Lives Matter," not because they're just conspiracy theorists, but because they actually have knowledge about how the system works, and they could see the cracks and the signs that this thing was being engineered. Yeah, those people, what are we going to say to them now? What are they going to say to them? Are they going to actually look at the people them who had the knowledge in the first place and tried to advise? Are they going to look at them and say, okay, do you know what? What you said was right. Let me now listen more to what you have to say. Are they going to do that? Or are they going to, cut their nose off to spite their face and say, oh, well, yeah, well, it was still good and blah, 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 and George Floyd and all this kind of stuff. I think it's time that, number one, people that need to start listening to those people that have been doing works for decades, those organizations that have been doing things for decades. Forget them newborn, I'm just seeing them, Ultra Funky, yeah, big up Ultra Funky, the newborn baby. Forget all these newborn baby organizations that have just been there for 5 minutes. Yeah. all them people that are youngsters, especially, who are trying to start up their own organization, stop it and go and see what's out there already that's been put in for decades already. Go and see what's going on, right? One second, last thing. Those organizations need to be more proactive in promoting their thing. You can't be, I'm not saying you need to go around with a t-shirt and make baseball caps and all that kind of shit. I'm not saying that, but just be more visible and more willing to engage those that know, because some organizations, I would say, are so used to engaging those that already know that it's become a bit of a comfort zone. And that's not criticism. It's just a way to improve and edify and expand the works that people them are doing. Yeah, so go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying is I haven't seen what's been circulating, because I heard you say something.
What, the video? What do you mean?
Which video are you talking about?
So the video, so there's a white woman in America who went to donate to Black Lives Matter. And she used her brain. She actually used her brain. So she went to donate, and she followed the trail. When you click the link on the actual website to donate, it sends you directly to a website. I can't remember what it's called, but I can post the link in the back chat, or maybe be able to.
I was going to WhatsApp it to you, T. Do you want me to WhatsApp it to you?
Yeah. Go to it's on Manita's channel. So I've got questions. I've got 2 questions, and I want to respond to what M.A. Brown just said there briefly. That's all right.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kinga, go on.
All right. I think in response to what he said there, I can understand why he's coming with that type of that attitude, because he's right. You're right to a degree. And the reason why I'd say to a degree, quite a high degree, and it's all down to how you want to maneuver through the system. Do you want to be kind of passive? Do you want to be one of these people who are, more involved with the
protest. You can do, you know, there's many people that have their individual roles when it comes to liberation ultimately, but I think it's the case of when it comes to Saturday, because I'm just saying this out of experience, when we actually got the message that BLM are going down, I had people that were just normal people working, not really into this liberation thing, but
hold on, wait. Can I just pause you for a sec? Don't say that you're conflating liberation movement with Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter was never a liberation movement. So reframe.
Okay, no, I was saying generally for a
no, be specific. Be specific.
Well, I mean, for example, why I say I'd say it's I mean it's synonymous with liberation. Black Lives Matter is literally we want liberation, we want equality. The message itself, obviously, the way it's been started out, the way it's been manufactured, is debatable. Even if it's a black brother that's done it, which is what you're talking about, which makes a lot of sense. And due to history, a lot of things have been co-opted and the rest of it. Now, when we're saying a push behind who's actually funding this, it's more of a mainstream, so it's more of an event thing. So the people that I got in contact with and like are going were not what you would regard as even people who want to even speak out. People have got not really interested in that sort of thing. They're not interested in this liberation. This is why I mentioned liberation, not on this black power. And they're light skinned. The brother that I was talking to was light skinned, and he was like, "I'm going down." And I hadn't even spoken to him about it, but it's because it was so mainstream. He felt it was comfortable. He's comfortable enough to sort of not feel like he can go back to work and get fired because you've just taken part in it. Do you know what I mean? Do you see where I'm going? Because the way it was sponsored, it was to the degree where you can. That's why you saw Mega Man out there, because he's not going to now get blown back now from any sort of future deal or anything tarnished. With him's going to be tarnished because it was so public. So that's why I think it was any sort of person would have gone down. So like I said, a lot of people would be working people. Now they're intelligent enough to know that you wouldn't go down to a march if it's going to jeopardize your workplace. And a lot of marches do if they're not deemed what you would say was acceptable by the main show. Really, these people I'm talking to, early investors in Bitcoin, really intelligent people, like money makers, and they were actually looking to go down. They're not on this sort of street thing or really have got into many fights, you know. So I think in that sense, I think I've got to say it that some people were looking a bit too in this conspiracy theory thing. I think it was. That's why when Shakara went down there and you're kind of questioning why he has, you do want these people to see your face? Nah, it's the mainstream.
Bro, I'll be honest with you, I don't know what.
That's my personal opinion. But what I'm trying to say is that it sounds like there's a lot of people that have got this sort of really.
That's why he's a contrarian.
Nah, it's not because I can tell you what.
One second. Bro, I don't know what point you're making in response. Are you making?
So the point I'm making is that you just basically trying to say it's a conspiracy theory.
One sec.
I don't think it is.
Hold on, one sec. I didn't say that. You're not even listening, bro. I'm asking you a question. Are you making a point in response to what I said, or are you making your own point separately?
I'm making a kind of response to what you're saying, but I'm making my own point at the same time.
What is it?
Because what you said was along the lines of I don't know why people are to a degree of maybe people should be getting sort of so tied into things that we know already.
Was that me?
Right.
That was actually me, not.
Was it? Okay. Because I thought to a degree, it didn't seem like he was completely with it when it comes to people actually attending the event.
Who are you talking to now? Are you talking to
yourself? Yeah, I thought you just said that you wasn't like 100% about it. So.
Yeah, but did you hear what I actually said and what?
Yeah, of course, because you're saying.
So I have a response to what I was saying.
I think I can remember. Sorry, mate. I hope I haven't misquoted you.
Yeah, forget it anyway. So, yeah, I don't
think it's got this sort of like a hidden real sort of hidden agenda. I know people definitely out to make money from it. But I mean, if we want to move on, I'd say when you're talking about the funding, I'm not surprised, because if you look at Biafra, that was in the 60s, and Red Nose days come from that. I think National Lottery, I think that's one of the initial injections. So a lot of that money didn't actually go to the Biafrans. So that was where I'd say, yeah, we should be a bit more smarter to just donate to charities that are kind of mainstream. I think we learned from the 60s,
but here's the thing, yeah. The thing is, this to everybody, yeah. So it's not just I'm not trying to King Gold specifically. Had this video not come out today or yesterday or whenever it was, yeah, showing where the donations are going, yeah, that doesn't mean that it's still not being engineered by the Democratic Party or just by any state. And I'm saying you need to see that level of evidence to know that there's something fishy. This is the thing that's most concerning, and that indicates to me and to other brothers and sisters as well that are in the know that the level of thinking that is going in, not forget the masses, because we know the masses are sheep in it, we know that, yeah. But there's levels of consciousness that we can identify in certain people when we meet them or when we speak to them, whether it be in person, online, or at the corner. There's level of consciousness in it, and there are some people who appear to be conscious, but also appear to be susceptible to manipulation. You know, in a scientific community, for example, groupthink occurs as well, right? There are circumstances where a particular model or so-called fact or whatever will be propagated, and in fact, let me not say the scientific community, let me say the medical industry, because that's even more, it applies even more to them. So you have doctors and nurses and whatnot who are prescribing drugs that they've been told will do X, Y, and Z. Yeah, and they never do their own research. They don't have a lab in their room, in their bedroom or in their house and whatever. And all they're doing is regurgitating information and produces particular results, right? But I'm saying even within the most how can I put it, academically qualified individuals or people who have, who have brains that we can attest to being, at a high level of intellect, like they can still be led astray. And this is something that I see, that this is the thing that frustrates me the most, because these people are supposed to be well learned, they're supposed to be readers, they're supposed to be critical thinkers, etc., and yet they are still getting dragged in and sucked in by the ghost. And that is a massive problem. I don't expect those sheep out there to know what's going on. I don't expect them to, until the mainstream media can be confronted and can be and alternatives can be created to give another side of the story. Yeah, until that happens, we know that the sheep are going to follow what the mainstream is saying, and that monopoly is well and truly sewn up. Yeah, but those who claim to be critical thinkers, yeah, who are ignoring the obvious signs, yeah, because maybe the issue has tugged on their heartstrings a bit, or maybe, like I said, they've got friends who are less radical than them, and they, rather than following those who are more, they've gone with those who are less. Yeah, it could be family members. I've got family members of my own who they're not politicized in any way, shape, or form. You get me? At all. And it's very hard to be around them, say certain things, and for it to either go over their heads, or they say something contrary to it, or they produce a soundbite from mainstream media. You get me? And then when you address them on it, they don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You get me? So it's difficult, but I'd say people then that say and claim to be critical thinkers do the thinking, innit? Like, because right now I'm seeing a lot of people not doing the thinking and getting sucked into all kind of fuckery.
Can I just say something as well? I'm just going to be a devil's advocate right now, yeah? Because you know me, I think I've had a controversy.
Contrarian. This is
what I haven't tried to. I really haven't tried to. It's because G Block's so mainstream that anything you present would be like, oh my god, what's that? Well, oh my god. Some people do, some people don't know. But I mean, that's what I said. I thought, like, I might as well echo what you said. People should be critical thinkers coming from this type of. Anyway. Now, what I'd say, so say, for example, you had leader Tariq ibn Ziyad, the Spanish occupation by the Moors begin in 7 AD, with with an African army under their leader, whatever name I just said, Tariq, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar from northern Africa and invaded the Iberian Peninsula, Andalus. So I'm just assuming he's got a statue.
Sorry, I can go.
So that's an African leader that has invaded. Huh?
Check the black chat as well whilst you're talking.
Okay. Yeah. So there should be. I mean, if there's like a statue erected, that was an African man, you know, that's gone into a foreign territory like Spain, which is obviously in Europe. And he had a statue up. I mean, would now if there was citizens that were Spanish in there, do you think that they would have? Do you think they should have the right to reform statues that obviously probably would have been a big killer of their people? I don't know. I mean, because at the same time, I don't think black people have actually asked for statues to be put in rivers. I know that, but so that's where the co-options come into it. Now, is that something that African people would want, even or black people? Because I've heard a lot of people say they don't really even care about the statues. But I mean, I personally, if I had the choice, I probably would say take them down. I mean,
yeah, but Kingo, like, what? Listen, these statues have been here long before we came and whatever, long before we were born. Why do we care about some dumb statues?
Okay,
like,
so you don't mind then?
No, I'm just asking, can you give us a reason why we should mind or why we should advocate for it?
You're making me. I don't know.
No, only because I just want to hear the opposite. I just want to hear the opposite opinion, innit?
So, all right, so the whole
can we not do this? Can we start up like what?
No, I'm joking. No. To be
why
okay,
do you feel the need to talk when
I'm just come on. It's just a joke. It's a joke.
No, I'm sorry. It wasn't coming. I wasn't trying to do that with you, Auntie. I was just. It was your King of Gold. Like he's leading us down a dangerous path.
All right. But I think it's a good idea. It's probably a good idea in my mind because I've never had a good feeling walking next to the statues. I've never had a good feeling at all. But
why are we talking about bloody statues, man?
Because I think it's yeah. I mean, it's not, I don't know, because personally, it's something I've heard the right wing using a lot when they're trying to argue with statues, and where you come into that is you saying critically think, and critically thinking means that's been co-opted. So
I'll be honest with you, bro. I'll be honest with you. You know, I know Erin Michelle to a certain extent. I know Lady D personally. I know Mr. Riggs personally. I've met IC3. I don't know you. I don't think anyone here wants to necessarily talk about that. So you get me? Let's like that in itself is a distraction from the main.
Do you think?
Yeah,
I thought it was a talking point, but it could be at least a talking point.
No,
there are statues being thrown in canals.
One second, Kinga, because I made this point on Anifa's show, yeah, and I made the point that it is a good thing. It's talking point still. What I don't want it to do though is infiltrate what we're about and what we're our focus. That's what I don't want it to do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I totally understand that.
But it's a good talking point in the sense of, okay, say for instance the English want to have their statues up, they want to keep it up, whatever, cool, let them do their thing.
So what I was going to come on to say is,
hold on, I can go.
Okay,
So if they keep their statues up, they want their statues, whatever. People say it's a good thing, so we never forget. It's a constant reminder for us that why we're here, our struggle, our fight. Cool, keep your shit up. Have adhere to your national people of your country and your land and who fought for you to have this country. Cool, do your thing. My thing is, can we go and get all our statues, our artifacts, everything that the British have here, we want them put back where you took them from. All the shit you've defaced from us, all the stuff you've took out of our African nations, all over the world that you've took from us, take it out of your damn museums that you've got right here in the UK and give it back and resurrect it back where you found it. How about we do it both ways?
Now, how about this? How about there was a Congolese brother in Paris, I don't know if anyone's seen the video, who went into the museum bust in and took back his tribal things. How about that? That happened about 3 days ago.
That's what I'm talking about. Two can play that game, innit? So like I said, keep your statues, have them up. We don't care, but we want back our shit. Everything you've got in every museum that you circulate around the world and then come back to the British Museum, we want it back. You've defaced our statues for years. We want our shit back. All our artifacts, all our clothing, all our prophets, all our goddesses, all our kings, we want our shit back. How about we do that? Let's do it both ways.
Next time, people then want to go out and protest, or in the United States, if you want to go and do some riots and thing or whatever, that's where you go. Go museum. Go to the museum. Yeah, there's enough of you out there. Bust off the door, lick down the windows, go in there.
Whoa, go to the museum.
That's about stage 10. That's about stage 10. I think we're about not even stage 1 yet.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Go to the museums, lick down the door, and do a Killmonger, and done.
Killmonger. Killmonger.
Yeah, I mean,
it sounds funny, but I'm not even.
I know.
It would have an impact. You know what? Yeah, the subject of statues and whatever. I don't give a fuck about the statues that they got in this country. This is their country. You get me? I don't care. Yeah. If anything, it's a reminder that I need to get the fuck out of it. Right? I don't care. You get me? The conversation is not about those statues. The conversation is meant to be about our things and what we're planning to do, where we're planning to go, and how we're planning to manifest the things that we need. You understand?
Yeah.
It's not about like that protest that happened on Saturday. Yeah, was a complete conflation of issues, to the extent that if you went and asked somebody, if you went and asked 3 different people why they're here, they'll probably give you 3 different answers on Saturday. One man was probably there, certain man probably there to fight NF and all them man there, and BNP and whoever they were, DFLA. Certain people were there to Black Lives Matter and Floyd, George Floyd, and someone else is there for another reason. You get me? Or certain man is there to educate some of the youngers, and like Brother Kwaku, or whatever. So that you can see the conflation of those issues and the fact that the message was not clear, and it's like and it was a draw. And I'm very, very like, I'm not gonna lie. Come about 2:30, 3 o'clock, I was watching the live stream the whole time, and my wife's nephew, it was his birthday, so it was his birthday, but man, me and her dad had the protest up on the big screen. So it's not even like we were celebrating, we were just watching what was going on. And I was that close to jumping on my bike. You get me? 2-2s now, after all this has gone down, I'm like, I wish I had have gone. Yeah? Because what I saw in terms of the unity amongst the people them was beautiful. You get me? And that's a win. However, now I'm hearing that certain men are going to be charged. Yeah, certain men that have gone out there and defended the thing and maybe licked down 1 or 2 men. Like, they're now going to be in the dock. Seriously.
Are you serious?
Nobody thought that didn't even cross anybody's mind, because the state.
It crossed MA. Sorry to interrupt. It did cross my mind, and that's why I deterred people from going. That was one of the reasons I used for deterring people from going.
Nobody was thinking about that at all. There's people out there with rap sheets of all kinds, yeah.
No, I'm sure they thought about it. But
sure they never thought about it.
No, they thought about it, bro. They thought about it. Of course you are, man. You're gonna think about it, bro.
King of Gold, just a lie. Let me tell you why he did think about it. Because when we were on the panel, we were deterring people to go. I was saying, and he was even saying, you know what happens when we get locked up and all that shit? Then any excuse to look up a black man, they would use it. Now you've got all your faces up and down on camera, looting and fighting and whatever the case may be, defacing and mashing up their whatever and making the protest bad. That's all. That's the
this is a wicked talking point. Oh my god. Now, I'm gonna completely disagree with you now. Everybody who went down there knew that the sun wasn't shining. It wasn't going to be see fireworks. They wasn't going to meet a prostitute. They wasn't going to do any other thing but know that they were going to possibly come in contact with police, protesters, and violence. They were completely aware of that. But what did they know? They thought, right, what's the worst I can get out of this? Knock someone out, have to pay pay a bit of a fine, possibly get something on my record. Is it worth it? Okay, everybody's going to take that unless you're completely stupid.
Grown-ass men and women contemplated it. Hold on, Okinga, you're telling me that grown-ass women and men knew this, contemplated it, still made the decision to go down there, knowing there's a possible possibility they can be arrested, locked up, whatever. Cool, fine. They did all of that. It's been happened and done. Now later on, when they start going through all this CCTV, seeing who was hitting who was mashing up who, remember all these videos are circulating all over Instagram.
What you're not mentioning is, sorry, I'm just gonna say this, is that they didn't know. No, everybody said they didn't know there was 2,000 going to turn up. That was the number. No, everybody I know said that they, from what I can see, said they weren't expecting 2,000 of these people.
Have you seen what the left wing when they come out? Do you know how many that comes out?
Okay, yeah, but what we see in Hyde Park, that wasn't 1,000. That was not 1,000 people or 2,000. That was not 2,000. That was 2,000. That's different. That was a different march. There was way more people near them statues than there was on that day when they came down to Hyde Park. But so that was the main reason why, and especially the day before, it was like the last announcement, no one's going. So the people I knew that was going, that were just normal brothers, not people that I expect to even really want to get into trouble, they said we're not going now, which is the reason why they still didn't want to go down. Probably but still had thinking that people probably still going to go down, may it still be on. Now the people who are on this thing really about what do they call them now? Not freedom fighters, but people who speak out about community issues. I forgot about that. Easy things. Activists are gonna go down there being protesters, or they're gonna obviously clearly want to be part of the thing. So I can't see where you lot. I can't see where you lot. I don't understand, or of seeing people as sheep.
For a second,
I wish I could have gone down there, and I would have.
Yeah, but listen for a second. How many people? King Gold, how many people do you think turned up on one side and the other side?
I heard there was 2,000 on the
2,000 who?
Racists, and I think there was what was it? I don't know. I think there was about 40 or 50 of them to begin with, or something, wasn't there? And then ended up being about 300 or something, 400.
Yeah. So how many people? So in your estimate, how many people of the left wing were there?
They said there's left wing, or what do you mean? Is I don't know what you're asking. Left wing as in, are you counting black people?
No, I'm not talking about the black people. I'm talking about the white people that came down to cause havoc.
Well, I think they came down. No, they would have been more coming down in the beginning, but they cancelled, and I think there was a later contingent or something that met up. But I think I was just assuming that may possibly have been because there was a lot of white people that turned up, I think, arrested, and they walked towards them, and they end up finding out that they were actually part of, I think, black. I don't know. They had some black brothers with them, apparently. So I don't know. They could have been part of, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't got the ins and outs of it. But
what is your estimate?
My estimate, I'd say, looking at how many people there would probably be about 30 to 40 people, max.
What 30 to 40 people?
Yeah. I'd say at percentage, it would have been about 10%.
Why is it taking so long to answer such a simple
10%. I just said 30 to 40 people.
No, bro,
30 to 40 people. Right, so out of a percentage, it would have been 10%. Would have been thingy. Why are you asking that question anyway?
Oh, I'm asking you. Is it 10? Are you saying 30 white people came down, or are you saying 30 black people came down? 30 left wingers, or you say white people? The actual. Because if you're saying left wing, they've got an agenda, my friend. If you're talking about the normal white people, they've got no name. Forget the name. The people that were looking to kick it off with the black folk that were in the Trafalgar Square. You're saying there was only 30 of them?
No, there was. I think to begin with, the people that are part of the Black Life Movement, there would have been about 30 of them. Yes, and that's the left wing. That's what because they're politically charged. So I would have called it. So clearly we're going to call them left wing. But yeah, why do you ask that though? What's the? What point are you making?
Your eyesight.
You got very excited at that point. Go on.
There were only 30 people that came down to fight all Shakara and all them lot. It was only about 30.
No, the left. Okay, the left. Right wing. No, there was 2,000 right wing. I don't know what you're hearing, but if you want to open your ears, take your earbuds out, put some earbuds in your ears, take your wax out. There was 2,000 racists against about 30, I'd say, BLM to begin with.
I can go. Listen to my reasoning now. Let me just try and reason with you quickly. Yeah. So hold on. I'm gonna try that. Give me this one attempt, brothers, please. So you saw Brother Kwame. Do you see Brother Kwame's live?
Who? Brother Kwame?
Yeah.
Is that
the Rasta man in the white?
I see him. Yeah, is his son died or something? They took out his son.
You heard him literally say their man them whatever them want call it. What they call themselves? EDL, whatever the hell. What are they? What are them people called? I don't even know. Them thugs, yeah? We're gonna call them thugs like they label us. So them thugs were coming from the left, whatever the frick they want call. Them cokeheads were coming from the left, they were coming from the right, they were coming from the front, they were coming from the back. You're outnumbered. This is us black people. We're already outnumbered. What in your brain makes you think this is okay to still go down there, knowing full well you're going to be outnumbered? Number two, you heard Brother Kwame say that he had to literally to let the people them know, stand your ground, do not move, because brothers were running to the front, brothers were running to the back to confront them, brothers were running to the left, brothers were running to the... Does it make any logical sense? We don't have the strategy. We don't. We don't have the there to defend
that
us.
was epic.
We never had the Black Panthers there to defend us. There was no organization, there was no briefing, there was no structure, there was no flipping there was no protocol, nothing on how to handle yourself in that situation. But you're willing to say, let the brothers and sisters go out there and put their lives at risk. That's the message you're giving out, King.
All right, I'm going to say this. I'm going to quote. I quote as well. Dexys Massimilius himself. 3 weeks from now, I should be harvesting my crops. Imagine where you should be, and it shall be so. Hold the line, stay with me. You find yourself riding alone in the green fields with the sun on your face.
You know, that's not even, I'm not even thinking you're taking it seriously. Do you know there was women and children there? There was no protection over the women and children because the man then were too busy figuring out how to go and worry about the people then coming from the left and the right. But you're forgetting the queens and the Pitney them need defending.
Yeah, I'm gonna text
Black people get fucking serious with this shit. Now it, man.
You messed up, man. You messed up. I'm gonna have to text Philly now. This guy, man, don't learn.
And you're already dead. Brothers, what we do now echoes in eternity.
Okay, let's continue. Let's try and drown him out, guys. Come
on. You got to laugh. What do you mean? We're discussing. Trying to happen at an event. Come on. I mean, it's not such a big thing. It's being conflated.
We were talking about...
is that because he's at home and he can't do nothing anyway, he doesn't care about nothing. So
No. See, now what you're trying to say is misery loves company. I do. I've got a great life.
You responded to him. You shouldn't do that. You should drown out the fish.
But, I've got a great life. The only thing that
cool. ISC3, what are you saying? What's going on? He's drinking tea.
Just let me put on my headphones. I was just listening. So let me put on my headphones 1 minute.
Anyway, what was you relating that to? Anyway, I was talking at in regard to the
forget you.
The protest.
Oh, really?
I'm really happy about everybody that went. So big up to yourselves. Soldiers out here, real deal. The first line of defense is protest, and big up all the people that went down. Jordan there, Ras, Bingy, Shakara the Great. Wow. Big up yourselves. If I was there, I would like to have been there. I was there in spirit.
We would have been
Ashe, Chikubiyama the Great. Rest in peace, all the lost souls.
I think that there's certain getting passed around today, boy. There must be something in the
air. Something in the air. That's right.
Brother, I see free because I can't deal with Okinga right now. He's trying to wind me up here. And I'm going to clap him back on his neck. I know. I will clap him. Don't play. He's lucky he's not in front of me. $1. $1 he would have hold right there. But what I'm saying is, IC3, you see all the stuff like artifacts that I was mentioning that they belong to us in the museums that they have worldwide and all over the UK. Yeah.
Yes.
Is that a part of the reparations claim?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely, because I've said earlier on that I see it as a process of reparation claims, and with each successful claim, new evidence will be unmasked. You see, so that's why it has to be a process. All those people going for a check or a lump sum, they don't know that they're going for a gagging order. So once that check arrives, then they'll say, "Oh well, you see, your reparations have been paid, but we don't want to hear nothing again." And it'll be a fool to take those checks when there's so much information that we don't even know about. So how can those people calculate the size of the check when there's so much ignorance of history, of banking? I mean, I tell you what would happen. Maybe I shouldn't jump here, but I suspect that as soon as that check is paid, they're going to start pulling out all stuff from the archives and laughing.
Definitely a gagging order. I agree with you there.
It's just a gagging order. Anyway, you take a check in ignorance.
Yeah.
As soon as you take that check, you say, "Oh, you've been paid now. Don't want to hear nothing about reparations. It's over, done. You're all settled." Then you're going to start seeing some stuff come out you would not have believed existed. You would not have, and there'll be just a gasp, but they can't say nothing because it's a gagging order. You've already been paid your reparations. You asked for it. You got the money, and you got the money. Well, they won't tell that you got the money in ignorance. You got the money, and then they're going to come out and party. They're going to party like they never partied before. So I mean, that's a bit of a long answer to your question.
No, I just want to. The only reason I'm asking that because obviously all this talk, even though we can't give a damn about no damn statues, but if they're gonna have this discussion out here and they're gonna talk about our statues and our things, and you can't come to our country and do that, but you've been to everybody else's country, mostly ours, destroyed and defaced our shit, it, resurrected it up in your museums. Half of that shit sitting in the Catholic churches, in the blasted royal palaces, and all these places. But you don't want to talk about that part of it, no. You only want to talk about your dumb, stinking Winston Churchill. No, we're not going to do that.
But you know what the funniest? But you know what the funniest thing is, right? Is that we're talking about all these artifacts, but only 30% is what's in the museum. 70% of all other artifacts with private collectors.
I mean, you're being generous, Mr. Riggs.
I know.
30% in the museum. I think it's like a tip of an iceberg.
The only reason why it turns up in the museum is when the man dies and he donates his artifacts to the museum.
Yes. And I was visiting the museums, and I was going regularly to certain museums because, usually people go to a museum to see some stuff and then they disappear. But when I started going there every 2 or 3 days to a particular museum until the staff started to get to know me. Not to get to know me as friends. I said, wait a minute, this guy keeps coming back. And then you start to find out that there's all kinds of stuff in the archives. Loads of stuff.
But IC3, the funniest thing is, all their artifacts, even on the museum itself, it's not even in the museum.
That's right.
They have a massive storage in Blythe Road in Hammersmith. No one knows about that.
Yes.
Unless you do research.
There you go.
How do we get in there, T? Because T, normally you're the one that takes us on museum tours.
Listen,
How are you going to do one?
About that online, man, Lady D. Come on,
I just want to know, is he going to do an event where we can go and do that walk? Come on, T, man.
As I said to you before, it's about doing research. Follow the trail, and everything shall reveal itself.
That's right.
I got you. Okay, I'll hold it right differently.
This is why. This is the reason why I educate people in forms of doing these tours, is to know where things are. They're in plain sight. But when they always take you away from
offline. No, but I get what Emma's saying still differently, and I'm glad that my brothers are here to keep me in check still. Like, yeah, we'll do this offline because we have to go and holler at that.
But understanding the real agenda is to take you off your focus. This is all what this is about. Keep you occupied, keep your mind on something that is irrelevant. That's why when we're doing things elsewhere, they're bringing in new laws. I said people should concentrate on the new laws that they brought in the time of COVID so that they can understand that that is a future plan.
That's right.
Because 10 years from now, that them new laws that they've put in before COVID, 10 years from now, they will start to apply it.
Correct.
I heard they're banning protesting. Is there any evidence to that?
Yeah, they said it's the part of the COVID shit, isn't it? Like you're not allowed to gather. That was in the paper the day after the protest, or the 2 days after the protest. So they're reinforcing that act or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, and then it will become effective 10 years time when they actually want to do a proper march. Where now you forgot that they did this in the beginning because no one's going against it.
So hold on. So are we saying then, just by going by that information Raf just shared, if they want to ban the protesting, are we saying then that what happened, obviously the events of Saturday and obviously not even just Saturday, all the other protests that have gone wrong in the past, they're now going to use that again. So basically it worked against us, not for us, that event.
Of course it is. It's going to definitely go against because as I said, people forget. This is what I keep on saying to people. But if you was around before there was cameras, you can identify where all the cameras are. But most of the children today are born when the cameras are already there. So it looks like the cameras are invisible because people that were there before, when they're walking down the road, they'll say, yeah, that wasn't there before. But a child that's been born into it doesn't even give it recognition. London is a state of cameras. It keeps on repeating itself. It's not one around the world. So the police don't really need to do much. They just watch from. And then when you start seeing police raids, you're thinking, "Whoa, what's going on here?"
Yeah, it's GCHQ you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all pre-planned. All this stuff is pre-planned. We're just falling into the, when the fish is and you throw the net. And the fish is doing about his business and just gets caught in that net. That's exactly what they're doing. Keep on falling into their traps.
And this is why I say we need to be more proactive than reactionary. We need to be more. And you know what? This is my sister Anifa will always remind me now because I'm the warlord, right? And Anifa's the logic one, and she'll be like, "This is why we need all of us. Like we need the warlords for when the fight comes. We got the warlords. But then but before that, we need to think. We need to strategize. We need to have a plan and have an end goal. And right now, it seems like we're just lost. We don't have none of those above. We don't have a goal. We don't have a plan. We don't have a strategy. Like
people are lazy. People, as I said to you, even when I talk about history, people don't want to do no research.
Yeah, that's facts.
They don't want to learn nothing. They just want to go.
Yeah.
It's the blind leading the blind. Because all it takes is for you, if you really was smart enough, you would have looked at the whole Black Lives Matter thing. You would have listened to the Tommy Robinson thing. You would have listened to all the other people that are counteracting the Tommy Robinson thing. And it would have given you a simple logic of what the scenery would look like when the situation is going to happen.
This is it. This is
common sense.
Exactly. And that's what worries me, is that people that you would assume have the common sense and have the diligence to research and have the eyes to see and the ears to hear and all the kind of things. So like, I'm right now, Terry, I'm chatting to my dad, I'm texting my dad right now, and he's complaining because we should, the Black Lives Matter UK thing,
yeah,
and then how that my man's copyrighted it and whatever. He's like, no, we should have copyrighted that first. I'm saying, are you fucking crazy? So because of the mobilizing essence that the message itself has, Black Lives Matter, it's better to, as far as you're concerned, it's better to utilize that mobilizing essence to our own ends. Yeah, regardless of the connotations connected to the thing, let alone the actual essence of the message, which is, please, Mr. Oppressor, can you please, pay attention? We matter. You get me? And it's like that. This is, bruv, it's all a fucking spaghetti junction, man. It's so.
Why? Even if you look in forms of history, where does guerrilla warfare come from?
Africa.
So.
What's the question, sorry?
Where does guerrilla warfare come from?
Where does guerrilla warfare come from? When do we start to have rules and regulations to telling us what to do and what not to do?
Isn't that when Philippine and all of that came into it? From the Europeans? No.
No.
I reckon I heard Hannibal and all them man were doing guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, but remember when the Europeans come in military, they want to have tea breaks, they want to have special times to able to, you know what, it's late now, we're gonna have our sleep, and then when we wake up we'll have war again.
No, Terry, you're right still, because when they came to Benin,
that's right.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna wait to fight you while you're having your cup of tea.
Exactly.
It's all happening again.
I get it. So that's strategy. That's what you're trying to show me. That's what strategy really is. Okay.
Because if we want to do what we need to do, why are we waiting just because, it's Black Lives Matter? Every time Black Lives Matter comes, we do a guerrilla warfare. Simple.
Exactly. Yeah, Terry, we need to chat still, man. Next week we're gonna do a thing still.
I got Emerson coming on Saturday, you know.
Who?
A guy called Emerson, because he does the he breaks down the health and the EFA system.
Wicked.
Yeah, that's on Saturday 8:00. But yeah, man, it's just annoying to see that people have lost common sense.
Yeah.
Because
I want to ask you, what do you think we've learned from this as a people, as a whole, and what do you think we can take from it to know better for the future?
I don't think we've learned anything. I think the majority of people ain't learned shit yet.
You know what this has done? It's just kicked them out of their bed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the best way to sum it up, Terry. Let's go outside.
Yeah, that's right. Kick them out of their bed. That's right. They're looking back. I want to go back to bed.
Nah, he's right.
Yeah, they get out.
They brush their teeth. They're stinking still. You get me? They don't know what clothes to wear. You understand?
Emma, I was reading the history, right? Like in the Windrush, right? And like I was reading the stories, and they were saying, well, back then when we came to England, we couldn't believe what we were seeing. These people were dirty, they were this, and they were all that. There was rats and all kinds of stuff. And like, these people never washed their skin. Then you know what? When I forward it to today, it's like the whole role has reversed. Now, our idle food has become superfood.
Trust me, bro. Get me, and man, them are all drinking fucking bigger juice and all that shit, fam. Like,
yeah, and we're taking all the crap. We're eating all the shit.
I tell you what, Terry. You see, like I'm a man, yeah, because I used to do a lot of thinking as a youth, yeah. So now, like I've got a pretty good. I wouldn't even call it a radar. I've got all of the semiotics and the symbolism that is associated with particular mindsets. Like I've got that in a computer in my head, innit? So I'm not saying that I pigeonhole people, but there's certain things when I see them, I'm like, okay, like you might be on this, and this, but while you're still on that, I know you're not ready, innit? So, like, and I'm gonna say bigger juice, yeah. It sounds joke. It sounds like I'm catching joke and whatever, but man, then that's still drinking bigger juice and all them kind of things there. You can't be fully serious. Like, you just can't. You can't be fully serious. Man, we don't water or anything. They can't be fully serious. You get me?
It's like even the ginger bear thing. I'm seeing people. Okay, they've changed the taste, they've changed the can, but yeah, this same can has 2 ounces of sugar in it.
Mad thing. You get me? My dad told me this is the kind of dad I have. Sorry. I used to be obsessed with ginger beer. I still am, but the good ginger beer, innit? We'd be going down Harlesden Street. I said, Dad, can I have a ginger beer? And like, I'll be begging him for McDonald's, KFC, everything. He's like, no. And then he'll give it once in a while. One time he was like, yo, you can't have no ginger beer. I was like, why? He's like, boy, me think say if there was gonna put any what do you call it? Any what's the word I'm looking for?
Nutrients?
Nah, the opposite, man. If there's gonna put any depopulation chemicals, what's the word I'm looking for? Sterilization chemicals. Yeah. They're gonna put it in things like ginger beer, fam. If I was a bastard,
that's right.
If I was a bastard,
Supermod,
I wanted to kill black people, it'd be so easy. Just inject 2 plants in with your chemicals. Inject, you know what I mean, some mangoes, bigger juice, Magnum. Like it's not even hard. It's not even hard.
That's right.
Emma, are you saying that you believe that we're easy to trick, we're easy to trap, and we don't?
We're predictable. We've got predictable.
Yeah.
We're programmable. We've been programmable since we were taken from Africa. You get me? The program is there. The program is so sophisticated now. We will create the vehicle for our own demise. We'll create.
Okay. What does black people like eating the most?
Go on, anybody.
Chicken, carotid, everything I've done.
Okay, and we've had all these chicken diseases, all this chicken pumping up, but we still go back and eat the chicken.
Oh, Lord, that's a chicken diseases, you know.
Yeah, but what is the alternative? You see, that's the thing. Sometimes you become aware of a problem. People may make you aware of a problem that you didn't know, and then they run off. Whilst
I see, right? It's not even about the alternative. If something is no good for you, so if I said to you, yeah, all the chicken, I'm gonna put poison in every single chicken that you eat, you're still gonna go back and eat it.
Well,
I'm not even looking for alternative. I'm just not gonna eat that chicken full stop.
Right, but you still need to eat some meat.
Nah.
Oh, so okay. So even the vegetables, they can still apply the same thing, the same law.
Yeah, but that's why we're going. How many people are crying to get into supermarkets?
That's right.
So everything is, but as I said, if you want to eat meat, go somewhere where they rear that meat that cow that's been running around for 5 years. Then I can say, yeah, that's good meat. But if you're gonna get a cow that's been bred for 6 months, what kind of meat is that?
The thing is, yeah, as your question, like as the logic is there, but really, it's not a case of okay, if you can't eat that, like, if that's going to be contaminated, so is this and so is this. Look, the thing that is more likely to be contaminated should be the first thing you get rid of, innit? Like, if you got common sense, like if you're not sure if your broccoli and your cabbage is contaminated, but you are sure that your chicken is, that's no excuse to be like, well, if the chicken is contaminated, so is the broccoli. So what the fuck am I gonna do? No, you just get rid of the thing that is obviously gonna kill you first. You get me? Then,
yes, I understand. That's sensible thinking, but that kind of thinking, we have to scale it up.
No, bro. I'm understand. Look, we're on the same page. What I'm saying is, when you're saying this to somebody who doesn't understand it, yeah, because that's the argument that a lot of people will come with, right? And they will use that as a reason to keep eating chicken. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not. Yep. So we're on the same page in the sense of we need to go beyond the current means of production in terms of food harvesting, in terms of how we put. You get me? We need our own land. Ultimately, that's where. In fact, forget our own land. We need to be out of this country where we can actually grow our own things. Anyway, that's the ultimate goal.
Yes, that's the ultimate goal. But we have to thinking about surviving in the prison camp in order to make an escape.
This is what I'm saying to you, though. I'm saying before, like, there's people that are not going to understand what you're saying on the off. Yeah, there's people that are on the high road. I look out my window now, and I know that 99% of them are not going to listen to anything that I have to say on that matter. Yeah, but
man,
5% of them might be like, "Rah, I didn't know chicken had such and such in it. I'm going to stop that." Yeah, but they're still going to eat. Like, they still got to eat in it. But what you do is you stop them from you minimize the risk while you're educating them, innit? And while
I
you're
understand. It's good. It's good. I like the way you're thinking. But sometimes when you look at even your own family, I'm speak for myself and my family.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I'm speaking to my family, it's like I'm off key. It's completely in another scale. Another music, different type of music, whatever, and then they'll listen for a while, and then they're listening, but they're also calculating their present situation.
Yeah,
and then they just switch, and then just rubbish what you're saying because I can see in their head that they're watching and listening, and sometimes the television's going on at the same time. Television's going on at the same time, and they try to have a certain conversation. And I've actually been in situations where I've been talking to my nieces and the younger people, and the young people in my family, it's like they're sharp, they're getting it, and the conversation is starting to flow and start to get deeper. And then all of a sudden, the parents will just start switching and talking on something completely nonsense. But the younger generation, they're listening and they're asking me questions and they're testing me. But then the parents seem to sense. No, hold it. I've got to try and get this out. That somehow the parents, of my own family, when they see that the young people are starting to ask questions and think, they kind of switch. And it's like intuition where they just want the conversation stopped, and they'll talk any nonsense or go to the top, talk about the television just to protect. It's like they're protecting the children.
But the program. It's the program.
That's my own family. That's my own family.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That defense mechanism is that I'm going to rebuke anything you say that is going to change my method of living.
Right.
Yeah. Because I have an emotional attachment to how I live.
Right.
So when you're doing something to them, unless it's a trend, they ain't falling for it.
Yeah.
Not even thinking about it.
Can I give an example? It's like, a child they like to absorb information. But for an adult, when they've absorbed enough information, they feel like, the sponge is too full now. I don't need any more information. It's like they're almost afraid of change.
That's right.
But children love the change. They love to experience stuff.
Yes.
This is what we call the innocence, and I use the £10 the £10 scenario. When you was a child and someone gave you £10, what would you say?
Yeah, I remember this one. Go on.
What would you say, Ralph?
I say, yeah, can I have it?
Yeah, you say thank you, innit?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Now, if a stranger came up to you right now and said, "Here's £10," what would you say?
I'd look at them. What's you giving me that for?
That's right. That's right. Because literally, because that happened to me in Speaker's Corner. I'm there. It's happened more than once, and people just come out of nowhere from behind, and there's just £20 note. And I'm saying, whoa! I'm not taking no £20 note out from somebody from nowhere. I don't know what they're gonna. It could be some setup. No, there's no way. I'm not doing it. It's happened to me at Speaker's Corner. Lots of times.
That's the innocence. That's the difference between a child and an adult. Because the child hasn't learned nothing. So that innocence is that now, once you get to a certain age, you've made your brain so complicated that the simple things, it cannot happen. It's impossible.
That's right.
You know, and that's the defense mechanism. That's what comes up. You put that barrier one time, bam.
Yeah. Rap said, everyone said, oh, look at this.
That's right. I look at them. That's right. Yeah, that's right. You look twice, mate, or 3 times. That's right.
Honestly, wouldn't you look at them like? Wouldn't you just?
Of course. That's why we're laughing. That's why I'm laughing anyway. That's why I'm laughing, because that's exactly
for doing that.
So like,
I am. What are you trying to give me that for?
Yeah.
For no reason.
Trust
are you trying to? Yeah, you get bare defense. You'll be like, "Are you trying to call me poor? Are you trying to say I'm broke?" Everything comes out of your mouth.
Oh, bro, one time, where was I? Hold on, let me try to remember this story correctly. I was somewhere. I think I was kneeling down or something. I can't remember where I was. And I swear someone tried to offer me money, blood. Like, I was leaning down. I must have been like, I don't know where I was, man. I was somewhere. And someone came up to me and I said, I don't know what I said to the person, but I didn't realize that they thought I was like homeless and shit, fam. I didn't realize. You get me? At the same time, I remember one time I was in the ends, yeah, and I went to I was recording some of the elders in the area, and I went up to a table and I said, do you mind if I record your backgammon game and stuff? And one very, very well-known, Terry, you'll probably know this guy or know what he looks like anyway. He was like, because I was wearing this coat, yeah, and I was bruck these times, yeah, but I was wearing this coat. It was a nice coat, it looked like a cashmere coat. And he was like, yeah, you must be BBC. Nah, you're not filming us unless you give us money. And I was so offended. I said, what the ass makes you think I've got money? And I wouldn't let it go, innit? I was like, what makes you think I got money? What makes you think I got money? I wanted him to say, because you got a nice coat. But he wouldn't say it. That was the only reason. Had I not had that coat on, like, it would have been a completely different ball game, bro. But anyway, that's a sidetrack.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. Yeah, like Raph was saying, you look at the person. Just like when I was at Speakers Corner and this person come up, I just see a big £20 note, and it's like his attitude, like, just giving him, and he's on his way somewhere, so he's just going to just take it. You know, I said, I didn't say anything. I just said no, thank you, because I looked at him, I looked at his clothes and everything, and it just did not look right. He just did not look right.
Okay,
did not look right.
Who would you take £20 off on the street if they came up to you? What would they have to look like for you to get out?
One, and now I'm much worse. I wouldn't take £20 from no one. I wouldn't. No way. No, I just wouldn't do it. I'd have to sit. You know, I'd have to be know that person, and we'd have to have had good debate or good discussion, and so on. And then if the quality of the discussion and the quality of understanding between us, I still wouldn't see them. They wouldn't need to be throwing £20 at me, because no.
Would you be offended if someone tried to give you £20?
No, man. Like, you got to think, like, have you got an agenda? Have you, like,
yes.
Nah. Like,
and what agenda could the person have when they want to try and give you £20?
Well, for me, I'm always. I don't know, fam. Car, you get this fear, like, what's it called, car? Obviously, you're looking into certain things and whatnot, so you just think that the government might be just setting you up or something, or just
or gangsters or whatever. Yes.
Yeah, bro.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I often see car doors unlocked and like windows open and all this kind of shit, and I always think they're trying to set man up, innit?
Yeah,
that's the way to think, and that's right. And then, but some people will start saying you're paranoid. You know, people always calling me paranoid. You know, why don't you just relax, man? Just relax. But once you start to understand the environment, you know, people that
they create that fear for you to have that in your psyche. You're scared to even do things
constantly.
But you know, as I said, someone giving me £20, if they come and give me £20, I know that is cash, regardless of the situation.
No, man, no.
I said, thank you, mate. I'm gone.
No.
What you offering? Oh, I'll show you. I said, yeah. What? You give me £20? Oh, thank you. And I'll take it and I'll go about my business.
You think the business is over? I think you make a certain assumption that they give you £20 and then you run off. No.
Think about it. If someone's pulling £20 out of their pocket and giving it to you, that means that what kind of really strategic? It's only £20. It's cash. I can understand if they sign a paper or sign this form. I can understand. But if I'm putting £20 of cash in your hand, why would you say no?
No.
See, that's the mental fear psyche they put in the head.
I would not
be scared.
I would not take £20 off a stranger, fam.
All right, hold on. Aaron Michele, if someone opened a suitcase and there was about 20 grand in it, would you take that?
No way, because I know even
even
confirms me. That confirms my suspicions already, because like that's an agent, fam. Why are you giving me money?
Nah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I would take my chances and take the money, bro.
You might not get home alive. You might not get home alive. You might not get home alive. We running off with that case.
No. But what my dad said. He says almost 80% of black people, if I opened a briefcase with £1 million in it, they would run.
I would definitely run.
It's a very serious question. We're laughing, but it's a very serious subject, a very highly charged subject.
All right.
£1 million case.
So someone comes up to you now, a white guy comes up to you with a briefcase and there's £6 million in there, and he says, "Here, this is reparations. Would you take it?"
Sorry, say that again.
No.
A white man comes up to you with a briefcase, there's £6 million in there, and he says, "Here, this is your reparations. Take it." Would you take it?
No. That'll probably be one penny in there, and you start saying that. Oh yeah.
Ralph will be on the plane. But that's how frightened we are, and it shows
for good reason.
Yeah,
for good reason.
This is a good. Yeah, come on, man. Like we're talking about people who are trying to.
Ralph, your uncle comes into the room right now. He comes into your room and look, I've just made £1,000. Do you want it?
Yeah, my uncle.
That's your uncle.
Take off my uncle. Yeah.
Oh, tell the truth. If you actually saw £1,000, your uncle brought £1 million, sorry, brought £1 million into your room right now and open the suitcase and say, "Here you go."
I'm more likely to take off my uncle. Yeah.
Yes. Me too.
And you be shaking like, where did you get this money from? What kind of?
No. I hear what you're saying. That would be two questions. Yeah.
Say that £10,000. If your uncle came with 10 grand and said, "Yo, hold this."
Sorry?
I said, if your uncle came with 10 grand and he tried to give it to you, would you question him?
Yeah, I would question it. I always question it. Even $1 million. Even the £1,000. I'll question it too. I even question it when my dad gives me money, for fuck's sake, man. Like,
That's what I'm trying to say to you. That program, it doesn't matter where it comes from. You're gonna put that defense up. So when
it's safety. It's safety.
So when you see something that is new coming towards you that doesn't fit into your criteria where you're content with, it's an issue.
Yo,
Yes.
Born Rich said he's taking the money. Yo, wild. He said, yeah, I'm with you, Born Rich. I'm taking it.
I'm on the same page, mate. No contracts, no signature. I'll just say, yeah, take me. That guy.
No, but you got to think.
You know what? Terry's true Nigerian identity is coming through. Terry, stop it. Stop it.
The true identity is coming out. When you start talking about money, you start to find out character.
You know what, though? Honestly, though, my stepdad told he's Nigerian, innit? He's Yoruba. He told my little sister, if anyone ever, because I know this because she told me, yeah, if anyone ever offers you any money, you take it. That's what he told her.
Are you serious?
See where I come from.
Frightening, man.
That's
frightening.
Where I come from in Nigeria, they say that if you take any money off someone, they put juju on it.
Right. That's more realistic. That's what's right. Because the money is charged. Yes, you're correct.
I tell you this. My mum found £80,000. Yeah, I went back to hand it in. Do you know how much? You know how many days I was crying?
He's still crying now, man.
No. Do you know why? Yeah. do you know why? He's not wrong. Yeah. There's a guy. I know a guy who works at a bank. I don't know. You might have heard of this, Terry. Coots Bank.
Yeah, that's the Queen's Bank.
Yeah, the Queen's Bank, the private bank that all the rich people go to. Yeah,
that's
he works there, right? He said that one of the people, one of his not customers, but one of his bankers or whatever, one of those people who came in, yeah, he asked for 10 grand in it, took out the 10 grand. That's the max they're allowed to give out in it. I think he gave it to a friend to put it into like a safe or something like that, or deposit a deposit box somewhere in it to keep it in it in case he needed it one time in it. The guy left it on the train. Imagine someone saw, because it has the label of the Coots Bank on it. Yeah, someone came in and the next day and returned it to them. They said that the whole office went crazy. Like, what? Why would you give back that money? I would have kept that money. Are you stupid? Like, everyone's looking crazy now. Me, I said to him, bro, I don't know if I probably would have given it back, car. I would have felt bad or something, or just the idea that if you get caught,
you would have given the money back in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have given the money back. Well, I don't know. No, I'll be worse than that. I wouldn't even touch it. I'd be worse than that, man. Get over there. Yeah. Raf would take it back. Me, I wouldn't even touch it.
Yeah, leave it on the train.
Wouldn't get my fingerprints on the case.
See what? Have you not seen what Reanimator put in the chat? Look at Reanimator.
Exactly. I would have taken a little piece and then leave the rest. You get me? He's a joker. I said I would have handed all 70k back.
No, man.
Have you seen the movie Shallow Grave?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it's not a movie that the black community would watch, but it addresses that same thing. It's called Shallow Grave. I think that was the movie that made that, that guy that acted in Star Wars, that kind of launched him on his career because of the quality of his acting in that movie. It's called Shallow Grave, and it's basically about that same kind of thing, where this guy, I still can remember this guy. He wants to rent a room. So it's like, imagine you got a flat, a few have got a flat, and then you got a spare room. And then some guy comes in and he wants to rent the room. And then he comes in and he rents the room. And then he dies in that room. And then you find out he's got this case and it's full of money. And then the story goes from there, because their brain is thinking, your brain will be thinking, geez, all this money and this guy's dead. Money in the dead, the guy's dead. That means he can't come back for the money because he's dead. But is it his money? And when we can take the money and then report to the police that he's dead and he died. We don't know how he died. Can we take some of the money? Yeah, so just that watch that movie. I think it's a good illustration of this very situation, and you can see that something that may seem simple, like just finding a case full of money, seems very simple. You just walk off with it, can end you up in some serious trouble.
And that's why the police force has so much money.
Listen, I'll take, if there's 80 grand, yeah, I'm taking at least 10 grand, innit? Like,
nah, you got to think that this is a setup, fam.
That's right.
Bro, yeah, but listen. Okay, look, you, like Terry said, you ain't signed no contract, you're not involved in nothing or whatever. You found the money, yeah, you found it, yeah. What, like, if they're gonna set you, look, bro, fam, if they want to set you up, yeah, they're not gonna set you up on the basis of putting money on a train and a random person comes again. That's stupid. That's not a setup.
I hear what you're saying, but like, there's so many, like, you know, you hear about what's his name? One of the ways they wanted to kill Fidel Castro was through a Cuban cigar. So it's like you never. Obviously, it's very.
Yeah, bro, all you gotta do is just bring your Dettol, yeah. When you get the money, just spray it up.
You think it's that easy? Oh boy. You think it's that easy?
Cash, yeah, it's cash. You know what I'll do? I'll take all the money, go to all the charity firms, give them all 10 grand each, do my charity deed, and walk away with 10 grand.
No, Terry, even better. Even better, you don't touch the money, you just pick it up and bring it straight to the bank, and they touch it, innit? Like, let them deal with it.
Let them deal with it. Because once they cash it, it's done. It's a wrap.
Yeah, but you have to think about a big sum of money like that. That's not gonna go unnoticed. Like, someone's gonna realize that was missing.
Yeah, correct. They come for you.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with you?
Exactly. What has it got to do with you? You'll find out. It could be gangster money. It might not even be it could be gangster money, and that person could have stolen that money from someone else. And when those gangsters are coming for their money, they don't care if the guy that had them took the money is dead. They're going for the next person.
That's right.
But they're going for the next person. And if you can't, once you got the money, you can't be talking to them. They're not going to listen to you. There's no talking.
So, like, when you put your money in the bank,
Attica said it best in the chat. He said, "Finders keepers, mate. You look lucky, yeah." And in Jamaica, we will say, "Thief from thief, and God laugh." So you're not lucky. Take that arrow.
Thief from thief, and God laugh. I like that.
But the most big drugs barons put their money in the bank anyway.
Oh yeah, what's that? Scarface. That's the movie. That's a classic situation. He had bags and bags of money from the dealing. Is it Scarface? And he had big sacks of money, and then the bank was charging him to make it clean. Is that correct? I don't know if you've all seen. I think it's Scarface.
Fam, you know what I do? I just bring it to the Indian man shop, innit, and let him change it up. So get me, no long thing, fam. Bring it straight to Harlesden. Get me, go flip it somehow. Get me. Now you lot are mad, yeah. You lot will take the money. I'm not hearing none of it. Maybe IC3 probably wouldn't take it, but I reckon Aaron Machete would definitely take something, man.
You know what? Yeah, there is conflict. I have found a phone before on the floor, but I handed it. I know. Listen, this is what I did. I waited a few days to see if the person will come and get the phone, but then I think we sold it in it or something like that.
Listen, from when you have, there's man that thief phones. You don't find phones, you thief them, innit?
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, but that's the thing. In my situation, the phone was cracked. It was broken on the floor. I think obviously drunk people walked past the shop I work at, innit? So yeah, you just left it on the floor, picked it up, and then we left it there for a few days, waiting to see if anyone come and claim it. But obviously, nah. Yeah.
Yo, Veli, if you could jump on, I want to know your thoughts on this.
Yeah, but I don't know. The 80K thing, a lot of money missing. That is, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'll keep it, bro.
There's no gangster that's that stupid to be on a train first of all with 80K. let alone to lose it on the train.
Okay,
they
hold it there.
around
Hold
on
it there.
trains.
Let me give you this experience. I used to take cab going down to Speaker's Corner a few times, and other places. And I got to know this particular cab driver. I think he was a black guy. I think he might have been Somali. And we was talking because he was asking me why I was going to Speaker's Corner because I'd injured myself, so I was taking the cab because I wanted to get down there, and I couldn't really. I just had to get down there. So anyway, he said that he used to do a lot of mini cabin work in Hatton Gardens, in the jewelers and stuff around like that. And he used to say that there was one jeweler that used to give him a little package to take, and he used to drive. He's not carrying a person; he's just carrying a little package. Yes. So he said it was a Jewish man would give him this package in his mini cab, and he would take it and deliver it. And he used to pay him really well. He didn't know what was in the package, but he used to pay him very well. And after I can't remember what happened, but he's something happened, and he just stopped because he realized that I don't know what something happened. Something went wrong, and he realized that the package he was carrying had so much valuables in it that he could lose his life carrying that package. And then he just stopped. He just didn't want to deal with that guy again. So think about that. That's like a strange twist. See, because he kind of felt the impression I got is that he's being paid so well just to deliver a little package in his minicab that something happened that made him suspicious that he could lose his life dealing with these delivering these packages so regularly because of the value that's in there. I think maybe he was being used. He kind of realized that he was being used to secretly deliver something of high value, and because it's just a minicab, it's just a black guy in a minicab. Nobody would suspect.
Yeah,
that
but obviously, anti-free. Someone I'm not delivering no package for nobody, innit? Like whether I'm.
There you go. Yeah, that's right. So just like
that's different though.
Drug mules. Yes,
that is different though. Like
yeah, it is different.
The more money that I find, the more likely I'm gonna keep it. Like that's the rule. If I find 10, yeah. Like I'm on it, like I'm literally gone. You're not gonna see me again.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you get home safely.
You know what? Movies, man. But to be fair, like, what would that level of money be doing on a train? It's true.
Yeah,
people make mistakes.
That's a very valuable point. I mean, yeah, I would like if someone loses money in the train, it's a lot more likely to be an accident rather than some type of drug mule movement car. If you're a drug mule, you would definitely not have it on a train. You'll be moving around in a car, so at least you could get rid of it, get to from point A to point B.
Like my head says that it was just a really rich bastard who was being kind, didn't it? So I'll just take the money. I'm due that kind of luck.
I mean, it does make you think, though. It does make you second guess it. If you're sure that this is not some type of setup, yeah, then I would think, yeah, listen, like 70k, 80k is tempting, but I don't know. What could happen if you do keep the money and they do find out that you took that money? What could happen?
Who's they though? Who's they?
Exactly.
I'm talking about the police getting involved and the person.
Gangsters.
Not gangsters. I'm not talking about gangsters. I'm just talking about someone had money, a lot of money, and this person was like probably a rich figure or whatnot and everything. And this money that went missing was eventually they found the person who took the money in it. Like what would happen in such a situation? Does anyone know?
I missed all of that. Who is it? Who's the day? Sorry.
I'm talking about this. Let's say I had found 80K on the train, and this 80K it ends up coming from like a rich person who was just taking the train one time and everything and left it on the train, and eventually they're able to locate this money and it comes back to me. And what would happen? What would the police do to me in that type of situation? What would happen?
I don't know. To be fair, like if they came back to you somehow, like you'd be in a dilemma, innit? If they could prove that it belonged to these people, then I think it's just a case of obviously like this belongs to them. Can you give it back? Such as I don't think you'll get in trouble for just having it. Because you found it, innit? But
you hope.
Yeah,
no, you can't. They can't.
No, I'm not talking about like a drug dealing situation. I'm talking more like it's legit money in it. So it's
Yeah. They go. The police ain't gonna do nothing to you because you found the money. Yeah,
and you took it.
Yeah, but you get me. Like people find money all the time. You can't get arrested for finding something. You get me? Like it might. Well, to be fair, the amount of money it is might change the perspective of the police. It might make it a crime. If it's like a ridiculous amount of money, then maybe they have a particular law or statute that we don't know.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, innit? That's why I said that. Just that question of, would you, if you took 80K and took it, like that's. No.
And what if the people said, "Are you handing 80,000 to the police station?" And then they contact the owners, and then the owners say, 80,000? There was 200,000 in that case.
Nothing to do with me, man.
Yeah, but you brought in the case with 80,000. They're going to ask you, what happened to the other 120,000? And you say, well, I don't know about the 120,000. I just brought the case in.
It's not even the police and that. It's the gangsters are like, yo, we had $1 million here. Where's the rest?
Yes, exactly.
Gangsters, they're different, car. They wouldn't even go to police. We're talking about.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's not the police. The gangsters find you or find out that you got the money.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And you're like, where's the rest?
Exactly. Yeah, it's too.
Yeah, brothers, I don't mean to be. Brothers, I don't mean to be rude or trying to change it up deliberately, but I just made note in my head that brother MA and Terry have not answered today's question yet of the title. So when you're ready, not in your own time, though, I'm just going to remind you that you've got to give your opinions on the subject matter. Yeah.
The question is missing a couple of words, isn't it?
It is, but I tried to decipher it. I'm not going to front. Veli's on his dyslexic shit today, but we're going to play that no man. We're going to skip past that part, yeah?
Fuck's sake.
Has any effort been made? Is it effort?
Yeah.
Effort been made by coupling onto the Black Lives Matter protests?
I think he meant any progress. I put progress in the wrong place, in it.
Oh, okay. Has any progress been made by coupling onto the Black Lives Matter protests? I can't speak for everybody in it, and I can't speak. I didn't really. I don't know anybody that went on any of the Black Lives Matter protests apart from the one that was cancelled. In it, I don't know anybody. So I can't say that who has or who hasn't gone and tried to like maybe capitalize on those protests myself, but. As far as Saturday goes, I think, just the fact that the man them linked up and all kind of were singing from the same hymn sheet, so to speak, that's progress, in it. But apart from that, I don't really even believe that many people have tried to latch onto the thing. But as far as the actual Black Lives Matter as an organization, and all the stuff we've seen in America and whatnot. Progress is woken some people up, like Terry said. Some people have been kicked out of bed. But I'm a person. I was arguing with somebody the other day, as I usually do. I always say that every time I come on here. I'm always arguing with someone. That I'm not a person I'm not an advocate of groupthink. So some people use groupthink, which is, the the attempt to use PR or propaganda to co-opt large masses of people into an idea that they don't necessarily all understand, but that they rally behind nonetheless. I'm not really a fan of that. It's been used for nefarious ends in history, but it's also used for maybe more righteous, with more righteous intention amongst other groups of campaigners and whatnot. And I would say that, you know, in the civil rights era, that was used then. It was used 60s, 70s, 80s. It's always been used since then. I'm not a fan of that though. So I don't believe that the protests themselves and the marching and all this kind of stuff is the right method to bring about the sort of change that I personally want to see. I believe that considered thorough education and dissemination of information, and you know to see an evolution in the mindset of people whereby they're not looking for headlines, they're not looking for, you know, quick wins and all them kind of stuff. They're looking for thorough, committed growth and progress. Like, so that's what I'm on. So where the protests are concerned, I don't see that has happened, and I don't know that people are more clued up in the black community, at least anyway, are much more clued up than they were before the things happened. You get me? Other than, you know, being reminded of their blackness, being reminded of the system that they know of, which is a police state and the prison industrial complex and the skewed education system and criminal justice system. Other than that, they already knew about that. Maybe a few people that didn't know, maybe they're a bit more clued up, but not really to any great extent.
On that one, MA. Terry, what's your point of view?
Yeah. What's that?
On the question of the day.
Yeah, question of the day.
So has any progress been made by coupling onto the Black Lives Matter protests?
Is there any progress? I could say certain progress is certain, but is it working for us in that fact? No progress has worked for us in us progressing, but it has created a form of change. I wouldn't say progress. I would say change.
So you're saying like the landscape has changed, and that change is welcome or unwelcome?
No, if certain laws, as I said, you know, it's kind of funny. It's helped to, you know what? It's made things move faster in the perspective of the guy that has died. They've pushed the charges up. They've arrested the police. In forms of that, yes, it's made that progress. But of an overall bigger picture scale, remember laws, they'll only bring new laws upon another law to put gap fillers. So we're still in the same predicament.
I would also say that like the question indicates that things change, that things progress in a linear fashion. I'm not saying that that's what the question means, but it indicates that we expect progress to be linear, and that while progress is happening, there isn't other strands of negative kind of influence or impact that can occur to kind of cancel out the progress that you do make. So for me, one of the things, like, okay, if we say that the awareness of Black people's plight in general in the West is highlighted, you know, maybe African nations have become more in tune with what's going on in the West to Black people, but which coincides with a deeper Pan-African drive, which is all thanks to Pan-Africanists, by the way, not thanks to Black Lives Matter, not thanks to the flipping Democrats or none of that. It's thanks to Pan-African activists that put in the work. But what I'm saying is that while maybe those positive things have occurred, like the landscape is becoming ever more murkier. Information is becoming ever more difficult to differentiate and by the same token, the real information is harder to disseminate because of that. So, you know, for example, the Black Lives Matter protest, yeah, you can go down there and you can go down there with your red, black, and green, and you can go down there with your messages of liberation and whatnot. But your message might be one of 1,000 messages on the day. Like, how is your message gonna push through? You get me? And I think that that's the type of landscape I'm observing at the moment. Is that it's very, very muddied, incredibly muddied, and where you have liberals who have, you know, largely good intentions, but they are liberals at the end of the day, getting involved, especially non-black ones, getting involved in black issues and Pan-African issues. It muddies it even more. Like, I've got a friend that I you know, typically speak to about different things, but this friend is Asian from India. And I've limited the amount of conversation I have with this friend because I know that this friend is a liberal, and this friend will take some of the stuff that I've revealed to them and remix it because they're not trying to dissect the world in the way that's necessary for the change that I want to see. They're trying to do it in a way that is comfortable, that maintains a certain aspect of the status quo. Like when I said that I'm looking to leave this country and move to Africa, and I'm in no way, sad about leaving behind any friends that are not black, yeah, which is the truth. Yeah. This friend obviously had a reaction to it, which was like almost like I don't know how to call it. Obviously sad and slightly offended as well. You know, to the extent that the friend said, it makes me feel like I need to reevaluate our friendship, which I expected, yeah, but I didn't care. But it's all the same. It's quite poignant to hear that come out of the mouth of someone who's not black. You know what I'm saying? So I got off on a tangent there, but
the fact is, right? You know, like if we just look at it in forms of journeys of life. The major factor that is, I've always said is that we were born alone and we will die alone. So we know that friends are going to come and go. So at the end of the day, you're the one that's going to pay for your bills. You're the one that's going to buy your own house. You're the one that's going to be feeding your family.
Yep.
It's not your friend.
Yep.
So regardless of where you move to, it's up to you and your wife. It's got nothing to do with no one else.
100%, bro. 100%. You know me already, man. Like, I don't feel no way, bro.
I'm not going to be with the same friends that I was with in primary school, because from primary school till now, I've had different friends drop off and drop on.
Right.
And that's where I've always looked at it in three parts. Some people are going to be leaves, some people are going to be branches, and some people are going to be roots.
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as that. Temporary, some people are going to be on a short haul, but I know that my family is my root.
100%. 100%.
That's right. But can I quickly pose a question? It's kind of relating to the question at hand, the question of the day, but it's a bit off the subject still. So what I was going to ask is, do you think after, in reflection of what's been happening the last few weeks with, the whole Black Lives Matter, the course of conversations that I've been having online and, talking with the Americans, our brothers and sisters abroad in the American shores, do you think that it's been a wake-up call for us here in the UK? Not really us, but the younger generation that have got too comfortable here. They thought that they've made it, and they clearly now seen the clear signs that you ain't made shit. People don't want you out. Like, do you think it's been from the positive side of looking at things? Do you think this is the wake-up call the younger generation needed because they're too wrapped up in the internet, online, street life, all of that they've forgotten?
Nah, they haven't woken up from nothing yet.
As I said earlier, they were just kicked out of their bed. That's all.
Still asleep on the floor then.
See, this is so disheartening for me because obviously as a mother, like when I see my girls, I show them these things. I want them to understand themselves as Black women, where their places are. To me, my girls, I don't know if it's because I come from a very Afrocentric household and family vibe around me where I'm born into this, innit? It's not nothing new for me. But I'm hoping that other children, like when they're talking with their friends online, that they're educating them and letting them know, yo, you're Black before, you know, you got to know yourself, know what you strive for something, get the head up out of here. They don't want us here. I'm hoping that the message is spreading, but you lot are saying, hell no. I don't know what to think now.
You know what it is? You know what it is? We all need to start traveling. Doesn't matter where you travel to, but keep on traveling. Because when you start to go to different places, you start to see a different picture. When you stay in one place, it becomes stagnant, and then you feel that there's no hope.
Yeah, a lot of people. It's like when you talk to a lot of people on how Black organization or Black people are organizing in places like Africa and whatnot. Yeah, they start to think, oh, it's only the people in the diaspora that is actually on this Pan-African thing, and that it's never. But when you actually go and talk to certain people who are, you know, who know people that are involved in this stuff here, they'll tell you, no, there's so many groups out there. There's, you know, even what's going on in Sudan now. A lot of people said that there is a lot of groups that are organizing.
Sorry, Michelle, I just need to say really quickly, I'm going to bounce. I'm going to Shaka Ra Speaks. Anyone that wants a little interlude, come over. He's doing his 4th part of his African spirituality series. So I'll see you all later.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, mate. I'll catch it later still, differently. You get me? But yeah, big up yourself. But yeah, I don't know, man, brothers. I'm just a bit disheartened because obviously when I'm hearing talks have been had, like this is not only is it being talks about, you know, the racial tensions here in the UK, like we're reminded of our places and where we stand, which is basically nowhere really here. We're hearing, you know, the white mouth speak about how they really feel. All their real feelings are coming to the surface. So they're letting. I was listening. My dad made me listen to LBC News. My pussy joke. If I thought there's any thought in your lot's mind that there's no racism in the UK, listen to that radio station there. You're gonna hear what white people really think about us as Negroes here. Then obviously I'm hearing IC3 and his reparations talk and the banking and all of that money and all of that economics. So to me, I'm thinking, well, hold on, if our people are not hearing what's being talked about online, what's really going to wake them up if they're not seeing Wagwan? Because it's clear and evident what's going on. And if they're still sleeping, then what will it take to wake them up at this point?
It's like it's a blueprint, isn't it? Like you just got to lay down the foundation, and then from there, like this revolution thing is not going to happen in our lifetimes. It'll probably happen in the next 100 years. You know, this is the education of people. God, this is like you have to look at, like I think IC3 even said, like when you look at how the British Empire got to the way it did today, it didn't take a year. It took many years. So, you know, this is like all we can just say is that you've educated your girls on this. Me and everyone else do our best to educate the people that we know on these topics, and hopefully, you know, this information will multiply and get out to the people in it. Obviously, some people on the internet have I mean, on Instagram, they've, you know, been put up with certain facts and whatnot and everything, and hopefully they investigate more in it. But yeah, it's almost like when you're a Christian one day and then you start looking into the history of Christianity, and then you just think, rah, I didn't know any of this stuff. That's how it felt like when I was getting to this position right now. I was just, I mean, I'm hopeful.
I understand what you're saying still, Brother Ralph. I don't know. IC3?
I see. Addressing your point and the point of the day about progress, it's progress because the game is moving on. So it's like playing poker. You know, you have so many chips, and there's time, and there's your life, and there's chips. How much what you've got to play, and if you're in the game, every time it circles round, more chips are being played, and some people are just losing out. So the game is progressing. It's progressing, and it's going to be one winner at the end, or that one winner can also be a group of people who represent a certain culture or a certain set of values, and then they have their guy. You're seeing the guy on the table or the woman on the table, but that person is not playing. You only see one person playing, but that person could be a whole community behind them. But you just have to be around the table at the time that representative is playing. And the circuit's going round, and people are losing money, people are winning money, people are losing their life. New lives come into existence, babies are born, and so on. So it's the game is progressing, but it's progressing towards an end.
So IC3, quick question. So I hear you talking about the game, and I know the way you're referencing. I like the way that you put it across. So I get exactly where you're coming from. You got that Caribbean twist to you, yeah?
Okay.
It's not about the game that's played. It's about the way the moves are made in order to play the game.
Yes, right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I love.
Yes. And
Never
so
that's how we stay.
yeah. So because I remember playing, as young man coming up, I used to watch my dad and his friends, and they always used to play dominoes, and sometimes they'd play cards. And then, as young, it's the big people playing games, and you just watch. And then you start to hear about what game they're playing. And then you go and try and play the same game with your friends. And then when you get to a certain age, you feel that you can play with the big man then. So you say, oh, you want to sit down. They say, oh, you want to sit down? Okay, you want to they give you a place at the table. And the first time that happened to me, man, is that I just learned the difference between boys and men. It's like they started predicting what I've got in my hand. I said, how do they know what's in my hands? How do they know? When they're talking, oh, he's got this. So and they're talking about amongst each other about what I've got, and I felt so small because I'm sure they couldn't have seen the cards I've got in my hand. How could they work out what I've got in my hands? You see, but it comes from experience. That they watch what you play, they watch what you do, and they can just read the young mind. He probably did that because of this. That's how their brains work, and so it's almost like they could read what's in my hand. I've just felt so small. I didn't go back there again for a while. I don't know if anybody can relate to that.
Yes, we can. I'm Caribbean too. I understand parables. Don't know. But I get it. I get exactly what you're saying and what you're relating. My thing is, I just don't know if all of us, and this is why I asked the panel the question of, do they think that us, the people here in diaspora, especially here in the UK, let's speak just specifically on the UK, have we woken up yet? Have we realised what's going on, and what are we doing about it? Like, what moves are we making to either fix it or better ourselves while this is going on?
Well, as people start experiencing things, then when they start losing, then they start paying attention. They'll start watching the news in a different way. They'll start reading the papers. They might not have read the papers before. So it's just like when you get your first job, you're working away and you think, oh, well, if I work hard, I'll get more money. You've got a quite simple view of life. But as the years go by, you realize there's politics. Whilst before you just thought it was your job, but so you become more observant. I'm saying the positive side is that as you experience certain injustices, it can make you more aware, and so then you start to ask questions, and then as you start to ask questions, then you start to educate yourself and start to learn and progress. And as long as there's somebody there to answer those questions, you progress quicker. So it's all positive.
Yeah, I like the way you said it there, because I was gonna when before MA left here, he mentioned something about how it's hard to decipher information. It's not that it's hard to decipher information, it's that people haven't taken their time. People are very, lazy about going through certain detail to actually get what the actual truth is. The truth is there right in front of you, but people just don't want to actually go through the information. They don't want to sift through all of it. They just want to get this short and easy answer from anyone. And if that person's view suits their one, then they'll just take it and use it. So yeah, that's what's going down right now. Like what you just said now there, that people are very, very lazy about seeing what is going on, and then when they realize what's going on, that's when they start meticulously trying to go through it.
That's right. Yes.
I agree with Ralph, actually. Yeah. We've become a lazy and fast and in a hurry nation of people, and I don't know, and that's to our disadvantage, because we're not learning. We're not actually deciphering anything. We're not gaining anything from it. We just want everything handed to us on the plate instantly. It's was it the microwave generation that we're in now? So
oh yeah, instant, yeah, food
has to be instant. So I understand exactly what Ralph is saying there.
Yeah.
It's like how many people the first time? Can you remember the first time you went to court?
Oh hell!
Because some people don't really go to court.
I have a criminal record. I'm an innocent angel up in here. Yeah, I'm at cuss and go on bad. I have no criminal charges whatsoever.
But have you ever been to court though? Have you been to court?
For what? I'm black. I'm not trying to get locked up. What are we
doing? No, he's asking have you had a family member, like a family member or anyone that you know.
Exactly, or somebody might have done something to you and you go to court.
Oh hell no!
You've never been to court?
No. What for?
So you've never gone to court in defense or attack?
No, you know what I'm actually scared for?
Interesting.
I'm actually scared that one day they're gonna call me for jewelry service because I've got a clean record and I'm not going. Like, can I refuse to go?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
see, I can't do that. I'm not trying to do that because shit. Let me just keep quiet. I'm not gonna do it. That's all I know.
Wow. See, the court, the first time in court is whether it's for good or bad, is quite an experience, because that's where the serious things take place. That's where the reality of life and how the world, how the system works, you get a flavor of it. You start to see how people, all the roles in the court, how the court is set up, and you start to understand how so-called justice is a process, and what the process is. The court is the ultimate battleground. So if you haven't been to court, well, it's good. You managed to stay out of trouble. There's been no trouble. It's very good. Very good.
I'm very ghetto. I'm from the hood. Everyone knows how I speak and I cuss and go on. But it doesn't mean because we're black and we're from the hood, we've all got criminal records. We're all thugs. We're all. And see, this is the misconceptions that I love to literally use against them. Like, yeah, whatever, Jamaican, Caribbean, whatever you want to say, St. Lucian, loudmouth girl, whatever. But guess what? I bet I'm cleaner than all of you lot that are talking out here. I bet my record's cleaner than all yours. I bet I can pass the CBR. You get me? Like, I love it. I love the fact that they have these negative views of us, but then we just show them differently. Yeah, it is what it is, isn't it?
Okay, but you said, but you know that some of the highest people in society, and the most respected people in society, they're in and out of court regularly.
You see, but why is it when it
Because
comes
they're suing each other. They're suing each other for this, suing each other for that. You owe me money for this. You owe me money for that. I want this. You got to give me that. They're in and out of court. That's how they do it, rather than punching up each other on the street.
But with
you'll receive a letter from my lawyer.
Us as black people, it's always tied to negativity. Like we're either in court for some stupidness or another. What's going on here? What happened?
Yeah, sorry. It's me, guys. Yeah.
I was like, what's going on? Are we getting integrated?
The greatest drug kingpin in history was an Orthodox Jew who attributed his business success to his careful observance of Jewish law. There you go. You see? There you go. What a twist. What a twist. Yeah. It's the courts, man, and law. Courts and law and procedure. And he said Jewish law. See that article? Go on, sorry.
Not just saying Jewish. That would have never crossed my mind at all.
Everyone always talks about the Jews.
Yeah,
Jewish
I know they
confirmed.
down to like, you know, the anti-Jew thing and whatever. But I didn't realize. It would have crossed my mind like as a factual thing that raw.
There you go. See,
let's see the name. So according to the 1906 Jewish Encyclopedia entry on David Sassoon, so that's the name of the guy in it, that's the biggest drug pin. His business, which included monopoly of the opium trade, extended as far as Yokohama, Yokohama,
Japan,
Nagasaki, and other cities in Japan. Sassoon attributed his great success to the employment of his son as his agents and his strict observance of the law of tithe.
See that? There you go. What a brilliant article. Yes, Raf, you've dropped it. That's very good.
Oh,
very good.
Go to the Royal Dutch family and put cocaine.
Where is it? Type it on Google.
Yeah.
Is it on this article?
No.
Okay.
No, it's not on that article. But I'm saying because you got the drug kingpin. If you go to the Royal Dutch family and their company, put the Royal Dutch family and cocaine, and you'll see something come up.
We are, Sir Terry. Wait there. The royal family aren't in this drug thing yet. So what happened to the war against drugs? What happened to
the Dutch? The Dutch have been doing it for years.
Oh, shizzle. So when they're talking about the war against drugs, don't they think they need to start at home before they come spreading it out about war against drugs? Oh, Lord.
Yes.
They've been in the drugs game long before people started to spoil their thing. As I said, they're the biggest drug pings. It's just now that because they've made new laws, it sounds like where everyone else is in the wrong.
Can I bring us back to the article, Ralph? Could you scroll up to the top again, please? I'd like to focus on. I'd like to focus on this. It says the greatest drug kingpin in history was an Orthodox Jew who attributed his business success to his careful observance of Jewish law. So what I'm seeing in that title is that he was dedicated to his community and the laws of his community. He was carefully observant of his own culture. Anybody who's outside that culture, the rules are different. So he knew who his people were. He knew how to identify them. And he was part of that culture and the laws that go with the culture and religion that are developed over time. See, so it's an identity issue again. See, so his careful observance of identity was the source of his success, and success from his cultural perspective. So the Jewish people may have said he was successful, and all his friends would say he's successful, but everybody else might be saying that he's a bastard and he's terrible and he's a filthy, all these other words. But as long as his own people respected him, he was a success.
So what you're saying is because of his Orthodox Jewish ways and he studied Jewish law, that's what propels him to be a successful observance of the law and how to use the law to his advantage.
Yes. Yes. Okay. That's what he says. That's there in the title. He tells you blatantly. He tells you blatantly where his values were, where his cultural values were. It says his business success to his careful observance of Jewish law. So if you have another law outside, if you got British law or Chinese law or African law, that's your business. He's following Jewish law. And if that clashes with your law, of your culture, of your country, of your people, well, we have to go to war. That's your problem.
That's mad. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I've talked to my Moorish brothers, and I have to talk to them and hold them right there. Because my Moorish brothers and sisters, you lot are studying all this law and all this law, but look how this man here decided to take his law and use it to his full flipping advantage to become the biggest drug kingpin in history. Why not? You know, I studied all this law by not gaining. Like study this law like this, brother.
Good question.
After horror, like my Moorish brothers and sisters, like what's going on? You know what?
Exactly.
They want to be free men, and they say they're free men and whatever, but they need to study the law to their advantage then. Like, this is mad.
Right. That's right. So people can be studying the law, Moorish law or any other law, in a way, hopefully to get acceptance by the laws of the main society. So you're always trying to juggle your laws to fit in with the main laws, the mainstream laws. Whilst what I'm gathering from this article is that he's studying his laws and he doesn't care if it doesn't fit in with your laws. He doesn't care if it fits in with your country, your nation, or anything. He's trying to fit in with his people, and that's all he's focused on. He's not trying to fit in. He's not trying to fit in because he fit in already with his own people. He doesn't have to fit in with anybody else. And he doesn't really care what anybody else thinks if you're outside of Jewish culture.
Wow, that's deep. Brother Ralph, can you look at the back chat, please? Yeah, if you're listening.
I've seen it. I'm trying to get Veli. Obviously,
you're at the computer still. That's all.
Yeah, no, very. I see it, and I just, I've also seen what you put, Terry. But when I looked into the whole, when I typed it in, I also got another page up here, but I think I've cleared it off here. Let me go back here. Terry, can you hear me? It's called the Netherlands Cocaine Fabric. NCF.
Yeah.
Is that
Can
what
you
you're
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is that what you was talking about?
Yeah, hold on. The cocaine factory.
Yeah. The cocaine factory, the one I found is called the Netherlands. You know what? Let me do this.
Like this. Hold on. Let me show you this. Hold on. Paste.
Veli, I don't know if you can hear me still.
This one, Ralph. Check this.
I think this is the same one, you know. Wikipedia. Yeah.
The black people.
Huh?
You see the black people on the Wikipedia?
Yes. The workers.
Grinding up the workers grinding up the cocaine.
Okay. Workers in Java processing cocoa leaves. Yeah. It's the same one.
So hold on, what are you at there? What are you saying that they're employing black people to process the cocaine that they're they're harvesting, make? I don't know what they do with cocaine.
They've been in South America making cocaine for the last thousands of years, or hundreds of years. and now you got people like El Chapo, what's his name? Those kingpins that you hear about. What's that famous one that everyone talks about? I forget his name from.
I know the person you're talking about still, but I don't remember the name. But yeah.
He got killed for doing that, and he was doing the same thing, employing South Americans to
Al Capone. You mean Al Capone?
Escobar, that's it.
Oh, Escobar, yeah. But can I suggest say this, that the focus here is not the drug and the drugs business. Is that these people? It's like, look, you know, that's how they took the whole of Hong Kong. They took out the whole of China, the whole of it, the whole of China. They took it down, and they got Hong Kong. They got land. They got land. So while you're talking about drugs, you know, these people, they're just using drugs as a means to get something more serious.
Yes.
Never get high on your own supply.
These brothers that you have to
Ralph,
new to this.
You see the link? The first one in forms of the pandemic, the cocaine pandemic in the war. Did you see that one?
Oh, Terry, you're going back to the cocaine thing. I just want to see where the IC3 was going at. When you said they used the drugs as a means to gain land, like, what do you mean? How did they gain the land? I'm lost.
Okay, right. So if you study the opium wars, basically, there was opium was being grown in India, and there was some level of trade, but the Chinese government kind of cut it down, and they only allowed 2 or 3 ports where they were allowed, where foreigners were allowed to come and trade with the Chinese people. It was very strict, you know. The Chinese people were very strict. I think it's 2 or 3 ports. Okay. So
to make sure there's only 2 or 3 avenues to trade with the Chinese at that time, right?
Exactly. Because the Chinese, they didn't want anybody coming in and corrupting their culture, so they just locked the place down. And if any foreigners want to come and trade, you have to come and trade at the 2 or 3 appointed ports, and that's it.
Yes.
You're not coming in. You're not coming into China. We're not having any of you strangers coming in. So it was locked down, and then we had the I can't remember if it was the East India Company, or I can't remember the name of the company, but basically the privateers. Yeah, the privateers, they just wanted to trade and make money. Yes, and so they were the Westerners. The Westerners were bringing goods to try and trade with the Chinese.
Yeah.
But the Chinese were just looking at the goods, like coming on your fancy ship, and they say, we don't want that. We don't need it. We got our own. Oh yeah, that's quite nice, but we got better one. No, we don't want any of those. What, beads? Beads? No. We got porcelain. We are making porcelain vases here. What vases you got? They look like clay pottery. You know, it's nothing compared to what we've got. So what have you got?
It's bigger than that IC3.
Yeah, but let me try and go follow it through for Lady D's. So the Chinese were saying no. We don't. You got nothing that we want.
Yeah.
And so the traders are thinking, what we're gonna do? Yeah. And they said, there's a little problem with the opium trade.
Tiny problem.
Yeah, just a tiny problem. That's right. You got it, man. There's a tiny problem with the opium trade in China. You know, just a few people take drugs. They should they're very naughty. The government's trying to keep it down, but you know, they did a little bit of opium here and there. So once the Westerners found out about that, they say, "Hey, there's a little crack here." So the opium was being grown in India at that time, but the Indians were still trying to trade, but you know they were still held down. But somehow these Westerners were a bit cleverer, and they started to flood the place with opium.
Yes.
Wow.
They started to flood China with opium.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, IC3. You've missed a whole leap.
I know, it's too much, man. This is the whole story. It's too much.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that people knew about the Chinese and opium because of the time of Christopher Columbus and all that stuff.
Yes, that's right.
When the Chinese would go to each place, they were selling opium, but they knew that they had an addiction, but they needed to take control. The same way they took control over colonizing India is the same way they went to take over China, but there was massive issues.
Of course, that's right.
Within that realm, they needed to make the emperor of the time, because remember, this is all because of the Silk Road.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
So for them to able to gain in after they've got the Moors out of the situation, they've got over the Ottomans. And around them, but even before the Ottomans, they needed to get control over China.
Yeah.
So
that's
they
right.
plotted around China, not even just two ports. They plotted to squeeze in because they knew when people are addicted to something, they're gonna find any means necessary to get in it.
Correct.
So once they see like Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a prime place. This is what the Americans knew. Even in the times of the Vietnam War, they knew about the heroin trade.
Yes.
So when they surrounded China, this is the reasons why they made him surrender, which made China in a massive debt. Where they took over. This is the reason why England were able to own Hong Kong.
Yes, but that was the plan. You see, the plan was that they wanted, traders always want good ports to bring in their goods. And when the ports are troublesome, if they can get an island, they'll take an island. So that's the story of Hong Kong. But the bottom line is all the drug trading, all these bits and pieces, it was resulting in a purpose that they want to get land.
Terry, Lionheart in the chat said lithium. I don't know what lithium is, but he said lithium too, Terry Riggs. So I don't know what that is though.
He said lithium.
I don't know what that is, so sorry.
It's an element. It's a mineral element.
Yeah, lithium. Yeah.
But always know into forms of how the Europeans knew how to capitalize people was intoxication. Whether it's drugs, whether it's alcohol, they knew that they had to have some form of substance. That's why when you go to Australia, you have alcoholics, where they will try to flood Africa, where they will flood them with alcohol. It's able to take over and have control. So by intoxicating them is having the full maximum control. So that's what I was saying about the Dutch. The Dutch went through the cocaine period. That's why in the Second World War, there was a pandemic in cocaine, even in England.
Yeah, so it's just a tool. Drugs is just a tool. Don't get too mixed up and too interested in the drugs. You got to watch where the big plan is, where they're going, why they're using these drugs. Rather than start saying how much money they're making by the drugs. Oh, they're shipping drugs here, they're shipping drugs there, and you're just talking about the drugs. While you're talking about the drugs, you're not looking at the big picture. They're just using drugs as a tool. So too much, sometimes we just get caught up in conversations about drugs, like watching the movies. but we miss the big picture, because the drugs or getting people drunk, you know, when they start buying drinks in these posh bars and cocktails and so on to get you drunk, it's because they're looking to make a business deal, to try and get you into a business deal. It's not about the drink. The drink is just a tool. The drugs is just a tool, but they're after something, and you got to find out what are they after. That's the trick. That's the problem.
You know what? I want to pick up Lionheart in the chat, because he just educated, or he or she, I don't know, but just educated me. So lithium goes into your iPad, iPhones, and battery. So this is why they have a lot of these companies that are making things like Apple and stuff based in China, right? Because they have the mineral that is needed, I guess, to create it.
No, Africa has the minerals, but Africa is.
I mean, lithium is not is of recent. We're talking about something in the past. We're wondering how a small island can be own up to 60% of the world, populate or control 60% of the world. So that's the point where and the methods they were used is very clear: intoxication, and
I understand that you're talking about back in the past, but just because I didn't understand what lithium was, so now that he's educated, I just want to shout out for educating me on that.
Yeah. So all the good stuff we'll all learn by having when you have a good conversation that has purpose and direction, you know, other bits and pieces will arrive that are good. Do you understand? It just generates good stuff because you're heading in a good direction. So you just what's it called when the side benefits of a good conversation is extra knowledge. Yeah. So even this article here, the greatest drug kingpin in history was an Orthodox Jew who attributed his business success to his careful observance of Jewish law. Just that title. There's so much in there. Even before reading the article, just the title is loaded.
I see 3 in his words.
So what you saying?
DC, Brad.
Oh shit, I'm on. My bad.
Is DC
bro.
back there?
Shit, how you doing, IC?
Is he speaking?
How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Oh, let me refresh. I can't hear him.
Okay. Yeah, good to have you on.
How's everybody doing? Salam alaikum, everyone. Salam alaikum. How's everybody doing?
Walaikum salam.
Greetings.
Yes. Islam and more Islam. All right. You and your words, bro. Man, so what, I wanted to ask everybody, what's going on with this protest thing, man? I see a lot of bloody white boys. I'm quite proud of you. I just want to know what's going on.
Well, which channel did you watch it on?
I saw Got Kush. What really happened? I always trust Shaka Ra. He's a very reliable source. Then I saw that Rospect got battered up a bit, and I saw he was bleeding a bit. I saw Jedi was out there, man. I was looking at, I'm looking at the people, the real news, what I call it, So yeah, were you out there? You out there fighting for your people, bro?
Not me.
You ain't fighting for your people, bro. What's wrong with you?
What am I fighting for, fam? Why am I coming there to face racists?
Because the statues, bro. The statues, man. You gotta,
I don't give a fuck about no statue.
You gotta how you destroy racism is through the statue. Once you destroy the statues, racists are gonna be like, man, without these statues, how else are we gonna hate black people? So you gotta destroy the statues, bro. It's all with the statues, man. Okay? Gracious. Winston Churchill was like David Duke to them, you know what I mean? So you gotta destroy the statues.
David Duke was Winston Churchill.
Yeah, you gotta destroy the statues, bro. That's how you do it,
No, man. Statues are just a distraction. That's what we're learning today.
That's what the white man wants you to think. That's his kryptonite. It's not a distraction. The white man knows without his statues, how can he be racist?
It's a distraction. It all depends on the perspective. It's a distraction for black people, but it's a main issue for white people because it's part of their culture, part of the structure of their being.
But wouldn't it be safe to say white people, like a majority of white people, are racist? That if they defend a person who would like literally killed 150,000, I think it was, or imprisoned 150,000 Kenyans, which led to the torture and mutilation and rape of like many Kenyans. You know what I mean? Like, you're talking like, wouldn't that just mean that like white people are advocating for something that, because like if we, how come it's black people, right? We got to be the ones that like, oh, well, what this person did was wrong. We got to bun out everyone who does something wrong in our own race. But in like other races of people, they get to like, you know, this is part of who I am. You know, this is like the Confederacy. If we look at the Confederacy in America, right? The Confederacy were a group of white boys that literally was fighting just to enslave black people. And they started to kill other white people for it. But then you hear the same white people say like, oh, this is part of my culture. This just makes me who I am. So it's like, you're okay with being a patriot of a country, but you will rep the people that literally betrayed the country. You know what I mean? Like, that's what makes me start thinking, man.
Yeah, but those people, were they, those people of the South, you know, because you're American, so you'll know more, but I want to explore this. I don't believe that it was about enslaving black people. They would have said it is about enslaving black people. They would have said, hold it. They would have said, we're defending our way of life. And it happens.
In their constitution, they literally stated that the whole meaning of the flag was an indication of showing that the white race is superior to that of the colored race. And the white South, you understand? This is why, like, after the Civil War, you had the Reconstruction, because slavery literally was the economy. So, like, let's say you, me, Raph, Mr. Riggs, the four of us in the South would have been the value of a whole house, maybe even property. So, like, if someone could give us to another if someone would sell us to another white person, they could literally buy a whole property. You understand? Like acres. You understand? So it's like, the whole point was the enslavement, because that literally was the bedrock of the Southern economy. That's why the Great Reconstruction was in the South. You know.
Yeah, but can you catch a subtle point? I'm saying from their perspective, they would see it as defending their way of life. If black people would say, well, it just happens to be so happens that your way of life involves enslaving and abusing us. But they would see, well, if we're only abusing you because you're a bit disobedient, a bit rebellious, we have to slap you down a bit. But God has ordained us, and we're defending our way of life.
Yeah, manifest destiny runs America.
God put you in that position because you Negroes are 3/5 of a person, and God, if you just follow the ways of the Lord, God put us above you, and if we obey the Lord God and you obey us, and it's fine. It's everybody's happy. That's the way of life. That's how they would see it.
No, that's madness. Just thinking of it like
still fucking still though. You know what I mean?
But Daisy Brad, quick question. I hear you talking statues here and the bastard what's his name? Churchill. What do you not say about the Statue of Liberty in America? Because I don't see what the Liberty is.
Oh, this is a tagline. It's just a huge monument. Like, it doesn't mean it. It's like, okay, so it's more of like a reminder to immigrants that's like, you can be poor there, but you can be poor in your country, but you can be rich here. Like, bring me your poor, you're destitute. It's just an immigrant thing. And it's because Ellis Island was where a lot of Italians and Jews came after the war. It was just like that.
It was the gift.
Yeah, wasn't a gift from the French, right?
Yeah.
Yes, from the French. The French Masons.
They've got the sister statues in the museum.
Okay. Yeah, so that's all it is. It doesn't have real importance, especially not today anyway. Because like the thing I must admit,
no such thing as the land of milk and honey. No, that was all a myth.
Yeah, it is. I mean, America. Let me be real with you. Here's the thing about America that sucks is that if you play the game right, if you play America's game right, it honestly is a benefit. Like there is a lot you can get done here if you play the game right. If you politically involve yourself, like I would say, the white American has taught like other ethnic groups how to be successful in this country, and Black Americans were doing it for a period of time until we integrated. Once we integrated, we fell off. Like the greatest fear. This would form the Klan. The greatest fear was us voting. Once we started voting, we knew we could get like our own politicians in, because if you look at the South, especially during the time of slavery, per capita, I mean, it was like probably, I think it was it 100, was it? I think it was like 350,000 whites to about 2 to 3 million Blacks in the South. You know, so it's like if you gave 2 to 3 million people the right to vote, they're gonna change everything. You know, that's why you had the Black laws and stuff like that. So, you know, there is, I would say, in some degree, hope, but it's like, do you want to wait generations to get that, or do you just want to, you know? Because either way, you're going to be waiting in some degree, because you're going to have to build the system up, you know. Because I read this book, and it's called How Europeans Conquered the World, and it was literally like they didn't do it in like 10 years. You know, it took them about a good century to rise to those positions of power. You know, to be able to dictate, even with their different companies and stuff like that. They started to integrate those companies into, you know, utilizing political leaders, you know, traditional leaders and things like that of various regions and things like that. So, you know, I think in some degree, you know, I feel like today, though, it would be a lot quicker, though. You know, like, I'm going to be real with you. Like, I feel like today we could get a lot done a lot quicker, especially if we look at it from a technological sense, where it's like society right now is going from, especially in America, because of this COVID thing, retail stores are becoming obsolete. You know, like, you know, I say I sold out, but I have a contract with Amazon, with their Amazon fulfillment center in Springfield, Virginia, and literally you walk in there and you see pounds of vegetables, meats, everything that's being delivered to people's homes. So, you know what I mean? Like, grocery stores are becoming obsolete. So I feel like there's a lot of, like, in the technological advancement of things, we could get done really quickly. Like, if we utilize the USD and the pound, you know, like if the pound and the USD, because I mean, they're not fairly apart in value. But if we were to take like a company and go to like, you know, like let's pick a country, you know what I mean? Like, I would say like something small like Liberia or Sierra Leone, you know?
Oh dear, the Liberia question.
Well, no, we just do something different. Like, the whole point is, the one thing I hate about when we talk about Liberia is like we all forget the concept of Sankofa. Okay, you go back, you look at you sit down and realize the failure of the reason why Liberia failed was because African Americans were trying to still impress their former slave masters.
Correct.
You know, so once you politically look at like, okay, we're just not going to oppress. We're not going to try to, you know, be equal with our slave masters. We should be good. You know, like the moment you stay out, you know what I mean? Like,
no, not that simple. No, I disagree. I understand what you're saying, but I disagree.
It would be a huge part.
Look at it. If you look at it from an African perspective,
Uh-huh.
You're there on the West Coast, and your family's there, and you're all enjoying yourself as best you can, and planting and farming, and then some ships arrive.
Yeah.
From America.
Yeah.
And you might think, first of all, oh, here we go. They're coming to take our people again.
Yeah.
Prepare the defensive line, brothers. Here we go. And then the ships arrive at the docks, and then black people come off it, and you're there in Africa, and you're hearing, oh, the Americans are bringing back the black people that originally came from somewhere around the West Coast.
Yeah.
We don't know where they come, but they're ex-Africans. They're ex-Africans, and they're coming back. Right. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So they come off the ships, all well dressed, and these Negroes are well trained in the legal system and so on, and you're there in Africa, and you're watching these people come off the ships and they're fancy with their bags and everything, and they start setting up, these things,
stores and stuff like that. Yeah.
That's right. And you're there, and you're the African observing this. Try and look at it from an African point of view.
Well, that's why I say today.
It's like, whoa, what is going on here? What's going on?
Your analogy is relevant.
Sorry?
Your analogy is not relevant to today, though, because the resources we have today, like we have a Mr. Riggs, we have a true historian, we have the actual history of knowing, like, okay, we integrate into Africa. If we come back to Africa, or if we go to an African country, we're not going to try to build an American form of, we're not going to try to build a Black form of America within this country. Let's learn the indigenous language. Let's learn the indigenous culture. Let's find a way to integrate ourselves, bring new ideas, probably have like a,
integrate,
bring a new, a sense of integration that we can control this time.
Sense of integration that we can control this time. Who's the we?
I would say the new repatriants. Like instead of us integrating on someone else's term, instead of us integrating, because that's what Black people did when we integrated in America. We integrated on white people's terms.
But this time, but this time what? But this time is different. This time is different. How will it be different?
We have a working model of how. Of what not to do. That's why I say the concept of Sankofa, being able to throw away the, keep the meat and throw away the bones. So we know that, all right, this may have worked here, bring in innovation, bring in some kind of, we, like, for example, I saw a documentary by a conversation with Professor James Smalls, who talked about how he went to a library in Ghana talking about African history. It was just supposed to be an African history library. Okay. And he was shocked to find that there were no books that was about Ghana itself, that like people didn't know that what Kwame Nkrumah was trying to do around the world when he left, when he was deposed. Like people didn't know that, you know what I mean? So it's, these kind of things, like I would say that we as people have now. We have the internet. So it's like establishing, a 4G or 5G internet connection that would make this, or we could do what Leonard Jeffries said do, or heck, Sheikhat Diop said do, that if we could create a society we could take from the Europeans, take from the Chinese, take from people around the world, but if it's not built on an African-centered or an Afro-centered, foundation, where it's like when you walk down the street and you see your advertisement, we shouldn't be having like a white woman in an afro. It should be our women. We shouldn't be encouraging. You know what I mean?
Can I ask you
so
this?
It's like
then?
Okay.
So I'm trying to picture what you're saying, and I'm trying to see it in contrast to the old Liberian situation. So
that's what I'm saying. Like the beautiful part
okay.
about
Wait. We're going slowly. Let's go slowly. Let's go slowly because this is very serious. Because we're trying to avoid another Liberian situation.
Exactly.
Right. So we got to go really slowly because those mistakes have been made already. So what's going to be? How could this be new? So these people that arrive from the West to settle in West Africa, for example, Sankofa style, would they be subject to the mainland Africans that are there and have been there in one form or the other since those times? Or hold it, or would they be subject to them, or would they seek to establish a kind of neo-African Sankofa model?
Well, understand that you know what Sankofa is, though, right? IC3.
Yeah. Go back and get it. But just go back and
like
get.
You look back. It means to look back and to examine. So
Yes.
I would say the reason why I say it would work today is because we'll be able to go back and say, we're not going to do this. We're going to do this. Because when I look at how African Americans who go back to Africa now, they're not trying to create. They're trying to take like, okay, what's good about America, we take. What's bad about America, we leave. You know, it's not like let's try to recreate America here. You know.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying. What's good about America, we take.
Yeah.
What's bad about America, we leave. I understand that, Sankofa. But what the Americans decide is good about America and bad about America may be different to what the local Africans will decide. They'll say, yes, you can come back, but we don't want that, we don't want this, and we don't want that.
Yeah, but that's what.
And then the Americans might say, the Americans coming back will say, well, we want to keep this and that. Then that's where the clash is going to come.
But that's where I say the difference would be that you don't see in the first attempt of Liberia, you see that there's a kind of a colonization of like culture where it's like, we're going to build America here. But because we have that model where it's like that did not work.
Okay.
We can't do that. That will not work. We cannot impose what we are in America here in Liberia. You understand?
Right.
So because of that, I would say the reason why it would work today is because the technology we have today, the things that we have today, the resources we have today, you're talking about people, because these weren't just African Americans coming back. These were freedmen. These are people who've been out of slavery less than 20 years. You understand?
Okay.
These are people that some weren't even enslaved, to be honest. Like some only knew the American model of living, the American model of what freedom is. But what we have today is people who seen that kind of history, people who do not want to repeat that kind of history again. That's the beauty of what I'm talking about, is that like repatriation back is in a sense taking the best of yourself and contributing. Like you have a sister who, there was a video called the Building the American Dream in Africa, and it was about African American companies who went to South Africa following the end of the apartheid. And you see them saying that like everything from telecoms to small stuff like bakeries, they just wanted people there to hire them. Professor Smalls is talking about James Smalls was talking about how he just built a hotel, and he was just like, he hired like 4 people. And just in that, the commerce of like being able to create, Walter Maya just did a video too about a Jamaican sister who built a Jamaican sister who traced herself back to Africa, who traced herself back to Ghana, building and also a resort and things like that. Like the desire for businesses, the desire for educators to come back and teach simple history that involves that of Ghana. You understand? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like what I'm saying is that there is a model that all the mistakes that were made in the past, the groups of people that were made in the past. Like I can say that if you look at, like if I take some say,
hold it, because I want you said so much stuff there. I just want to look at some of those things before we drift, and I forget what you were saying. So the overall point you're making so far is that things are different today because we have more advanced technology, and the people coming from the West, we have more advanced technology, more advanced education, which the poor Africans don't have. And so when we do our that's right.
No. You threw that word in there. No.
I threw it there in purpose. I wouldn't say it in purpose.
Don't do that. There's tons of cities. I didn't say poor Africans. Now, if you're a man who's big on words, you would know. There are legit cities, and there are tons. Like look at Liberia's president now.
Hold on. How about ignorant Africans?
I wouldn't even say ignorant, because what we're talking about is just simply advancing, cities that are aiding, because there's no such thing as a country that's perfect financially or perfect economically. Okay, every country has that degree of, like, whoa, I would never say that. So yeah, that's on you, bro. I would never say that ignorant or poor Africans, because Lagos is 3 times the size of New York City. So like there are African cities that are bigger than any U.S. city. So, you know, you can't just use statements or words like, you know, ignorant or poor. But if you can be a contributing factor, and if you're trying to talk about a repatriation effort or a way to take the USD and to take the pound and be able to revolutionize like China does, like the Japanese did, like when the Japanese were bombed, they sent their intellects around the world to find a way to advance.
Hold it. Let's not talk about Jack. Let's stick with Africa.
Okay,
So
yeah,
am
no,
I
I'm
getting?
just saying, I'm
Are
giving a model
you
of
saying?
people.
Are you
I'm giving a
saying
model of
we
people
could
that did things?
hold it? Are you saying that the black people of the diaspora, they should be able to use the US dollar, the USD, as you said, and the UK pound to return to Africa with the technology and the US dollar and the pound and develop Africa or contribute to the development of Africa? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Like that is a way we can. Because you have to understand, the diaspora is not just Afro. No. I think you're overthinking this. Because the diaspora is not just Africans that have never been to Africa. The diasporan are Africans who live outside of Africa. You understand? Like, like my neighborhood alone is made up of African Americans, Afro-Caribbeans, and Africans who come straight from the continent. So we won't be able to just walk in without any kind of people who've been there before. You understand? Like my neighbor literally left Nigeria 10 years ago. She still like Hector says, I can still smell the African salt. You know, she still says, you know, I can still hear the streets of where I grew up. You know what I mean? She grew up in Lagos. You know what I mean? So she talks about, you know what I mean? So it wouldn't be us coming in not knowing, not having, you know, some kind of, you know, I would say a guide, but at least we know now that we have people like Mr. Riggs. Mr. Riggs brought me on to something I didn't realize. When we talk about there's a very important king who's like a spiritual king amongst the Yoruba known as the Onye Ife. And not knowing that like his position, you know, was kind of, Mr. Riggs, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he said that like his choosing was somewhat political in the sense that, you know, like you see him amalgamating Christianity and trying to, you know, take down the traditional systems in a sense by marrying a non-traditionalist wife. You know what I'm saying? So there's information we can learn from the diasporans from these various countries. There's a Liberian council in New York City. You understand that like could help. You know what I mean? So I would never say that we just walk in on ourselves and all right, we're here to save you. No. What the hell are we, white saviors? You know what I mean? Like,
All right.
So we'd be
Okay.
able to, you know.
So you imagine yourself, or the black diaspora returning with Africans that still have a recent connection to their homeland.
Yeah.
Now, would these blacks of the diaspora, would they see themselves as guests?
That I don't know. See, that right there, I think that's more cosmetic though. I mean, if you haven't, I think that's something that's going to be on an individual level, because even when you meet, like I've met people that talk about going back, that they've gone to Kenya and Tanzania and they've had like an outstanding time. And then you'll meet people who talk about how like they went to Africa and it was like they were treated just as a foreigner. They got gypped out of money and they'll never go back again. So that's going to be on a person by person basis. You're not going to be able to, you know, make an overarching answer on that. Like you're not going to be able to get like a solid yes or no on that. So, you know.
Okay, so the picture I'm getting from you is that you'll have all Africans and blacks from the diaspora returning back to Africa as individuals rather than as a group.
Yeah, like in waves. You would not, because you have people working here you have people working in the West.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you can't just like walk up. You can't just say, all right, everyone, stop what you're doing. Stop taking care of your families. Let's go. You know what I mean? You have to think in a sense that like, all right, people who make, let's say, $80,000 or more and have assets that could allow them to make this kind of trip, you talk to them first. Then the step, like the book I was talking about, how Europeans rule the world, the rich went first and they brought the poor and the uneducated with them. So it's like, we're going to employ these people to do these various jobs. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so you're saying, so the wealthy blacks and Africans of the diaspora,
yeah,
when they go back to Africa and establish themselves, then they'll be employing the poor blacks and Africans of the diaspora.
Like if you have like people who can't, like you give them.
No, is that yes or no on that?
Yeah, you'll be creating economic opportunity for them.
Oh, okay, hold that point. Hold that point there. So there seems to be a dilemma here that the wealthy blacks and Africans who return from the diaspora back to Africa, now that because they're wealthy, because of the US dollar and the UK pound and so on, they're now wealthy and they're now in a position to employ. So they'll have a choice. Should I employ the poor people of the diaspora who lived where I lived and who are from where I was from, or should I be employing local Africans?
Yeah, but that'll still happen though. But you still have to think like, okay, if you know that within the country you live, like if we look at the systems we have now, the countries we live in now, you know, a lot of African Americans, a lot of Black Brits, a lot of people within the diaspora will tell you it's not peachy and creamy here. So we have to think about the people that because if we're leaving, the goal is to get people to follow. The goal is to get a group to follow, to try to create like a pathway for the diaspora to find a way to come back home. So of course you would want to consider, I would say you'd want to prioritize them at first, and then
prioritize who?
The diasporans, because that's the whole reason why you went back.
Oh dear, sounds like trouble. Big trouble.
Well, not really. Because your bank, for example, your reparations bank, who are you prioritizing for the reparations?
Well, that whole model would look at the whole situation totally differently.
Okay, but but who would most likely receive reparations?
Everybody who's classified as black in the context in which
are you talking like people who? So you're just going to give reparations just to anyone, even though, like you wouldn't prioritize the Afro-Caribbean, the African Americans, the people who've actually gone through slavery.
It wouldn't. That word "prioritize" wouldn't come in.
Before you answer him, that was the kind of question I was trying to get to earlier when we kept getting rudely interrupted. Like priority, descendants of the slaves, right?
Right. Good. So I'll address that question again. So within the reparations bank, there'll be a number of departments run by people who specialize in certain issues. So the North American experience is different from the West African experience, is different from the Caribbean experience. So there would be a Caribbean department, and then they would be looking processing reparation claims to do with the records and the information they have about what took place in the Caribbean. That's a separate department. There'll be a Black North American department, and they would specialize in the American experience, and they'll be looking at records and evidence that is turned up as a result of investigations and successful claims to do with North America. There'll be an African department, and that department would be split into different areas and sectors and identities of Africa, depending on their experiences, because each part of Africa has its own unique experience, and the reparations claims would be specialized with what happened with their unique experience.
But you being a
Does that
diasporan,
make sense?
so you're going to create a bank that's just going to address the overall African world at one time.
Say that again?
You're creating a bank that would address the overall African world at one time. Like the day one your bank is open, the various departments are just going to be formed off, okay, continental Africans.
Yeah,
Africans
and
and
the various
diaspora, and you're going
types.
to break it all
in
one
all
set.
broken down. Yes, definitely.
Okay. But see, the thing is, if we're talking on the aspect of like a repatriation moment, it would have to be, you would have to look at the diaspora coming back home. So you would want to make sure that you have to create that venue for more and more diasporans to come home. If the goal is to bring diasporans back, you're going to have to find ways and give them avenues that would allow them to go back.
Okay, fantastic. And the bank will do that handsomely, because what it will do, if there are Black North Americans that having successfully received information about their reparation claims, some of them might decide, okay, we want to go back to Africa.
So your bank
hold it. They want to go back to Africa. Okay. Then they would speak to people in the African department first of all, rather than pack their bags and jump to Africa, and then they would have you speak to Africans in that department who would also be able to understand your experience as a Black North American, and they may be able to advise the best places to go back to. Do you understand?
Okay. So
you speak to them. You speak to that department,
and they would already have some degree of So I feel like we're doing the same thing then. Like I feel like I'm saying the same thing, because if I'm going to speak to the experience of African Americans, right, or North American Africans of the diaspora, then the goal would be is to get as many African Americans home, so they would have to take priority to me because they're part of my department, correct?
Well, if you say the goal is to get as many African Americans back to Africa, that's a separate thing. That's a separate thing, because you're setting that as a goal.
Well,
because you're trying to get as many. You said as many Black North Americans back home to Africa. That's the goal. But you see, you'd have to discuss that goal with the African department.
Yeah, so I would still have to put some priority of the diaspora to get that goal, for that goal to be achieved. Unless you think that that's like an impossible, because it sounds like you're almost saying that it's impossible for, like.
No, it's all it is. All I'm talking about is process and procedure. Okay. So you'd speak to the African department who are specializing and working on cases to do with reparations, and they would also be very skilled in the issue of repatriation as well.
So we'll be working together then. So the goal, my goal would still be achieved, my goal would still be aid to achieve. So where's the problem come into prioritizing the diaspora to achieve that goal?
Right. The problem comes in that
because it wouldn't be exclusive.
Yeah, hold it. I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to get the words together just to explain it and answer the question as best as I can. So I'm a bit slow. Okay. So the difference between your position and my position, as I understood your position, it would be, for example, Black North Americans trying to move back to Africa for a Sankofa, and all moving there at different times and in different ways, and somehow just merging with the Africans. I'm saying no, that it's not the merging should not be done like that. It's a wrong process. It's like it's like the bank, the Black Bank of Reparations is almost like embassy. It's almost like an embassy, cultural embassies within the different departments of the bank. So you can't just everybody just go as individuals and try, and with their friends and just merge into Africa. No. You have to identify yourself, talk about where you're from, what your values are, and then you speak to the appropriate department, and then they will organize the appropriate process of people integrating back into the African mainland. They will advise on the best way to avoid clashes.
I mean, obviously, that's what I'm saying today. Obviously, that wouldn't, obviously because that's what I'm saying. Like, I think we're saying the same thing. I mean, it wouldn't.
No, not quite. It sounds the same, but it's not. It's a very subtle and dangerous.
But no, you're
difference.
just talking about more in the details of the. You're more talking like, okay, how your bank's going to function. I'm talking the overall goal would be to utilize. If we're talking about countries who've been taken advantage of for centuries, that has devalued their economies, devalued their economies, have devalued their currency and things like that.
Currency, that's right.
Yes.
That's good.
And
Yes,
we're talking about using a currency that is stronger or has more value than them, even though they have the raw minerals to make these economies strong. I don't understand how.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Because
All right.
because
I'm
obviously
gonna move it
not
up again
everyone-
now.
one
I'm gonna
second,
move it
one
up
second.
again.
I don't see
Watch
how
this.
everyone. I don't.
I
see
got.
how
I got you. I got you.
One second.
I
No,
got
but you
you.
haven't heard everything I said yet.
Go on then,
I don't
go on then.
understand how. I don't understand how. If we create venues that would allow other diasporans to invest in multiple different fields, obviously the local communities are going to take part in that. I don't understand how can you overlook the local communities in this?
Hold it. So let's move this up a gear.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just going to say this anyway. It's going to sound crazy, but I suppose I just have to say it. I know it's going to come out sooner or later. The US dollar and the UK pound and the other currencies, Western currencies,
Yeah.
that money, that currency contains the poison itself. The poison is in the money. Now, how I'm going to explain that, I don't know, but I'm going to brace myself for what's going to come back.
Please, because I'm
The
trying to understand
US
how
dollar,
other
the
people
UK
utilize
pound.
it to empower their own countries. Like China literally has a bank in California that converts the US dollar to their currency. So I'm just trying to figure out how, like, if they can use it to do these mass projects, even though China has been what's the word? Have been condemned multiple times for manipulating their currency to compete with the US. And they keep getting bigger, they keep getting stronger, they keep growing. I don't understand if Africans do it. How is it that now it's like, morally wrong to take the various things? Because like without the Windrush, the pound wouldn't be strong. Without African American slavery and suffrage, Without even the different plantations of the Caribbean, you know, these European countries would not have risen. Because we're talking about the pound, but we also forget we have the frankia. You have blacks that are in China. You have Africans that are in various like European and Western countries. So, you know what I mean? Like we're talking about one thing, but it's like I'm only using these two because, you know, you're in the UK, I'm in the US. But like strategically, you know, as Jabari Osazi says, Africans are strategically placed in very important parts of the world. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like,
yeah, I understand. It's a very complex topic. The answer is simple, but it's difficult to explain. I have to send out these kind of wacky statements and then try and address the questions as they come in. So, banks can print currency.
Yeah.
Just like nations can, right? Or a nation's central bank, they print currencies. And then there's a battle. I don't know, there's a book called Currency Wars. So there's a battle over exchange rate.
Yes.
Yes?
And that's why
over exchange rate.
China's usually condemned for
right. Yes.
Manipulating
that's a currency war. That's right. So that's currency war. So a currency war or money war is basically a cultural war because it's the culture of the people and the values of the nation that puts value in the currency. So when you attack somebody's currency, you're actually attacking the people and everything they are and everything they have and everything that they can do.
Okay.
When you attack a currency. So currency exchange can be like a currency war. And a currency war, you have to understand that currency is linked to people's identity, their culture, their religion, their faith, their vision for the future.
I feel like this is something I think you are personally more, I think this is more like because the way I see it, I'm sorry, okay, because I've like, you know, living in my neighborhood I'm living in, Nigerians, I see Nigerians talk how shitty the Naira is every day. Like I'm talking like just simply like doing 18 rounds, you know, on a golf course, you would hear people say, we can just use the pound, we can use the US's currency for this and this. You know,
yes.
So like I feel like you're like maybe we need to just simply stop trying to be too like I think you're putting too much into it. People utilize
too much into money. Wow.
I'm saying people use what's powerful to create or to better their own situations. So if we're talking about trying to improve a continent that has been, or regions, I don't even have to say the whole continent, regions that have been overwhelmingly misused, overwhelmingly politically, geopolitically abused. If you have the key to that, and you're creating a bank that would allow for the betterment, or at least an exchange. Like this is an app called World Remit, and it allows people from Nigeria to send money, like Cash App, to people in America, and allows people from America to send money to Nigeria. You know, and it's an app. That's it. And its point is so simple. It's like not even that complicated to achieve. So I feel like you're maybe, it's just conversation, but still, I feel like this,
What are you feeling? Because we're talking about money and currency. So feelings come in here.
Yeah,
because this feeling
like, okay,
is an intuition. It's an intuition based on. See, culture is in there. Culture is in currency. So the strange feelings that may be difficult to explain is because we're talking about something in an invisible realm. People can't see currency. They can't see value. but they can see money.
But people can see the benefit of a currency. If you know for a fact that $300,000 in America can get you, or how about this? Like, for example, a guy that's regular, God of Jacob. I've been looking at real estate because he talks about real estate a lot. So I brought a unit that's 4 units. Okay, it's a 4-unit building, and I'm leasing each unit now. I'm going to get a leasing company that's going to collect the money, and I'm able to lease these units for $4,500 a month in DC. Okay, per unit. All right.
Mm-hmm.
If I know that I can take that $4,500 a month and do more things and buy more properties in the South than I could in the North, I mean, the value of it is obviously there. When I see that my money can be, oh my goodness. I'm sorry, I'm doing that. But no, I can, if I can see that my value is doing something, maybe I'm overthinking this. Never mind. Go ahead, carry on.
You're not overthinking. What it is, when we start discussing money, when people have discussions on this subject, it is a very the air is very thin. It's like we're moving to the tops of the mountains where the air is very thin, or we're going to the depths of the sea where the pressure is very high. So people don't usually get in conversation on these issues because they can start to feel the strain. But don't be afraid of the strain. Don't be afraid of the silences, because this is deep stuff.
But I think that's what I'm saying. I think that maybe we're overthinking this because we're talking about supplies. We're talking about raw materials that have high value in the West: cobalt, diamonds, gold. Various agricultural and tourism. These are industries that, like I say, diasporans could own and utilize to our benefit. So it's like, why is it that it seems like it's a problem for us to just simply utilize? Because if we take it, because China does it, I don't understand. Like when other countries do it, it's like, oh, it's socially acceptable. I mean, they do it, and then if you look at CTV, it's China's television network, and it obviously is owned by the Chinese government. When they use it, they'll literally talk about how the benefits of investing in America, because America, if you make over a certain tax bracket, looking at the Trump tax plans, it's a very good tax plan if you're making over $70,000 a year, because you're tax exempt on so many levels. Like if I were to go to the UK and me, Veli, Ultra, oh no, I don't want James there, but me, Veli, Ultra, we all had a bomb weekend. I can honestly write it as I can.
Did he say no?
Because he's going to come up the place. But no, if you can go to these events, I can literally write the whole weekend off as a community, as a company event, and it all be tax exempt. Everything from the flight to the food to the stay, everything. You know what I mean? Because all I have to do is if I get audited, all I have to do is tell Ultra that me and Ultra started to do a transportation business.
Yeah. See, your thinking is correct.
Yeah.
This is a strange thing, very strange thing about this conversation.
That's
it's very difficult.
But if we take our currency and we go to the African countries,
I understand.
We can literally build something amazing, especially on the so many numerous fields that no one wants to invest in, that they rely on foreign countries for. So I mean, we're talking telecommunications. Picture, you have Rwanda. Rwanda's building its own cell phone, but there's a black man here in America who has a 5G network. It's called Frigid Mobile, and it's competing on the same level because of an open. It's like they because we have several telecommunication companies here, but the big ones, AT&T, Verizon, AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, But he's built. You see a lot more independent companies as well as cable companies. So I'm trying to figure out how come we can't take that kind of cabling, that kind of technology and go to a massive city, you know what I mean? And then just build the same company, have the same thing, and then employ the people there, educate the people there. India is doing that. India's taking education, India's taking education they get from the West. There's something, I don't know if you guys have in the UK, but they're called help desks. And they usually send them over to, if you call Apple, you'll get an Indian guy on the phone, and these help desks.
That's right. Yeah, I know.
The same thing can occur within Liberia. Then on top of that, we can go to America, we can go to Britain and go to Nike and say, how much is Nike charging you? How much is China charging you for their workers? well, we can do it cheaper, and the materials are right there to the major, because the major hub, the major population of America is in the East Coast. So it's like we can be able to hit those levels. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, like the idea of, and then on top of that, we probably even have to worry about talking to Nike. We can create our own companies,
Okay.
So, yeah. So I'm just saying, like, this is like utilizing the USD, utilizing the franc or the pound would go a lot further in an African country and would speed up the process of investments. You know what I mean? Especially because I met a couple.
Yeah, I understand you, man.
Yeah.
Look,
Okay,
give me
cool,
a chance
cool,
now
cool.
to.
Go ahead,
You said
man.
quite a few things,
Yeah, go
and the angle I'm coming at is a very strange, and it's unprecedented. So it's very difficult to explain. So first of all, I want to explain to you that I understand what you're saying, and that your logic and the way you're thinking makes perfect sense.
Okay.
From a certain perspective. So my challenge is not to what you're saying and your approach. No, you have the correct business approach. There's no problem there.
Yeah.
What I am talking about is unprecedented. It's outside that box. So the box that you're talking about, and that you're talking from within, everything you're saying makes perfect sense, and it's sensible. It makes sense. There's no argument. I'm not arguing with that.
Yeah.
Where I'm trying to take the conversation is a very difficult area to take it. I'm trying to take the conversation into the realm of money and what money is itself.
Yeah, but money, the values, if I can tell you this from an American perspective, the value of the USD is literally in the mindset of the American. Okay, there are some people that think that just having a 9-to-5, being able to pay like a $200 rent a month is okay. And
hold on, point there. That's a beautiful point. Let me repeat what you just said. That's wonderful. The value in the United States dollar is in the mind of the American people.
Yeah.
That's it seems like a very simple statement.
It is.
But it's massive. That is the actual crux of the
your
matter.
mind makes it massive. I'm being real with you. Like American citizens. When I tell you the American the West is a consuming society. That's that's where most of its money comes from. The $1 trillion buying power African Americans have here is only used for consuming. Okay, the dollar doesn't stay in our community less than I think it was less than a day. Okay, a dollar stays in our community less than a day. So if you're able to shift a consuming people into a production where it's like equity, ownership, percent, if you start to push that shift, and that's going to come in waves. It's going to take education. Like one thing I like that I see rappers are doing now is that they're teaching kids that like it's one thing to make a song, but it's another thing to own the masters of the song, to own the song itself, because it can be a hit today, but it'll probably be used tomorrow. You understand? So it's like when we're talking about business wise, if you can bring, like, for example, I talk like, okay, so guy that, I bring up God of Jacob because he was he's in the Navy and he's a navigator. So if you're talking about a guy who could run a shipyard, all right.
Right.
His expertise could create a team because China's trying to reestablish. It's trying to reestablish the Silk Road, but Viva through the Maldives going up, and they're going to go into the Mediterranean and they go across to the U.S. That's their goal, to recreate that thing going around India. So if we were able to get a team to open up ports within the Maldives, and we're charging people, or within Somali, and we're taxing trillions of dollars worth of materials coming through years. That right there can fund multiple things. You understand? So it's like, instead of like sitting here saying that like we have to know the mindset of the money, people are not that smart. The average person on the road wants to be able to have the tangible. That's why if you look at people, like if you look at I was talking about it from they were talking about why people don't buy video games through their system. They buy if you buy video, people prefer to buy like the disc itself, because they want to be able to see how many games they have in their house. So if you just simply show people, this is what the $100 bill can do. This is what 100 pounds can do in this area. And this is how 100 pounds will become 1,000 pounds. Here's how 1,000 pounds become 10,000 pounds. Here's how 10,000 pounds will become. That is just that simple. And then over time, you're talking about, then we do lobbying. Then we can take our currency, go political. We go lobbying now. Because if your bank doesn't have a lobbying, does your bank have a lobbying section to it?
All right. See, as you've been speaking, you've been dropping quite a few bombs and grenades.
No, I'm just asking because if it doesn't, then I feel like we're
I've got
waste
to
time.
address. I've got to try and rewind and go through all those things that you're saying. 'Cause I didn't really want to stop you in your flow.
So
I'm just trying to download everything you're saying and trying to keep track of it so I can then go through it piece by piece.
I'm just saying because it doesn't, for me, I'm not gonna lie, like I took a class in international business and it was just like looking at how Europeans do business. It's like clean cut. It's not even that hard. It's like, okay, they have a gold mine, so we're gonna set up a port here to transport the gold. Then we're gonna set up a port in the country that has the gold. We're going to set up a mines that where the gold is from. Then we're going to just employ people. We're going to hire our people to manage it, to manage the production and make sure that we meet the quota. And then after that, we're going to go back and, then when they run out of gold, we'll find some other tangible that we can, I would say exploit and utilize for our benefit. If Africans, if we do this from an Afrocentric point of view where it's like, okay, we're making $10 million a month of cobalt, and we're able to, or raw materials coming from the DRC, and we have foreign companies here. These foreign companies need to be taxed. If you're making $10 million a month, at least 4 million of that 10 needs to be within the country. And then even if you only give 2 million intangibles, but you spend another 2 million on infrastructure, we hold them account and tax them if they have a company, that is dumping sludge and we tax them big. So now you have 1 month where they're dropping 10 million, but because they dropped that sludge, that's 6 million you owe us now. Because we got
hold that point there. I understand. Very good point. Very good point.
So that's what I'm saying. If your bank is approaching these areas.
Okay, DC Brad, give me a chance.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
My brain's overload because I'm listening so carefully to what you're saying and then analyzing it. And the more you say, my head is starting to lose it. So you mentioned the word taxation. So I'd like to draw. See, these are very important words you mentioned: taxation, exchange rate, and currency.
Yeah.
Right. See, so these three words. Whoa, they're just so loaded. So I'm trying to think. Because I understand what you're saying, but how can I put it? The US dollar, what you're saying, is a stronger currency.
Yes, geopolitical.
It's a stronger currency.
Yeah, but it's not always
because it's a stronger currency, you can then purchase more goods than you could do with an African currency. Correct?
Yes, on a geopolitical level.
Okay, right. Yeah. Yes, on a geopolitical level. Good. So let's try a different approach. Why is the American currency so much stronger than African currency?
Well, because Africans don't. Okay, so America does put safety guards in safety nets that African. I say it's more political, 100%. There's a very strong militaristic side to it, but it's very political in how America will invite companies and will say, well, foreign, put your money with us. And we won't tax. America does not tax its rich. Where, when you look at a country like China taxes rich.
Right. So Africans don't.
And so And Africans don't
Or
have
Africans
those safeguards either. But Africans don't have those safeguards either.
Hold it. Let's break this down. Hold it. Let's break this down. The question was, or the question is, why is the US dollar and the UK pound so much stronger and of value than the African currency?
Well, we also have the historical narrative. We also know why. Like we know why.
Why?
Well, because we know that you're talking about countries that politically have been mostly geopolitically tampered with. Okay, that have had a
no, not countries. Are you talking about America or Africa? Let's stick with America and Africa.
Let's stick. That's what I'm saying. Africa's not a country, so we got to look at the individual nations.
Yeah. Okay. Let's say Nigeria then.
All right. Well, because Nigeria, but we can also say politically. We can also say that, like, politically, these countries aren't. Politically, these countries aren't as, I guess you could say, organized as the U.S. has. Like the U.S.
Hold it there. Hold that point there. Okay. Whoa, hold that point there. So, not as organized. So, the African currency is lower.
No one says it
because they're not as organized as the Americans. Is that the point you're making?
Well, in one stance, yeah, because you have
in one stance. Okay, how many other stances are there then?
Well, so
organization is one.
There's also a militaristic aspect to it that, like, if there are minerals or if there are things of value, you will see various companies using, like, you have what also known as private military companies. You also see companies that are able to take minerals from other countries and have a source there to protect them.
Okay, hold that point there. So it's organization and then military force. Yeah. So because America has a stronger military force, stronger than Africa's, that is the reason hold it. That's one of the reasons. Hold it.
Africa. We have to realize, say African countries, because
African countries,
the whole continent. Because like North Africa primarily, like North Africa isn't a good example. The lithium and cobalt that's taken out of Algeria for France. You understand? Or like how currencies can be used. The franca is the reserves of a country is put into the rich of another country will put their of an African country will put their money in a European country rather than their own banks.
Okay,
or you hold it. See the banking system not being as not having as many safeguards, or let alone as much protection that would cause the rich of these countries, because rich people in America will put their money in America because they know A, it won't be taxed as much. B, because they over a certain tax bracket. So there's a political,
Okay, so I want to dig into this. So far, what you're saying, the reason the American and the UK currencies are so much stronger than African currencies, is because one, America and the UK are more organized, and two, they have a stronger military. Is there anything else?
I would say the safeguards to protect the average citizen's money are lacking in a lot of African countries. Like also the political.
We'll get to the political in a minute. What are these safeguards?
Well, okay, so the FDIC in America, if let's say your bank, because this multiple times I've heard this conversation with a lot of Nigerians talking about the banking system, where they will have 10,000 naira in their bank, and they will get a call and not be able to pull out their full amount of money out of their bank, because the banks will actually take money from the people who are will siphon off money from people within the banking system. Whereas the United States has it that if you take money from a citizen, there's an investigation done. Then on top of that, that money's insured, that if the bank is FDIC insured, all right, you can get money, your money will be taken, but it'll be returned to you. So there's no
hold that point there. Beautiful. So
these are things that I say that we could bring.
Hold it. So would you agree then? Could I put in the word insurance then as point number 3?
Yeah.
As in safeguards, yeah?
Well, that's why.
Would you accept that?
Safeguard, because the insurance aspect is only one level of it. You know what I mean? Like you have also investing options on the, like you don't see that being put. Well, yeah, I guess you can go ahead and put insurance because.
Okay.
Go ahead and stick with insurance.
So we're talking about currency.
Yeah.
And currency is what holds the value. This is for other people that may be listening to the stream. I like to do a recap every now and then so that they catch the flow of the conversation.
Yeah.
So we're talking about currency. Currency is what holds the value of the money. So money may hold the same, doesn't grow if its values increase, and money doesn't shrink. A dollar still looks like a dollar, a pound still looks like a pound, but the value may go up or down. Yes, and that this value is held in the currency. So that's for other people to realize the difference between money and currency. So we're discussing the currency aspect of money, and like you can see a pound or your dollar, you can see it. Currency and value you cannot see. So we're discussing the invisible world. So that's why the conversation for other people who are listening may seem a bit strange at times, is because we're discussing the invisible. We're talking about the realm of value and see, which is above money, which is the physical thing, which you can put into a case or a ship or in your pocket. So currency, we then did that we perceive that the American dollar and the UK pound are more valuable. Their currencies are more valuable than African currencies.
Yeah.
And the question is, why are, for example, American currencies and UK currencies more valuable than African currencies? And then DC Brad was putting down a number of suggestions as to why a certain currency can be more valuable than another. And he said, one, because the UK and America are more organized. Two, because they have a stronger military. And three, because they have better insurance systems for their own citizens than African citizens have. And this is the reason why their currencies are stronger than African currencies. So anything else? Would you want to add anything else to that list of organization, military, and insurance? Anything else?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Right. So we got something to work with. So if organization in Africa can be improved, organization amongst the people can be improved.
Yes.
And
like,
two,
their
military is stronger.
Not amongst the people. Not amongst the people. Because we have to also understand that, like, when we talk about political organization, you can't have it that a political leader who's in charge of, let's say, oil, or let's say, someone who's Department of Energy or the Department of Commerce, siphoning off billions or millions of dollars, and everyone brings that to attention and nothing is done about it. That's some of the political organization that is needed to be able to raise your currency. You can't have a bank stealing from its customers and its customers are just given like, oh, well, I can't use that bank ever again. You understand? You have to be established. Because we have to understand, like, when we talk about why, oh shit. When we talk about why the Great Depression, it was people who didn't put trust in the banking system. There were people that, these are people that kept their money in a shoebox under their bed. You know,
Correct.
so you have to be able to reestablish that kind of trust between the citizen who's working hard to make their money with the local banking system. And if you don't have that, you know, your currency will not get funneled through to your country. But also there's
hold it. You made some very good points there. So a better word than organization would you're really saying organization that creates trust. So trust is the power. Correct?
Yeah.
Organization that results in trust is what increases the value of a nation's currency.
Also put accountability down too, because you know I've seen
right. Okay, so let me scribble out organization, and trust. Right, that's good. Sounds very good. Yes, I would agree with that. Yes. So effective organization results in trust, in building trust. So if you have a sloppy organization, then people lose trust in that organization. Yeah. So the main goal is actually trust. Yes, I'd agree with that. Trust. So, and then military, and then you mentioned military, then you mentioned insurance.
No. When I say military, I mean that the military does have a role in the you know, like how we fight. You know, like I would say that in regards to like if you're looking at, let's say you have a country that has a tangible, you know, they talk about how it's called black tar. It's in Afghanistan, but it's used an opium that's used for pharmaceutical companies, and there's fields out there, and they shown reports that there are, like, I think Marines or certain military personnel that guard these fields because these are American assets. So your military will play a role that if if there's a tangible that can help a huge portion of your industry, of your economy, you would want your military there, which has been done for, like, I don't want to say this is a new idea. The Romans used to do this, like, you know what I mean? Like, everyone did this, you know. You protect the tangible that makes your country or your nation or your civilization grow. So, yeah.
Right. So the protection, See, I want to re-examine the words that you used. So we moved from organization to trust. I think that's a lot better. I'd agree with you. We're moving from military to what? Politics, you're saying?
Yeah, in the sense that, like, you know, because we have to understand that what we're talking about here, like, I believe that what we're talking about here, for any of this to be, you know, I agree with Eric. I don't know if you ever met Eric Dixon, but Eric, he's a former Marine. He talks about that for any kind of nation building, your military is going to have to have a guard force to protect your values of the nation. So I would say in a degree, you know, to make a currency strong, to protect the value of a currency would result in some degree of a defense, home defense, or, you know.
Right.
You know, you're not going to just be able to just say, hey, we're here for Black Power, and just raise your fist up, and that's going to protect you from.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So, would you accept then, could we replace the word military with, I don't know, what's the word? You know, so for example, there are people that have enormous amount of power, but they don't actually get involved. They never get their hands dirty. They, you know, their military, their equivalent of the military, are people that are trained in espionage.
Yeah, well, that all goes under defense. Espionage falls under defense.
Right. Good.
Like,
okay, so we put defense.
You have your conventional, like if we use the U.S. model, you have your conventional military. Those are your, you know, boots on the ground, but then you also have your intelligence gathering, you know. So yeah, it all plays a role.
Right.
Espionage, intelligence.
Okay.
Gathering, so yeah.
Right. Good. So we replaced organization with trust. We replaced military with just defense, and then the last one you mentioned was insurance. To insure. So insure. I'm not sure if that word needs to be there, because if you have trust and you have defense, then you are insuring.
You have to have the insurance, because okay, for example, my father has flood insurance, even though where his beach house is, he's in Martha's Vineyard, though there's no flooding there ever, and he's literally though our house is literally on a peak, on a mountainside, and there's no flooding, he still has flood insurance, because you never know. So that's the whole point of insurance, just for that one in the blue moon. Okay, so the tenants that I'm picking through, I could easily get the best people. I can get the best tenants in my place. They're very courteous, they're not dirty, they don't fuck up shit. But just in case there is that one mistake, renter's insurance is important. So insurance is for the blue moon.
Okay, very good. Okay, I think yes, insurance. Yes, I would say this. Tell me what you think of this.
Yeah.
Insurance is basically another word for community.
No, because no, because that would just be under trust in a sense. Because if you're looking at insurance, the whole point of insurance is to protect. Okay, for example, your bank, right? If someone were to let's say you set up a personnel of the, let's say, the ADOS section of the bank, and we had one person there representing that section that was taking money out of Black Americans' bank account. The insurance aspect would be able to protect all the values of that, all the value of that bank without destroying, your reputation. Because at that moment, I'm being real with you, Black Americans are very finicky where they put their money. So if you don't have that insurance there and you think, oh, we're just going to survive off, well, we all community. We literally have a saying, not all your skin folk are your kin folk. So, what I'm saying?
Okay. So what is the nature of insurance? I'm saying the nature of insurance is people, is a community. What do you see insurance? What is it? What does insurance mean to you?
It's tangibly protecting your assets. You don't just hope, you don't just put all your money in a box and hope no one digs it up. I mean, you literally, it's like a safety plan. It's you need it.
Okay. Let me put it this way. I remember a time I was thinking of buying a bike.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of getting a really good bike, and I was just a two-wheeler, and I asked the people that were selling the bike, do they do insurance? And then they said to me, yes, we can do insurance, but you have to be a member of a cycling club.
Okay.
Otherwise, they won't insure you.
Okay.
So I was thinking about that. I thought, this sounds interesting.
Uh-huh.
Unless you're a member of a group,
that
or
makes
a community,
the community aspect. Okay.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going.
But the thing is though, if you don't have, the thing is though, this is where you could become better than them, because if you have people who may not, people who just want to have a bike so they can get back and forth from work and don't want to have to join a whole group just to be able to utilize. So you want to be able to address the person individually. That's why I say an insurance system should be on an individual basis for that blue moon. Like when I use consulting, because I have a consulting firm that is helping me with this real estate, and there's an apartment restoration guy, and it's like the guy used the wrong paint and tried to take me to, and would, like, let's say he tried to take me to court for it. You know, if we know that the invoice has written, if I know on my invoice I have written, which is my insurance in this situation is the invoice. If I have written down that you're supposed to paint the family room, or you're supposed to paint, the living room, a burgundy color, and you paint it blue, that the insurance is that. I don't have to join, homeowners, the homeowners association, the real estate ownership property club to do that. My case is simple. You know what I mean? So
Good.
it should be, insurance shouldn't be based on just community all the time.
Hold that point there. Very interesting point. So I am saying that even though it appears that an insurance is an individual basis, actually the insurance is it's a national community insurance. In other words, the group that is offering the insurance is so big, so large, so wide that you become unaware of it.
Yeah,
but that insurance is coming
I think you're
through.
Thinking too much into it. You're thinking way too much into it. Insurance literally just guards a person's.
No, I understand,
but
I'm digging into the nature of insurance itself. I am saying,
well, not the
that
nature. Look
insurance.
At its function. Just look at it. What it's supposed to do.
I understand the function. It's quite simple. You lose something, your insurance pays it back. I understand that. Yes, but insurance is a lot more serious than that. You see, insurance. That's why I tried to bring up the bicycle situation. Insurance is based on cultural and the community value. Even if you can't see the community, even if you're unaware of the community, the word insurance is directly connected to the institutions of the society, of the culture that you're a member of.
Listen, when I got car insurance, okay, I didn't have to join the Lexus Club of America to get car insurance. Okay, that usually sometimes those kind of deals, like that cycling deal, is because there's already a pre-existing deal that, like, okay, we as a community will buy from your bike shop for our cycling club if you offer this. Major companies do it all the time. Like, it's just, you just happen to have one deal. Like, for example, my fraternity has health insurance, and it's because the health insurance company is on two members of its board are fraternity brothers. So it's just simply like, you're conflating, you're almost combining like what could be beneficial to that bike shop to what the necessary nature of insurance is. And that necessary nature of insurance is to simply be able to protect one's assets from the blue moon or the big, like, oh, what the fuck type shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that deep.
Yes, it is. The protection comes from the people.
No,
it comes from the society that you're part of. Yes, the policy. Like, for example, but hold it. Policy means people. It's still people. It's policy, and it'll end up in court.
Yeah, but the people. Okay, so this is the thing, though. The function of insurance varies based on the individual circumstances. So,
correct.
My insurance, my car insurance covers small things like a broken AC. So that means that if I take my car to a dealership, to a Lexus dealership, because I'm actually part of the Lexus Club of America. Because of that, I can go
keep mentioning these clubs. You said you said fraternity.
But no.
Then you say club.
But you saw why. But you see why, though. You see why I chose. But I told you why the club, why my fraternity picked the insurance, because there was a member of our fraternity that was part of it. So a way to increase. You're talking about a fraternity. If you're talking about a fraternity that has about 2,000 to 3,000 people that get initiated every 6 months.
Yes.
You're adding to the clientele of that company.
Of course.
You understand?
It's a community.
So it doesn't.
That fraternity is another word for community.
That's not always the case, though. That's not always the case, because people who buy insurance, I have people that have government positions, that have corporate jobs, that have their own insurance, that are members who don't use it. For example, I don't need plastic surgery. Like, I don't. But the insurance company I have offers plastic surgery. So when you use the term that it's community that determines it, no, it's on individual basis. It's not that deep.
The community You're right. It's on an individual basis.
Yes.
But it's the community or the people in charge of the insurance company. They look at people of your kind, your sector, and then they have their actuaries, who assess the risk and the likelihood of something going wrong, and your behavior and your history, and then they decide what the community I'm using the word community, or what the society is going to charge you for that insurance.
But why do you keep saying community? It's the company that makes the decision. Like, why do you keep using the word community as if the community has any control over what an insurance company does?
Because I'm using the word. I'm using the word community because it's the same principle applies for a nation, for a society, for a fraternity, for a club. These words are all interchangeable and are different scales of the same principle. And I'm talking about the principle of insurance. And the principle of insurance is connected to, in various ways, on different levels, to society, to nation, to people, to club, to fraternity, and so on. That's why I'm using the word community, just to add that spin on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to demonstrate that the word community can be used to replace the word nation or society or fraternity or club. It's the same thing. It's a group of people, and the point I'm making is that a group of people, whatever they call themselves, they have the power to insure members of that group of people, and they will decide based on the behavior of that individual, the community, or those who are responsible for the insurance aspect of the community will decide and assess the risk of an individual member of that society, community, nation, club, fraternity, etc.
Okay, so you're just using the word community. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm looking into the very nature, the roots of what insurance actually is.
Yeah, but
and how it links
but
to
wouldn't
identity.
the function of what it is be more important than the nature of it?
No.
Like,
no.
But I think I'm gonna be real with you, IC. I think this is more of like your personal viewpoint on how we decipher words. Because if I'm sitting in a bar right now and I'm trying to convince a bunch of black men and women to, hey, here's an opportunity, and we're gonna use Liberia. Here's an opportunity in Liberia or Sierra Leone Sierra Leone and Ghana to invest in cocoa. The function of, so if you invest here and let's say someone embezzles your money, here's the policy, or here's the function of the insurance that will protect your investment or protect your money. I think I would lose more people trying to explain to them the nature of, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like sometimes, like, I really will value, I say that you're very intelligent. I won't take that away from you, but I think like sometimes if we're talking about nation building, you're going to have to explain it to a very, like you're going to have to explain it on a very, very elementary, very, very preschool level.
I understand. We'll get there. We'll get there. Yes, you're right. You're right.
Uncle, let me just on there because maybe it's the difference in America and the UK. In the UK, we're very specific on language, especially a lot of people. Where it's like when you want to talk about racism in the UK, the reason why you won't hear much of it because it's very covert. So it's almost like I won't do it in your face, but I'll do it behind your back type of thing.
Yeah.
And it's done like where it's like words and their meanings are very, very specific. So there's a documentary where it was talking about Britain's second empire and the banking system and whatnot and everything.
I saw that. I saw
Oh yes,
how they have,
that's
how they have
brilliant.
money
Yeah,
in the
very good
in the
documentary.
islands and things like that.
Belly showed me that.
I noticed the way the politicians were deflecting this whenever it came to them. He said, "Oh, but we don't deal with it. It's these people that deal with it." And then
That's right.
Language. That's how important the language is, because they can twist the words and use it into their own type of get their own type of way and whatnot and everything. So
yes, brilliant.
Even though I do understand what you're saying, Brad, that like for the layman people, for the average Joe, that they're gonna look at it and think, wow, like why are you using something where it just gets the meat and flesh of everything in it? But like when if you, and this is what we're saying when I was talking earlier about why we've got this ignorant community going on right now, because a lot of people aren't as patient as us, people like us who want to actually look into this information and decide the actual thing.
Yes.
So,
well, that's what I'm saying though. That's where I'm thinking like this. If you have a workforce, you know, like I haven't used the word African in a long time and refer to myself. I've been calling myself ADOS so much. But when you look at this, when I look at how the ADOS is functioning, you know, they legit have the intellects doing the legwork, the lobbying, you know, we need, like, for example, there is a reparations bill in California that just got voted on for Black people in California, you know, and they just made sure when they explained it, all right, hey, there's this bill on the table. You need to now use your vote. I believe what IC3 is talking about, I believe it's important to educate the people. But if you don't tell them the function of what you're saying and waste your time trying to, let's look at the nature of insurance, let's look at the nature of this, you're going to lose. A lot of people are going to be like, all right, I don't want nothing to do with this because I don't understand it. Like how we have people.
I hear what you're saying, but it depends on your audience. So someone like you.
But I'm saying overwhelmingly, when you talk about people who work a 9 to 5, you know, the bus drivers, the essential workers, the people who, like, you know, the cop on the street, people who didn't go to university, people who just know that, like, okay, I work 40 plus hours a week to pay my bills. They're not going to have time for this, like, in-depth conversation.
No, I hear you. Even people at university, they don't have this patience either. I've spoken to a lot.
I apologize for that. You know what I mean? But like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to knock it. I think this is very important.
I know what you're saying,
but it's like you have to think like, okay, if we're building a nation here, the guy who's supposed to be laying the bricks or the, you know, like whenever I set up a crop, you know, I'm not telling them, you know, the Mexicans I would hire, I'm not telling them, hey, the chemical breakdown for your nutrients is this. No, I've already had this stuff mixed already. We have a chemist on site who does it already. Just make sure it's watered this time of day. You know what I mean? Like, what we're talking about is good for conversation, but it's like in the day.
Yeah, I hear you. It's like, you know, if you're describing the Big Bang, people just say it's a large explosion. But when you go to a physicist, they'll tell you something different.
Yeah, it's like more in depth. And I'm not trying to knock, you know, what IC3 is doing, especially in regards, if you're going to build a bank, you have to build that trust. I agree. You're going to want the community to know what they're investing in. But if the community doesn't understand the function of it, if you spend most of your time, hey, welcome to my presentation, and someone asks you a question, and we spend most of the time deciphering the words of the question rather than, here's the function of this bank. Okay, we have a lobbying section here. So everyone that's from the Caribbean that faced slavery in the Caribbean, this is your section of the bank. This is what we're going to do. We're going to go to this company here. We're going to go to this nation here. Everyone from the Americas, be it North America, Central, South America. You know what I mean? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm listening. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, it just, I mean, I'm not knocking it. I don't want you, in IC3, I don't want you to think I'm knocking it. I may sound like I'm impatient. I apologize. But it's more of just like, I'm thinking of like, you're in front of 100 people and you have qualified, you know, IC3s that have access and have money.
Brad, cut to the meat and say riddles.
You know what I'm saying? Huh? What'd you say, Uncle?
I said exactly what you're saying. I'm saying to you, cut to the meat and just say riddle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm like, you know, if you, I'm saying, if you invite you to dinner, you don't want to know how I made the food. You want to eat. You know what I mean? Like, you know, here's some macaroni and cheese. Here's some chicken. Sit down. Let's chow. You know what I mean? Like, you don't care. You know, I use a teaspoon of salt. Now let's define what sodium is. You know what I mean? You know,
I
you
understand.
know,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? I'm not trying to knock you, but it's like, if we're talking about building a nation, hey, carpenters over here, farmers over here, doctors over here. This is why we need, you know what I mean? You know, bankers over here. You know?
Foundation. The foundation has to be very, very precise.
That's why, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You see, after you got the foundations secured, the rest of the building goes up in no time. You've seen those high-rise blocks. You've seen those skyscrapers. They seem to spend as much time on the foundation as they do in the building. In fact, it seems that they spend more time on the foundation, and then as soon as the foundation is finished, whoosh, the building is way up there in no time at all. Unbelievable. The speed.
No, and I agree. I agree. The function of this conversation is extremely important. You know what I mean? I understand that, like, when, you know, I agree 100%. Like, that's one thing I must admit I like about, you know, when I call you guys my family from the UK, the Black community in the UK, is that you guys will take the time to actually decipher and to say, like, all right, before we move to step 2, let's go 1 point A, 1 point B, 1 point C. I respect that 100%. But it's like African Americans, we don't really have the time, because you never know, like, all right, while we're deciphering this, the Klan could be on the other side of that hill. So we've already let's make sure we build up the defense first. You know what I mean? Like, here's your function, and we'll come together and fight over the issues. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I say, if we were to establish companies, like if we go to the DRC, you know, like, you know, Mr. Riggs, you know, he's obviously trying to take a ploy to become the king of Congo. And let's say he weds the queen of Congo. You know what I mean? And we start establishing companies all around the Congo that can protect the assets of, you know, like the raw materials of the Congo. Then let's just get that done. You know what I mean? Like, we don't have to waste our time trying to decipher. All right, what does it mean to have assets? You know
all right,
like,
I understand.
You know what I mean?
But see, it's very important. See, remember that the conversation, to show you that I haven't lost track of the conversation.
Yeah.
You see, we started talking about, the question was, why is the American currency and the UK currency so much more valuable than African currencies? Remember, that's the original question?
Yeah.
And then we started to look at what are the factors that make a currency so strong?
Yes.
And then through the conversation, we came up with a number of words. One, it moved from organization to trust.
Political
so we see
organization
trust.
to trust. Yeah.
Yes.